Great Xia, the 91st year of the Tianbao era. In Tianyuan continent, the northwestern region of Great Xia Yunzhou Yunmeng Commandery, Anning County. Though the summer solstice had passed, the three suns in the sky remained like red-hot iron balls scorching the earth until it shimmered with heat. Lin Bai huddled under an old locust tree using his straw hat as a fan, fanning vigorously. He stared at the three suns above, feeling even more agitated. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. It's been 15 years since I came to this world, and every time I see these three suns, I still can't hold it together. Am I the original Trisolaran? And the suns are different colors. One white, two yellow. Does that mean Pangu, the creator of this world, had double pupils? Just as Lin Bai was lost in thought, a slap landed on the back of his neck. You brat, what are you daydreaming about? Didn't you hear me calling you? Lin Bai yelped in pain and leaped high into the air, then turned to see a tall, sturdy man behind him. His father Lin Yi. Lin Ye's skin was bronze from years of wind, and sun his body marked with fierce scars. Though tall, his features were not rough. In fact, they were quite handsome. Lin Bai got up and moved closer to Lin Yi, and together they walked toward their family's spirit field, muttering incessantly. Dad, next time you call me, there's no need for such an affectionate method. You brat, all you ever do is slack off. I'm conserving my strength for socialism. No, for our family's spirit field to shine and burn. Lin Bai defended himself. Speaking of which, Lin Bai's family could be considered well off. They had a small shop in the city and an estate outside the city. All of these were Lin Bai's mother's dowry, but the 3 mu of spirit field in the estate was a reward for Lin Ye's military merit. The so-called spirit field of Lin Bai's family was just ordinary soil infused with spiritual energy. When Lin Yi and his wife married, Lin Yi had moved the spirit soil to the estate. Soon enough, the father and son finished inspecting and returned. The spirit field was fine. The spirit rice was growing well. Everything's fine, let's go home. Lin Bai followed his father outside. Lin Yi was going to give instructions to the person who managed the estate, known as the farm foreman. The farm foreman's family consisted of 3 people. A couple and their 8 or 9-year-old daughter. Now was the harvest season, and though there was a risk of troublemaker safety here, wasn't a major concern. There was a joke that if you shouted here, the constables would arrive much faster than in the slums of Anning County. While Lin Bai was idling behind Lin Yi, he noticed the foreman's little girl peeking at him from behind her mother. Playful Lin Bai winked at her. With a swift movement, the girl immediately hid back, and Lin Bai felt amused. Lin Bai had been in this world for 15 years. Unlike other transmigrators from stories, he was not born with complete knowledge. Instead, starting from around age 3, he had gradually received fragmented memories, acquiring more as he grew older. Only a few days ago had he obtained all the memories. Lin Bai guessed it was related to his spiritual power. The stronger it became as he grew, the more information he could receive. Thus Lin Bai was like a child with adult thinking. Deep down, he still had some childishness, occasionally acting childishly. Finally, Lin Yi finished his instructions and led Lin Bai out of the estate. A donkey was leisurely eating grass by the gate. Lin Yi led the donkey over and hitched it to a cart. He drove while Lin Bai sat in the back. Lin Bai watched the scenery along the way. Some villages were clustered together like dumplings, others scattered among the hills with curling cooking smoke. Dad, are we going back so early? Your sister is coming home today, so we need to buy some things at the market. Sister is coming back. Lin Bai was overjoyed. Lin Yi had 2 children and Lin Bai was the younger one. After his sister Lin Su awakened her spiritual talent at 15, Lin Yi and his wife used some connections. And because her talent was perfectly suited to the benevolence hall, she became an apothecary apprentice there in the commandery city. Lin Su was now 18. She could only return home for a 5-day holiday every half year. Lin Bai had been raised by her since childhood, so they were very close. After his initial joy, Lin Bai felt a bit puzzled. According to the usual schedule, it hadn't been half a year since her last visit, so how could she come back? Sensing Lin Bai's puzzlement, Lin Yi continued. Your sister has become a junior alchemist, so she can take leave to come home. Besides, in 2 days it will be your awakening day. Have you forgotten? So of course your sister would come back. Hearing this, Lin Bai understood. On his awakening day, if his sister could return, she would definitely choose to. But his sister becoming a junior alchemist was unexpected. Normally, it took an ordinary person 7 or 8 years of accumulation to become a junior alchemist, yet his sister had managed it in about 3 years. But considering his sister's affinity with the Tao of alchemy and her high spiritual talent, it wasn't too surprising. Speaking of which, one must mention the unique phenomenon of this world. Spiritual transcendence. This world possessed supernatural power, much like the cultivation of qi in the cultivation novels of his previous world. Just as dragons and phoenixes are born with divine abilities, the humans of this world also have such wonders. Spiritual talents. Every person at the age of 15 has the potential to awaken a spiritual talent. Some succeeded in awakening, some failed. In fact, failure was the majority. However, Lin Bai's era was a golden age. There were pills that increased the success rate of awakening and pills that allowed those who failed to attempt again. Moreover, after many improvements and innovations, these pills were reasonably priced, at least affordable for Lin Bai's family. In the near ancient times over 300,000 years ago, talent awakening was like gambling on raw jade. Either you had it or you didn't. Of course, awakening didn't mean instant invincibility. One needed to accumulate cultivation, strengthen the foundation of life to possibly reach a godlike realm. Thinking of this, Lin Bai's attention drifted from the roadside scenery. He began to imagine what his own spiritual talent would be. Would it be a physical talent suited for warrior paths, or a soul-side talent that resonated with the world's energy, like a chi cultivator, or a diviner's prophetic talent like knowing the whole from a single leaf? These common paths were already familiar to Lin Bai from his basic studies. Time passed quickly when lost in fantasy. Lin Bai looked up and saw the distant wall, the city wall of Anning County. The productivity of this world was highly advanced in some aspects. Anning County, a relatively small town, had city walls nearly 10 zhang tall with talisman-like runes flickering on them. Anning County had two main gates, north and south. The city's layout: east official, south merchant, west civilian, north market. The names explain themselves. The east was where officials lived and worked, the south was where wealthy merchants operated, the west was for commoners, and the north was the market. However, except for the strictly segregated east, the other areas were somewhat mixed. In the south city, there was a small area where people entering from the south gate could gather and trade. A similar place existed in the west. For everyday fresh produce, wealthy merchants and nobles could buy nearby. The purpose of the north market was to regulate goods related to the supernatural. For example, Lin Bai's family's spirit rice could not be sold in their own shop. Any item containing spiritual energy could only be traded in the north market. There were rumors that some wealthy merchants had jointly petitioned the government for business privileges, hoping to open subsidiary markets unrestricted by the original market. But it was said that the very next day those merchants and their entire families had hanged themselves. The constables investigated and ruled it suicide, then quickly closed the case and sealed it. Even the deep powers behind the merchants fell silent. Seeing this outcome, everyone understood that this was a forbidden topic. Lin Bai's estate was outside the north gate. Entering from the north gate and turning sideways led to the market. Lin Bai's home and shop were in the south city. After buying some things at the market, the father and son realized it was getting late and hurried home. They rushed and finally arrived near their shop just as the last rays of sunlight remained. Su Bai Rice Shop was the name of their family store. There was no special meaning. It was just the combination of the siblings' names, and since they sold rice, they chose that name. The shop employed two workers, Chun Gui and Zhao, when both in their early 20s. Both had successfully awakened spiritual talents, but they were the most common strength-enhancing talents, and they had no cultivation methods. In the end, Lin Yi, seeing their honest nature and the usefulness of their strength talent for carrying and delivering rice, signed 10-year contracts with them. As Lin Yi and Lin Bai stepped into the shop, the two workers were tidying up and greeted them. "Greetings, shopkeeper and young master Bai. The elder miss just returned. The madam has gone home to accompany her. Sister came early. Dad, I'm going home now." Lin Bai grabbed the groceries and hurried off. Before Lin Yi could say anything, Lin Bai was already gone. He just shook his head and chuckled. This brat running off so fast. It's not like it's been that long since his sister was home. Well, I'll have to handle things myself. Despite his words, Lin Yi's hands moved faster than usual. The shop wasn't far from home, so Lin Bai quickly arrived. The Lin family home was a 4-courtyard residence. On the way, Lin Bai dropped off the groceries at the kitchen and learned that his mother and sister were in the sister's courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he saw his mother and sister chatting in the yard. "Sis, when did you get back? If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone to the estate. I'd have stayed at the shop to wait with Mom." Mother Wang Xiu and elder sister Lin Su were not surprised to see him. Instead, Wang Xiu teased Lin Su. "I told you your brother would rush back the moment he knew you were back." Then she waved at Lin Bai. "Come over here, your sister is telling me interesting things about the county city. Come listen too. Maybe after your awakening you'll go there as well." While Wang Xiu was speaking, Lin Su was also appraising her younger brother, whom she hadn't seen for nearly half a year, and she began asking about his recent situation. "Little Bai, you've grown taller. Mother told me you've finished all the courses at the academy." Lin Bai had indeed grown fast. At 15 he was already nearly 1.8 meters tall like his past life, and in his growth spurt he might even reach 1.9 meters, becoming a tall man. As for the academy's courses, they only taught literacy, basic cultivation knowledge, and laws. Lin Bai was not a real child. He couldn't bear sitting in class and finished them quickly. Sis, don't talk about me. How are things in Yunmeng City? Your sister is very accomplished. She became a junior alchemist in just 3 years, and also apprenticed under a very powerful master. Mother Wang Xiu interjected, visibly proud of Lin Su's achievement. After all, Wang Xiu was not an ignorant woman. Her own maiden family was in Yunmeng City, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to let her then 15-year-old daughter go to the county city. Mother, don't praise me too much. It's all thanks to my master's guidance. And my speed is considered slow. Some prodigies complete it in a year. A year. Monster. Lin Bai also sighed with emotion. After all, an alchemist was like a doctor from his past life. It wasn't just about learning knowledge but more importantly hands-on practice. Lin Bai listened as his sister told interesting stories about Yunmeng County City, such as the 3 major gangs fighting again, killing dozens every day, and the main branch of the Yinggu Lu family being usurped by a collateral branch. Lin Bai didn't expect Yunmeng City to be more chaotic than his own Anning County. Compared to the county city, Anning County was truly peaceful. Its interests had already been divided while Yunmeng City seemed still in a stage of fierce struggle. These are just small ripples. The benevolent Heart Hall where I work opens normally every day. Half an hour later a maid came to announce that dinner was ready, and their father was waiting for them in the dining room. After dinner they went to a small courtyard to enjoy the cool air. The house was stuffy, but in the courtyard there was a pleasant breeze. Father Lin signaled the servant to prepare tea and pastries, then began the conversation. This time the topic was directed at Lin Bai. In 2 days it would be Lin Bai's 15th birthday, also his awakening day. That was why Lin Su had rushed back. His parents had already made preparations: a spirit awakening stone and a foundation consolidation pill, which together cost about 50 taels of gold. They had prepared the same for Lin Su back then. For the 2 siblings these items cost 100 gold, enough for the family to live comfortably for a lifetime. It was no small amount for the Lin family. It took about half a year's profit from their shops and farmland to afford it. Moreover, these things couldn't be bought with just money. For example, the shop assistant, after awakening his talent, couldn't even find the most basic cultivation method. The foundation consolidation pill was easy to obtain. It just cost money. The difficult part was the spirit awakening stone, which they acquired only through the connections of Father Lin's old comrades-in-arms. Now the 4 of them discussed what Lin Su had brought back: a spirit-nourishing pill, a pill that could enhance one's spirituality during awakening. The cultivation system of this world was awakening spirituality, unearthing talent, absorbing energy, and embarking on the path of self-evolution. The root of cultivation was spirituality. Spirituality pervaded every part of the body, including the physical body, soul, and true spirit. All had traces of it, but it slumbered before awakening. How does one embark on the path to transcendence? Still spirituality. The initially awakened spirituality absorbs energy like a sponge, transforming the self and strengthening the fundamental life. Therefore, the amount of spirituality determines one's cultivation speed, the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks, and even the upper limit. And this spirit-nourishing pill could increase one's spirituality a little during awakening. Even if only a small amount, not enough for a qualitative leap, and with many restrictions, it would conflict with other spirituality-enhancing pills. People still scrambled for it. The foundation consolidation pill, costing dozens of gold, only shortened the time to condense the talent anchor, while the spirit awakening stone shortened the time for spirituality to awaken from slumber. Both effects increased the probability of awakening. These were obtainable with money, even if hard to get, still within that scope. But the spirit-nourishing pill was something one only heard of but never saw. Even measured in money, selling all the Lin family assets couldn't buy one. Lin Yi and Wang Xiu were stunned speechless when they saw their daughter say this was a spirit-nourishing pill. The spirit-nourishing pill was not merely a 6th-grade pill. Its main ingredient was said to be a miraculous flower that bloomed only one night in 100 years. The pill refined from it inherited this trait. It would lose its efficacy 3 months after being made. A few days ago, my master's old friend's grandson also had his awakening these days. He sent herbs hoping for a spirit-nourishing pill. My master refined 5 pills. Only one was top grade, the rest barely passed. Except for the top grade, one master bestowed the rest to us disciples. Senior brother got 2 and second senior sister got 1 each. After receiving it, I thought that in a month it would be my little brother's awakening day, and the pill would still be effective, having been made just a month and a half ago. Lin Su narrated how she obtained the pill. Lin Yi and Wang Xiu nodded repeatedly, and Lin Bai was excited knowing the pill was for him. After hearing Lin Su, Wang Xiu turned her head and looked at Lin Bai seriously. All this is your sister's kindness. I hope you never forget it. If you become talented, remember to repay your sister. I will never forget sister's kindness today. Lin Bai vowed resolutely, as it was only right. Father Lin, after confirming, stepped in to break the tense atmosphere. He approached Lin Bai and ruffled his hair. "You lucky brat, you've been smart since you were young. Your spirituality shouldn't be low." What Father Lin said was actually an imperfect inductive method. People who were clever and physically strong often had good talent if they awakened spirituality. After obtaining the spirit-nourishing pill, the entire Lin family relaxed a lot. Many arrangements would have to wait until Lin Bai's talent and spirituality were confirmed, or otherwise, if the awakened talent was unsuitable or his spirituality too low, it would all be wasted. It wasn't until the silver moon reached its zenith that the family ended their chat. Lin Bai and Lin Su walked on the moonlit cobblestone path, and Lin Bai spoke softly. "Sis, I won't let you down." Lin Su turned to look at her younger brother, who had been mature since childhood, and shook her head. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Then she turned to face him. "We are siblings. There's no need to say such things. Of course, I hope you'll become better. If in the future you have something more suitable for me or our parents, would you hesitate to give it to us? Of course I would think of you. Then that's it. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Rest well." Back in his room, Lin Bai lay down, but couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning. Finally, he looked out the window. For some reason, the stars were brighter than usual tonight. Lin Bai's mind was filled with today's events and his longing for the extraordinary. Staring at the stars outside, his thoughts began to wander. As he thought, his eyes began to close, and he fell asleep amidst his dreams of the future. August the 20th dawned fair and balmy, the very day Lin Bai descended into this world. Lin Su recounted the essentials of awakening beside him, though these had been spoken dozens of times before. Lin Bai did not find it tedious but listened quietly. To be honest, Lin Bai was also deeply nervous, for once he knew of the extraordinary, he could not resign himself to being an ordinary man. Yet awakening was a fickle thing. One might be fully prepared, yet the spiritual tear and talent that finally awakened could still disappoint. After bidding farewell to his family, Lin Bai entered the meditation chamber. The duration of awakening could be short or long. Mere tens of minutes, or as long as a full day and night, which was not uncommon. In this world, when a human reached 15 years of age, the spiritual nature within them would shift from slumber to arousal. If not awakened then, even with heavenly treasures for a later attempt, nothing great could be achieved. Not only would the chance for cultivation be missed, but the spirit itself would be diminished. After calming his mind, Lin Bai loosely held the awakening stone in his hand, 2 pills, resting on his tongue, each coated in a thick layer of honey. The first step of awakening was to sense the spiritual nature stirring from its sleep within. Now Lin Bai felt something he had never known before, that very spiritual essence. The dormant spirit was like a common gray meteorite. The awakening spirit seemed about to burst open with light shining through the cracks, while the awakened spirit turned slowly like a star, radiating a bright yet gentle glow. Lin Bai observed like a higher dimensional spectator the spirit within his flesh, his soul, and his true spirit. He knew not the principle that allowed him to see these 3 layers simultaneously, as if dissecting them. Gazing at the starry river of his spiritual map, Lin Bai nearly lost himself in its beauty, but he quickly sobered, realizing that most stars in his star chart were either awakening or still dormant. Seeing this, Lin Bai immediately crushed the spirit-nourishing pill and swallowed it. Minutes after entering his stomach, the pill began to take effect. Heat arose from his abdomen, spreading through his body. Strangely, a cool sensation filled his sea of consciousness. These 2 utterly different feelings merged within his soul. Lin Bai's focus was entirely on the star chart, for it too began to change. Within it something started to gather, and gray meteorites took shape one by one. These were the foundations the spirit-nourishing pill added for him. Yet his star chart was vast, so they were mere embellishments. But Lin Bai was already content. This proved his spirit was naturally strong, and the spirit-nourishing pill was not meant for his level. He owed it to his sister's fortune. The most important thing was to be satisfied. After waiting 10 minutes, Lin Bai saw a small new area emerge at the edge of his star chart. The pill's potency faded, yet the chart now possessed a sense of harmonious completeness. If this continued, the awakened spirit might fall dormant again, while the rest only just woke, leading to failure. He could only gamble that the spirit would awaken quickly. A matter of luck. Lin Bai smiled slightly. I paid to win. He pressed the awakening stone tightly, fine cracks appeared on its surface, and wisps of emerald vapor seeped out, gathering around him, absorbed through his pores. The shells of the dormant spirits in his star chart melted away like cold oil meeting a hot blade. Once all spirits were fully awakened, his pores ceased absorbing the gas. The remainder could only be inhaled through the nose, serving merely to refresh the mind. Lin Bai watched countless awakened spirits drift and spin within the star chart. The entire chart was now lit. The first step was complete. Gazing at the chart, Lin Bai absorbed the surrounding gas to stay alert, then decisively initiated the final step, condensing his talent. Though all spirits had awakened without anchoring a talent, they would soon return to slumber or dissipate. Lin Bai rolled his tongue and swallowed the last pill. The foundation solidifying pill. This time he felt nothing but the spirits in his star chart blazed with light, each sending a faint glow toward the center. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had done all he could, what remained was the talent born of fate. His mind went blank. He had struggled so hard to reach this point. How did ordinary people without such resources manage to awaken? Awakening at 15 like himself was not the norm. Most commoners waited until after 15 when their spirit began to erode before awakening. Yes, after 15, whether awakened or not, the spirit would start to fade. If awakening failed, the spirit would not only dissipate but also suffer severe damage. The best an ordinary person could do was wait for time to wear away the spirit's shell, but this also meant some spirit would be lost. The consequence was that a genius became ordinary, like the clerk at Lin Bai's family shop, who awakened at 18 with a low-grade spirit. Had he done so earlier, he might have achieved a mid-grade spirit. Lin Bai shook his head, casting aside extraneous thoughts, and focused on the spirit cluster gathering at the center of his star chart. Suddenly his expression changed, for he saw two cores within the cluster. In this world, countless verifications had proven that awakening produced only one talent. How could his be a double yoke? Was this a dual talent or a failure? Lin Bai took a deep breath and began to pray. Lord Lao, God, Buddha, all deities, don't mess with me. I don't want to walk the path of the waste. As he prayed, the spirit cluster began to shift. The two yokes seemed to sense each other, drawing near and intertwining until they formed a sphere of red and blue. Seeing this, Lin Bai let out a long sigh of relief. This thing concerned his future. It was better to be safe. The sphere began to absorb the surrounding halo, growing larger until a redan blue star blazed at the chart's center. Countless spirits, as if finding their core, began to orbit it in orderly motion. A surge of information came to him. Lin Bai froze, then erupted into ecstasy. It really is a dual talent. Just as I guessed. Is it because I'm a reincarnator? Meanwhile, traces of spiritual energy from the outside air were drawn to these spirits, beginning to transform Lin Bai's flesh, soul, and true spirit. This feeling of progress is so exhilarating. No wonder so many love cultivation and become martial fanatics. Having completed his awakening, Lin Bai could finally ponder what set him apart from others. First was the spiritual star chart. During the awakening, he hadn't paid attention, but now examining it closely, he found his spirit seemed overly abundant. According to what had learned, fewer than 100 spirits was low-grade, or 100 to 500 mid-grade, 500 to 3,000 high-grade, and over 3,000 supreme-grade. Lin Bai had heard that last year the Qi Prince's youngest daughter awakened with a supreme-grade talent of 9,000 spirits, which was already hailed as genius. How else would such news reach his small town? Lin Bai carefully sensed his star chart. The total number of spirits was 129,600. Gazing at his radiant chart, he rubbed his chin in confusion. Is it on? Then came his talents. A dual talent unheard of in the outside world. He summarized the information. The two talents had merged, complementing each other. Cocoon Breaker reveals the optimal evolution path for spirit beasts. Synergy overlays the beast's strongest stats onto oneself. First, the Cocoon Breaker talent. Literal in meaning, but with a passive ability to inspect a spirit beast's talent values, making it the ultimate talent for beast tamers. Second, the Synergy talent. Also literal, but with two restrictions: the beast must be a bonded life spirit beast, and only the beast's highest value can be taken. Synergy paired with Cocoon Breaker plus his star chart. Wasn't he a pure numbers monster? This time Lin Bai said with certainty. It's not off, it's just on. Honestly, seeing his spirit count and talents, Lin Bai wanted to rush out and shout, I don't eat beef anymore. Lin Bai shook his head, casting aside his stray thoughts, and began to plan how to explain things to the outside world. After all, 129,600 spirits, plus a dual talent matched with his humble family background. Wasn't that like a child carrying gold through a bustling market? Only a divine being could resist the urge to rob him. Don't blame Lin Bai for his persecution complex. Why did people define potential grades for spirits? It wasn't etched on the awakener's forehead. Only vast data could measure it. And how was that vast data obtained? So hard to guess. First, regarding his spiritual talent, Lin Bai felt he couldn't hide his supreme grade status. Only supreme grade talent allowed the aloof spiritual energy of the outside world to automatically enter the body and aid transformation. With low grade talent, even sensing spiritual energy was difficult. Even if there were concealment techniques, where would Lin Bai get resources or high-tier spirit beasts? But supreme grade talent had its ranges. 3,001 spirits was supreme, 9,000 was also supreme, and his 129,600 was supreme as well. Lin Bai decided to claim around 4,000 spirits externally. After all, the Qi Prince's daughter had set a precedent. His was less than half of hers. Surely no one would dissect him. As for talents, he would reveal only part of synergy. Cocoon Breaker must never be mentioned, or Lin Bai feared head disappear the very night he showed it. Before gaining the power to protect himself, Lin Bai would only use this ability on his bonded life spirit beast. Otherwise, helping beasts evolve on a large scale would make others suspect he had some treasure, even if they didn't guess his dual talent. But using it only on his bonded beast could be attributed to a fortuitous inheritance. A bonded beast couldn't be stolen, and their numbers were limited within his control. A few evolutions at low levels wouldn't draw attention. But what if it became conspicuous at high levels? My beast has evolved to a high level and you still dare ask? I'm too gentle. Lin Bai plotted his next steps. After a long while he let out a deep sigh, rubbed his brow and smiled bitterly. Those with poor talent face countless obstacles on the path of cultivation. Those with too much talent must also tread carefully. Difficult, difficult, difficult. As Lin Bai composed his thoughts, a sudden idea struck him. Were humans considered spirit beasts? They should be right. With this thought, Lin Bai applied the Cocoon Breaker passive inspection technique to himself. To his surprise, information appeared. Name Lin Bai. Strength 0. 8 rising. Agility 0. 7 rising. Constitution 0. 7 rising. Spirit 1. 2 rising. Level not yet entered. Mortal transcendence. Skills: basic blade mastery, basic medicine, galloping horse stance, low-level archery. Talents: Cocoon Breaker synergy. Evaluation: promising, future weak now. PS data based on Lin Bai's own parameters. For an awakener with high-grade spiritual talent at the initial mortal transcendent stage, average stats across 4 dimensions are all 1. The manifestation of a high-grade spiritual talent at the initial mortal transcendent stage: strength over 1,000, gene body swift as a galloping horse, skin tough as cowhide, dragon spirited and tiger leaping. Early stages: mortal transcendence, transcendent surpassing rebirth king. Lin Bai gazed at the panel he had crafted. This felt right. He had always been bitter about not having a system after his transmigration. Other transmigrators all had one. Why didn't he? Was he being discriminated against? But now he had crafted one for himself. Though it resembled a shoddy online game interface without functions for stat allocation or lotteries, at least Lin Bai could see his status at a glance. Lin Bai looked at the panel and was quite satisfied with his attributes. Before awakening, he could only lift 300 gene. After all, he was only 15. But now it had nearly tripled. As for spirit, it had already surpassed those at the initial mortal transcendence stage. This might also be due to his foundation. Before awakening, Lin Bai could not claim photographic memory, but he had a remarkable ability to retain knowledge. What pleased him most was the text in parentheses. Supreme grade spirit was indeed king. He could absorb spiritual energy even while standing still, like living off sunlight. As for skills, these were the vital ones he had learned over the past 15 years. Lin Bai sorted through the jumble of information in his mind, and only when his heart had calmed did he step out of the meditation chamber. Lin Bai pushed open the door to the quiet room, and saw his parents and sister gathered in the courtyard, their faces filled with anxiety and anticipation. This scene resembled the childbirth scenes from dramas in his past life, where family members anxiously awaited outside while Lin Bai played the role of the doctor with his awakened spirit and talent symbolizing the child. He initially wanted to make a joke, but as he glanced at the anxious expressions of his family, he instantly suppressed his playful thoughts. One should know clearly when to act appropriately in different situations. Lin Bai shifted his thoughts quickly, adopting the demeanor of a confident and spirited youth, even adding a hint of deliberate arrogance to his expression. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, "Father, mother, sister, welcome, welcome, our Lin family's future king, the bearer of your greatest pride and extraordinary talent, Lin Bai." As Lin Yi rushed over, he initially intended to reprimand Lin Bai for his arrogant demeanor, and had even prepared to slap him. However, upon hearing Lin Bai's words, his expression changed instantly, as did those of Wang Xiu and Lin Su behind him. Lin Yi rushed to Lin Bai, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "You little brat, what did you just say? Extraordinary talent. Don't think you can joke with me about this. It's not something to be taken lightly, or you'll regret it today." Wang Xiu and Lin Su were also very serious, and it's no wonder. Extraordinary talent is fundamentally different from medium and high-level talents. High-level talents are already rare. For instance, in Anning County, which has a population of about 50 to 60,000, theoretically, only a few dozen high-level talents can emerge each generation, and Lin Su is one of them. However, extraordinary talent is a treasure of the heavens and earth, and cannot be amassed merely by population numbers. 0 multiplied by any number is still 0. In the past century, only 3 individuals with recorded extraordinary talent have emerged in Anning County. If what Lin Bai said is true, he would be the 4th. While it is possible that there are higher-level elixirs than the spirit-nurturing pill in the county or the region to help the scions of great families break through from high to extraordinary talent. However, in a small place like Anning County combined with Lin Bai's family background, obtaining an elixir like the spirit-nurturing pill is already a limit, and it does not aid in breaking through to extraordinary talent. Humph, you actually don't believe me. Look around me. Lin Yi and the other three, all possessing cultivation, immediately focused their senses upon hearing this, and what they perceived sent their hearts into turmoil. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Lin Bai seemed to be drawn by an invisible force slowly and spontaneously converging into his body. Although they had prepared themselves for what Lin Bai said, they were still filled with excitement at this sight. All right, my son is indeed remarkable. Xiao Bai, you've been awakened for quite a while. Are you hungry? Mother has already prepared a meal, let's eat. Lin Su, being relatively calm, seized the moment to ask. Little brother, what specifics can you tell us about your talent? What aspect does it lean towards? Lin Bai quickly focused on the key point. Let's eat first, we can discuss this after. Eating is the top priority. He needed his family to calm down a bit. He had been awakened for quite some time. He went in around noon, and now it was almost evening when he emerged. After the meal, with the candlelight flickering, the four of them sat around the hall. Lin Bai noticed that their expressions had calmed significantly before speaking. The total number of spirit particles I awakened is over 4,000, and my talent is related to beast-taming and martial arts. With each contracted spirit beast, my physique will receive a certain boost, and as the spirit beast evolves, I will also reap greater benefits. Lin Su carefully processed her brother's words, knowing that with her current identity and experience, she would need to advise and recommend Lin Bai on many of his future choices. In fact, Lin Bai's family connections were not weak. Similar to the scholars of ancient times in his past life, they might not be exceedingly wealthy, but their connections were certainly strong. As long as a genius emerges, someone will guide them, helping them avoid many detours, and interest groups would not reject him, which is something others cannot compare with. Lin Bai's father has no major family behind him. He is an orphan who joined the military after gritting his teeth in his youth. With his courageous spirit and clean background, he became a personal soldier to a general. This general later rose to prominence, becoming a military commander in the army of Yunzhou, holding a 5th-rank official position, and the county lieutenant of Yunmeng is a member of that general's faction. Moreover, many official channels involve Lin Yi's comrades. Otherwise, how would Lin Bai's father obtain the Spirit Awakening Stone, a state-controlled item? Of course, this does not mean that Lin Yi has any close ties to that general, but rather friendships with former comrades, and to outsiders the connections and backing you appear to have. This is what truly matters. Lin Bai's mother Wang Xiu is even more remarkable, coming from the Wang family of Yunming, which is a branch of the renowned Wang family in the province, thus having a solid background akin to the kind of power where after defeating someone small a bigger one comes, and after defeating the bigger one an even larger one follows. If Wang Xiu's line weren't a side branch, and if she weren't a concubine with relatively low talent coupled with her own determination to marry Lin Yi. Otherwise, how could a mere soldier like Lin Yi aspire to such lofty heights? Even Lin Su, initially able to enter the county's Hall of Kindness, as an apprentice, relied on her mother's family connections. Otherwise, not to mention the Hall of Kindness in the county, even in Anning County there would be competition, as the current era belongs to the Golden Age, and even the employees in Lin Bai's family's shop belong to the awakened class. As for Lin Su, would anyone really think that the disciples of an alchemist capable of refining spirit-nurturing pills are ordinary people? So when it comes to identity, Lin Su's status is currently the highest. After all, both Lin Bai's father and mother have a tendency to flaunt their connections. Lin Bai's opinions will certainly be influenced by his sister's views, not only because Lin Su's status is currently elevated, but also because many changes in information are unclear to Lin Bai's parents, who have been away from Yunmeng City for nearly 20 years. After a short while, Lin Su raised her head to look at Lin Bai. Little brother, first of all, there's no need to hide your extraordinary talent. Just be cautious not to display it too ostentatiously in public. Lin Bai understood immediately. His sister meant to showcase value to future backing and the powers he needs to rely on, but to conceal his sharpness from peers, subordinates, and potential rivals. In short, conceal from those above but not from those below. Lin Bai felt that displaying extraordinary talent would be beneficial, as he anticipated that he would inevitably have to engage in conflicts not merely over resources. If you present yourself as a high-level talent yet surpass extraordinary talent, once or twice might be fine, but if it happens multiple times, even a fool would realize there's something off, that you're hiding a secret. However, among those with extraordinary talents, fighting amongst themselves is completely normal. While having secrets is normal, Lin Bai's secret is quite substantial, so he must start planning to disguise it, at least ensuring that the revealed secret does not exceed the cost others would incur when dealing with him. Lin Su looked at the nodding Lin Bai with a sense of comfort. After all, at such a young age, who doesn't love to show off? This is something not everyone can control, as demonstrating one's talents is one of humanity's fundamental instincts. At this moment Lin Su turned to Lin Yi and said, "Father, didn't you learn the breath-concealing technique in the army? Can you teach it to Xiao Bai?" Lin Yi had been quietly listening to his daughter explain things to his son, feeling pleased to see both of his children thrive and grow close, which is something many parents dream of. All he could do was not hold them back or give random advice, but thinking about being a father yet unable to help his son made him feel a bit lonely. Now hearing his daughter's question and realizing he could still play a role, he immediately patted his chest in assurance. This technique is common in the army. It's not a rare treasure, and there are no restrictions on sharing it. They'll teach him directly right away. Lin Su then asked her brother again, "Little brother, what are your thoughts on the powers you plan to join in the future? Your talent isn't suited for the Hall of Kindness, the Hall of Craftsmen, or the Talisman Masters Association, these noble factions. Your talent is more akin to a demon-hunting martial artist or a mountain-patrolling falconer, rather than a pure beast-tamer. To you, demon beasts are just a part of enhancing your strength. However, joining those factions that rely solely on bloodshed for resources is too early for you and poses too high a risk, which wouldn't be conducive to steadily realizing your potential. Joining a faction is essential, or otherwise, where would resources come from? How would you find a backing? How would you learn the skills of assisting in Dao practices without relying on others? That would be courting death." Lin Bai also understood that choosing different factions early on would yield different outcomes. If he were to join factions like the Demon Extermination Division or the Demon Suppression Guard, which involve constant fighting, it wouldn't allow him to realize his potential well. Unfortunately, he cannot reveal his talent for breaking through, or otherwise, wouldn't he be able to enter the Beastmaster Hall with ease? The main issue is his current strength. If Lin Bai were at an extraordinary level, he would definitely choose those factions, and might even consider joining the military, but unfortunately he is not. At that time, you can take the path of the Wang family. Xiao Bai, you have extraordinary talent, they won't refuse you. If that doesn't work, you can take the path of my teacher. Lin Su looked at their mother Wang Xiu, who nodded and said, "I will write a letter to your mother, she will arrange everything for you. The most important thing is your path in the Tao, or you don't need to worry about that. I will personally go to ask the teacher." The path in the Tao is not something granted by talent, but rather the experiences forged by generations of humanity. Thus, a less populated path in the Tao is not necessarily weak, but a heavily populated one is definitely strong, as the pitfalls that need to be avoided have already been traversed by predecessors. Currently, there are many paths in the extraordinary realm akin to the sands of the Ganges with branches that can be considered combinations and permutations. For paths with many cultivators, naturally the corresponding techniques, secret arts, resources, and promotion routes are also more refined. For example, the path of the martial artist is one of the most populous routes with numerous branches. There are the mainstream martial artists who hone their physical bodies and blood. There are the demon martial artists who implant demon beast organs, and there are weapon body martial artists who refine themselves as divine weapons. Listening to his sister's well-structured analysis, although Lin Bai had thought about many of these principles himself, hearing them from Lin Su brought clarity and conviction, calming the restlessness in his heart that arose from his awakening. The road ahead is long, but at least he is not walking alone. In the 2 days following his awakening, Lin Bai clung to his father like a piece of sticky candy, persistently pestering him for a trip to the market. The main reason was that one of the wings that would carry Lin Bai to soar in the future was the spirit beast. Drawing from the novels he had read in his past life and the storybooks of this one, he believed that a protagonist could stumble upon a potential-laden divine beast at their starting point. Harboring this expectation, he spent 2 consecutive days scouring the market, scrutinizing every stall and cage, only to be utterly disheartened in the end. Everything was ordinary with lackluster potential, and not a single thing caught his eye. However, he discovered a flaw in the passive detection skill granted by the Cocoon Break talent. It could be detected by others, and the greater the gap in cultivation level, the higher the chance of being found out. Lin Bai had tested this while wandering the market and had to make a quick escape. Moreover, the detail of the information obtained from each probe and the amount of mental energy consumed were both related to the disparity in cultivation between him and the target. Thinking about it, it made sense. If there were no limits, this talent would be far too overpowered. "You're back. Eureka, go take a bath right now." Upon his return, Wang Xiu grabbed him by the ear and scolded him. Although Lin Bai didn't sweat much, the market in Anning County was mostly filled with animal vendors, and his constant darting around had inevitably left him with a strong odor. After washing up, Lin Bai dashed back to his room, took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. The pill transformed into a warm, soothing current that nourished his limbs and bones. Almost there. After taking this pill, the energy my body lacks will be nearly replenished. Once spirituality awakens, even without deliberate cultivation, a minor transformation occurs, much like a sponge absorbing water on its own. But if left to a natural transformation relying solely on the grains and cereals of daily meals, it would take an unknown amount of time to complete. However, Lin Bai had resorted to consuming more pills. After all, his sister was an alchemist. After a long while Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes. A glint of sharp light seemed to flash across his gaze, briefly brightening the room. A satisfied smile involuntarily curved at the corners of his mouth. It was done. Lin Bai cast a detection spell on himself. Name Lin Bai. Strength 2. 5. Agility 2. 7. Physique 2. 6. Spirit 3. 5. Level not yet entered the mortal transcendent stage. Skills: basic blade art, basic medicine, galloping horse stance, intermediate archery, Yunzhou Northern Mountain Army Scout, concealment technique, beginner. Talents: Cocoon Break Walk Together. Evaluation: promising future, easily bullied for now. After the transformation, Lin Bai's various attributes had nearly tripled those of a cultivator who had just entered the mortal transcendent stage, and he had not even begun cultivating yet. Compared to the transformations after formal cultivation, this current improvement was nothing more than a mosquito bite. And it wasn't as if 3 newly transcended individuals could defeat Lin Bai, or to him, these people were merely a few punches worth of trouble. After all, reality wasn't a game where health was forcibly depleted. The higher the 4-dimensional attributes, the more a single point difference meant a world of disparity. But this only applied to ordinary martial artists. If someone else harbored a freakish talent or followed a path that was strong in the early stages, Lin Bai could still find himself capsizing in a ditch. As for skills, with the overall improvement in physical condition, the original basic archery naturally advanced to intermediate archery, significantly enhancing firing speed, accuracy, and sustained combat capability. His blade art had also improved somewhat, but as he had only practiced the forms before and lacked real combat experience, the progress was relatively limited. What pleased him most was the last skill, the Northern Mountain Army Scout concealment technique, which had finally reached the beginner level. Now he could independently control whether to absorb external spiritual energy, no longer needing to be the brightest star in the crowd. This concealment technique belonged to the scout camp of the Northern Mountain Army. What kind of army was the Northern Mountain Army? It was an army that fought against the barbarians of the Great Desert in northern Yunzhou, hailed as the Shield of Yunzhou. Its scout camp was the elite among elites, excelling in stealth and tracking. In terms of games, this was at least a blue-quality skill. Lin Bai had no idea how his father had obtained it. Although his father had served in the Northern Mountain Army in his youth, he wasn't part of the scout camp. Lin Bai knew that much. Well, overthinking was useless. Perhaps his father had his own opportunities. Lin Bai stroked his chin, studying his status panel. High-level archery paired with a military-grade concealment technique, fast speed, strong mental power, precise aiming. Tisk, my panel looks like the perfect profile for an ambusher. Of course, he was also aware of his weaknesses. His blade art was too rudimentary, nothing but flashy moves. For a 15-year-old still laying his foundation, this was normal, but it severely wasted his extraordinary talents, which were akin to a well-rounded avatar. 2 more days passed, and the lingering unwillingness in Lin Bai's heart stirred again. Almost compulsively, he made another trip to the market, only to be disappointed once more. Fortunately, he hadn't held much hope this time, so the disappointment wasn't too bitter. The weather was just like that. Scorching at noon. But as evening winds blew, a bone-chilling cold set in. Tomorrow was the day he would leave with his sister Lin Su for Yunmeng City. Since it was Lin Bai's first time leaving home, Wang Xiu busied herself with packing while nagging non-stop. Pack more clothes. Don't be fooled by the midday heat. It gets cold at night, and it'll turn even colder in a month. When you're out, be kind to others, but don't be afraid if someone bullies you. Our family can still make others listen to reason. If anything comes up, remember to find your uncle and aunt. Lin Bai sat obediently by her side. I understand. Neither in his past life nor this one had Lin Bai traveled far. In his past life, he was just an orphaned, impoverished college student. The beautiful scenery online remained only online. In this life, he was still young with a limited range of activity. Facing the unknown prefectural city, he felt both anticipation and a hint of bewilderment. After one night in the morning, Lin Yi and Wang Xiu escorted Lin Su and her younger brother to the benevolent Heart Hall in Anning County. The group arrived at the backyard gate. The servant guarding the gate recognized Lin Su and didn't stop them. Instead, he greeted proactively, Manager Lin, you're here. There's still some time before departure. Who are these people? My parents here to see me and my brother off. Lin Su replied simply. The gatekeeper didn't pry further, treating it as routine. Technically, the backyard was the inner courtyard of the benevolent Heart Hall, and unrelated people weren't allowed in. But was a manager an ordinary person? So the gatekeeper turned a blind eye, pretending not to notice. Once inside, Lin's parents were very disciplined, not wandering around. They seized the last moments to repeatedly remind Lin Bai of the precautions he should take once he arrived in Yunmeng City. After greeting everyone, Lin Su returned and sat beside Lin Bai, closing her eyes to rest. She knew it was normal for their parents to fuss, otherwise they wouldn't feel at ease, just like 3 years ago when she had left for Yunmeng City. After enduring his parents nagging, Lin Bai quietly moved closer to Lin Su and nudged her with his elbow. "Sis, why do they call you manager?" "Because I asked my teacher for leave and she said I should go out and see the world. She arranged for me to learn from the convoy, so I got the title of manager. The real manager isn't me." Lin Bai marveled inwardly at how formidable his sister's teacher must be. Lin Su made it sound simple, but with 2 lifetimes of experience, Lin Bai could tell. Wasn't this just gilding her resume? Especially for a position like transporting medicinal herbs, there was a lot of hidden profit. An ordinary person wanting such a job, sure, they could sign up as a guard. But a manager's position? You must be dreaming. That was a position for trusted insiders. Lin Bai watched as the attendants in the hall checked the cargo for any omissions and loaded it onto the carriages. The convoy's guards also returned one by one, respectfully greeting Lin Su when they saw her. Lin Su merely nodded slightly without saying much. Only when a somewhat gaunt man around 40 or 50 dressed like a manager approached did Lin Su stand up to converse with him. "Manager Zhou, when will the convoy depart?" "Soon, very soon. At most a quarter of an hour. By the way, who are these people?" "My parents here to see me and my brother off. My brother's name is Lin Bai and he'll be riding with our convoy to Yunmeng City." "So this is your younger brother. Since he's the brother of alchemist Lin, he's one of us at the Benevolent Heart Hall. Young Lin Bai looks exceptionally bright. Heading to the prefectural city will surely lead to a bright future." Lin Bai watched the exchange between manager Zhou and his sister, thinking to himself that being a manager on the road truly required a gift for making others feel at ease. People were different. The same words spoken by some could warm the heart. Of course, he also understood that this warmth largely stemmed from his sister's status and potential. If he were just an ordinary boy, the other party probably wouldn't even spare him a second glance. After finishing her conversation with manager Zhou, Lin Su turned to their parents and said, "Father, Mother, the convoy is about to leave. Let me and Xiao Bai see you out first. Rest assured I'll take good care of my little brother." Lin Yi and Wang Xiu nodded, knowing it was time to leave. At the backyard gate, Lin Bai was bidding farewell to Wang Xiu. Wang Xiu opened her mouth as if to speak, but knowing time was short, she could only step forward and hug Lin Bai gently. "Eat well in Yunmeng City. Don't be picky, have more vegetables." Lin Bai nodded and Wang Xiu released him, letting him walk back inside with Lin Su. At that moment, Lin Yi stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Wang Xiu to comfort her. "Come on, don't be sad. Don't you trust our son? That little rascal has been clever since he was young, full of tricks. He's always the one taking advantage of others, never the other way around. And now, with Susu helping him, with his extraordinary talent, he's destined to go further than us. An eagle can only soar in the sky. In a cage, it's no different from a sparrow." Wang Xiu leaned her face into Lin Yi's chest and nodded. "I know. I just can't bear to let him go. Susu left, and now Xiao Bai has to leave me too." Soon a team of tall black horses with horns on their heads pulled the convoy slowly out of the gate. 2 carriages and over a dozen cargo carts were tightly encircled by the guards. From the window of one carriage, Lin Bai leaned out vigorously, waving his arms at his parents. Lin Bai watched as the carriage passed through the familiar streets of his hometown and then rolled out of the city gate. Anning County. His home for 15 years. Lin Bai watched as the city walls grew smaller and smaller until eventually even the outline of the battlements vanished completely beneath the horizon. The youth's emotions were like a sudden summer rain, fierce in their arrival and swift in their departure. Lin Bai was not sad after all. He was only going to study, not to be gone forever. However, leaving his hometown so abruptly inevitably stirred a sense of hesitation within him. He leaned against the window of the carriage, curiously observing the scenery outside. The caravan was exiting through the southern gate of Anning County, a direction he seldom traveled, and everything he saw was fresh and new. There were numerous villages surrounding Anning County. This is not surprising, as the monsters and demons of this world are not merely legends. Humanity can only gather and reside in settlements, leveraging the radiant energy of humanity and the power of city formations to fend off external evils and seek peace. Unfortunately, cities with complete walls and formations are ultimately few, and most villages can only rely on themselves. This has also fostered a vigorous martial spirit in this world. Villages that manage to thrive in the wilderness to some extent possess a few unique skills to ensure their survival. Soon the road became rugged, which was one of the points Lin Bai most wanted to complain about. How could a dynasty with extraordinary power not maintain its roads? Fortunately, the horses used by the caravan of the Kindness Hall were not ordinary. They were truly extraordinary beasts, the black-horned horses. These horses were completely black with a single horn on their heads, exceptionally majestic, and were genuine metamorphic beasts. It was rumored that they carried a trace of dragon blood within them. They could travel 1,000 miles a day, had remarkable stamina, and outstanding carrying and defensive capabilities. More importantly, the black-horned horses were the officially designated military mounts of the Great Xia dynasty, boasting a complete and mature training and progression system. It was difficult for ordinary people to obtain even one, yet the Kindness Hall was using them for transport. Oh, one of the forces behind the Kindness Hall was the royal family, so that explained it. Lin Su looked helplessly at her foolish younger brother, who was fixated on the black-horned horses outside. Little brother, are you very interested in the black-horned horses? Do you want a contract with them? If you want one, I can ask my teacher to find you one with a better bloodline. No, sister. I was wondering if the Kindness Hall is really that wealthy using black-horned horses as transport. These are all discarded by the border troops. They barely reached the metamorphic stage. Lin Bai asked again. Sister, how strong is the Kindness Hall among the forces in Yunmeng City? Upon hearing her brother's question about serious matters, Lin Su's expression became serious. Usually when she returned home, she would share amusing anecdotes, but now it was time to give her brother a clear understanding of Yunmeng City. After clearing her throat, Lin Su began to speak. In Yunmeng City, the three major forces, the Kindness Hall, the Tinkerer Hall, and the Talismaker Society, all have the participation of the Great Xia royal family in their establishment. Wherever there are cities in the world, there is their presence, including Anning County. They are distinguished forces. Additionally, there are the Shinshou Wang family, the Yinggu Lu family, and the Huoling Li family, which are forces rooted in the state dominating various aspects of Yunmeng City. Even the Kindness Hall is influenced by these forces. For example, my aunt is a mid-level alchemist in the Kindness Hall. Other forces also place their people similarly. Of course, the Kindness Hall does not oppose this, as spreading across the 13 states of the Great Xia requires a large number of talents, and the aristocratic families are the ones with the most talent. Names like Shinshou, Yinggu, and Huoling not only represent the characteristics of the families, but also signify their heritage. In this world, names and titles carry significant weight. Take the Shinshou Wang family as an example. Most of the family members follow the path of Qi practitioners, and their characteristic method is revitalization. Even side family members like Wang Xiu, who have average talents, can manage to understand a bit. When Lin Bai and his sister were young, she often folded paper birds using spiritual energy to bring them to life, making them dance in the air to amuse them. At that time, they thought it was simply magical and interesting. In retrospect, that seemingly simple technique actually contained exquisite control over spirituality. Of course, the deep roots of powerful families mean they will not rely on just one core path. After introducing Lin Bai to these major forces, Lin Su continued to explain other forces. Next, there are local influential families like the Zhou family and the Zhong family. They often delve deeply into specific industries. Although they lack the power of the three major families, they should not be underestimated. These local families form solid alliances through close marriages, and even the three major families do not dare to push them too hard. They have connections in the state and even at higher levels, and they are exceptionally united. The remaining forces are small gangs that do not need to be mentioned, such as the Yulong Gang, the xuanhuan Hall, and the Yutong Society, which have backing from other forces. After all, some dirty work is needed to be done for these major forces acting as their hidden hands. The Yulong Gang is backed by the government, the xuanhuan Hall is affiliated with local forces, the Yutong Society belongs to the three major families. This is roughly how they are categorized. Among them, the xuanhuan Hall is the weakest, lacking any notable powers. The Yulong Gang is the strongest, while the Yutong Society is in the middle. Oh, there is also a particularly unique force, the Shendawu, whose influence spans the three states of Yunzhou, Bingzhou, and the northern border of Liangzhou. The Shendawu has a complex faction, mostly inheriting through master-student relationships. Anyone from the northern regions, including local shamans, witches, and wandering monks or Taoists, can be considered part of the Shendawu lineage. Do not underestimate them. This faction has produced several abbots of the Tian Temple. They have only experienced some decline in the past few hundred years. After Lin Su finished her introduction, Lin Bai quietly organized these relationships. After all, he would be studying to become stronger in Yunmeng City soon. If he did not understand these relationships, he might inadvertently step into a pit without even realizing it. After listening to his sister's introduction, Lin Bai carefully sorted through the intricate web of relationships in his mind. After a long while, he rubbed his forehead and sighed in such a way that you are in me, and I am in you. It seems that while Yunmeng City appears calm on the surface, there must be turbulent currents beneath. Seeing Lin Bai looking distressed, Lin Su asked him what was wrong. After hearing the answer, she couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pull him closer and ruffling his hair. You, sister, is a disciple of a master alchemist. You should know that there are only about 30 alchemists publicly recognized in Yunzhou, and you lack confidence in your talents. You have extraordinary talent. Extraordinary talent is considered genius even in the state or the imperial court, not to mention you have 4,000 spiritual seeds, which is not low among extraordinary talents. Lin Bai was taken aback. Was his background actually so profound? The one with vested interests turned out to be him. Moreover, he had not expected his sister's teacher to have such a significant background. No wonder Lin's father and mother were so excited at that time. Lin Bai cautiously said, "So I am the second generation with a background. Does that mean I can run rampant in Yunmeng City?" But unexpectedly Lin Su shook her head again. "I am not my teacher's only disciple, and the teacher has family members. I am still young, so they are leveraging my future reputation, but these connections can guarantee fairness, which is the greatest fairness for you. In the end, what we can rely on is still ourselves. All brightness must be earned by ourselves, so you must strive and become stronger to have the opportunity to seek greater fairness." Lin Su thought that her brother might feel a bit disappointed, but to her surprise Lin Bai grinned widely unfazed. "Sister, ensuring fairness is the greatest privilege we can gain from our family background, right? Moreover, I, your brother, am quite capable of striving. Who knows, I might even be the one to protect you in the future." Hearing this, Lin Su was slightly taken aback, then smiled widely. "Then I will wait for our little man to shine and illuminate his sister." Lin Bai was truly satisfied. After all, he was already living a second life, and he understood that fairness is a privilege that is challenging to obtain. He feared that even the opportunity to strive might be out of reach. Thus the Lin siblings continued their conversation in the carriage, for once they arrived in Yunmeng City, they would have only each other as their closest kin. Lin Su was quite pleased with Lin Bai's reaction. Her younger brother's first response upon hearing about Yunmeng City was to strive, which was a very good sign considering their family's circumstances. Without striving, where would resources come from? Her identity as a disciple of a master alchemist was not earned without struggle. She was well aware of the many visible and invisible conflicts she had faced. Only she knew that she had always chosen to report good news rather than bad. Moreover, there was something Lin Su had not told Lin Bai. She felt very reassured having him accompany her to Yunmeng City, even if Lin Bai couldn't help her much at the moment. After all, no matter how mature Lin Su was, she was only 18. Being alone in Yunmeng City, even with her mother's family around, felt different. While discussing various aspects of Yunmeng City, the siblings were not worried about being overheard because the carriage was inscribed with soundproof runes, and this was not anything shameful. When they grew hungry at noon, they ate the dried beef prepared by their mother. This was a common outdoor food in Yunzhou, effective for dealing with special situations and guarding against human malice. This world was vast, and even in a place like Anning County, relatively close to Yunmeng City, traveling on a blackhorned horse would still take until the afternoon of the next day to arrive. Ordinary people had it even worse. Not only was the journey long, but the mountain bandits and monsters on the road were no joke. The common folk, unless they traveled in groups, were like lambs to the slaughter in every sense of the word, including physically. In the afternoon, the caravan continued its journey, expected to halt and camp for rest by dusk. Lin Bai was gazing at the fleeting scenery outside, when he suddenly saw a scout knight responsible for scouting and vigilance rushing back, heading directly to the carriage of Steward Zhou, whispering something. He didn't pay much attention to listen. After all, prying into others' privacy was not a good habit. Upon hearing the report from the knight by the carriage, Steward Zhou made several hand gestures, and the caravan gradually slowed down. Now Lin Bai became a bit curious. Did they encounter some issues ahead? Surely it wasn't bandits blocking the road. Lost in thought, Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle at his own imagination. After all, even if they didn't recognize the flag of the Kindness Hall, they could still tell from the extraordinary nature of the black-horned horses and the leather armor worn by the knights that they were not to be trifled with. What? There are actually mountain bandits blocking the road, intending to rob us. Lin Bai was utterly bewildered, almost doubting his ears. What on earth had these bandits been fed to be so audacious? Could they not see this squad of armored spear-wielding cavalry exuding a murderous aura? How dared these bandits? Just moments ago, Steward Zhou had sent word that brigands had set an ambush ahead, aiming to intercept the convoy. Unlike Lin Bai's astonishment, Lin Su remained as serene as still water. She gave a slight nod to acknowledge the news, then dismissed the messenger. Then, turning her head, she spoke to Lin Bai in a calm tone. Whatever intentions those ahead harbor, whether malicious or sheer folly, what we must do now is crush them and then extract their true purpose. Lin Su paused, gazing at her brother with a hint of admonishment in her eyes. Xiao Bai, remember this, the world has never lacked fools. They always have sudden brilliant ideas and actually act on them. Lin Bai understood the logic, but ordinarily bandits ought to possess some discernment, or otherwise they'd have been wiped out long ago. In truth, major bandit gangs were either proxies for some influential figure, or had been tacitly allowed to thrive by large merchant caravans. After all, by paying a modest sum they could use these bandits to eliminate smaller competitors monopolizing the trade routes. What a splendid arrangement that was. While Lin Bai was silently grumbling, Lin Su was also deep in thought, considering whether this was an opportune moment to let Lin Bai taste blood. Though Lin Bai was only 15, prodigies in this world matured early. Yet Lin Su worried he might be frightened and harbor a shadow in his heart. After much deliberation, Lin Su ultimately left the decision to Lin Bai. Killing bandits? No problem, sis. Lin Bai's decisiveness caught Lin Su by surprise. In truth, Lin Bai had steeled himself for killing even before setting out. Whether innocent or guilty, anyone who stood in his path would be cut down without mercy. It had nothing to do with good or evil thoughts or allegiance. He simply wished to press forward, relentlessly seize control of his own destiny, and perhaps glimpse the vistas at this world's summit. Nothing more and nothing less. Of course, Lin Bai was no bloodthirsty madman nor a sociopath. As long as matters didn't concern him or those close to him, he was someone who deeply cherished life. With the decision made, Lin Su wasted no time. She immediately led Lin Bai off the carriage. Lin Bai also prepared his gear, a traditional Yenling saber about 3 feet long, a 5-stone bow, and a quiver holding 30 arrows. All specially readied before leaving home. Lin Bai hung the saber at his waist, slung the quiver over his back, and carried the bow. The convoy's guard comprised 20 riders split into 2 groups. Half were dispatched to clear the bandits ahead, while the other half remained to guard the convoy. The team preparing to eliminate the bandits was jubilant, while those left behind sighed and thumped their chests in frustration. Because the Benevolence Hall had a rule, in such situations half of the spoils could be kept without being turned in. As for whether only 10 men might face trouble, were you joking? Every member of the team was at the mortal transcending stage, while those bandits likely hadn't even awakened their talents. After all, once talents were awakened, finding a legitimate job in the city wasn't difficult. Unless utterly desperate or harboring other secrets, who would willingly take up the precarious blood-soaked trade of banditry? Only the leaders could scrape together some profit. After alighting, Lin Su exchanged a few brief words with Steward Zhou. After all, she wasn't the true person in charge. Though she bore the title of steward, it was nominal. Leaving the convoy without informing him would be improper. Naturally, Steward Zhou readily agreed. It was a trivial matter, and courtesy begets courtesy. Lin Su borrowed 2 horses from the guards left behind, then mounted with Lin by following the clearing team. Both siblings were skilled equestrians thanks to their father Lin Ye's teachings. While they were no experts in mounted combat, galloping posed no issue. Soon the team rendezvoused with a returning scout. Guided by him, they veered into a wooded area. Before long, they spotted a band of about 100 bandits attempting to retreat. Clearly the brigands had realized they'd bitten off more than they could chew. Wang Matzi, the chief of Clear Wind Stronghold, was cursing his luck. His subordinates had just reported spotting fat prey, and had eagerly led his men down the mountain, only to collide head-on with a pack of man-eating tigers. He recognized the Benevolence Hall's convoy. Fleeing in disarray, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Honored gentlemen of the Benevolence Hall. Today Wang Matzi failed to recognize a true dragon and mistook you for someone else. Please show mercy and forgive me." Wang Matzi secretly vowed that once he escaped, he'd flay the informant alive. But the distance between them was closing fast. How could 2 legs outrun, for especially mounts like the Blackhorn horses? Beasts that traversed forests as if on flat ground. "Honored sirs, my backer is the Ma family of Pingchuan County. Perhaps you know them." Wang Matzi, desperate, invoked his stronghold's patron. But the Benevolence Hall's cavalry paid him no heed, pressing onward. If he'd claimed ties to some major clan from Yunmeng City, it might have carried weight. Pingchuan County, a backwater like Anning County. The riders from Yunmeng City nearly laughed. And was the Benevolence Hall's own background insignificant? Seeing capture was imminent, Wang Matzi steeled himself and roared, "Brothers, halt! These damned guards won't spare us. Let's fight to the death." Credit where it's due, Wang Matzi had some wits. Knowing the cavalry would show no mercy, rallying his men for a desperate struggle might offer a glimmer of hope. Turning your back on cavalry was suicide. Everyone in Yunzhou knew that. Wang Matzi seemed to hold considerable sway among his men. Despite their terror, the bandits gradually stopped and turned to face the attackers. This surprised Captain Wang, who led the cavalry. But ultimately, they were nothing but a rabble. Even a flash of courage couldn't change that. "Draw swords. Prepare to charge." Captain Wang intended to use the horses' momentum to shatter the bandit formation. The cavalry, like a sharp arrowhead, drove straight toward Wang Matzi at the center. Lin Bai and his sister followed at the rear, waiting for the cavalry to scatter the bandits before selecting suitable targets for a trial. After all, Lin Su aimed to temper Lin Bai's courage, not his combat skills. At last the cavalry crashed into the bandits with a thunderous impact. The riders' sabers like scythes of death effortlessly reaped the lives of the frontline bandits who fell like wheat stalks before a gale. Of course the foremost bandits served some purpose. Their flesh-and-blood bodies slowed the cavalry's charge. Just as the bandits thought they might put up a fight, they discovered their weapons couldn't penetrate the riders' armor or their mounts' hides. Even striking unprotected areas left only faint red marks. The riders, seeing this, smoothly dismounted by patting their horses' necks and began an efficient purge. The intelligent Blackhorn horses actively charged left and right, further splitting and disrupting the bandit ranks. After a couple dozen were killed, the bandits began to rout. Even Wang Mozi's personal encouragement couldn't stem the tide, not even when he killed a few fleeing men. Wang Mozi wanted to flee too, but he knew full well the enemy was after him. Anyone else might escape, but not him. Captain Wang had already reached him. Wang Mozi gritted his teeth and engaged. Upon their first clash, Captain Wang looked surprised. Wang Mozi was also a mortal transcending cultivator, and a fairly advanced one at that. "Hey old Nyo, come give me a hand. This bastard's got some bite." Captain Wang grinned, feeling no compunction about calling for backup. He had no interest in a solo duel. Wang Mozi's eyes bulged as he roared in fury. "What kind of hero are you ganging up on me?" Head never expected this imposing-looking man to call for help mid-fight. Captain Wang curled his lip in disdain. "Justice and honor. With scum like you." While Captain Wang clashed with Wang Mozi, Lin Su had found a target for Lin by a panicked bandit who looked like a minor leader. She pointed him out. "Just kill him?" Lin Bai asked. Lin Su nodded, intrigued. It seemed her little brother intended to use his bow. Lin Su's guess was correct. Among Lin Bai's skills, archery was his best. Lin Bai pulled an arrow from his quiver, knocked it on the bow while on horseback, and drew the great bow to its full extent. This bow required 600 gene of force to draw fully and 1,000 to wield with ease. Lin Bai now possessed over 2,000 gene of strength, more than enough to draw it fully. In fact, he worried he might snap the bow. He aimed, then released the string. The arrow left the bowstring with a piercing shriek. It didn't stop inside the target, but carrying terrifying kinetic energy, punched straight through the bandit's chest, instantly shredding and tearing out his internal organs. Scarlet and white splattered everywhere. The bandit, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, flew backward like a ragdoll, crashing heavily to the ground. Dead on the spot. Lin Su's beautiful eyes flickered with varied expressions. She knew her brother was a fine archer, but the strength he displayed today startled her. She understood exactly how much force was needed to draw that bow. Curious to see if Lin Bai's other abilities had also undergone a transformation, she sought another target. She picked a burly bandit one, who clearly had trained his physique likely on par with a non-warrior path transcender. After finding the target, she shot Lin Bai a meaningful glance. "Xiao Bai, this time no arrows. Use your saber. It'll back you up." Lin Bai was taken aback, not knowing why his sister arranged it so, but didn't dwell on it. Lin Su and Lin Bai dismounted and sprinted toward the target, unafraid the bandit might steal their horses. Blackhorn horses, being spirit beasts, possessed a degree of intelligence. As they ran, Lin Su grew increasingly astonished. She was running at full speed, yet Lin Bai kept pace effortlessly. Even though she followed the alchemist path, not one for direct combat. She was halfway through the mortal transcending stage, and her physical strength was far from negligible. Moreover, the mortal transcending realm focused on shedding the mortal shell and evolving the body. Within minutes, the siblings caught up to the bandit who had strayed from the main group. This bandit, named Hu Yi, was secretly congratulating himself on escaping. Had seen his chief Wang Mozi being ganged up on by 3 guards and looking like he was about to die. "Good thing I ran fast. Damn, those bastards are probably heading to the stronghold to loot. Can't go back now. Need to lay low for a few days until things blow over. But hey, the chief's about to kick it. Maybe I can come back in a few days and snag his spot. Become Hu Mozi. Hey there, bandit brother, you're drooling." A voice suddenly came from behind. Hui spun around to see a youth no more than 15 or 16. Though solidly built, his youthful face was unmistakable. Startled, Hui flew into a rage and swung his saber at Lin Bai. "Tisk, small-time bandits from a petty stronghold. They don't even know the rule about not messing with the elderly or children in the Jianghu." Lin Bai commented in an old-fashioned tone, but his 3-foot Yenling saber moved with no less speed. A flash of steel. He precisely parried the incoming blade with an upward flick, then with a follow-up side slap sent Hui's saber flying with a sharp clang. Before the bandit could even react or plead for mercy, Lin Bai's saber sliced across his throat like a blade through butter. Hui couldn't fathom why it had to be him. Had already escaped. Lin Bai could tell what the bandit was thinking. The young master, being kind-hearted, couldn't bear to let a man die confused. "Brother, your build is just too conspicuous. Practically a sign saying come chop me." On hearing this, Hui choked and breathed his last. Dead. Honestly, this enemy posed no challenge at all. Forget being comparable to a mortal transcender, even a true novice at that stage was just a few slashes away for Lin Bai. Lin Su, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. She'd come to back him up, fearing he might lose, only to see him dispatch the foe in moments. She muttered inwardly, "Is a supreme-grade talent this overpowering? Looks like Xiao Bai didn't even use half his strength." It wasn't until Lin Bai waved a hand before her eyes that she snapped out of it. "Sis, it's done. Let's go." Lin Su, noticing his pallor, hurriedly stepped forward to check on him. Lin Bai shook his head. He wasn't scared, but a physiological nausea surged within him. When Head shot the arrow from afar, his heart had been calm. When Head severed the bandit's throat, his mind had been eerily composed. But now, recalling the peculiar sensation of the blade slicing through flesh, and the subtle distinct friction as it cut through the cervical spine, waves of intense revulsion washed over him. Understanding his condition, Lin Su breathed a sigh of relief. "This is normal. After this you'll grow more accustomed to it. In the future, when you need to kill, you won't panic. Come on, we should head back. Captain Wang should have things wrapped up by now." By the time Lin Bai and his sister returned, Captain Wang had already cleaned up the scene with the bandits either scattered or dead. They had captured their leader Wang Matzi. Even though he was at the mortal transcendent stage, he was no match for the guards of the benevolent Heart Hall, especially under the assault of three. "What happened? Did you get anything out of him?" Lin Su asked Captain Wang proactively. "This kid's got a tough shell. He insists he wasn't trying to rob us. His underling told him there was easy prey, so he came. When I asked about the underling, he said the guy ran off." Captain Wang shrugged helplessly. They had used all their methods, but Wang Matzi's lips were sealed tight. Nearby, Wang Matzi, now a battered mess, spat out blood upon hearing Captain Wang's words. He spoke weakly. "Sir, I swear I'm telling the truth. That's exactly how it happened. I'm not sent by any faction." Captain Wang looked at Wang Matzi's pitiful state, then turned to Lin Su for guidance. "Forget it. It doesn't seem like we'll get anything useful. Do as you see fit, Captain Wang." Lin Su had no intention of wasting time on this. She had only come here to train Lin Bai. Now that it was over, she just wanted to head back. Loot the stronghold. Ridiculous. What good could come from a tiny mountain den? It wasn't worth creating friction with the guards over a few silver coins. "Very well, Manager Lin, make yourself at ease." With that, Captain Wang hoisted the nearly crippled Wang Matzi and set off to ransack the stronghold. Lin Bai and his sister returned to the caravan and briefed Manager Zhou on what had happened. In truth, Manager Zhou hadn't been too concerned about the small bandit gang. He saw it as a chance to earn some extra income for the caravan. As soon as Lin Bai stepped back into the carriage, he turned to find Lin Su staring at him with an odd expression. He waved a hand in front of her face. Sis, are you okay? What's your current physical strength?" Lin Su cut straight to the chase. Between siblings, there was no need for beating around the bush. "About 2,000 Jin," Lin Bai replied after a moment's thought. Hearing this, Lin Su's face flushed. Not from shyness, but from excitement. She murmured to herself, 2,000 Jin, 2,000 Jin, and this is before he's even begun cultivating the foundational path. She then squeezed Lin Bai's body in various places to assess his physique. As she kept squeezing, she gradually broke into a foolish grin, startling Lin Bai. He quickly shook her to snap her out of it. Lin Bai had never seen his sister so flustered. In his memory, Lin Su was always composed and unflappable. Even more like someone who had awakened past life memories than he was. Little did he know that Lin Su, gifted since childhood, had awakened a high-level spiritual talent and been sent to study in the county capital. Though she might have been a prodigy in her original circle, after becoming an apprentice to an alchemy master, she encountered people on her own level. This created a sense of disparity. On the surface, these were just minor setbacks, but more importantly, Lin Su had seen a grander world, a bigger stage, only to realize that her talent and background relegated her to a faceless supporting role. How could she accept that? She refused to see her potential drain away, only to end up as a steward in a county benevolent Heart Hall, or be sent out as a mid-level manager in a district. But now everything was different. She had known before that her brother possessed supreme-grade spiritual talent. Extraordinary, yes, but not tangible. Yet, after just one minor transformation, his physical strength could rival hers, a cultivator already halfway through the mortal transcendent stage. This direct experience was something she understood. Why was she laughing? Because she had found another path. When one attains enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. In that moment, she fully grasped that as long as her brother didn't meet an untimely end, he would soar to unparalleled heights. Seeing Lin Su calm down, Lin Bai felt relieved. "You scared me to death just now, sis." About an hour later, the 2nd Cavalry Squad returned grumbling loudly. Damn it! They're as poor as church mice. Are these bandits related to rats? They couldn't save a single coin. Oh, Wang, looks like you came up empty. Nothing valuable, huh? Pa! Wang Matzi blew all his meager savings on advanced cultivation techniques and elixirs. What a hopeless waste. The returning cavalry complained bitterly, while the guards who stayed behind laughed and taunted them. Manager Zhou ordered his men to pack up and prepare to depart. After a long while, several figures stealthily emerged from the forest. Brother Tao, how about that? Wang Matzi, that fool took the bait all on his own. Not bad, rat. You did well on this. Did Wang Matzi think that just because he broke through to mortal transcendence, he could negotiate with my 9-river stronghold? Does he have any idea of his own worth? So, Brother Tao, about what you promised me. Humph, do you think my 9-river stronghold would shortchange you on something like that? You'll get it when we're back. The leader, called Brother Tao, snorted coldly, then led his men into the woods. The one lagging behind Rat glanced back at the direction of his former stronghold, a flicker of complexity in his eyes before it was replaced by ruthlessness. Don't blame me, boss. I just couldn't stand being a nobody forever. I want to become a cultivator. He quickly plastered a fawning smile back on his face, hurried to catch up, and endlessly flattered the leader named Brother Tao. The rest of the journey was uneventful. If something else had happened, Lin Bai would have seriously doubted whether the benevolent Heart Hall's reputation still held any weight. Because of the delay in clearing out the bandits, it wasn't until the morning of the 3rd day that the caravan caught sight of the outline of Yunmeng City. Gazing into the distance, Lin Bai saw the city walls towering like a mountain range. Even with the swift Blackhorn horses, it took a full half-hour to reach the gates. Truly a case of the mountains appear close but are far away. Yunmeng City was nestled against a mountain, and beside a river adjacent to the Black Dragon Mountain, and fed by the Yunmeng River, which originated from Tan Lake. The morning sun cast a golden glow on the distant walls, gilding them in a brilliant edge. As they drew near, 2 ancient characters carved into the wall came into view. Though Lin Bai had never studied this script, he instinctively understood their meaning. Yunmeng. Since Anning County lay to the north of Yunmeng City, the caravan entered through the northern gate. The northern gate was bustling with activity, farmers carrying vegetable baskets out of the city, merchant convoys hauling goods in, and young men and women in fine robes heading out to enjoy the autumn scenery. All brimming with vitality. Strangely enough, since truly awakening his past life memories, Lin Bai had never heard of anyone struggling to survive due to heavy taxes. Only natural disasters or demonic calamities seemed to cause such hardship. This piqued Lin Bai's curiosity. Later he consulted books and found several probable reasons. First, the world was vast. Second, and most importantly, supernatural forces existed. Third, the great clans considered ordinary people's crops vulgar, and refused to store them, deeming them unworthy of their warehouses. As a result, the imperial court and noble families did not levy agricultural taxes. Corvée labor was even more extraordinary. It was only imposed on those who had attained the transcendent realm or above. But unless you were from a major clan, you wouldn't even know where to find corvée opportunities. Since the human race truly possessed a collective destiny, performing corvée granted karmic merit, elevating both family and personal fortune. This created a situation where those at the top governed by non-interference and those at the bottom lived reasonably well. Due to various factors, humanity's golden age had lasted nearly 100,000 years. Of course, this only applied to mundane matters. When it came to anything related to the cultivation world, people fought tooth and nail. For instance, the most valuable thing in Lin Bai's household was the 3 acres of spirit fields. There was a story about the wife of a prime minister from the Great Xia Central Imperial Court. She always traveled by ox cart, and she would collect the dung from her spirit ox to fertilize her own spirit fields. This was hailed as a model of household management, widely praised, and even included in the books Lin Bai studied. In short, ordinary people lived decent lives, but cultivation resources were heavily monopolized. Seeing the vibrant expressions of passers, by hearing the lively clamor at the city gates, and smelling the aroma of breakfast stalls mingling with the morning dust, Lin Bai's mood unconsciously lightened. He silently recited in his heart, "Yunmeng City, I've arrived." As they neared the gate, the horses slowed. Manager Zhou leaned out and said cheerfully to the guards, "Brothers, this mission is almost done. Once we finish the handover, the drinks are on me. At Drunken Fragrance Pavilion." "Whoa, manager, you're generous. Drunken Fragrance Pavilion isn't cheap." "Ha, this must be your first time with us, brother. Everyone knows Manager Zhou is the most generous." "Exactly. Every time we complete a mission well, he takes us to Drunken Fragrance Pavilion to celebrate." Amid the guards' lively chatter, the carriage entered the city. Once inside, Lin Bai widened his eyes, eager to see how Yunmeng City differed from his hometown, Anning County. To his surprise, it looked much the same, except there seemed to be more cultivators around. Seeing her brother's dumbfounded expression, Lin Su didn't need to ask to know what he was thinking. This is just the outer district. It's similar to our Anning city. Once we reach the inner district, that's the real Yunmeng city. It turned out that Yunmeng city had a permanent population of over 8 million. The outer district was mainly home to ordinary people. Soon Lin Bai spotted a building sign he had seen before in Anning County. Market. Just those two simple characters. Lin Bai immediately asked Lin Su about it. This market is spread throughout Great Xia. Anything related to the supernatural can only be sold here, which causes a lot of inconvenience. Luckily, we entered through the northern gate, or otherwise would have to walk halfway across Yunmeng City to get back to the Benevolent Heart Hall. Lin Bai ignored his sister's minor complaints, staring at the sign as if it were a colossal entity. This market probably belongs to the Xuanhuan family, the imperial surname of Great Xia. Of course, these were minor matters. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Bai quickly moved on, as it didn't affect his life much. Come on, well, get off here. Lin Bai followed closely behind Lin Su and saw the Benevolent Heart Hall. The hall was shaped like a seven-cornered pagoda, occupying a vast area with a very large backyard. Just as Lin Su was saying goodbye to Manager Zhou and about to leave, he stopped her and handed her a small pouch. Lin Su accepted it without a word, her expression cold. Seeing her take it, Manager Zhou's smile grew even wider. He clasped his hands in a salute. I hope to have the pleasure of working with Alchemist Lin again. I won't disturb you any further. Lin Su nodded and left. Manager Zhou remained beaming. What he feared most were reckless newcomers from prominent families. Lin Su's coldness was nothing to him. Only after they had walked some distance did Lin Bai ask, Sis, what's this? Oh, it's the melt loss from this transport. Part of it is mine. Lin Su casually tossed it to Lin Bai, who caught it and discreetly opened it. Inside were 20 small stones. Spirit stones. This world had spirit stones too. People defined the energy needed for a mid-talented mortal transcendence cultivator to train for 10 days as one standard unit of spirit stone. At the Great Xia Bank, 1 tael of gold exchanged for 1 standard spirit stone. 1 tael of gold equaled 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver equaled 100 copper coins. Lin Bai knew what spirit stones were and had seen them before, since his family were all cultivators. He handed it back and asked quietly, Sis, won't this cause any trouble? Don't worry. As long as the mission is completed, the Benevolent Heart Hall won't pry. I don't need these things anyway. I just don't want to create friction with the people behind him. That would be a hassle. Now the most important thing is your cultivation path. It's still early, so come with me to pay respects to my master. Hearing this, Lin Bai immediately suppressed his curiosity and asked no further questions, quietly following behind Lin Su. He knew his priorities. Nothing was more important than his own path of cultivation. As they entered a spacious hall, the clamor of voices grew louder. Looking around, he saw both ordinary patients with sallow faces and persistent coughs and cultivators bearing injuries and disordered auras, clearly the result of magical combat. Lin Su began to explain to Lin Bai. These 7 floors, the first and second, are for ordinary people and transcending mundane stage cultivators. The third is for transcendent stage and above. Naturally, pill purchases follow this order. The 4th and 5th floors are alchemy chambers, the 6th stores high-grade herbs, and the 7th houses the senior steward's room of the Benevolence Hall in Cloud Dream City. As she spoke, they entered a small corner room. Lin Su pressed her palm against a beast head relief, and the beast's gilded eyes suddenly opened, emitting a click as a hidden door slid open. Lin Bai followed closely, and as soon as he entered, he understood. Isn't this a damn elevator? This is one of the creations of the Artisan Hall. It's quite handy, actually. They call it the cloud climbing ladder. They quickly reached the 5th floor. When they emerged, the thing let out a ding, intensifying Lin Bai's sense of déjà vu. Lin Bai followed Lin Su to a massive alchemy chamber. He spoke in a low voice. Why is the 5th floor so huge? This single alchemy chamber feels almost as large as the entire 5th floor looks from the outside. Lin Su answered him. The space above the 4th floor has been folded, so although it looks small from outside, there is another world within. Lin Su inserted her token into the groove on the door. The moment the runes lit up, the heavy stone door slid open silently. In the reception room sat only a woman in yellow robes, silver ornaments at her temples casting fine shimmering light. She was born with a dignified and serene appearance, yet her actions and words shattered that perfection. Seeing Lin Su enter, she leaped over in a bound, threw her arms around Lin Su, and rubbed her cheek affectionately against Lin Su's face, her voice carrying exaggerated grievance. Susu, you're finally back. Do you know how badly the teacher scolded me while you were away? Now that you're here, we can share the hardships together. Lin Su pushed Zhou Ling away and pointed helplessly at Lin Bai. Second senior sister, please act normally. My younger brother is here. Only then did Zhou Ling realize there was an outsider. She released Lin Su as if shocked by electricity. She instantly straightened her back, quickly smoothed her skirt and hair ornaments, and when she turned around her smile was radiant and her demeanor flawless. Yet a trace of barely perceptible threat lingered in her eyes as she stared at Lin Bai. Little handsome, you didn't see anything right. Lin Bai quickly caught on and pretended to grope like a blind man. Sis, why is it so dark here? Isn't there a night luminescent stone? I think I heard the voice of a beautiful sister. Is it the one you told me about? Senior sister Zhou Ling, who is incredibly pretty, graceful, and kind-hearted. This flattery curled Zhou Ling's lips into a crescent moon, though she maintained a dignified facade. Lin Su looked at the two clowns with exasperation and introduced them to each other. Senior sister, this is my younger brother Lin Bai. He has just awakened. Xiao Bai, this is senior sister Zhou Ling, whom I mentioned on the way. Lin Su had already told Lin Bai about this senior sister on the road. Outwardly calm but inwardly lively. Lin Bai acted as if his sight had suddenly returned and greeted Zhou Ling. Greetings, sister Zhou Ling. Good, such a well-behaved little brother. This is a gift for you. Zhou Ling handed Lin Bai a cyan token. After glancing at his sister for approval, Lin Bai took it and put it away without examining it closely. After all, it would be improper to open the gift in front of the giver to see how much it was worth. After the introductions, Lin Su voiced her question. Where are the teacher and the senior brother? The teacher is still refining pills, but should emerge from seclusion in a day or two. The senior brother is breaking through the boundary from transcendent to transcending superior. Zhou Ling paused when mentioning the senior brother. The senior brother has begun breaking through to the transcending superior realm. So soon. Lin Su was also surprised, for the senior brother Li Jun was only 12 years older than her. Lin Bai was not particularly surprised, as Lin Su had already briefed him on the situation of her teacher and fellow disciples during their journey. Lin Su's teacher, known as Master Goldenflower, was a female cultivator at the rebirth realm with 3 disciples. The senior brother Li Jun was only 30 years old and already on the verge of breaking through to the transcending superior realm. The second disciple Zhou Ling was 23 and still at the transcending mundane stage, though close to breaking through to transcendent. As for the third disciple Lin Su herself, she was 18 and just halfway through the transcending mundane stage. This senior brother Li Jun was truly Master Goldenflower's legitimate successor. While Lin Su and Zhou Ling shared a teacher-disciple relationship with her, Li Jun's bond with Master Goldenflower was that of master and apprentice. To make an inappropriate analogy, if Master Goldenflower had children, and they quarreled with this senior brother, she would likely side with Li Jun. Why did this senior brother hold such a high status? First, he had been with Master Goldenflower the longest. A second, he possessed the highest talent. A third, unlike Zhou Ling and Lin Su, he had no family backing. In fact, he was an orphan whose parents had died early. Li Jun's talent, like Lin Bai's, was of the supreme grade. In just over a decade of cultivation, he had reached a realm that many ordinary people could never attain in a lifetime. However, the senior brother was diligent and responsible, often taking on the task of instructing Zhou Ling and Lin Su. Due to his childhood experiences, Li Jun was extremely low-key and cautious. So when he heard that Li Jun was breaking through to the transcending superior realm, Lin Bai was not surprised at all. Exceptional talent, a good teacher, ample resources, and a low-key cautious nature. Success was inevitable, wasn't it? Unfortunately, Master Goldenflower was in seclusion refining pills, and it was uncertain whether she would emerge in the next couple of days. But since they were here, they would simply wait. Lin Su arranged for Lin Bai to stay in a room within her small courtyard at the Benevolence Hall. She and Zhou Ling had to continuously refine pills, not only as a task for the hall but also as a requirement from their teacher. Just like graduate students in his past life, having a good teacher actually meant being busier. After returning, Lin Bai, out of boredom, began fiddling with the token Zhou Ling had given him. Lin Su told him this was a unique tranquility token from the Zhou family of Cloud Dream City, which had the effect of calming the mind and soothing the spirit. This low-grade token was quite effective for ordinary people and those at the transcending mundane stage, lasting about 5 years. Still, it was a very generous gift. Outside, it would cost no less than 20 spirit stones. Life at the Benevolence Hall was dull. Lin Su forbade him from going out alone, and Lin Bai, fearing accidents, never left his room. Even his meals were brought by the hall's servants. Fortunately, 2 days later, Master Goldenflower emerged from seclusion. Lin Su came to inform Lin Bai, the teacher is in a good mood after successfully refining pills. Come with me to pay respects. Lin Su was a bit nervous, unsure if her teacher possessed a suitable path for Lin Bai, but she knew she had to do her part. She tidied Lin Bai up and set off with him in the most presentable manner. Lin Bai went through the same procedure with his sister again, arriving once more before the alchemy chamber. After entering the pill chamber, Lin Su led him into a quiet room. The room was small, filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. Lin Bai finally met the legendary Master Golden Flower. She appeared to be a woman in her 40s, her hair coiled immaculately, her brocade robe embroidered with intricate golden patterns. Seated there, her brows and eyes exuded an air of long-held authority, her gaze calm and profound. After the siblings entered, Master Golden Flower gestured for them both to sit, wanting to take a good look at Lin Bai. Lin Bai sat upright, not daring to look around. After a long silence, Master Golden Flower spoke. "You are Lin Bai, the younger brother of my little disciple. Your talent is of the supreme grade spiritual nature." Lin Bai dispelled his aura-concealing technique, returning to his natural state. The ambient spiritual energy in the air seemed to find its master, flocking to him like swallows returning to their nest. Master Golden Flower nodded, apparently acknowledging Lin Bai's talent. She closed her eyes, her fingers unconsciously intertwining, as if weighing and calculating. After a moment she reopened her eyes, her gaze clear as she looked at Lin Bai. "I do have an inheritance here that you need. It was a reward from a declining major sect in our Yunzhou for refining pills for them. It is a complete inheritance called the beast-taming warrior, a named special path. It belongs to the warrior path, and while possessing some abilities of a beast tamer, it is fundamentally that of a warrior. The sect's founder created it by combining two inheritances. Well, words aren't enough. See for yourself if it suits you." With that, Master Golden Flower tossed a bamboo scroll to Lin Bai. Lin Bai caught the scroll, feeling that it was neither bamboo, jade, nor iron. He couldn't identify the material. Solemnly, he pressed the scroll to his forehead to receive the information. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He clutched the scroll tightly, as if unwilling to let go, but ultimately returned it respectfully to Master Golden Flower. Lin Bai looked at Master Golden Flower with sincere eyes. "This inheritance is most satisfactory to me. May I ask how the master might be willing to part with it?" Master Golden Flower let out a soft chuckle. To be honest, given her status, there was nothing on Lin Bai that she needed. As for talent, supreme grade talent was impressive, but she possessed it herself. Yet she admired Lin Bai's character, understanding that to gain something one must give something. So she spoke. "It seems you are quite satisfied with this inheritance. You currently have nothing to offer and no cultivation to speak of. Just promise me that if you have the ability in the future, you will assist me with one matter within reasonable bounds." "Master, I dare not forget your grace in imparting the Tao today. Should the need arise in the future, I will spare no effort." Lin Bai replied respectfully. Was owing a favor to a great figure really a burden? It was a connection. And was Master Golden Flower's request excessive? It was practically a gift. If not for Lin Su's relationship, and if Lin Bai were the protagonist of a story, he would have had to defeat countless monsters and traverse countless maps just to meet Master Golden Flower. Master Golden Flower was quite pleased with Lin Bai's response. After all, as an alchemist, the most important thing was to cultivate good karma. Besides, since Lin Bai, as Lin Su's blood brother, had come to her seeking the Tao, how could she turn a blind eye? She handed the bamboo scroll back to him. After taking it, Lin Bai bowed to Master Golden Flower, and Lin Su behind him did the same. Lin Bai's words just now were not merely to curry favor with Master Golden Flower. He truly meant them. This was the grace of transmitting the Tao. Then, as if recalling something, Master Golden Flower asked, "What plans do you have next?" "Our mother wrote a letter to grandmother hoping to leverage the Wang family's power to help my younger brother learn an auxiliary art." Lin Su answered on Lin Bai's behalf. Unexpectedly, Master Golden Flower frowned. The Wang family, they do have resources and capability, but Lin Bai is not even a branch of a collateral branch of the Wang family. He is unlikely to receive much help. "I have a qualification for the Grand Xia Martial Academy. The next session begins in a month. With this token you may go directly." At the mention of the Martial Academy, Lin Su's face flushed with excitement. "The Martial Academy? Thank you, teacher. Lin Bai will forever remember your assistance." After speaking, Master Golden Flower produced another jade token warm to the touch, and engraved with intricate patterns, and handed it to Lin Bai. Though Lin Bai did not know what the Martial Academy was, seeing his sister's excitement told him it was no ordinary thing. He accepted the jade token and quickly bowed to Master Golden Flower. Master Golden Flower waved her hand, signaling them to leave. Since she was helping, she might as well go all the way. Since she had an unused qualification on hand, she might as well give it to Lin Bai, who was after all practically one of her own. Seeing her gesture, the two bowed again in thanks before slowly closing the door of the quiet room. Master Golden Flower gazed at the closed door and muttered a seemingly random remark. "Lucky boy." Indeed, based on the intelligence Master Goldenflower had gathered, Lin Bai had obtained a spirit-nourishing pill upon awakening. A pill that would have been impossible for someone of his family background to acquire. After awakening, he had obtained a path and a qualification for the martial academy from her. She firmly believed that everyone's luck was different, and in her eyes Lin Bai was naturally a person of immense fortune. On the other side, Lin Su and Lin Bai were both extremely excited. Only after returning to the room did Lin Bai ask Lin Su, "Sis, what is the martial academy? You seem so excited." Lin Su then explained to him, "The martial academy is an institution founded by the Central Imperial Court, aimed at selecting talented commoners without family backgrounds. However, to secure local cooperation, some quotas are also distributed to local sects and major clans. Most importantly, your auxiliary art is now within reach." What was an auxiliary art? It was a path that supplemented one's main cultivation path. Lin Su's auxiliary art, for example, was alchemy. In simple terms, it was the means of production in the cultivation world. If one came from an ordinary family and knew no auxiliary art, would that be a dead end? Of course not. One could still become a wealth redistributor in the cultivation world, allocating property based on people's combat power. In simple terms, a rogue cultivator. When Lin Bai had been talking about seeking knowledge, what was he seeking if not an auxiliary art? After explaining how to use the jade token, Lin Su left. She could see that Lin Bai was restless and distracted, clearly eager to receive the path inheritance. After his sister left, Lin Bai slowly exhaled and closed the windows and doors. He returned to the table, reverently unrolled the strange bamboo scroll that was neither bamboo nor jade, and fixed his gaze on the mysterious runes that seemed to possess life, slowly drifting. Beast-taming warrior. It was hardly surprising that he felt restless. This cultivation path was perfectly suited to Lin Bai, as if custom forged for him alone. Leaving aside the myriad esoteric techniques recorded in the legacy, the core revelation that stirred Lin Bai's heart most profoundly was this. Upon forming a soul bond with a life-bound spirit beast, cultivators of this path may, once their cultivation reaches sufficient depth, inherit the beast's innate skills, and in later stages even assimilate its fundamental traits and divine abilities. Indeed, beasts in this world possess unique traits and divine abilities, much as humanity possesses spiritual aptitude and innate talent. To others, this path is little more than a gamble, a costly, uncertain endeavor, because the life-bound spirit beast must be bonded from infancy and nurtured over years. Only through prolonged proximity can the cultivator's flesh and soul absorb the beast's aura, thereby unlocking the potential to inherit its traits and abilities. Yet which spirit beast reveals its peak potential in youth? Thus, sex preserving this path fell into decline. After all, no gambler wins every round. But was this truly an obstacle for Lin Bai? Not at all. His cocoon-breaking innate talent would soon reveal to the world what a true prodigy in beast-taming cultivation truly meant. If the stellar chart and the accompanying path granted Lin Bai absolute numerical supremacy, then the beast-taming warrior cultivation path, amplified by his cocoon-breaking talent, bestowed upon him transcendent systemic mastery. Now that Lin Bai had acquired this path, nothing remained lacking. He gazed upon the bamboo scroll with palpable exhilaration. Numerical strength and systemic mastery. Both must be seized firmly, both honed relentlessly. Lin Bai sipped cool water to still the turbulent tempest within his heart. He commenced formal acceptance of the legacy, placing the bamboo scroll upon his forehead and silently reciting the invocation. A single roar summons beastly shadows. No brute force need be wasted in vain. The scroll blazed with radiant light, lifting from his palms to hover midair, then shot forth a golden beam that pierced into Lin Bai's body. Having fulfilled its purpose, the scroll dimmed and crumbled into fine ash as it fell. Lin Bai paid it no further heed. Within his spiritual sea, a maelstrom of information raged. Ancient sutras, visualization diagrams, meridian pathways, and secret arts surged like tidal waves, coalescing into the complete torrent of the beast-taming warrior legacy. At last, he organized the legacy into 3 volumes: the mortal transcending volume, the transcendent volume, and the exalted volume. Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes and massaged his throbbing brow. The mental strain of forced knowledge infusion had been immense. This was a complete, self-contained legacy. Should Lin Bai one day rise to prominence and found a lineage, history might well record him as the progenitor of the Lin clan of beast-taming. In this world, all cultivation paths terminate at the exalted realm. Beyond that, practitioners must forge their own way forward, just as the realm names themselves imply. The mortal transcending realm draws spiritual energy to refine the physical form, shedding mortal frailty. The transcendent realm manifests diverse powers, each path revealing its unique majesty. The exalted realm represents the zenith of a given path, its consummate perfection where transcendence culminates in sanctity. These are the first 3 great realms. Mortal transcending requires no elaboration. In the transcendent realm, paths diverge sharply, and true abilities begin to manifest distinctly. Strictly speaking, the exalted realm falls within the broader scope of the transcendent realm, signifying that the path has reached its ultimate unsurpassable culmination. The fourth great realm, the rebirth realm, demands that cultivators integrate their unique essence with their inherited path to compose entirely new chapters, thereby charting the course they shall walk henceforth. The rebirth realm marks the cultivator's true rebirth, as one who transitions from a seeker of the Tao into a pioneer who carves new paths upon it. Many existing cultivation paths originated thus. The rebirth realm itself is inaccessible to others, yet all lower realms remain viable and inheritable. The more practitioners cultivate, the more new paths emerge, creating a virtuous cycle. This very dynamic stands among the principal reasons for humanity's golden age. After organizing these insights, Lin Bai began visualizing the mortal transcending volume of the beast-taming warrior path: bear hide, tiger bone, dragon sinew, and the 5 visceral deities. These 4 trials formed the foundation of the volume. Completing them signified attainment of the mortal transcending realm's apex. For now, Lin Bai's foremost priority was passing the bear hide trial, the essential gateway into the mortal transcending realm. This trial did not merely strengthen the skin but refined flesh and hide alike, and the bear in question was no ordinary beast but the earth-raging bear. Renowned for its impenetrable hide and dense musculature, this beast was said to shrug off standard siege crossbow bolts. Only arrows forged from spirit-infused materials could pierce its armor. Advancing into this realm required medicinal support, and the ingredients were far from inexpensive. Most costly of all was the inclusion of genuine earth-raging bear heart. Lin Bai calculated a single batch cost roughly 3 taels of gold, or 3 spirit stones. The mortal transcending realm had long been notorious for its exorbitant expenses. Indeed, cultivation itself remained the exclusive domain of those willing to invest heavily. The penniless had best step aside. With limited funds, Lin Bai resolved to consult his elder sister. Perhaps she possessed internal channels to secure discounts on the required herbs. Having secured the path, Lin Bai formulated 3 immediate objectives. First, formally enter the mortal transcending realm. Second, acquire his first life-bound spirit beast. Third, attend the martial instruction hall to study auxiliary arts and several combat techniques. A meticulous planner, Lin Bai wasted no time deliberating once his course was set. The allure of transcendent power was simply too compelling. Stepping outside, he immediately encountered Lin Su, who had remained nearby guarding him throughout the legacy transmission. Lin Bai was mildly surprised. The ritual seldom entailed danger, especially within the benevolent confines of the Kind Heart Pavilion. Elder sister, you're still here? What of Master Xuanhuan? Rest assured, though stern, our master permits such things. You've just completed the legacy transmission. How did it go? Perfectly suited to me, though terribly expensive. Seeing Lin Bai sigh deeply, Lin Su gently patted his head. Medicinals? Don't worry. I'll procure and prepare them for you. At her words, Lin Bai rushed forward, embracing her tightly. Elder sister is the greatest in the world. No one compares to elder sister. He showered her with praise while handing over the meticulously written list of required herbs. He had no desire to be a freeloader, but at present he remained utterly inexperienced, a fledgling with no skill or knowledge. Though faintly embarrassed by his dependence, he knew hesitation served no purpose now. As the moon rose above the branches, Lin Su delivered 10 pre-prepared baths infused with earth-raging bear heart essence. Elder sister, how much did all this cost? Lin Bai asked, voice tinged with trepidation. I used the Kind Heart Pavilion's internal channel, half price 15 spirit stones. But such favors cannot be overused if future purchases will follow standard rates. Lin Su withheld nothing, knowing silence would only breed greater anxiety in him. I will repay you, elder sister. No grand oaths, only this quiet vow repeated many times before. Lin Bai owed Lin Su deeply. Though she never demanded repayment, he refused to forget. With that, he withdrew to seclusion. 1,000 words mattered less than attaining the mortal transcending realm. That alone would truly honor his sister's faith. Back in his chamber stood a large wooden tub already filled with steaming water. During the first absorption, only 1/3 of a batch, maybe utilized. A full entry into the mortal transcending realm occurs after absorbing 1 complete batch. Lin Bai carefully stored the remaining 9 packages, divided 1 batch into 3 equal portions, and dissolved precisely 1/3 into the water. Could he afford carelessness? Each grain of this powder equaled pure gold. If even a speck were lost, Lin Bai felt he might collapse in despair. Moments later, the powder fully dissolved, turning the water a deep, mysterious black. Stripping bare, Lin Bai stepped into the tub, and recoiled, teeth clenched as scalding heat enveloped him. Truly potent hot water. Shaking his head to dispel distraction, he activated the cultivation technique, drawing in medicinal energy at maximum capacity. Distraction was unthinkable. Not even molten lava could deter him now, refining the subtle essences of flora into vital chi, harmonizing water and fire to awaken profound mysteries, concentrating intent upon the dantian to unblock all meridians. 9 cycles of refinement returning to the primordial void. Silently reciting the mantra Lin Bai distinctly perceived a searing wave of medicinal energy penetrating his pores and surging through limbs and bones. Qi coursed throughout his body with the majority concentrating upon his skin and flesh, repeatedly tempering and remolding them, while only traces dispersed to other regions performing foundational reinforcement. Gradually the water's hue faded while dark rune-like patterns emerged across Lin Bai's epidermis, subtle arcane and faintly luminous. When the last trace of medicinal potency vanished, Lin Bai sprang from the tub onto the wooden floor. His entire body glowed crimson like a boiled shrimp, and immediately he launched into a series of fierce, powerful movements. He moved like a bear hunting, fluid commanding, radiating raw authority, as if an earth-raging bear itself stalked the chamber. Through this motion, residual medicinal energy buried deep within his body surged anew, coursing along his meridians with each strike, tearing skin and sinew apart only for them to reknit stronger than before. An exquisite paradox of agony and ecstasy washed over him, so intense he half wondered whether he harbored latent masochistic tendencies. Upon completing the sequence, his skin returned to normal, and the runes seemed to recede beneath his flesh, awaiting reawakening. Panting heavily, Lin Bai trembled with exhilaration as he ran his hands over his newly transformed body. His skin felt smoother yet astonishingly resilient, and beneath it pulsed a coiled, dormant force like a tiger crouching upon a mountain poised to unleash devastating power. After a brief rest, Lin Bai summoned a servant from the Kindheart Pavilion via the chamber's communication device and requested a fresh tub of clean water. During the transformation, old layers of epidermis and impurities embedded within his muscles sloughed away, like a serpent shedding its skin. Soaking in the water, Lin Bai noticed something remarkable. His body absorbed medicinal energy with extraordinary speed, and 1/3 of a batch appeared far below his true capacity. According to the legacy, a full medicinal bath coupled with the prescribed absorption method typically required 1 hour, but Lin Bai completed it in roughly half that time without wasting a single iota of potency. He sensed his body could withstand an entire batch at once, rendering the legacy's prescribed regimen, 3 days 1/3 per day, unnecessarily conservative. He suspected this anomaly stemmed from his stellar chart's influence. Yet he decided, strictly adhere to the legacy's instructions. Lin Bai was inherently cautious. This was only the beginning of his cultivation, no risks warranted. Later he could exercise his ingenuity. Besides, ignoring a proven legacy rendered possessing it meaningless. Was saving mere hours truly worth jeopardizing his foundation? Lin Bai was no fool. Instead, he carried a bamboo chair into the courtyard, reclined beneath the night breeze, and let the cool air soothe his spirit. Gazing up at the lunar palace suspended in the heavens, he watched moonlight cascade like liquid silver, wondering whether the moon palace of this world housed a celestial maiden aloof and ethereal. I wonder if the moon maiden is beautiful. She surely must be. In this world, anyone capable of cultivation possesses unearthly grace. Bathed in silvery moonlight, Lin Bai drifted peacefully into sleep. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. With a splash, Lin Bai, his body as red as a branding iron, leaped out of the bathwater and completed a final set of movements. The very last one. His skin took on a strange blue-white luster like fine jade, with faint black lines writhing beneath the surface as if natural celestial runes had been etched into his flesh. These lines were not hideous but exuded a bizarre, captivating beauty. Lin Bai examined himself in the mirror and sighed softly. It's a pity that I've just entered the mortal transcendent stage, so I can't summon my armor yet, and the divine runes are merely a facade. As a bearer of a special legacy, there had to be something unique about him. A beast-taming martial artist at the mortal transcendent stage could form their own suit of armor, much like a shelled beast, gaining a comprehensive and massive boost. Unfortunately, Lin Bai had only just broken through to the mortal transcendent stage, and both his physique and inner strength were still lacking. He couldn't yet form the armor. After admiring his own transformation, he turned to the teacup on the table and tried to channel the newfound surging force within him like a flowing stream. After a few minutes of testing, Lin Bai understood the current level of his inner strength. Overall, it was decent. He could now project his force up to 2 zhang away. However, there was a drawback: the force was dispersed and not condensed, still lacking refinement. After all, a martial artist's inner strength was essentially nurtured by the body. Now that he had successfully advanced to the mortal transcendent stage, his physique had undergone another significant enhancement. With a flicker of thought, he cast an inspection spell on himself. Name: Lin Bai. Strength 2. 59. 5. Agility 2. 79. 2. Physique 2. 610. 5. Spirit 3. 59. 1. Level Mortal Transcendence Bearskin Pass. Skills Basic Saber Art Medical Basics Proficient Archery Yunzhou Northern Mountain Army Scout Concealment Technique Proficient Beast-taming Martial Artist. Talents Cocoon Break Walk Together. Evaluation A promising future A dragon lurking in the abyss. Lin Bai felt that even though he had just entered the transcendent realm, his four-dimensional attributes were already among the peak of the mortal transcendent stage, but he lacked combat techniques. Yet even if dozens of scoundrels like Wang Matzi came at him, Lin Bai could finish the fight in minutes. They were no match for his blade. As a bearskin stitch cultivator, his greatest enhancement was in physique. There was also a pleasant surprise because he had maintained his concealment technique at all times except during training, and his control over his body had improved. The technique had advanced. The levels of technique mastery were beginner, basic, proficient, intermediate, minor, mastery, major, mastery, perfection, and transcendence. After his moment of elation, Lin Bai calmed down and considered his next steps. After all, it was fine to boast indoors, but showing off outside could get him crushed. The first mission entering mortal transcendence is complete, and it has transformed into a long-term main quest: accumulate Dao base. From now on, it's all about steady effort. So the next most important thing is to contract a life-bound spirit beast, otherwise I'd be wasting my cocoon break and walk together talents. Lin Bai thought to himself. What should his first life-bound beast be? He was torn. Lin Bai carefully organized and planned his future. First, my life-bound spirit beast doesn't need to prioritize combat power, but it must have outstanding qualities, because the walk together talent only stacks the highest values. Second, it should have auxiliary abilities since no spirit beast can match my fighting prowess, and I need to consider the beast-taming martial artist's effects. Its traits and divine powers must complement me. As he thought, Lin Bai's head began to ache. Lin Bai sighed and said to himself helplessly, "Take it slow. Others would be grateful to have such wonderful troubles." Several days later, Lin Bai was packing the travel money Wang Xiu had given him, preparing to go to the 10,000 Beasts Hall to purchase a spirit beast for contracting. The 10,000 Beasts Hall, as its name implied, was the designated venue for spirit beast trade, renowned for its reputation. Most of the beasts sold at the 10,000 Beasts Hall were genuine mortal transcendence level spirit beasts. Ordinary spirit beasts without special skills were not accepted. "Sister, you don't need to come with me. I can handle it alone," Lin Bai said, trying to persuade his sister as he packed. Lin Sufei insisted on accompanying him because she worried about him going alone. But Lin Su was only 18, and since Lin Bai was tall, they looked about the same age. Lin Su ignored his persuasion and asked instead, "Have you decided what kind of spirit beast to contract?" Seeing that she didn't respond, Lin Bai shared the results of his days of deliberation. A flying bird. Lin Bai had already decided. The first use of the walk together talent would be to stack agility, because with high speed he could escape if he couldn't win. Given his current strength, increasing agility offered the highest cost-effectiveness. The contracted lifebound beast also needed some auxiliary ability, so a flying bird was perfect. Hearing Lin Bai's words, Lin Su's beautiful brow furrowed. Although I'm not a beast tamer, I've heard that the first lifebound beast a beast tamer contracts is usually a fierce beast like a tiger or bear to boost early combat power. Sister, I'm different. In my path as a beast-taming martial artist, taming beasts is just a means. The true foundation is being a martial artist. I need it to have auxiliary abilities, and flying birds aren't weak in attack either. Plus my talent can enhance my speed. Lin Bai analyzed his thoughts, with his sister sharing everything except the true reason for his talent. Lin Su listened to his clear and logical analysis, and her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Knowing you have your own plan, I'm reassured. More than the specific explanations, Lin Su was happier that Lin Bai had his own ideas. In this perilous cultivation world, how was one lacking in judgment any different from a puppet weapon? After packing up, the siblings left. The Benevolence Hall occupied a vast area, but fortunately the 10,000 Beasts Hall was in the same market district not far away. This market was like a giant shopping center for cultivators, lined with all kinds of shops. The Benevolence Hall and 10,000 Beasts Hall were just the more famous among them. Walking through the bustling streets, Lin Bai noticed that most passers-by had some level of cultivation, mainly at the mortal transcendent stage, revealing the profound foundation of Yunmeng City. Lin Bai had been cooped up for too long. Since arriving in Yunmeng City, this was his first time stepping out of the Benevolence Hall's backyard. Like a bird freed from its cage, he looked around eagerly. Suddenly his eyes lit up. There was a stall selling sweets. He rushed over immediately. Bai's little shop. That was really its name. So expensive. 2 pieces of this dessert cost 5 taels of silver, and that's with a 1 tael discount today. Lin Bai grumbled to Lin Su after buying them. He had bought 2 pieces, one for himself and one for Lin Su. Lin Su couldn't help but smile at this. These pastries are made with medicinal herbs. This shop is a long-term premium client of the Benevolence Hall. Its pastries have the effect of nourishing the body and calming the spirit. They're not ordinary sweets. Lin Bai didn't feel any such effects, but the taste was good, though a bit too sweet. The dessert was small and Lin Bai finished it in a few bites. Fortunately, hygiene awareness was good in this world, and there were trash bins on the street. According to Lin Su, the garbage was handled by the Fish Dragon Gang, one of the 3 major gangs in Yunmeng City. This was a lucrative job covering not only ordinary waste but also the entire market's trash. This included waste elixirs and spoiled medicines from the Benevolence Hall, broken crystals and scrap from the Heavenly Craft Hall, and flawed talisman treasures from disciples of the Talisman Masters Association. All classified as garbage. Every year a unique spectacle in Yunmeng City was the gang wars between the 3 major factions, often triggered by the Jade Hall Society and the Mountain Patrol Hall, coveting this job. Yunmeng City was enormous, so the market occupying most of the northern district was naturally vast. Fortunately, Lin Bai wasn't in a hurry. He treated it as a stroll with his sister. Both were cultivators with swift footwork, so even without running they arrived quickly. Soon Lin Bai caught sight of the Beast Hall's iconic structure, a 3-tiered floating plaza. Unlike the crude Beast Hall branch in Anning County, which had only shabby beast pens, this building in Yunmeng City was a true marvel. The 3 vast tiers hovered distinctively in midair, unsupported, as if lifted by an invisible giant hand. Clearly the masterpiece of some formation grandmaster. The edges of the plaza shimmered with radiant light, the power of the formation swirling in a hazy mist, making it impossible for those gazing up from below to see its full form, adding an air of mystery and majesty. Drawing closer, Lin Bai noticed that the Beast Hall's architecture differed from the Benevolence Hall. The Benevolence Hall's exquisite 7-tiered pagoda and rear courtyard exuded a refined antique charm, mostly built of wood. In contrast, the Beast Hall was rugged and wild, making extensive use of unpolished colossal stone blocks, radiating a bold and unconstrained grandeur. Beneath the floating plaza were shaded waiting areas. As Lin Bai and Lin Su entered the Beast Hall's precincts, several attendants swarmed around them, chattering as they introduced themselves. "Are you 2 esteemed guests here to see the spirit beasts? I've worked here for years and know all of them well. Don't listen to him. I provide the best service among us. I'm literate and understand the traits and habits of every spirit beast here." Their clamor made Lin Bai's ears ring, so he randomly pointed at one who looked agreeable. The chosen attendant was overjoyed, glancing smugly at his peers. The unchosen ones, though reluctant, wisely withdrew without daring to disturb Lin Bai and his companion further. These attendants had no fixed wages, their income relying entirely on commissions from sales they facilitated. Why would they take on such a subservient job? Simply to accumulate enough contributions to exchange for the most basic cultivation inheritance, one that barely constituted a complete path. These attendants were from families with some spare wealth and connections, enabling them to take this role. Alas, in this world survival was easy and living comfortably wasn't hard either. But everything related to cultivation was tightly controlled. Only when one reached a certain tier did resources seem readily accessible, like Lin Bai, who obtained a complete path inheritance within half a month of his awakening. While this was partly due to his minor talent, his sister Lin Su's unwavering support was the key. "Your servant Wang Qi thanks you for your favor, esteemed one." The chosen attendant bowed and smiled obsequiously. "Whatever you require, just command me, and I shall serve with utmost dedication." Wang Qi rejoiced inwardly, noting their refined bearing and attire. Surely from a distinguished background, this transaction seemed promising. Lin Bai stated his needs. "I seek a fast, transcending mortality tier avian spirit beast, preferably a fledgling with unique abilities." Wang Qi quickly calculated and then bowed to lead the way. "Esteemed guest, follow me." Most avian beast fledglings are housed underground. Passing through a broad, well-lit tunnel, the trio soon reached the first underground level. This level was over 20 zhang high and extremely spacious, thanks to ingenious formations that simulated soft light and flowing breezes, making it feel no different from the surface, without any sense of oppression. Many buyers were present below, but they were regulars who came alone without attendants. Wang Qi led them through the crowd to a less frequented area. The focus was on fledglings, as Lin Bai requested. Though not cheap, their demand was low. True noble families had stable channels for superior bloodline spirit beasts. What the Beast Hall offered were mostly ordinary ones. Superior bloodlines required custom orders at astronomical prices. Only Lin Bai, with his cocoon-breaking ability, dared to ignore this. Speaking of which, the power disparity in this world was absurd. If one cultivated a trash path, even reaching the extraordinary tier might leave them unable to defeat a transcending mortality cultivator. Unless one could step into the rebirth realm and forge a new path from the old, that was a different story. Lin Bai had arrived early, so only a few people were in the fledgling area. The beast hall's immense wealth astounded Lin Bai once again. They had constructed multiple independent spaces simulating different ecological environments like a massive ecological zoo from his past life rather than simple cages. Like a rustic entering a grand garden, Lin Bai marveled, while scanning each ecological zone, with a sharp gaze, searching for his desired target. The observant Wang Qi introduced them, wisely realizing the deal hinged on Lin Bai's decision. Esteemed one, this is the wind-feather sparrow, incredibly fast. Some say a well-bred one can cross all of Yunmeng City in under 3/4 of an hour. Lin Bai glanced at the green-feathered sparrow-like birds and shook his head with little interest. Reading his expression, Wang Qi immediately moved to the next area. Esteemed one, what about these scale eagles? They have high defense and speed. Grown, even ordinary transcending mortality cultivators can't get close. Still unsatisfied, Lin Bai prompted Wang Qi to lead him onward, sifting through options endlessly. Honestly, Lin Bai was growing weary. The beasts Wang Qi praised seemed mediocre to him, especially lacking any unique traits. But that was normal. The beast hall surely had talents who could roughly sense spirit beast potential. Not as detailed as Lin Bai's appraisal ability, but compensated by years of experience. Yet Lin Bai refused to believe the beast hall left no gaps. Those precious talents capable of vaguely sensing beast potential couldn't be used on these low-tier spirit beasts. Especially in a large city like Yunming, there were bound to be oversights. Lin Bai was certain. Perseverance paid off. After traversing several zones, just as Lin Bai was about to give up, his gaze sharpened, locking onto a relatively secluded ecological simulation area depicting a dim forest marsh. Jackpot, and a massive one at that. Wang Qi also noticed Lin Bai's intrigued look and excitedly introduced. Esteemed one, this is the shadow crow. A highly intelligent spirit beast with swift flight, sharp claws, and a hint of venomous power, not weak in attack. Lin Bai nodded, dispensing with pretense, and directly asked the price. How much for one shadow crow? Esteemed one, as a transcending mortality bloodline spirit beast, though not rare, it costs 45 spirit stones. You may also pay in equivalent gold or silver. Transcending mortality bloodline meant the bird would surely reach that realm if raised peacefully. As for strength and future potential, don't ask. It's all about spending money. If it's not strong enough or can't evolve, it's because you haven't spent enough. That one in the corner. I like its look. Please retrieve it for me. Without incident, Lin Bai paid promptly and obtained the shadow crow he desired. No one contested him for the beast. After all, shadow crows were as common as stray dogs, abundant in dark woods or damp marshes. Even a transcending mortality tier was nothing special. Having secured the shadow crow, Lin Bai didn't linger. He headed home to prepare the contract ritual. Unfortunately, his little purse was nearly empty. Lin Su offered to pay, but seeing he had enough, Lin Bai declined. Though he maintained a calm expression, Lin Su could tell he was thrilled. Wang Qi was ecstatic too, having closed a deal. Sometimes these attendants went unlucky for half a month without a single transaction. He had nearly given up hope, but fortune turned. The money was secondary. What mattered was that the transcendent inheritance also tied to sales volume. Sensing Lin Bai had no desire to browse further, he led them back up. Apart from promoting himself, he spoke little, a shrewd man. On their return, Lin Bai appeared composed but walked with a lighter step. Back in his room, Lin Bai finally let a flicker of excitement show. He began preparing the contract ritual, while Lin Su curiously examined the fledgling in its cage. The little creature was smaller than her palm, covered in dark gray down with beak and claws, a distinct blue-black gleaming with sharp coldness. Its amber eyes were as keen as an eagle's, and its tail feathers seemed longer than those of an ordinary shadow crow, giving it a spirited appearance overall. Most intriguingly, the bird's eyes held a lively intelligence far brighter than other spirit beasts. Beasts typically only attained comparable wisdom at the human rebirth realm. But after scrutinizing it, Lin Su saw nothing particularly special. Intelligence was merely a bonus. Without formidable combat power or utility, it amounted to little. So she directly questioned Lin Bai. She hadn't asked outside out of trust, now curiosity and a thirst for knowledge drove her. Little brother, this bird doesn't seem exceptional or rare. Can it even beat me when grown? She asked half-jokingly. Haha, sister, this shadow crow isn't strong in combat, but it's vital for my path. And a silent celestial hint told me to choose it. These two reasons convinced Lin Su, as they were exceedingly compelling. The path was his foundational cultivation method. Anything beneficial to it was justified. As for celestial intent, the people of this world deeply believed in it, for it was real, a resonance with the heavens above. Of these two reasons, the former concerning its utility to his own Tao path was indeed genuine. However, the latter about perceiving the will of heaven was false. Lin Bai couldn't possibly perceive a damn thing. He couldn't just count the detection ability inherent in Cocoon Break as the will of heaven, could he? Yet to leave an excuse for his future spirit beast's anomalous evolution, he had to include this reason. Why is my dark crow so extraordinary? The will of heaven whispered it to me in the vast silence. A perfectly reasonable explanation. As for why heaven didn't tell you, it's certainly because your talent is insufficient and your fortune too shallow. Lin Bai possess supreme talent and habitually help the elderly cross the street. My talent and fortune are both of the highest order. What? You don't believe me? It seems I've been too gentle. Lin Bai kindly fabricated a plausible reason for you, yet you dare to doubt me. To be honest, the reason for contracting this dark crow was purely due to the detection ability. When Lin Bai saw this crow's stats panel, he was utterly astonished. Species Dark Crow mutated. Strength 0. 3 Agility 0. 7 Constitution 0. 5 Spirit 0. 5 Level not yet entered the mortal transcending realm. Traits: Shadow Affinity, Concealment, Extreme Speed. Skills: Shadow Fusion, Shadow Perception, Venomous. Evaluation: a blue-chip stock among potential investments. Buy and profit. Why wait? The Dark Crow's current 4 attributes were mediocre. Even its most outstanding speed lagged far behind the Windfeather Sparrow, whose average agility he had seen was 0.9. However, its skills and traits compensated for this. An ordinary Dark Crow should only possess the Venomous skill, yet this one had 2 additional shadow-oriented skills. What ultimately solidified Lin Bai's decision was its traits. Traits signified the potential for future growth. For instance, consider its extreme speed trait. Though the little crow now had only 0.7 agility, in the future, upon maturing, it would far surpass other spirit beasts of the same level, perhaps even reaching the limits of the mortal transcending realm. Ordinary spirit beasts might not even possess a single trait, yet this one had a terrifying 3. If this dark crow were born in the wild, it would likely become the crow king of its territory. And Lin Bai's beast-taming warrior path precisely allowed him to inherit its traits, making this dark crow the most suitable companion for him at present. Moreover, with the Cocoon Break talent, the dark crow would never fall behind. Lin Bai planned to forge it into his personal mount for speed enhancement. After much fuss, Lin Bai finally understood the specific ritual for forging a life-bound contract with the dark crow. He would have to wait. The crow was a servant of the night, typically active only after dark, so the contract had the highest chance of success at night. Having figured this out, Lin Bai checked the time. Roughly 6 hours remained. No rush. While feeding the bird, he observed this remarkably intelligent fledgling, and after a moment of thought decided to ask for its opinion. "Little crow," he said softly, as if conferring with a person, "I wish to forge a life-bound pact with you. I swear I will treat you well, and one day I shall make you more radiant than the 9 heavens phoenix." He extended both hands, each holding a piece of minced meat. "If you are willing to trust me, eat from my right hand. If not, take from my left." After speaking, Lin Bai deliberately shook both hands to demonstrate clearly. He had no choice. This bird seemed far too intelligent, and Lin Bai was about to contract a life-bound spirit beast. This was no trifling matter. What was a life-bound beast? Souls intertwined, never to part. This was even more significant than a Tao companion who might merely be a fellow traveler on a certain stretch of the Great Path. But a life-bound beast was a partner in the pursuit of the Tao. Here, Tao companion refers to a like-minded comrade, not a romantic partner. A beast tamer. You might strike or scold him, and it might not matter. But if you were to treat his life-bound beast thus, see if the beast tamer wouldn't fight you to the death. If this dark crow refused, Lin Bai would have no choice but to release it into the wild, letting it return to its original home. He would consider their encounter as fate and the money spent as an offering for good karma. In this regard, Lin Bai was quite open-minded. Since arriving in this world, he had also begun to believe in fate. The little dark crow tilted its head as if pondering the human's words, and finally pecked at Lin Bai's right hand, signifying consent. Seeing this, Lin Bai felt a great weight lift from his heart. Joy spread across his brows. Moments before, his heart had raced with tension. In truth, Lin Bai still didn't fully understand this world. Spirit beasts did not possess the myriad thoughts of humans. They only followed the path that led to their own growth. In the worldview of spirit beasts, forming a contract with a human was a good thing. Seeing the little crow's agreement, Lin Bai fed it with even more enthusiasm, gently stroking its back feathers, much like those pet owners obsessed with petting cats in his past life. Until the little dark crow, annoyed by the disturbance, lifted its claw and pushed his finger away as if warning him to stop. He took no offense, instead finding delight in the act. Lin Bai then thought about giving it a name. He couldn't keep calling it Little Crow forever. That wouldn't do. "Little Dark Crow, what do you think of the name Mo Ling?" After thinking for a long while, Lin Bai spoke and looked at the little crow with hopeful eyes. This crow was pitch black, so Mo Inc. would be its surname. Since it was a female Ling feather, would be its given name a character that sounded like spirit and carried avian connotations. Lin Bai thought the name was quite good. After naming it, Lin Bai felt self-satisfied, believing his cultural level had improved once again. Unexpectedly, the little dark crow did not grant him face. It simply stood frozen in place without responding. But Lin Bai did not give up. Instead, he continued to pester it repeatedly, trying to make it agree. Thus, when Lin Su came to bring Lin Bai his meal, she saw her foolish brother earnestly teasing the bird, as if completing some momentous task. The little dark crow, however, looked utterly resigned from Lin Bai's pestering. It simply couldn't fathom how this human possessed so much energy. "Xiao Bai, what are you? Sis, you're here. I'm teaching Xiao Ling. Great progress has been made." It's almost recognizing its name. Xiao Ling. Oh, that's the name I gave the little crow. Mo Ling. How is it? Good, right? As long as you're happy. Lin Su held her forehead, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Seeing his sister's disbelief, Lin Bai immediately prepared to show off. He began calling the little crow's name, and this time the crow graciously responded. Seeing the successful result, Lin Bai placed his hands on his hips, looking immensely proud. Lin Su wanted to say something but held back. She felt that this crow had only agreed because it was pestered to the point of endurance. Yet seeing Lin Bai's happy expression, she suppressed her words. There were still 2 hours until the most suitable time for the contract. Lin Bai stopped teasing Mo Ling and calmed his mind to conserve his energy. His earlier teaching, aside from being playful, also served to familiarize himself with the bird and cultivate mutual understanding. In truth, Lin Bai could wait a few more days to contract, but he felt the present moment was best. Thus he decided to follow his own instincts. As night fell, the bright moon slowly climbed the heavens. Lin Bai sat cross-legged, silently counting the time, feeling it was nearly right. He moved the table to a moonlit spot in the courtyard and placed the birdcage at its center. As the night deepened, the ritual began. Lin Bai cut his finger and began drawing a strange array around the cage. It resembled a 5-point star, but at each vertex was a different talisman. These talismans enhanced the mental connection between Lin Bai and Mo Ling during the contract. Lin Bai began reciting the contractual incantation for crow-like avians from the beast-taming warrior path using a peculiar intonation. This was a contractual incantation refined from the ancient shamanic chants of the Wu tradition. Heaven and earth bear witness by the moonlight as proof. I Lin Bai summon with my soul, bind with my spirit. You shall transmit hidden messages, explore the shadowy paths, serve me as your master without defiance or betrayal. I shall offer you the moon's essence, feed you pure dew, protect your form unwavering and undying. The pact is sealed, coexist. He who breaks the pact, may heaven strike him down. As Lin Bai finished the final words of the incantation, his beast-taming warrior Dao path began to activate. A strand of his soul from within his sea of consciousness detached from its original form and flew out. Simultaneously, as Lin Bai's incantation concluded, the array on the table began to activate, gathering moonlight from within half a zhang around into the formation. The moonlight finally coalesced into a thick beam of lunar essence flying toward Mo Ling. The little crow instinctively sensed danger, shrieking sharply and flapping its wings, crashing against the cage bars. It wasn't reneging on the contract, but the lunar essence felt like a blade at its throat. A tremendous threat in its perception. Finally, the moonlight attached itself to Mo Ling. As if its life force were seized, its body instantly stiffened, unable to move. The moonlight seemed to be stripping something from its body. The strand of Lin Bai's soul that had flown out found its destination and entered Mo Ling's body. This soul strand acted like a catalyst, drawing a shadowy radiance from Mo Ling's body that flew toward Lin Bai's head. In this state, Lin Bai felt neither joy nor sorrow, waiting for the radiance to enter his sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Su, who was guarding him, knew this was the most critical stage. She held her breath, not daring to exhale. The radiance entered Lin Bai's sea of consciousness, where it sank, coalesced, and finally transformed into a simple emblem of a crow. The emblem's lines were crude like a child's scribbles, yet they captured the crow in mid-flight, exuding a touch of cuteness. This emblem was composed of the crow's soul, true spirit, nature, and other essential elements. From then on, Mo Ling's life was entrusted to Lin Bai. What Lin Bai had given was a strand of his soul, which for Mo Ling only served to establish a mental connection without the same effect as Lin Bai's. As the incantation said, serve me as your master. In this contractual relationship, Lin Bai was the master. After all, this was the beast-taming warrior path, whose foundation was that of a martial artist. After the emblem formed, Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Mo Ling on the table, still undergoing the ritual. It still had one final step, integrating Lin Bai's strand of soul into its own. Lin Bai could not assist with this step, but fortunately it was generally unproblematic. With the help of the 5-point star talisman array, no issues would arise. Moments later Lin Bai clearly sensed that his strand of soul had seamlessly merged with Mo Ling's soul. A wondrous mental connection was established. He could even vaguely perceive Mo Ling's current emotions, a mix of exhaustion and novel curiosity. It's done. A smile he couldn't suppress crept across Lin Bai's face. He opened the birdcage and without any command Mo Ling affectionately flew onto his shoulder, gently rubbing its little head against his cheek. Lin Bai laughed, teasing Mo Ling with his finger, savoring this newfound bond. Lin Su stepped forward, looking at the harmonious scene of the one human and one crow, and let out a sigh of relief. It seems everything went smoothly. Lin Bai nodded with a smile. Very smoothly. Mo Ling and I can now perceive each other very clearly, and our souls are continuously interacting. Seeing Lin Bai's pale complexion, Lin Su handed him the marrow-nourishing pill and spirit-nourishing pill she had prepared long ago. Both Lin Bai and Mo Ling were now exhausted. He had given a strand of his soul, but Mo Ling had given far more. Thus, for the time being, Lin Bai could only contract one life-bound beast. Otherwise, he would have already filled his slots, not wasting his harmonious travel talent. Lin Bai took the pills himself and carefully fed one to Mo Ling. These pills, refined by Lin Su, were only of the first grade, but for the one human and one crow, who had just undergone the soul ritual and were greatly depleted, they were like sweet rain after a long drought. While recovering, Lin Bai activated the harmonious travel talent. The spiritual star representing harmonious travel shimmered faintly in the spiritual chart. Then an invisible tendril extended from the depths of the star chart, crossing spatial distance to connect with the crow emblem. Then through the light radiating from the crow emblem, Lin Bai was bathed. He felt a warm current flow through his entire body before returning to its origin. Lin Bai knew his speed had increased. Using his detection ability, he confirmed it. Agility 9.20.799. The harmonious travel talent added to Lin Bai's current limit. Now it seemed to add only 0.7, an insignificant effect. But when his speed reached a certain critical point, this extra boost would be the key to breaking through the limit. It was like the 100-meter sprint in his past life. The difference between 10 seconds and 9.8 seconds was a qualitative leap. This was a conceptual level talent. Thus Lin Bai had come to realize that the harmonious travel talent might be stronger than the Cocoon Break talent. Well, they're both my wings. No need to compare, both are strong. After Lin Bai finished taking the pills, Lin Su began to chat with him. Xiao Bai, it's only been a week since you arrived in Yunmeng City, and you've already obtained the full Dao path, advanced to mortal transcending, and acquired your first life-bound beast. Lin Su sighed with emotion. When she had achieved something similar on her own path, it had taken her about 2 months. This was not solely due to talent. The mysterious and elusive fortune must also have played a role. Haha sis, am I not impressive? Your little brother is amazing, right? Lin Bai might be humble in front of others to keep a low profile, for the towering tree attracts the wind. But there was no need for that with Lin Su. Didn't she know him well enough? Lin Su looked at Lin Bai's smug expression, let out a resigned laugh, then grew annoyed. This wretched brat showed absolutely no restraint in front of her, not caring if he disheartened his dear sister. Lin Su directly reached out and pinched Lin Bai's cheek. You little rascal, not modest at all. It's fine to say it in front of me, but don't you dare show off like this outside. Sis, I know. Let go, it hurts. My soul is currently depleted. Rounding up, am a patient. You as a pharmacist at the benevolence hall, rounding up are a doctor. Bullying a patient like this is against medical ethics. I'm going to file a complaint at the benevolence hall. A patient? A complaint? Little Mo Ling tilted its head, watching the two humans laugh and scuffle. Its tiny mind could hardly comprehend the subtleties of human speech. Yet through the clear connection in its sea of consciousness, it could feel its master's current mood. Like spring water just thawed, warm and serene. After the contract, Lin Bai spent the following days testing his compatibility and combat methods with Mo Ling. Thanks to the firm life-bound contract, Mo Ling could clearly understand and execute Lin Bai's commands. Lin Bai could also understand Mo Ling's intentions through the soul link between them. What delighted Lin Bai most was that he could actually share Mo Ling's field of vision. Although the range was currently only about 5 li, he could sense that this distance would expand as the harmony between their spirits and souls deepened. This discovery sparked a burst of inspiration in Lin Bai, leading him to tailor a tactical system for his current stage, which he named the eye-placing archery stream. Just imagine, when Mo Ling grows up, flies high and fast, and possesses natural stealth capabilities, wouldn't that be an all-weather all-terrain super reconnaissance drone that can't be countered and constantly calls out positions? Coupled with Lin Bai's now greatly increased strength, this perfectly complemented his archery skills. When the time came, Lin Bai would hide in a safe spot, use Mo Ling's vision to locate enemies, then draw his bow and unleash strikes beyond visual range. This tactic would be a nightmare for enemies in complex terrain. Even if the effect was somewhat diminished in open areas, it didn't matter. Lin Bai's close combat prowess was equally formidable. He was merely cautious by nature, deeply adhering to the maxim of, if you can strike from behind, never engage heathen. Aside from training Mo Ling, Lin Bai's own cultivation steadily improved. Based on his constitution, he gradually increased the dosage and frequency of the bear heart powder. The advantage was clear: his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. The downside was equally evident: the powder was being consumed too quickly. Lin Bai estimated that it would run out before he even had to attend the martial arts hall. Of course, this was Lin Bai's shortcoming, not that of his supreme grade talent. However, such terrifying resource consumption even made Lin Bai entertain the dangerous thought of finding a wealthy benefactress to skip 20 years of struggle. After all, Yunmeng City was full of great clans eager to invest in high-grade talents as son-in-law. Of course, this thought was fleeting, not out of any sense of machismo, but simply because Lin Bai didn't believe these great clans would offer freebies. There had to be a catch. But his path as a beast-taming warrior combined with the cocoon break talent meant that the evolution of his lifebound beast could not stop. And lifebound beast evolution was another money pit, one that only grew more expensive over time. For instance, the cocoon break talent now revealed to Lin Bai how Mo Ling should evolve next and what materials were required. Name: Mo Ling. Species: dark crow mutated. Evolution requirements: at a location dense with Yin Qi in a graveyard, inscribe a Yin gathering formation and place the dark crow within. Feed it phosphorus firebugs for 7 consecutive days, and on the 7th day perform the corresponding ritual. Evolution formation diagram. Mysterious ritual. This cocoon break talent was surprisingly thoughtful. Fearing he might not understand the formation and ritual materials, it listed 2 inventories in his mind, presented in the format he was most familiar with. Lin Bai examined the specific requirements. Overall, since this was the first evolution and a low-stage one, the materials needed were somewhat numerous, but individually none were expensive. For example, the black cloud ink or ink for drawing the formation, the Yin Soul Stone as the formation's core, and the light bird feathers for the ritual. All were cheap, abundant items. Compared to the spirit beast evolution resources on the market that often bankrupted people, these were practically dirt cheap. The problem was that Lin Bai couldn't even afford this dirt cheap price. His entire savings had gone into buying Mo Ling. But Lin Bai could still rely on his sister. As a disciple of an alchemy master, Lin Su was relatively well off. However, one material on the list made Lin Bai a bit uneasy. Phosphorus firebugs. This item wasn't particularly valuable, but it was one of the materials regulated by the Great Xia dynasty. Officially, only the Heavenly Crafts Hall had access to it, and it wasn't sold externally. If Lin Bai had a connection in the Heavenly Crafts Hall, sneaking a few out might not be difficult. But after racking his brain, none of his acquaintances had any ties to that institution. Thus the plan hit a snag. Lin Bai considered telling Lin Su, but she was a stereotypical homebody who disliked socializing. He guessed she had no such connections either and didn't want to worry her. The evolution wasn't urgent, so Lin Bai decided to solve the problem himself first. If that failed, he'd tell Lin Su and see if she had any ideas. As a last resort, he'd activate his hidden backup energy source, Master Golden Flower. After all, he couldn't trouble Master Golden Flower over such a trivial matter. Lin Bai was considering whether to visit Yunmeng City's black market. As everyone knows, regulation implies profit, and profit means someone will risk smuggling. As for fearing bandit cultivators, Lin Bai wasn't too worried. His current strength placed him among the top experts in the transcending mortality realm, and he only wanted to buy some phosphorus firebugs. Surely that wouldn't attract trouble. Just as Lin Bai was agonizing, Lin Su sent someone to fetch him. What does sister want? The maidservant shook her head. I don't know. Alchemist Lin only instructed me to bring you honored guests to see her. Unable to get answers, Lin Bai had to settle Mo Ling, then followed the maidservant. The maidservant led him to an alchemy room on the 4th floor, then bowed and withdrew. Lin Bai was puzzled, as this was neither Master Golden Flower's alchemy chamber nor Lin Su's own. But since he was already there, Lin Bai raised his hand and knocked. The door swung open automatically. Without hesitation, Lin Bai stepped inside. Once inside, Lin Bai immediately spotted Lin Su and an unfamiliar woman beside her. The woman wore a goose-yellow dress with silver embroidery on the collar, and cuffs, a golden cord headband, and a lovely face. What caught the eye most were her amber-colored eyes with a touch of vermilion at the corners, adding a hint of brightness. The woman studied Lin Bai with interest as he entered, then reached out to stop Lin Su, who was about to introduce him. Lin Bai's mind was racing. Sister doesn't know many people, and even fewer are this close. Besides, this is a mid-level alchemy room in the Benevolent Heart Hall. He recalled someone Lin Su had mentioned during their journey, and noting the woman's strong resemblance to his mother Wang Xiu in the eyes and brows, though the overall face differed, along with vague childhood memories. With that, Lin Bai understood and bowed respectfully. Nephew pays respects to aunt. It is my fault for not visiting sooner since arriving in Yunmeng City. The woman's smile deepened. How do you know I'm your aunt? Aren't you afraid of being wrong? Lin Bai replied with continued respect. Mother advised me before I left and sister, and I discussed it on the way. Seeing you today, your eyes and brows are strikingly similar to mother's. Besides, I visited Yunmeng City with my parents 7 years ago. Though my memory is vague, the general outline remains. The woman beckoned Lin Bai to sit beside her. Last time I saw you, you were a mischievous little monkey. Now you speak like a scholar from the academy. Has your mother raised a literary champion? Hearing his aunt tease him for being too proper, Lin Bai remained non-committal. He had his reasons. When facing unfamiliar elders, first impressions are crucial. It's always safest to be properly respectful and complete all the formalities. If the elder was easygoing and disliked rigid etiquette, they'd just tease him verbally, but wouldn't hold it against him. After all, one can never be too polite. But if he encountered a strict and conservative elder, unruly behavior would surely displease them. So Lin Bai had only one principle when dealing with elders: act obedient first, then loosen up after getting familiar. Lin Bai's grandmother was named Tan Shu. In the Wang family of Yunmeng, her status was not that of a legitimate wife but rather a concubine. Grandmother Tan Shu had 3 children in total. The eldest son, Wang Shu, was over 50 years old, a martial arts fanatic who never married. The eldest daughter was Lin Bai's mother, Wang Xiu, aged 42. The youngest daughter, Wang Qian, was the woman in yellow before him. At 27, she was an intermediate alchemist at the Benevolence Hall and remained unmarried. Being born of the same mother, the 3 siblings shared an exceptionally close bond. Thus, when Lin Bai arrived, Wang Xiu had instructed him to seek help from his uncle and aunt if needed. However, Wang Xiu later followed the family's arrangements and moved to Anning County to manage the Wang family's estate. From then on, their visits grew infrequent. The last time she returned to Yunmeng City was 3 years ago, when Lin Su first came to Yunmeng and Wang Xiu accompanied her worried. Lin Bai sat beside Wang Qian as instructed. The ensuing conversation inevitably touched on his mother's well-being and his life since arriving in Yunmeng City. Lin Bai assumed Lin Su had already recounted everything, so he only spoke of smooth and peaceful matters, glossing over his own specific circumstances. During their talk, Wang Qian decided that she would later take Lin Bai to the residence to pay respects to their grandmother. Lin Bai felt this was only proper. As a younger generation having arrived here, how could he not visit his elder kin? He initially intended to prepare some gifts first, but Wang Qian waved him off with a grand gesture. You little rascal, why so many formalities? She chided, casting him a reproachful glance. You're going to see your own grandmother. A 15-year-old boy showing up with gifts would only make your mother's heart ache. Hearing this, Lin Bai promptly abandoned the idea. It made sense. This was his own grandmother. Excessive politeness might actually wound her feelings. After their conversation, Lin Bai felt much closer to this young aunt. He noticed that Wang Qian's temperament somewhat resembled that of Zhou Ling, his sister Lin Su's senior disciple. However, while Zhou Ling was lively and vivacious, Wang Qian was free-spirited and easygoing. As they chatted, Wang Qian also found herself quite compatible with this young nephew. Lin Bai was respectful but not rigid. By the way, since you've just arrived, your little aunt hasn't given you a gift yet. Your sister mentioned you use a blade. Before Lin Bai could respond, Wang Qian bustled off to her storage room and retrieved a black-bladed saber, its scabbard entirely pitch black. Here, take it. 2 years ago, someone asked me to refine pills for them, but couldn't afford the fee, so they pawned this blade to me. Later, I heard that person encountered a calamity and was never heard from again. Now the blade is mine. See if you like it. If you don't like it, you can take it to the Heavenly Craft Hall to melt it down. It's still decent material. Wang Qian handed the black saber to him. Lin Bai did not stand on ceremony. He took it, grasped the hilt, and drew it out for a careful inspection. Within the scabbard lay a blade modeled after the Yanling saber commonly used by northern swordsmen. The hilt was adorned with gold and silver threads, simple yet exquisite in decoration. The blade was thicker and heavier than an ordinary Yanling saber, with a long, slender blood groove running through its center. A cold gleam danced along the edge, sending a chill through the skin at a single glance. It was clearly a lethal weapon, a fine blade that no northern swordsman could refuse. Lin Bai was no exception. He had chosen the saber as his weapon precisely because he loved its domineering aura. Seeing Lin Bai's eyes fixed on the blade, Wang Qian smiled mysteriously. This blade isn't just about looks. During its forging, it was infused with profound iron and light-heavy stone. The profound iron enhances its toughness. As for the light-heavy stone, try channeling your energy into the blade. Lin Bai knew of profound iron, but light-heavy stone was a term he had never heard. He followed her instructions, slowly infusing his internal force into the saber. Lin Bai felt the weight of the blade in his hand gradually increasing as his energy flowed in. It finally settled at a weight that felt perfectly suited to him, approximately 800 jin. To put it in perspective, this weight was nothing short of terrifying. An ordinary martial artist who had not yet entered the transcendent realm typically possessed 400 to 500 jin of strength, and wielded a blade weighing only about 10 jin. With Lin Bai's 800 jin blade, he could crush even an ordinary transcendent realm martial artist. Moreover, he sensed that the blade's weight could still increase further. Noticing the undisguised astonishment on Lin Bai's face, Wang Qian spoke with pride. "How is it? The energy you channel in can maintain the blade's weight for about an hour, after which it will gradually return to normal. If you want it to revert earlier, simply withdraw your energy." Lin Bai swung the black saber a few times. Then with a thought he withdrew his energy, and the weight in his hand instantly lightened, becoming no different from an ordinary blade. This reminded him of the legendary Rui Jingu Bang, though that staff changed size at will while this blade varied its weight. He examined it again and again. He truly loved this saber, yet accepting such a precious gift from his aunt upon their first meeting gave him pause. At that moment Lin Su, seeing his expression, knew exactly what was on his mind. "Put it away properly and thank your aunt. Don't you know that a gift from an elder must not be refused?" Hearing Lin Su's words, Wang Qian put on a stern face and said seriously, "I never take back what I've given. Besides, what use does an alchemist have for such a weapon? Moreover, this blade only used half a light heavy stone with an upper limit of 5,000 jin, hardly worth much." At these words Lin Bai hesitated no longer. He carefully secured the blade, cherishing the kindness in his heart. He understood that although Wang Qian spoke lightly, a weapon capable of varying its weight with an upper limit of 5,000 jin was worthy of being a family heirloom. Her mention of half a light heavy stone was merely to ease his mind. If news of this item spread, it would undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes. Let others know you possess such a treasure and see if those rogue cultivators don't come to rob you. Seeing Lin Bai accept it decisively, Wang Qian grinned and teased him. "Little nephew, your luck with the Tao is truly remarkable. If you had come any later, I'd have traded this blade at the Daxia Treasure Pavilion. Your sister says your talent surpasses hers. When you make it big, don't forget to look after your little aunt." Lin Bai immediately put on a fawning smile, grabbed a small round fan nearby, and leaned in to fan Wang Qian diligently, his tone dripping with sycophancy. Of course. Not only for the immense gift of this blade, but also because the moment I met you I felt an instant connection. Truly you are as beautiful as you are kind." Lin Su, seeing his antics, pretended to be jealous and said in a plaintive tone, "You little ingrate. After all I've done for you, you've never fanned me a single breeze. How could that be? How could that be?" Lin Bai quickly apologized, shifted positions, and began wielding the fan with both hands to cool both Lin Su and Wang Qian simultaneously. Fanning with both hands, he cut a rather comical figure. Lin Su and Wang Qian couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle at his ridiculous appearance. The faint estrangement between Lin Bai and Wang Qian, born from years of separation, dissolved in that shared laughter. Poor Lin Bai was simultaneously given a dismissive glance by both alchemists. They ignored him and sat down to discuss their ideas on alchemy. Though Lin Su was a newly promoted junior alchemist, as a personal disciple of a master alchemist, her knowledge and theory were by no means weak. Wang Qian, needless to say, had been an experienced intermediate alchemist for 3 years. Fortunately, Lin Bai wasn't too pitiful. After about a quarter of an hour, Wang Qian let him sit aside and rest. In truth, with his current physique, he could fan them for an entire day and night without tiring, but Lin Bai chose the lazy route. He simply sat quietly nibbling on pastries, watching his sister and aunt discuss lofty theories he couldn't comprehend. Terms like wood method, monarchical ministerial, heavenly timing, and fire readiness, and essence of water refinement. Each word he understood individually, but together they read like a celestial script. It felt exactly like that afternoon in his past life, when he stared at the mathematical formulas on the blackboard, the light gradually fading from his eyes. Fortunately, Lin Bai had not actually fallen asleep, and even more fortunately, Wang Shi and Lin Su concluded their discussion on Tao after just over an hour. It wasn't that they had exhausted their insights on alchemy, but rather that it was time to set off to visit the grandmother. The three of them exited the Benevolence Hall, traversed several bustling streets, and arrived at a peculiar district on the edge of the marketplace. Lin Bai was momentarily stunned at the sight. A row of sleek metallic luster vehicles sat quietly parked, their front designs evoking an uncanny resemblance to the steam locomotives and internal combustion engines of his past life. Alas, they were not. He heard that these were spiritual energy carriages invented by the Celestial Workshop, powered by spirit stones and formations. A single ride cost at least 1 spirit stone, beyond a certain distance, if the fare was less than half a spirit stone, it would be rounded up to half. According to the Celestial Workshop's propaganda, this pricing was to preserve the livelihoods of rickshaw pullers and horse cart drivers. Only by setting a high price could they avoid taking away those workers' jobs. But Lin Bai suspected the Celestial Workshop was merely fleecing the rich, and the above statement was just a gloss. Nevertheless, he approved of the practice for a gentleman judge's intent over action. Some might ask, with such a high price, does anyone actually ride them? The answer is yes, and plenty at that. The Celestial Workshop knew marketing all too well. They strictly controlled the number of vehicles sold to the public. In Cloud Dream City, only high-ranking officials and the 3 great clans owned a few. Local families could only long-term lease them, and even then the quantity was limited. Would anyone attempt to counterfeit them? Indeed, some reckless souls tried, but any imitation was swiftly crushed by the Celestial Workshop under the charge of theft of trade secrets, with the authorities turning a blind eye. Moreover, those who could afford these spiritual energy carriages were the wealthy. If you bought a counterfeit and were found out in public, you would lose all face. The great figures valued their reputation above all else, and the higher their status, the more so, whether they were self-proclaimed or genuinely recognized as such. In certain circles, face was more important than spirit stones. Thus, young masters and ladies insisted on using spiritual energy carriages for every gathering, even stretching their finances to keep up appearances. Furthermore, families with some surplus wealth, seeing these dignitaries riding such carriages, would occasionally indulge themselves to experience the lifestyle of the upper class. And so, with a steady stream of customers, the Celestial Workshop raked in profits. Wang Shi casually selected a pleasing spiritual energy carriage, and the 2 siblings followed her inside. After each journey, these carriages were returned to a designated place for washing and disinfection, ensuring a pleasant experience for the next passengers. Credit where credit was due. The Celestial Workshop excelled in this regard with impeccable service awareness. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai felt that the high price was justified. Once aboard Wang, she took out a card and pressed it against the console, beginning to operate it. After she finished, the spiritual energy carriage started automatically gliding smoothly towards the southern part of Cloud Dream City, while Wang Shi stepped back to sit with the 2 siblings. Lin Bai was taken aback and asked, "Auntie, does this carriage not need a driver to steer?" Wang Shi replied casually, "Within Cloud Dream City it can drive autonomously. Within 500 li outside the city it operates semi-autonomously. Public carriages cannot be taken beyond that range. Only private ones can after being unlocked." Lin Bai felt he had heard of this concept before. Robotaxi. Lin Bai had another question. "Then what was that card you just used, Annie?" "Oh, it's a spirit energy carriage card issued by the Celestial Workshop. It can start any carriage in Cloud Province." Lin Su added softly, "You need to recharge at least 100 spirit stones at the Celestial Workshop to get one." Connectivity technology. The sense of déjà vu grew stronger for Lin Bai. These 2 things alone piqued his interest greatly. In his past life, autonomous cars were the product of multiple high-tech fields like AI. What made this world's version possible? Formations or spiritual energy? Lin Bai wanted to lift the front hood to see the inner structure, but he couldn't, so he turned his attention to the carriage's interior. The cabin was quite spacious. 5 or 6 people could sit without feeling cramped. The decor was in a classic antique style, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Unfortunately, Lin Bai couldn't discern much about its workings, so his attention quickly shifted to other things. This was his first time visiting Cloud Dream City since growing up, and everything seemed novel. As the carriage traveled along the main road, buildings on either side stood in close array, and various vendor cries rose and fell. Women in relatively cool dresses strolled down the streets laughing, while a few academy students, presumably just finished with classes, walked home. Look, a puppet show was underway, and the audience below cheered enthusiastically. This was something unseen in Peaceful County. Though not a backwater, most people there were busy making a living. Such scenes were rarely seen during the day in Peaceful County. If you wanted entertainment there, you'd have to wait for the idlers to gather under the banyan tree after dinner, or seek out the performances of eccentric folk in the deep alleys. These were 2 different landscapes. Lin Bai couldn't say he preferred one over the other, but having never witnessed the latter before, he found it utterly fascinating. Since the Benevolence Hall was in the marketplace and the marketplace was in the northern city, while Lin Bai's grandmother lived in the southern city, they had to traverse most of Cloud Dream City. Lin Bai observed the changing street scenes closely near the market shops, lined the streets all bustling with customers, whether selling supernatural goods or not. The further south they went, the richer the atmosphere of daily life became, painting a vivid picture of mortal existence. Wang Shi began to tell Lin Bai more about his grandmother's circumstances. Lin Bai's grandmother Tan Shu was no ordinary woman. She had not chosen to become his grandfather's concubine for love, but to seek a breakthrough to the transcendent realm. Originally a peasant girl, she had stumbled upon a fragmented inheritance and cultivated to the mortal transcendent stage. Lacking resources and further techniques, she married the then disinherited son of the Wang family steward to obtain cultivation resources. 8 years ago, Lin Bai's grandmother officially broke through to the transcendent realm and moved out of the Wang residence. Due to her transcendent status, the Wang family granted her basic courtesies. They approved her request. Lin Bai's grandfather, serving as the family stud, was tasked with producing as many offspring and emotional ties as possible. Other matters were unimportant. According to Wang, he never disturbed the grandmother afterward. He probably had no time for it, Wang, she said calmly. The old man is over 100 now and has over a dozen concubines. Mother's situation, though special, had precedence before. This grandfather was indeed a professional. Even Lin Su, who had lived long in Cloud Dream City, had only met him once, after becoming a disciple of Master Golden Flower. Listening to his Aunt Wang Zai's account, Lin Bai's expression grew increasingly odd. Grandmother and grandfather are truly extraordinary people, he remarked. His grandmother, through her own Tao fortune and effort, had risen from a peasant girl to a transcendent cultivator. One shouldn't underestimate that. The transcendent realm was no small feat. As for his grandfather, he was even more of a character. The old man had dozens of children and the grandchildren were countless. Of course, he was acting on orders to be a stud. After all, many cultivators were martial fanatics or their high cultivation reduced fertility, yet the family bloodline had to continue. Still, apart from companionship, the old man had arranged everything properly. The fact that his aunt and sister could enter Cloud Dream City's benevolence hall was due not only to their talent, but also to the Wang family's backing through the grandfather. Thus Wang, she spoke of her father without resentment but rather with indifference. In 50 years, the old man might become a veritable king of support, Lin Bai thought to himself. Among so many grandchildren, geniuses were bound to emerge. With the Wang family's resources, breakthroughs to transcendent or even transcendence beyond were entirely possible. Grandmother is a marvel, and grandfather is a marvel too, Lin Bai concluded. Hearing Lin Bai's assessment, Wang, she smiled radiantly, agreeing with the sentiment. Your grandmother often feels lonely. Your eldest uncle is busy with official duties and frequently travels on business. Your second aunt, your mother, let alone she may not return even once a year. As for your sister and me, we usually cultivate at the benevolence hall and can only visit when we have time. You should come see her often. Since you're on the martial path, she can also give you guidance. Lin Bai nodded at Wang Zai's words. Visiting a lonely elder was his duty as a junior. Seeing Lin Bai agree, Wang, she brightened considerably. As they spoke, the spiritual energy carriage had entered the southern city, and the grandmother's residence came into view. Willow Lane. Deep within the northern alley of Liutiao Lane, a stone courtyard with green tiles stood in serene silence. As the three alighted from the carriage, the spiritual energy-powered vehicle automatically confirmed the journey's end and quietly returned to its gathering point for cleaning. Lin Bai carefully surveyed the courtyard, finding it far removed from his imaginings of a transcendent cultivator's abode. Lacking the grandeur of a noble estate, it was instead unpretentious, like the dwelling of a prosperous country household. Wang Qian then signaled for him to follow her inside. The small courtyard's gate had 3 low steps. As this was Lin Bai's first visit, Wang Qian and Lin Su did not enter through the side door as usual. Instead, they knocked on the vermilion main gate. Before long, a maidservant of about 16 or 17 hurried over to open the door. Upon seeing Wang Qian, she was momentarily startled, but then noticing Lin Bai behind her, she immediately understood. How could one bring a guest in through the side door? After bowing to the 3 of them, the maidservant addressed Wang Qian and Lin Su. Miss Chanqian, Miss Susu, the madam is still practicing martial arts in the rear courtyard. I shall go inform her at once. Wang Qian waved her hand. No need, we'll go ourselves. Then pointing to Lin Bai, she introduced him. Xuanhuan, this is Lin Bai, mother's youngest grandchild. Go tell Wu Ma to prepare more food for dinner, make it lavish. Upon hearing this, the maidservant named Xuanhuan bowed to Lin Bai, young master Lin Bai. Only then did she turn and head toward the kitchen. On the way to the rear courtyard, Lin Bai noticed several fruit trees common to Yunzhou planted in the yard. Their branches were lush and thick, clearly well tended. The courtyard was not overly large, and they soon reached the side yard for martial arts practice. Before seeing anyone, they heard the sounds. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sharp whistling of a weapon cutting through the air rang out without pause. There, a woman in white form-fitting attire was wielding a spear in the yard. Hanging from the spear was a stone lock that appeared exceedingly heavy. The woman looked to be about 40 years old. Because she was practicing with the spear, her hair was simply coiled up. This was Lin Bai's grandmother Tan Shu. Despite her youthful appearance, she was over 70 years old. It was merely the effects of cultivation that kept her from showing her age. In this world, for reasons unknown, as long as humans avoided serious illness or disaster, living to 100 was effortless. For those skilled in nurturing their health, reaching 120 was also no great issue. Moreover, even ordinary people aged slowly and retained remarkable physical vitality. Even at the end of their lives, they could still be as robust as in their prime. As for cultivators, they were in a league of their own. At the mortal transcendence realm, one's lifespan upon entry reached 180 years. At the peak of this realm, it increased by another 60 years to around 240. The life levels of the transcendent and the elevated realms could be considered similar, though influenced by different paths. Their lifespans fluctuated more, ranging roughly from 360 to 500 years. According to Aunt Wang Qian, grandmother followed the martial artist path. Generally, a transcendent realm martial artist's lifespan was around 400 years. Thus, at just over 70, grandmother had not yet passed a quarter of her life if measured against an ordinary person's timeline. High-level cultivators retained their youthful appearance, their visage manifesting as their heart willed. Even when their end drew near, as long as their spirit remained young, their exterior could still resemble that of vibrant youth. Grandmother Tanshu had already noticed their arrival, but her spear technique was not yet complete, with only the final part remaining. Thus Lin Bai could only watch as grandmother demonstrated the spear art. It must be said, as an old-school martial artist, her spear technique was exceedingly fierce. With the completion of the final form, she flicked her wrist, and the long spear along with the stone lock flew steadily back to the spear rack, landing perfectly in place. Then she turned to look, her gaze sweeping past Wang Qian and Lin Su before finally settling on Lin Bai's face, pausing for a moment in surprise. Wang Qian then bounced forward playfully and said with feigned mystery, "Hee, mother, guess who this is?" Grandmother ignored Wang Qian and stared directly at Lin Bai. "So alike, truly alike. Xiao Bai, you are Lin Bai, aren't you? 7 years ago, when I saw you, you were still a little bean. Now in the blink of an eye, you've grown into a big child. Come, let grandmother have a good look at you. Your mother wrote me a letter not long ago asking me to look after you." Lin Bai and Lin Su both obediently greeted their grandmother. "Greetings, grandmother." Good. Tanshu's face bloomed with a smile as she led the siblings to sit on a stone bench nearby. Wang Qian followed, but her lips were pursed so tightly they could have held a water bottle. Lin Bai obediently sat down with his grandmother, inwardly resigned to his name. Usually his sister and mother called him Xiao Bai, which sounded like a pet's name. Now it seemed his aunt and grandmother might join in. At home, Wang Qian was indeed more lively, even carrying a hint of girlish playfulness. Grandmother was now carefully studying Lin Bai, and he began to notice similarities between them. Lin Bai's physique resembled his father Lin Yi, and his facial features took after his mother Wang Xiu. But the phoenix-like brows and dragon-like eyes on his face, he had never known whom they resembled. Now looking at his grandmother, Lin Bai understood this was a case of atavism. Grandmother Tanshu's features were sharper than those of most women possessing an aggressive beauty. She was undeniably attractive, but one glance told you this was no delicate woman. Thus, the moment grandmother saw Lin Bai, she was reminded of herself at 17. But alas, times had changed and over 60 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Seated, Lin Bai spoke of his parents' well-being and his recent experiences since arriving in Yunmeng City. Lin Su and Wang Qian also chatted about the amusing anecdotes from the benevolent Heart Hall. Tanshu listened to the idle chatter of her children and grandchildren, an involuntary smile spreading across her face, the sharpness in her eyes softening considerably. Having already reached the transcendent realm, Tanshu knew she would likely remain at this level. Even if she managed to reach the elevated realm through sheer time, her lifespan would not increase significantly. As for the rebirth realm, Tanshu no longer harbored any hope. With her aptitude without a monumental stroke of fortune, it was simply impossible. So, as an aged elder, her greatest concern now was her descendants. At this thought, she couldn't help but feel a trace of relief. She had 1 son and 2 daughters. Her eldest son was a martial arts fanatic and likely would never marry. As for her younger daughter Wang Qian, given her understanding of her, that too seemed difficult. Had it not been for her eldest daughter Wang Xiu, who had found her ideal husband early on and married, and had children she feared, she would never have seen her grandchildren. As the youngest member of the family, Lin Bai was quite doted upon. For instance, he was now pulling on his grandmother's sleeve, earnestly trying to persuade her. "Grandmother, there's really no need to buy any transcendent realm spirit beast meat." Wang Qian, on the other hand, was stirring the pot, eager to see the fun, as she herself wanted to eat it. "Mother, when a grandchild comes home for the first meal, who doesn't prepare something good?" Upon hearing this, grandmother could no longer sit still. Lin Bai could only reason with her analytically. "Grandmother, it's already afternoon. The meat from those transcendent demonic beasts has all been picked over by others. Next time it'll come early, and then you can buy some." Hearing this, grandmother found it quite reasonable and merely summoned a maid instructing her to make dinner more sumptuous. Seeing that grandmother had abandoned the idea of buying transcendent beast meat, Wang Qian's eyes darted about again, ready to stir up trouble. But Lin Bai had already spotted the potential problem and could only shoot her a pleading look. Wang Qian returned a glance signaling that she would reluctantly agree. Lin Bai responded with a gesture of thanks for her mercy. It wasn't that Wang Qian was set on tormenting Lin Bai. She simply felt that this kind of playful banter brought the family closer together. And so amid the reminiscing, the three sons finally set. It was time for dinner. It had to be said that the meals at Grandma's were exceptionally delicious, as if it were an unspoken rule. Lin Bai savored every bite, perhaps due to having grown weary of the bland fare at the Hall of Benevolence. The food at the Hall of Benevolence wasn't unpalatable, but it was far too insipid. Having it once or twice was fine, but after nearly 10 days in Yunmeng City, facing those tasteless dishes day after day, Lin Bai's palate was crying out for something more flavorful. He stole a glance at his sister, who was dining quietly across from him, utterly perplexed as to how Lin Su could endure it. After all the siblings shared similar tastes, what he found unpalatable, she surely wouldn't enjoy either. Tonight's table was truly lavish. Grandma had procured rare seafood, a delicacy seldom seen in Yunzhou. In this inland region, its price rivaled that of spirit flesh from a transcending mortality beast, unattainable for ordinary folk, even with wealth requiring special connections. Watching Lin Bai eat with such relish, Grandma's smile deepened as she continuously served the two children. Wang Qian, observing from the side, felt a twinge of jealousy. After the meal, they moved to the courtyard to enjoy the cool night air. Under a star-scattered sky with a gentle evening breeze, Grandma recounted some amusing tales from bygone days. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to recall something. With a wave of his hand, a pouch appeared which he handed to Lin Bai. "Your aunt gave you a welcome gift, so I'll give you some pocket money. Here are 100 spirit stones." Lin Bai did not decline but accepted it graciously. After all, he had already taken the precious light and heavy blade. Refusing now would be mere pretense. Yet Lin Bai couldn't help but reflect on the vast wealth disparity in this transcendent realm. Back in Anning County, he had considered his family moderately well off. Now he realized how narrow his perspective had been. A grandma's casual gift of pocket money was 100 spirit stones. Moreover, this 100 spirit stones came as a timely relief, allowing Lin Bai to avoid being a burden on his sister, and instead head directly to the black market to purchase phosphorus fire insects. That evening, the three of them stayed at Grandma's house. Wang Qian and Lin Su each had their own rooms, and to Lin Bai's surprise, he had one too. His mother Wang Xiu had written to Grandma a few days prior, so Grandma had prepared his room well in advance. Lying on the soft bed, Lin Bai began his routine of summarizing and planning. "I've already reached the transcending mortality realm and contracted my lifebound beast. Now I just need to wait about half a month before attending the martial arts hall to learn auxiliary arts and techniques. Half a month is more than enough to evolve Mo Ling. He'll go to the black market in the next few days to buy the materials." He meticulously reviewed everything to ensure he was fully prepared before entering the martial arts hall. The next day, after breakfast at Grandma's, the three returned to the Hall of Benevolence. Back in his room, Lin Bai grew restless. He had initially planned to sneak off to the black market alone, without telling Lin Su to spare her worry. But on second thought, given their sibling bond and Lin Su's temperament, she would surely be hurt if she found out afterward. In the end, Lin Bai chose to come clean, waiting for Lin Su to return from alchemy practice at the Hall of Benevolence to discuss it with her. So during dinner that evening, Lin Bai kept stealing cautious glances at Lin Su, leaving her utterly bewildered and confused. Midway through the meal, Lin Bai carefully broached the subject. "Sis, after I contracted Mo Ling, I seemed to sense the heavenly will again while sleeping. It felt like something vague appeared in my mind." He once again used the universal excuse of heavenly will, as it was indeed real, and served as the most plausible reason. "You sensed the heavenly will again?" Lin Su was astonished. Many people spent their entire lives unable to feel the heavenly heart or will, yet her brother had experienced it twice in such a short time. Could Lin Bai truly be one watched over by the heavens? Lin Bai quietly pulled a list from his clothes, one he had drawn based on the materials and rituals he would need next. Lin Su took it and examined it with some confusion. "This looks like the pattern and required materials for some kind of ritual." "Exactly, sis. The heavenly will I sensed revealed what seems to be the evolution ritual for Mo Ling." She glanced at the list, then at Mo Ling, who was eating nearby. "These things can evolve Mo Ling's bloodline." Many of the materials on the list were familiar to Lin Su, not because they were expensive but because they were remarkably cheap. This was a bloodline evolution, a leap akin to a fish transforming into a dragon. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bai stated his purpose. "Sis, all these materials are easy to acquire except for the phosphorus fire insects. I don't know what to do about those. Do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Lin Su frowned. She indeed had no connections within the artisan hall. Maybe I could talk to my master about it. At this, Lin Bai quickly revealed his true intention. Sis, asking Master Jinhua for such a trivial matter. What would she think? I heard there's a black market in a ward between the south and west cities. Maybe I could resolve it there. Lin Bai had learned about this black market after conceiving the idea. It was like certain websites in his past life. Seemingly secret but actually known to everyone. A black market is still a market, and as a market it requires a large flow of people to generate profit. They even advertised themselves. Thus, with a few taels of silver, and some inquiries among the cultivators in the bustling market, Lin Bai easily obtained the address. Lin Su pondered for a moment and concluded that it was indeed a good solution. It wouldn't trouble her master and would solve the problem. Yet she felt something was slightly off. Suddenly Lin Su looked at Lin Bai with a knowing half-smile. Little brother, don't tell me you already had the idea of going to the black market and led me step by step. You even found out the address. Seems like you were well prepared. Lin Bai broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He knew he couldn't fool Lin Su. He hadn't expected a small slip in his words to reveal his true intentions. But how could he admit to such a thing? Lin Bai instantly changed his expression, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. Sis, how could you think that of me? I only got the address from idle chatter with others while I was bored at the Hall of Benevolence. Seeing Lin Bai's act, Lin Su became even more certain of his prior preparation. Lin Su snorted and said, well, you do have some conscience not sneaking off without telling me. If I had caught you doing that, I wouldn't have let it slide so easily. Since you've made up your mind, go ahead and do it. What? Sis, you agree to my plan? Lin Bai had braced himself for a scolding from Lin Su, but she had casually dismissed the matter and even agreed to his visit to the black market. Lin Bai's mood shifted instantly and he asked eagerly, Sis, when are we going? I'm not going this time. You'll go alone. You're already a martial artist at the transcending mortality realm. I can't treat you like a child anymore. I need to give you some space. Besides, my master said I need to stay and assist her in refining a batch of pills starting tomorrow. It'll take about 3 to 5 days, so I really don't have time to go with you. Really? Sis, don't worry. I promise to complete this mission perfectly. Lin Bai exclaimed, joyfully giving his assurance. Watching her brother's elated demeanor, Lin Su remarked lightly, it seems Little Bai has long grown tired of his meddling sister. Sis, how could you say that? I would never. Lin Bai immediately leaned in, pouring out a stream of flattery. Sis, you are my strategist. If I achieve anything in the future, it will all be thanks to your guidance. I will write a biography for you, so the whole world knows what an amazing sister I have. After much coaxing, Lin Bai managed to soothe Lin Su's minor pique. In truth, Lin Su's decision not to go was based on 3 considerations. First, she had noticed Lin Bai's growing desire for independence, much like an adolescent boy wanting to prove himself. Seeing this, Lin Su adjusted her mindset, granting Lin Bai more trust. That was why Lin Bai was so elated just now. Not just because he could go to the black market, but because his sister in her role had acknowledged his ability to handle this matter. Second, she genuinely had no time. As a disciple of an alchemy master, assisting in pill refinement was a frequent duty. Third, Lin Su would only be a hindrance in such a place. After all, Lin Bai possessed a supreme talent and followed the path of a martial artist, which was extremely lethal. Even though Lin Bai hadn't fought since his advancement, Lin Su had no doubt about his combat prowess. Lin Su even felt that even 3 of her now couldn't defeat a single Lin Bai. These 3 reasons led her to let Lin Bai go alone. As for why Lin Su threw a little tantrum earlier, well, understanding is one thing, emotions are another. She also had a slight ulterior motive to test if Lin Bai resented her for being overbearing. But soon the siblings returned to their usual harmony and continued their meal. Now Lin Bai no longer fidgeted. He ate heartily, occasionally sharing some of his dishes with little Mo Ling. Strangely enough, the food at the Hall of Benevolence suddenly seemed palatable. Watching her brother's simple, happy expression, Lin Su felt that her earlier test had been entirely unnecessary. When the next day arrived, Lin Bai did not leave the house until the afternoon. The previous night, Lin Su had given him a more detailed account of the black market's operations. The black market typically only truly opened for business at dusk. Setting out now was just right for Lin Bai. He could arrive in time for the opening, purchase the phosphorescent fireflies, and still have time to buy other materials afterward. He arrived at the spot where Wang Qian had previously taken him to board the spiritual energy carriage. He actually quite liked this contraption. It reminded him of the self-driving cars from his past life, and more importantly, it spared him from having to interact with other people. It was just a bit pricey. Since Lin Bai didn't have a card, he could only toss a spirit stone into the activation slot, before the carriage would begin to move. This time he had no leisure to admire the scenery outside the window. The moment he boarded, he sealed the doors and windows tightly, leaving only a narrow crack for ventilation, then closed his eyes to rest. Just as Lin Bai was resting inside the carriage, a soft female voice suddenly emanated from within. Dim lighting detected within the carriage. Activate the night luminescence stone. No, Lin Bai replied succinctly. The rest of the journey passed without incident. By the time the spiritual energy carriage arrived at Huaisong Ward on the border between the southern and western districts, the setting sun had just dyed half the sky crimson. This district, primarily inhabited by common folk, appeared utterly unremarkable, but Lin Bai knew that undercurrents surged beneath its placid surface. He disembarked early, deliberately taking a detour through several streets before finally stopping before a dense grove of trees. Deep within the shade, an imposing mansion loomed into view, its lintel bearing the two gilded characters, Yi Manor, in bold flowing calligraphy. The finest touch was that the mansion was encircled by thick woods, and Lin Bai now concealed himself within this natural barrier. The frontage was immense. According to Lin Su, the black market was housed within. The black market seemed to have already opened for business. People began to emerge from the woods in twos and threes, their faces covered, and enter through the vermilion-painted gate. Seeing this, Lin Bai hesitated no longer and prepared to enter directly. Before going in, he also donned a black tiger mask he had purchased from a nearby vendor. The vendors selling masks around here were truly numerous. He observed that most were local residents. Lin Bai couldn't help but marvel at how much employment this single industry had generated. Lin Bai approached the gate, but was stopped by the surrounding guards. A robust man, seemingly in his mid-30s, cupped his hands in salute. Sir, the rule for entering the gathering is a fee of 5 spirit stones. What say you? This Huaisong black market charged all buyers an entry fee of 5 spirit stones. Lin Bai was prepared. He directly extended his hand and offered the spirit stones he had prepared beforehand. The man examined the stones, carefully confirmed their authenticity, then stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Bai to enter. As Lin Bai strode through the gate, several people dressed in the official uniforms of Yunmeng City constables walked out from within. Seeing their attire, his heart immediately tightened. Although Lin Bai hadn't done anything major, could anyone help but feel nervous encountering the authorities in such a setting? Simply put, it was like running into the cops during a deal. Fortunately, these constables didn't even glance at Lin Bai. Instead, they were arm in arm with 2 men dressed as guards. They were exchanging pleasantries with each other. Captains Lin and Li, your martial arts have advanced greatly. You must be nearing the peak of mortal transcendence, right? What's that compared to you? Captains Pang and Jia, your diligent service here has surely caught the eyes of the higher-ups. Perhaps a promotion from a great figure will let you break through to transcendence in a single day. Brother Lin speaks the truth. Their voices were loud and unabashed, leaving Lin Bai momentarily stunned. After a moment's thought, sudden realization dawned on him. A false black market, furtive and skulking like rats in a gutter. A true black market, open and aboveboard, walking the line between light and dark. Was this even a black market? It was clearly a legitimate business operating under the guise of a black market. Having grasped this point, Lin Bai smiled knowingly and strode calmly through the gate. Once inside the mansion, he found a black market guide and paid a spirit stone to be led to the place where phosphorescent fireflies were traded. This utterly corrupt black market would squeeze a stone for blood. Passing through several courtyards and skirting past oddly shaped rocks and secluded bamboo groves, the guide brought him before a solitary hut, bowed respectfully, and withdrew. The door of the hut stood open, with only a few faint murky yellow beams of light spilling out. Upon entering, Lin Bai found the interior dimly lit, with 10 counters neatly arranged, each spaced far apart from the others. The counters were so distantly spaced, and there seemed to be some soundproofing device in place, that sound did not carry well. At least with Lin Bai's constitution, he could only hear extremely faint, indistinct murmurs. Only now did Lin Bai finally catch a whiff of the true black market atmosphere. He approached a vacant counter. Behind it sat another masked individual, who merely gazed at Lin Bai in silence as he drew near. Lin Bai cut straight to the chase and asked, "How much for the phosphorescent fireflies?" A muffled voice came from behind the counter. "Phosphorescent fireflies, 1 spirit stone for 2. 1 spirit stone for 2. Were these damn bugs made of gold?" Lin Bai grumbled inwardly, but kept his expression neutral. "I need 60 of them." He knew they were expensive, but he had no choice but to buy them here. The person behind the counter nodded, pulled a lever to summon another individual, and instructed them to fetch what Lin Bai had requested. A few minutes later, Lin Bai received a large bamboo cage. Inside the cage, separated into compartments, were black and white insects, each roughly the size of a pinky fingertip. Lin Bai examined them carefully. White wings with black spots, black legs, red eyes, long mouth parts, sickle-shaped head. None of these features were problematic and they seemed fairly lively. Lin Bai was in a good mood and was about to pay when he heard another voice from within. Sir, this cage costs 1 spirit stone as well. Furthermore, if you wish to keep them alive, you must feed these phosphorescent fireflies a specific potion every day. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's eyes widened as he stared at the person inside who silently stared back. Huff! Lin Bai took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the urge to curse, and asked as calmly as possible. About how much would it cost to keep these phosphorescent fireflies alive for a week? Sir, roughly 3 spirit stones should suffice. Lin Bai handed over another 4 spirit stones. This time the masked figure didn't summon anyone, but instead produced 2 bottles, one large and one small, from beside him. It seemed these had been prepared in advance, as if they had calculated that Lin Bai would definitely buy them. Sir, 1 drop per day is sufficient. The large bottle lasts 5 days, the small one 3. Lin Bai picked up the bamboo cage, pocketed the bottles, turned around, and left without the slightest intention of browsing the black market further. As he walked, he silently cursed the black market in his heart. A black market? More like a black heart market. I've never heard that phosphorescent fireflies need a special potion, and they even charge for an ordinary bamboo cage. And this bundling sales tactic. Luckily, I only need to keep them alive for about a week. He knew that phosphorescent fireflies also existed in nature. They weren't creatures created by some Taoist path. Moreover, they were just ordinary insects, not even at the mortal transcendence level. If they required a special potion, he wondered how the phosphorescent fireflies in the wild managed to survive. This was definitely a specially bred variant from the black market. Lin Bai walked quickly and was out before long. From the time he entered to the time he left, it had taken less than half an hour. Because he had arrived relatively early, there weren't many people in the black market yet. Lin Bai reached the woods, took off his mask, and went out to find a donkey cart. He paid the driver double the fare, which was the only reason the driver was willing to travel such a distance at night. There were no incidents along the way. It seemed Murphy's Law didn't apply to him. Only when he was truly back in his own room did Lin Bai feel at ease. He beckoned for Moling to come over. Lin Bai instructed, "Little one, this concerns your future, so you must watch over it carefully." Caw caw caw, Moling called out a few times, indicating it would surely complete the task. Actually, there wasn't likely to be any problem. This was Lin Su's courtyard located within the Benevolence Hall. No one would come to steal things here. This was just an added layer of security. Lin Bai still needed to go out once more to buy the remaining necessary items. There was still 1 hour until the market closed for the night, which was more than enough time. Daxia Treasure Tower. A resplendent tower similar to the Tongtian Tower, rising straight into the clouds from its base. Hence the name Tongtian, or sky-piercing. This treasure tower was like a general store. They had everything, including pills and weapons, sourced through channels like the Benevolence Hall and the Artisan Hall. As for why he didn't just buy directly from the Benevolence Hall or the Artisan Hall, the answer was simple: they weren't available for purchase. Low-grade common pills were fine, but high-grade or specially requested pills and artifacts often required custom orders. For instance, the light-heavy blade in Lin Bai's possession was something someone had pawned to Wang Qian as payment for her alchemy services. Furthermore, this Daxia Treasure Tower was quite shrewd, having implemented a membership system. However, Lin Bai wasn't here to buy finished pills or weapons this time. He needed to purchase some materials, so this was the only place to come. Entering the tower, he ignored the dazzling array of goods around him and went straight to a counter clerk to state his needs. Ink made from black cloud mineral or nether soulstone, 100-year-old yin, wood as thick as a calf's leg, and as long a portion of light bird feathers. The attendant calculated quickly and said with a smile, "That will be 55 low-grade spirit stones, guest. Would you like to apply for our tower's basic guest card? With a prepayment of just 100 spirit stones, you can enjoy a 10% discount on future purchases and gain access to certain exclusive items." Lin Bai shook his head, indicating he didn't need it. The materials he was buying now were still relatively low-grade, and besides, he didn't have 100 spirit stones left. After buying these materials, the allowance given by Grandma would be nearly spent. Seeing that he had no intention of signing up, the attendant said no more. He accepted the spirit stones, verified their authenticity, and then summoned a menial worker to retrieve the goods from the warehouse. The materials Lin Bai requested were numerous and varied, so it took a while before they were all gathered. He inspected each item one by one, confirmed their quality was satisfactory, and nodded to conclude the transaction. It had to be said, the service and quality of the Daxia Treasure Tower were top-notch. They even threw in an exquisite storage box as a complimentary gift. Compared to a certain black market that charged for guides, charged for boxes, and practiced bundling sales, the service attitude here was immeasurably better. Having accomplished his task, Lin Bai returned directly to the small courtyard. Lin Su was still absent. However, Lin Su had mentioned the previous day that she would be assisting Master Jinhua with alchemy for the next few days and wouldn't be coming back. Lin Bai laid out the purchased materials on the table, gazing at the items that had cost him the entirety of Grandma's allowance. He held Moling in his hand and spoke to it. "Little one, you need to try harder from now on." Moling tilted its head, its eyes filled with pure confusion. Seeing its innocent, bewildered expression, Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his hand and gently tapped his own cheek. "I'm still so young, how did I develop this tendency to push my kid?" But he was forced by circumstances. Moling was still in its juvenile stage, its combat power pitifully weak. Lin Bai didn't even dare let it stray far from his sight, fearing it might be casually snatched away by some passing cultivator or bird of prey. If it didn't evolve, even if Moling grew up to become a dark crow king reaching the mortal transcendence realm, it would only be considered an expert among its peers. But in the world of demonic beasts, bloodline was paramount. A high bloodline spirit beast at the same mortal transcendence realm could even fight above its level and possessed a natural suppression over those of lower bloodlines. Of course, the bloodline of a contracted beast for an ordinary person was generally not very high. High bloodline spirit beasts were proud. They would not submit to commoners, and ordinary people could not withstand the spiritual position of their souls. But Lin Bai was different. He was a genius among geniuses, and his future opponents would only be equally monstrous anomalies, as his bonded spirit beast Moling could not remain at the mortal transcendence realm forever. Yet looking into Moling's pure, innocent, and slightly puzzled eyes, the impatience and anxiety that had been building within Lin Bai due to his urgency gradually subsided. No wonder people said keeping a pet could soothe one's mood. At this moment he truly understood that feeling. He gently stroked Moling's smooth, cool feathers, murmuring to himself, "Take it slow, no need to rush. I'm only 15 now. The lifespan at the peak of the mortal transcendence realm is around 240 years. I've only lived through 1/16 of that." It was well past noon the next day when Lin Bai finally crawled out of bed, languid and unhurried. Now that everything was in place, the only missing piece was a Yin ground. The evolution requirements explicitly stated that it must be a place like a mass grave, a gathering ground for Yin Qi and resentment. The key wasn't the mass grave itself, but rather the unique aura accumulated from the grudges of countless souls who died unjustly. It made sense after all. Those poor souls, not even having a body collector, had already endured enough hardship in life. After death, they were casually discarded in a straw mat. How could their resentment not surge to the heavens? Since Lin Su wasn't around, Lin Bai couldn't ask his sister. But he had another way. He could go to his aunt Wang Qian and ask her directly. After all, Wang Qian had lived in Yunmeng City for over 20 years and should know of similar locations. If she didn't, Lin Bai would have no choice but to purchase information. Fortunately, when Lin Bai found Wang Qian, she hadn't yet started her alchemy. She was merely burning incense to nourish her spirit. The moment Lin Bai stepped into the alchemy chamber, he was choked into a fit of coughs. "Cough, cough, Auntie, this scent is a bit intense." Wang Qian glanced at him and spoke lightly. "This is a specially made incense for nourishing the spirit from the benevolent heart hall. The effect of this single stick costs at least 30 spirit stones outside." "Cough?" Lin Bai immediately stifled his cough and began to savor it earnestly. It had to be said, the incense worth 30 spirit stones was truly different. As he savored it carefully, the fragrance seeped into his heart and refreshed his mind. With a few more breaths, he felt his thoughts clear and his spirit uplifted. Having discovered the benefits, Lin Bai began to inhale theatrically. Wang Qian couldn't help but laugh at his clownish antics. "If you like, it'll give you some later." Lin Bai shook his head and waved his hands earnestly. "Auntie, a rough fellow like me has no patience for savoring incense. It's more practical for me to just come here and freeload the scent." Wang Qian smiled faintly. "You little rascal, what brings you here today?" Lin Bai grinned and sidled up to her. "Can't I just miss my aunt? Spare me. You never come without a reason. Would a muddy monkey like you seek me out if there were no matter?" But Lin Bai didn't reveal his purpose immediately. Instead, he chatted casually with Wang Qian. Only after a good while did he let his foxtail slip out. "Auntie, I actually have something to ask you. Are there any places like mass graves near Yunmeng City with strong Yin Qi and resentment? I need it." Hearing this question, Wang Qian knew it was the real reason for his visit, so she answered him seriously. "Xiao Bai, your sister, must have told you about the local families in Yunmeng City. There's one called the Zhong family." Lin Bai nodded to show he'd heard of them, but he didn't understand what his goal had to do with the Zhong family. Wang Qian continued her explanation. The Zhong family was originally a clan within a demonic sect 1,000 years ago. Later that sect went too far and the imperial court sent people to annihilate it. The Zhong family, severely weakened, fled to Yunmeng City, and offered nearly all their wealth to spare the remaining clan members from punishment. Later, an ancestor of the Zhong family, reflecting deeply, felt that the demonic path was too narrow. He decided to join the imperial court and struck a deal with the Yunmeng city government. The deal was the Zhong family would station members in high-risk positions like corpse inspection, body collection, and ghost hunting, and help Yunmeng City build a true nurturing ground. In return, they would receive a portion of unclaimed corpses as compensation. Did this Zhong ancestor succeed? Lin Bai, absorbed in the story, couldn't help but ask. Wang Qian's expression was ambiguous as she nodded. He succeeded. Or rather, the Zhong family succeeded. In the first 100 years, no one believed in this endeavor. After 300 years, people began to respect the Zhong family, and no one mentioned the name demonic clan anymore. 1,000 years later, even without showing their strength, no one dares to underestimate the Zhong family. They even have some influence in Yunzhe's prefectural city. This Zhong family really knows how to sacrifice, and they're truly wealthy. Lin Bai couldn't help but remark. The first part of the deal, sending clan members to high-risk posts, wasn't too dangerous for them given their expertise in ghost catching and exorcism. The key was the latter part, helping Yunmeng Commandery build a true nurturing ground. Such a place akin to a blessed land wasn't simply a matter of dumping corpses and carving a few formations. It required a massive investment of materials and daily maintenance. In simple terms, it was like burning money, and burning it every single day. Lin Bai figured Yunmeng City might cover some channel costs, but the bulk would still have to come from the Zhong family. This Zhong family really knew how to spend. That's not all. 500 years ago, some families from other regions wanted to imitate them and forced the Zhong family to hand over the formation diagrams. These families didn't expect that the Zhong family, as long as they paid, would generously show them. After obtaining the method to build nurturing grounds, these families also signed contracts with their local governments. But within less than 100 years, they withered from the cost of maintaining the grounds. They tried to draw a tiger but ended up with a dog. Lin Bai commented on these families. The Zhong family, after all, had once been part a major sect and had the know-how and connections to manage such a venture. What did the other families have? Though the Zhong family story was captivating, Lin Bai's priority now was finding a ground like a mass grave. So, Auntie, does my need fall on this Zhong family? Exactly. After being pressured, the Zhong family negotiated with the Yunmeng city government to open the outer part of the nurturing ground to the public for the benefit of Yunmeng Commandery's people. Truly a family that, after their sect's destruction, made a clean break and thrived. They adjusted their strategy swiftly. This had tied Yunmeng City's nurturing ground business tightly to the Zhong family. So how much does the government charge? Indeed, Lin Bai had already guessed he'd have to spend money. Wang Qian gestured with her hands to indicate the size. For a space about half a room with a basic chi package, it costs about 1 spirit stone per day. It can support about 3 little ghosts or corpses. Damn it, the hearts of the Zhong family and the Yunmeng city government were as black as rot and maggot-infested to boot. Lin Bai cursed inwardly upon hearing such a high price. In truth, he was fine. He only needed 7 days. But for cultivators of the vein and spirit path, raising ghosts and corpses often took 3 to 5 years, making this expense considerable. And this was just the basic package. The problem was that Lin Bai had nearly spent all the allowance his grandmother gave him on materials. So now he needed Wang Qian's support. With that thought, Lin Bai plastered on a smile and looked at Wang Qian with fawning eyes. Auntie, your little nephew needs a bit of financial support. What? Didn't mother give you a sum of allowance just a few days ago? It's already gone. Wang Qian was surprised. It hadn't been long since they returned from her mother's place. Lin Bai smiled sheepishly. I bought materials and accidentally spent it all. Hearing this, Wang Qian understood. After all, a cultivator's path was like spending money like water. How much? Just 10 will do. 90. That's not much, no need to look like that. Seeing Wang Qian mishear him, Lin Bai quickly held up both hands. 10. It had to be said, alchemists were practically money-printing machines. Seeing it was only 10 spirit stones, Wang Qian gave him a puzzled look as if asking, are you joking with me? In the end, Lin Bai left Wang Qian's alchemy chamber with satisfaction, a small pouch jingling in his hand. Now he lacked nothing. He could set off for the nurturing ground outside the city. Lin Bai first returned to his room and meticulously counted the ordinary materials required for evolution along with the costly cage of phosphorescent fireflies. After confirming everything was correct, he stuffed several bottles of bigu pills refined by Lin Su into his pack. All right, Moling, we're ready to set out, Lin Bai said to the little creature perched on his shoulder. Just as he was about to step out of the room, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Although he had informed his sister beforehand, since he would be away for several days, leaving a note seemed prudent. He found paper and a brush, briefly wrote down the destination, estimated duration, and departure time, then used a teacup to weigh it down in the most conspicuous spot on the table. Perfect. Lin by now felt fully prepared. Carrying the materials and accompanied by Moling, he left the room. The nurturing grounds built by the Zhong family were located outside the city, fortunately within 500 li of Cloud Dream City, so the spirit energy carriage could still reach them. The profound cave. Lin Bai savored the name. This was the name of Cloud Dream City's nurturing grounds. It resembled a mountain range, and it was said that atop the peaks lay a lake gathering a vast amount of energy. Cloud Dream City had designated the area at the mountain's foot, where energy drifted as land for rent. When Lin Bai first arrived, he found the place sparsely populated, with the distant mountains showing an ominous dark hue under the sunlight like a slumbering giant beast. There was no howling wind, only a deathly silent stillness. It must be noted that Lin Bai arrived in the afternoon. The sun overhead was still fierce, yet the closer he got to the mountain range, the more he felt a creeping chill. For Lin Bai, with his transcendent mortal realm physique, to feel such cold, it was far from ordinary. Even Moling, a bird that thrived in heavy environments, nestled against his chest for warmth. Lin Bai had no choice but to tuck it into his inner garment. Fortunately, Moling was still in its infancy, no larger than Lin Bai's palm, so fitting it inside was no issue. Lin Bai reached the entrance path at the outer base of the profound cave. The area was nearly deserted, with only a few small huts. In Cloud Dream Commandery, cultivators who cultivated meridians were at least from a minor clan or were spirit mediums. They had their own clan grounds for raising ghosts and corpses, only coming to rent the profound cave for occasional breakthroughs. After all, the fees were exorbitant. A single session of corpse nurturing cost hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones, and a clan or sect had more than one member. Lin Bai approached one of the small huts and knocked on the door to see if anyone was there. These huts resembled the dilapidated, abandoned mud brick houses of a small village. Fortunately, Lin Bai's luck held. Someone was inside and hadn't gone up to patrol the profound cave. The door creaked open and a short old man emerged. His hair was short and disheveled, his expression vacant, and he walked with a limp. A cripple. He must be the mountain keeper of the profound cave, a person of peculiar destiny. Lin Bai dared not show any disrespect. He quickly bowed and asked, "Elder, this young one wishes to enter the profound cave. Are there any prohibitions I should know?" The old man nodded and asked in a flat, mechanical tone, "How long do you need to rent? Long-term or short-term?" 8 days will suffice." Lin Bai reached out and handed 8 spirit stones to the mountain keeper. Although he only needed 7 days, Lin Bai felt it wise to pay for an extra day to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. In such matters, he never quibbled over expenses. The mountain keeper took the spirit stones, returned to his room, and brought out a token to hand to Lin Bai. Zone D number 56. After Lin Bai received the token, the mountain keeper beckoned for him to follow. "You asked earlier if there were any prohibitions. The profound cave has been suppressed, so there are no major taboos. But if you harbor any gratitude or pity for those who died unjustly and are buried here, come with me and burn some spirit money for them." Lin Bai quickly followed upon hearing this. The mountain keeper's interior was much like the outside, resembling an old farmer's home. Except there were no farming tools. Instead, several blurry deity portraits hung on the walls. A censer emitted wisps of green smoke, and a furnace was burning spirit money. The room carried a scent of medicine and incense. Seeing Lin Bai enter, the mountain keeper handed him 3 sticks of incense and gestured for him to step forward. Lin Bai held the incense and bowed respectfully 3 times, murmuring softly, "Esteemed predecessors, this young one Lin Bai pays his respects. If I do anything amiss while ascending the mountain, I beg for your understanding." After bowing, he solemnly inserted the 3 incense sticks into the censer. Then the old man handed him a stack of yellow paper. Lin Bai carefully fed each sheet into the furnace, watching them turn to ash. Afterwards, he bid farewell to the mountain keeper, ready to enter the profound cave. Just as he was about to step out of the door, the mountain keeper said to him, "Don't go out at night on the mountain. Ignore any knocking at the door. If a little ghost sneaks in, you may kill it." Hearing this, Lin Bai turned his head to look at the mountain keeper, who was still by the furnace burning spirit money with his back to him, as if the words he had just heard were a hallucination. He solemnly bowed to the old man's back before turning to leave. As he walked, he pondered the keeper's warning, a plan already forming in his mind. "I asked the keeper if there were any prohibitions, and he said no major ones, meaning there are minor ones. This business of little ghosts entering must be one of the minor taboos here." The profound cave was no benevolent place. It was a site for nurturing veins and spirits. Even a legitimate blessed land would have demon beasts lurking, let alone this great inauspicious place built from countless corpses. This was still only at the mountain's base. Who knew what strange events might unfold deeper inside? But kill them? Lin Bai let out a cold smirk. Even if the old man hadn't warned him, he would show no mercy to any intruders. Still, he was grateful to know in advance so he could prepare. Lin Bai walked while searching for his location based on the token in his hand. Zone D was located on the eastern side of the profound Yin Cave's front mountain. He soon arrived at the spot and carefully observed the surroundings. He noticed that although the huts in Zone D were arranged in a complex manner, there was a discernible pattern to them, likely nodes of a formation at the mountain's base. Lin Bai also found his own hut number 56. It was quite small with no windows, only a single wooden door. The rest was completely sealed with walls built from a special cold-to-the-touch black stone. After surveying the place, Lin Bai entered the room. Inside, a luminous night stone provided light, and on the wall was a slot for placing the token to activate the room. Lin Bai also noticed traces of previous rituals on the floor. Though mostly cleaned, some remnants remained. He wondered what the previous occupant had used it for. To prevent these residues from interfering with Mo Ling's evolution, Lin Bai carefully cleaned the area again. Fortunately, the hut was small, and with his stamina it was soon tidied up. At that moment, Mo Ling poked its head out from Lin Bai's inner garment, looking curiously at its master as if asking, "Are we there yet?" Lin Bai chuckled. "Yes, little one, we've arrived. Now your foundation will be elevated. Do your best." He first sorted out the items he had brought, dividing them into two piles. One pile was the materials for the yin-gathering formation needed for the first 7 days. The second pile was the ritual materials for the later stage. Lin Bai mixed black cloud mineral ink with other materials such as century-old yin wood and mud from a stagnant pond to create a substance that was neither liquid nor solid, gray-black and highly viscous. He began drawing various talisman patterns on the floor with the precision of a calligrapher. Only one talisman remained to complete the entire formation diagram. Then, selecting the appropriate orientation, he placed the core of the yin-gathering array in the right spot. Lin Bai grabbed Mo Ling from inside his garment, lifted it before his face and reiterated, "Little one, I've almost done everything I need to do. Now it's up to you." Through their soul connection, Mo Ling understood the importance of this moment and recognized it as a great opportunity. The little bird nodded seriously. Lin Bai wasted no more words and began inscribing the final part of the last talisman onto Mo Ling's body. This was akin to treating the yin-gathering array below as a data cable and Mo Ling as a phone, connecting them for energy transfer. With everything in place, Lin Bai checked that the door was locked and then placed the wooden token into the slot. A low hum resonated. The formation beneath the house activated and Lin Bai could sense a cool yin energy filling the room. Without delay, Lin Bai grabbed 7 phosphorescent fireflies from a nearby basket and fed them to Mo Ling. Then he let Mo Ling fly into the center of the yin-gathering array he had drawn. The evolution had officially begun. The principle of this evolution array was to accumulate a sufficient amount of yin energy within Mo Ling's body. However, there was a crucial distinction. Mo Ling's fondness for yin-rich places was entirely different from directly enduring the infusion of yin energy. It was akin to certain insects that prefer to dwell near volcanic craters. If you were to cast them directly into the magma, they would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Thus, the yin-gathering array Lin Bai had set up focused on guidance rather than infusion, allowing the pure yin energy to flow like a gentle stream, slowly and steadily merging into Mo Ling's body, avoiding any overwhelming flood. As for the phosphorus fire beetle fed earlier, it served as another safeguard. This tiny creature possessed a peculiar medicinal property capable of transforming into a mild warm current within Mo Ling's body, protecting its heart meridians and channels from the erosion of yin energy. Otherwise, no matter how slow and pure the yin energy output from the array might be, directly channeling it into the body would be no different from courting death. With everything prepared, Lin Bai took a deep breath and watched as Mo Ling fluttered its wings and flew into the center of the array. The array sensed the talisman carried by Mo Ling and was instantly activated. Lin Bai could clearly perceive the scattered yin-cold aura in the room beginning to converge toward the ground, flowing slowly along the intricate array patterns. Then the array on the ground resonated with the talisman on Mo Ling. The ground array diagram began to writhe and self-replenish, completing the final 5-point star talisman. This talisman and the one on Mo Ling were two sides of the same coin. The array channeled yin energy to Mo Ling through the 5-point star talisman, while Mo Ling absorbed the yin energy through its own talisman. Success! Lin Bai's spirits lifted. At this moment, without needing to focus, he could see with his naked eye a thin thread of pale gray yin energy steadily connecting the array and Mo Ling. As the pure yin energy continued to invade Mo Ling's body, visibly trembled, sending a strong sense of discomfort to Lin Bai. He immediately sensed it through their soul link and quickly soothed it with his mind. "Don't be afraid, little one. Bear with it, it will be over soon." Mo Ling, worthy of being a three-trait Shadow Crow King, possessed exceptional intelligence. It understood that this ritual was crucial for its bloodline evolution, and forcibly endured the pain, neither moving nor crying out. After all, for a spirit beast, sacrificing its life for bloodline evolution was not too great a price, let alone a bit of pain and discomfort. Fortunately, the phosphorus fire beetle Lin Bai had just fed it began to take effect. Over time, the beetle's medicinal properties started to counteract the yin energy within Mo Ling, even transforming into a warm current that enveloped its body. Through the crow pattern in his sea of consciousness, Lin Bai could clearly perceive that Mo Ling's discomfort had lessened significantly. The first step was finally completed smoothly. Now it was a matter of 7 days of painstaking effort. Lin Bai dared not be negligent. He sat cross-legged on the ground, regulating his breath while closely monitoring the array's operation. Mo Ling, due to the continuous accumulation of yin energy within its body, also sat still. The two fell into a peculiar state of calm. One human and one beast thus savored this rare moment. Unfortunately, this was an evolution ritual, not a vacation. Both Lin Bai and Mo Ling were tense without a single moment of relaxation. For the next 2 days, Lin Bai fed Mo Ling, the phosphorus fire beetle, at fixed times each day. Fortunately, with his current physique and mental fortitude, going without sleep for 7 days was a trivial matter. There were no knocks on the door during these 2 days, and Lin Bai thought he was in luck. On the third night, Lin Bai sat quietly in the room. Through his soul link with Mo Ling, he sensed the accumulation of yin energy within its body and its physical condition. Suddenly, Lin Bai noticed a fluctuation in the yin energy and heard a faint sound of wind, causing him to frown. His room was completely sealed and equipped with some basic arrays, which certainly included a soundproofing array. How could there be wind? When something is abnormal, there must be a reason. It seemed that some unclean thing had crept near his house, but it had not yet intruded, so his perception had not immediately detected it. Lin Bai opened his eyes and observed carefully. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door. Thump, bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew louder and more intense, soon escalating into violent pounding. Lin Bai signaled Mo Ling to stay calmly in the array, while he quietly rose and went to the door to investigate. The seemingly ordinary wooden door remained motionless, as if the deafening pounding was merely an illusion, but Lin Bai was absolutely certain the sound originated from there. Strange, he muttered to himself. On the surface he remained composed, but having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he might actually face a ghostly entity. A shiver of unease crept into his heart. An instinctive fear of the unknown inherent in all humans. However, if it was only the knocking, Lin Bai and Mo Ling could still endure it. Moreover, the mountain keeper had advised against going out at night, and Lin Bai was someone who heeded advice well. Thus Lin Bai simply confronted it through the door. Fortunately, after knocking for nearly half an hour, the eerie thing seemed to grow bored, gradually receding and eventually disappearing. On the 4th night, the annoying knocking arrived as scheduled. Again it knocked persistently for a long time. This time Lin Bai's fear had diminished considerably, replaced by a rising surge of anger. After all, even a clay figurine has some temper. This knocking ghost kept at it endlessly. Did it really think he was a pushover? Moreover, Lin Bai had a gut feeling that this knocking ghost had set its sights on him. Tomorrow it might not stop at just knocking. He wondered if he was simply unlucky, or if everyone who came here had to go through this. Lin Bai leaned toward the latter possibility, as the mountain keeper's warning suggested such incidents had occurred before. But it didn't matter. As long as the ghost outside dared to enter, Lin Bai would use his fists to teach it some lessons. Sure enough, on the 5th day, the knocking came again. But this time the situation was entirely different. A mass of black sludge-like substance was squeezing through the cracks of the wooden door into the room. Lin Bai would not stand idly by. If he let it in, it might disturb or even damage the evolution array, rendering all his efforts of the past few days wasted. Fortunately, Lin Bai now possessed inner force, and he could project it beyond his body. Without hesitation, he launched several forceful punches of inner force at the thing from about a meter away. Puff, puff, puff. The force struck the target, producing a dull sound. The black sludge monster was knocked back slightly, but then slowly continued its crawl into the room. It made no other moves, not even a cry, as if it were unconscious and emotionless. Seeing this, Lin Bai frowned deeply. The inner force was effective, but not by much. He dared not stop, so he continued punching force after force at it. Thus another bizarre scene unfolded. A mass of black yin-energy-emitting sludge-like substance stubbornly crawled into the room, while a young man not far away acted like a tireless human artillery platform, continuously delivering ranged firepower. After fighting for a long time, Lin Bai's hands began to ache and he felt somewhat helpless. He decided to try communicating with the thing before him. "Senior, when I entered the Nether Yin cave, I burned incense and paid my respects to you all. As a person, I know as a ghost you must keep your word. You can't take the money and not deliver, can you? There's really nothing good in here. Please be merciful and let me off. Can you stop coming in? Or how about this, once this junior gets out, I'll definitely burn a huge pile of gold and silver ingots for you. Just give me a word. Are you male or female, and what style do you prefer? Then I'll burn a few exceptionally beautiful paper figures for you, top quality, from the Zhong family of Yunmeng City, guaranteed craftsmanship. Lin Bai talked for a long time, but it was useless. The mass still kept trying to get in and ignored him. Seeing this, Lin Bai's anger flared and he said fiercely, "Fine, you want to wear me down? Let's see who outlasts whom." He didn't stop, continuing to unleash inner force. With his vigorous blood and quick recovery of inner force plus backup pills, he wasn't afraid of a war of attrition. So let it be a stalemate. Lin Bai could accept this outcome. He could treat it as fist practice. However, this black sludge monster was incredibly resilient. An ordinary peak transcendent mortal realm cultivator would have been beaten into a meatball after taking so many of his punches. Thus one side stubbornly invaded, the other resolutely defended. This tug-of-war lasted an entire night. Only when the sky began to pale did the black sludge recede silently like a tide. Lin Bai calculated the time. The sun should be about to rise. He had been punching all night, each strike with full force, which had exhausted him considerably. Fortunately, the black sludge monster had retreated. As he sat down to rest, he thought, was this a lesser ghost? Probably not. Although it didn't show aggression, it was far too troublesome. Unfortunately, when Lin Bai used his detection skill on it, nothing showed up. This thing was not a living entity. If it were a lesser ghost, it wouldn't have been able to withstand so much inner force. It must be some other kind of anomaly. The Nether Een Cave truly is a proper Een nurturing ground. Even on the periphery there are such eerie things. Lin Bai tried to look on the bright side. The thing wasn't aggressive, just a meat shield. A very resilient one, but at least it didn't bite. He had kept it out, preventing it from disturbing Mo Ling. Inside the array, Mo Ling sensed Lin Bai's fatigue and sent a worried, anxious emotion through their soul link. I'm fine. Just very tired. You focus on absorbing the Een energy inside. They'll handle things outside. Mo Ling also understood priorities. Only by becoming stronger could it better help its master. When the time comes, it will tear apart everything that bullies its master. Lin Bai sensed the protective emotion the little ones sent through their soul link. He chuckled softly, his mood lifting considerably, and even his body didn't feel as tired. However, to Lin Bai's surprise, the relentlessly persistent black mud monster did not reappear over the following 2 days. It was better that it didn't come. Fighting such a high HP monster was quite troublesome for Lin Bai, especially since this creature was undead and offered no benefits. Lin Bai methodically fed moling fireflies and monitored its condition. Finally, on the evening of the 7th day, the Een energy within moling had nearly accumulated to completion. Lin Bai opened his eyes, pondered for a moment, and decided to wait until the next morning to perform the ritual. What if the black mud monster returned during the ceremony? This ritual required Lin Bai to preside over it. It was not semi-automatic. Since he had ample fireflies prepared and had already paid for the Een energy chamber for 8 days, there was no rush. Fortunately, the night remained calm. Not until the first light of dawn did the black mud monster appear. Lin Bai finally decided to begin drawing the final stage of the evolution ritual's formation. This time, only 2 materials were needed: black cloud ink or ink, and the feathers of a luminous bird. The formation ink was unremarkable, but the feathers had their own significance. What is a luminous bird? It is essentially a rooster that has evolved into a transcendent beast. Because roosters greet the sun each day, people believe that the evolved luminous bird carries extreme yang energy, serving as the sun's herald on earth. In this world, names themselves bear power. Thus, the spirit bird crowned with the title luminous truly gained the divine ability to break evil and dispel Een. It was often invited by wealthy families to guard their homes, and its feathers were naturally valuable. After drawing the formation, Lin Bai began inserting feathers imbued with faint yang energy, one by one, into his own robe. After a moment's thought, he summoned Moling and carefully inserted a few feathers among its jet-black plumage. At this point, the Een energy within Moling was already overloaded. A slight dissipation would do no harm, and would instead provide an extra layer of protection. Everything was prepared. He held his breath, concentrated, and silently sensed the changes in the outside world. Only after confirming that a ray of dawn had pierced the darkness and truly descended upon the earth did he begin the ritual. Lin Bai's expression turned solemn. He cradled Moling against his chest and began to chant the ancient tongue-twisting incantation. The harsh and grating syllables seemed to carry a heavy force, arduously piercing the barriers of the real world, echoing within the stone chamber. As the incantation progressed, the formation on the ground began to emit a faint glow. Its function was not summoning but rather like sandpaper carefully thinning the spatial barrier at that spot. The next moment a wisp of energy deeper and purer than energy carrying a chill from the depths of the 9 netherworlds silently seeped through. That was the netherworld chi. When Lin Bai first learned that chanting the incantation could summon such a lofty substance as netherworld chi, he thought it was a scam. Experiencing it firsthand now he realized the marvels of the world. Of course summoning this netherworld chi was not for direct absorption. Instead it was to use the luminous bird feathers to wear down its energy leaving only the high-caliber essence. Lin Bai would respect anyone bold enough to absorb netherworld chi directly. He carefully channeled the netherworld chi into the luminous bird feathers on his body using his force. Failed. That luminous bird feather turned to ash. He had channeled too much at once. The feather could not withstand such a volume of netherworld chi. Lin Bai remained calm, knowing he would have to experiment to find the right amount. Wasn't this just finding the range? He was familiar with that. After more than a dozen attempts another feather turned to ash. But Lin Bai was confident as he sensed that just a little less would be enough. Sure enough, after the next feather turned to ash, he felt a peculiar chi within his body. It was exceptionally cold, as if it would freeze him solid. This wisp of energy was of an extremely high caliber carrying a conceptual coldness that seemed capable of freezing thought itself. Fortunately, it was only a sensation, because Lin Bai had guided only a minuscule amount of netherworld chi into his body, and through the confrontation and filtering of the luminous bird feather the netherworld chi had lost its energy, leaving only its high caliber. Having found the right amount the next step was simply to replicate it. With a sufficient quantity gathered Lin Bai also coalesced the netherworld chi within his body. Now for the final step. Lin Bai had no energy in his body, so the netherworld chi could not cause trouble. But Moling was different. It had plenty of energy. Directly introducing the netherworld chi now would harm it. This final step was to completely imprint this tamed netherworld chi with Lin Bai's unique aura before transferring it into Moling's body. Leveraging the close bond from the beast-taming warrior path, once the netherworld chi bore Lin Bai's aura entering Moling's body would drive the energy to merge with it achieving true evolution. So how to imprint the netherworld chi with Lin Bai's mark? By spending time. Yes, simply by biding time. Now that the netherworld force within Lin Bai had no energy it would gradually be tainted by him. However, Lin Bai suffered greatly during this process. The cold was overwhelming. A cold of perception transmitted from his very soul. Finally, after sitting in meditation for half a day, Lin Bai succeeded in marking the netherworld chi within him. If he hadn't wrapped it in his force, it would have already merged into his body. Seeing the hardest part completed, Lin Bai felt no excitement. Instead, he told Moling to prepare, as he was about to begin channeling the netherworld chi. Lin Bai knew well that celebrating halfway was a great taboo. The last part of a journey is the hardest. After confirming that Moling was ready, Lin Bai transmitted the netherworld chi through the luminous bird feathers on its body. Although this method incurred high losses, it was the safest and least risky approach. He had deliberately prepared extra amounts earlier to account for this loss. Once the netherworld force entered Moling's body, it directly integrated, drawing the accumulated energy along with it. After Lin Bai transferred all the netherworld chi to Moling, a dark hazy glow began to emanate from its body, growing denser and more solid until it finally enveloped Moling, forming a black egg. Seeing this, Lin Bai revealed a smile. Success. Moling was now in a state akin to being inside a bird's egg. If this state were applied to a human, it would be like returning to the primordial state. Moling now needed time to transform its bloodline. Since it was of a low level, it wouldn't take long, 3 days would suffice. Lin Bai reached out and touched this egg. It felt as hard as iron and as cold as ice. That was enough. There was no need to stay in this godforsaken place any longer. Lin Bai was in high spirits not only because of Moling's successful evolution but also because he could finally leave this sunless stone chamber. The room was like a solitary confinement cell. Even for someone like Lin Bai who enjoyed quiet, it was unbearable. But the result was gratifying. Moling had evolved successfully. Lin Bai opened the door and saw that the sun indicated it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The sun above the Xuanhuan cave still offered no warmth, but in Lin Bai's eyes it appeared exceptionally bright. Even the dark, oppressive mountain now seemed more pleasing. He returned to the room and destroyed the 2 formations. Although someone would clean up, he felt more at ease doing it himself. He pulled out the token, carefully packed the egg formed by Moling, and placed it in a special box. When he arrived, he was laden with materials and burdened with worries. When he left, it was just him and an egg, light and carefree. Descending the mountain with the sun blazing, he encountered no anomalies. Since the original caretaker was absent, Lin Bai handed the token to another caretaker and left. He never once mentioned the black mud monster. People in this world had a strong sense of safety regarding anomalies. They studied them but did not spread knowledge. They rarely even told ghost stories because names carried weight. If fiction became reality, it would be no fun. Besides, who knew the true nature of these strange things? Most importantly, it had nothing to do with Lin Bai. It was for the Zhong family and Cloud Dream City to handle, not for someone as insignificant as Lin Bai. But Lin Bai felt that these anomalies might never be fully cleansed, as the xuanhuan cave itself was an anomaly generator. Moving away from the xuanhuan cave, Lin Bai saw the reappearing green landscape and felt even better. What xuanhuan cave? What black mud monster? Irrelevant. Unknown. I'm out of here. Composing himself, Lin Bai clutched the box and dashed toward Cloud Dream City. As night fell around 7 or 8 in the evening, Lin Bai finally stepped into Yunmeng City, cursing under his breath. Damn it, those 3 roads outside the city look like triplets. I took the wrong one. Indeed, Lin Bai had spent half again as much time as needed. What should have been an hour-and-a-half journey home turned into over 2 hours because he lost his way. In a world resembling ancient times, being poor at reading maps was a real nuisance. Fortunately, the gates of Yunmeng City didn't close until around 9 in the evening, so Lin Bai could still enter without spending another night outside. Returning to the small courtyard of the Benevolent Heart Hall, Lin Bai was pleasantly surprised to find Lin Su already there sitting in the yard. Sis, I'm back. Lin Su raised an eyebrow at his return. How was it outside? Nothing went wrong, did it? Seeing Lin Su inquire about his condition, Lin Bai immediately started boasting wildly. How divine aid had blessed him, how colorful clouds descended to celebrate his success. After Lin Su knocked him on the head, Lin Bai had to cover his bruise and honestly recount the events, stripping away all the embellishments. Lin Su extracted the key information. So moling evolved successfully. Yes, it did. Lin Bai took out the moling egg from its box and showed it to Lin Su. Let's not talk about that now, sis. My mouth has been practically tasteless these days. Eating nothing but abstinence pills is awful. Hearing his complaint, Lin Su went out and asked a servant to buy a feast from the local restaurants, including Lin Bai's favorite roast chicken. While Lin Bai gorged himself, Lin Su examined the egg formed by moling, occasionally asking him a question. How many days will it take for moling to complete its evolution? Not long, 3 days. That's fine. It won't conflict with your start at the Martial Academy. Don't wander off these next few days. The academy officially begins in about a week. Lin Bai mumbled a reply through a mouthful of chicken leg. Got it. The Martial Academy was an organization akin to a military academy organized by the Central Imperial Court at the prefecture level. The court and the local aristocratic families provided personnel and funds to select talents. The timing was irregular but followed a pattern. Roughly every 10 to 20 years, each session lasting 3 to 5 years. Some people were born at the wrong time and never got a chance, but Lin Bai was fortunate. He had arrived in Yunmeng City a month before the current session began. Coincidentally, Master Goldenflower had a Martial Academy token, and thanks to Lin Su's connections and his own talent, Lin Bai obtained it. Normally, the Martial Academy had 3 specializations: Civil Path, Military Path, and Auxiliary Path. Most token holders like Lin Bai chose the Auxiliary Path as everything was for the sake of cultivation. Of course, the Civil and Military Paths had fewer students, but that didn't mean they were inferior. On the contrary, with fewer people, resource competition was less fierce. Those who chose these paths were usually future civil or military officials. For instance, the governor, the military commander, and the deputy governor of Yunmeng Prefecture had all studied at the Martial Academy, as had over half of the county-level chief officials. Without such a background, you'd face discrimination. Of course, entry wasn't easy. You needed either exceptional talent or a powerful family. What if you had neither? Then resign yourself to the auxiliary path and be a high-grade workhorse. In truth, Lin Bai could have chosen the civil or military path. Though he lacked a powerful family, his talent was supreme. With a super-grade spiritual nature, he could command respect anywhere. However, Lin Bai wasn't ready to enter the system just yet. He valued freedom and loved to roam. He still needed to gather materials for his future Bond Beast's evolution. If he were stuck in the system, climbing the ranks slowly, when would he ever have his own people to search for resources? It was better to reverse the order, acquire low-level materials by learning auxiliary arts, and once he grew stronger, high-level materials would come more easily. Moreover, Lin Bai only disliked the strictly regulated officialdom. He would still join public institutions that valued ability, such as the Benevolent Heart Hall, the Heavenly Works Hall, or the Talisman Masters Association. After a hearty meal, Lin Bai accompanied Lin Su in the courtyard, chatting under the moonlight. He learned that nothing major had happened during his absence. Soon after, Lin Bai went to sleep. After 7 consecutive days without rest, his mind was tightly wound. His body was fine, but mentally he was truly exhausted. In the days waiting for moling to break out of its shell, Lin Bai didn't cultivate. Instead he ate and drank, and whenever he had time he explored the markets of Yunmeng City to see what was different. And indeed he broadened his horizons. The big city was truly developed with news flowing freely. For example, Lin Bai heard that the time had come to harvest the Yinyang nourishing grass on Black Dragon Mountain near Yunmeng City, and the herb gatherers had made a small fortune. He also heard that while gathering herbs, one might encounter a white-faced man-snake, rumored to be a strange creature. Upon spotting a human, the snake would swiftly approach, hopping around and shouting, "I'm tall, I'm tall, I'm tall." Naturally, people had found a way to drive off these beasts. Hold a long stick above your head and shout back, "I'm tall, I'm tall." The man-snake would then flee in panic. On the third day, however, Lin Bai stayed put. He waited quietly in his room for Moling to break out of its shell. Finally, in the afternoon, cracks appeared on the eggshell, growing more numerous and dense. With a crack, a small blackened bird struggled to break free, flapping its wings as it flew out. Lin Bai observed that Moling's appearance had changed significantly. First, its size had grown from less than a palm's width to 1.5 palms. Next, its feathers had turned from dark gray to pure black with hints of red patterns beneath. Its tail feathers were longer and more numerous, and even as a juvenile they carried a sharp, fierce quality. Its claws and beak remained cyan, but the tips were now sharp and dark. Its eyes had changed from yellow to red with shadowy talismanic symbols swirling in the pupils, their exact form indistinct. In short, it still had the basic framework of a dark crow, but its system had undergone a major upgrade. As for the specific data, Lin Bai cast an appraisal spell. Name: Moling, juvenile, form species, shadow-tainted owl, strength 0. 3-1. 7 agility 0. 7-3. 0 constitution 0. 5-2. 0 spirit 0. 5-2. For level: transcending, mortality traits, shadow affinity, stealth, extreme speed. Skills: shadow escape, shadow perception, envenom, turbid bone cry. Evaluation: the potential stock is paying off. Keep investing. Not bad at all. Not only had its 4 core stats increased, but even its species had changed, granting greater potential. Moling was still in its juvenile form with growth and adult stages ahead where its stats would improve further. It was a bit disappointing that no new traits had appeared, but it had gained an extra skill and one skill had evolved. The original shadow fusion was a stealth skill, making it hard to detect in shadows. Now it had evolved into shadow escape. This enhanced the original effect and added a shadow travel ability, allowing it to pass through gaps like door cracks or window slits up to a distance of about 3 zhang 10 meters, usable once every 5 minutes. The newly acquired turbid bone cry was a control skill that used special sound waves to disrupt an enemy's mind and strength, effective against single targets or groups. Very practical. The other 2 skills hadn't undergone a qualitative change, but their effects and range had greatly increased. Lin Bai also noticed that Moling's eyes were more intelligent, and the information transmitted through their soul bond was clearer. Seeing Moling so transformed in both appearance and power, Lin Bai was thoroughly satisfied. After emerging, Moling shook its head, spotted Lin Bai, and flew in circles around him. It seemed to be asking Lin Bai if it was now impressive and beautiful. After watching it circle several times, Lin Bai reached out and stopped Moling, praising it continuously. "Beautiful, beautiful. Our Moling is the most beautiful and the strongest. Caw, caw, caw. Really? Then I'll wait for little Moling to protect me." At that moment, Lin Bai's companion talent also activated. Agility 11. 5-3. 0. 14. 5. Lin Bai was also growing, hence 11. 5. Lin Bai also noticed that the Moling emblem in his sea of consciousness had changed from a dark crow to the current image. But it was still very cute. Seeing this, Lin Bai's grin widened. Satisfied, he thought to check the requirements for Moling's next evolution stage while in a good mood. Then his smile froze. There was good news and bad news. The good news: this time, none of the materials were restricted. The bad news: these materials would require a lot of money and might still be unattainable. Break the cocoon, go tell your father. What is the aura of a Jishu beast? And what is a transcendent level shadow fox soul pearl? This time, only 2 materials were needed: the aura of a Jishu beast and a shadow fox soul pearl. But could a small fry like Lin Bai possibly obtain them? The Jishu beast was a descendant of the divine beast Bai Zhe. The shadow fox, upon reaching adulthood, achieved the transcendent realm, and those with powerful bloodlines often entered the rebirth realm. Lin Bai slapped his own face to calm down. Once composed, he began to analyze. Even if the shadow fox is at the transcendent level, as long as I place an order at the Grand Xia treasury, it will be available. It's just a matter of spending money. Lin Bai trembled inwardly, silently comforting himself. But the Jishu beast? Lin Bai really dared not think about it now, even if it was just a wisp of aura, not essence, blood, or soul. He took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm. I'm still young. What seems difficult now will one day look back as nothing but an ordinary pebble. Moling, sensing Lin Bai's fluctuating emotions through their soul bond, knew he was anxious but didn't understand why. It could only nuzzle against Lin Bai with its small body, comforting him through their spiritual connection. Moling knew nothing. It only wanted Lin Bai to be happy. Seeing Moling beside him, Lin Bai's anxious thoughts gradually subsided. Yes, worry was useless. Only by improving his strength and waiting for fate's timing could he move forward. Letting out a breath, Lin Bai said to Moling, "Thanks, little one." Caw. Just moments ago, his excessive anxiety had nearly led him into the early form of an inner demon, a cognitive barrier. What is a cognitive barrier? It is a mental block formed by personal limitations or obsessions. Fortunately, Lin Bai reacted in time, acting as his own spiritual guide, and with Moling's help he dissolved this fixation. Such cognitive barriers are extremely common on the path of cultivation. Some people develop such obsessions just from someone glancing at them. Lin Bai's cognitive barrier this time concerned both Moling and himself. Moling's evolution was not only about its own strength but also about the later stages of Lin Bai's own path. Beast-taming warriors who contract a bond beast can gain its beast traits, and even acquire its innate divine abilities in later stages. Ordinary bloodline beasts might not even have innate abilities. So on a matter so crucial to his cultivation foundation, it was only natural for Lin Bai to develop a cognitive barrier. With his heart not untied and Moling reborn, it was a double blessing. Lin Bai decided that very night to take Moling to a restaurant for a grand celebration. Since arriving in Yunmeng City, he hadn't yet properly tasted the local cuisine. Of course, he had to wait for Lin Su to finish work and join them. "Little Ling, I'm taking you out for a feast tonight." Moling's little head was still full of confusion, but seeing its master in a good mood, nothing else mattered. It happily echoed Lin Bai's excitement. That evening, as soon as Lin Su returned to the courtyard, she saw Lin Bai and Moling waiting eagerly at the door. "Moling has evolved." "Yes." Lin Bai told Lin Su about his plan to go out for dinner. "You want to treat me to a feast at a restaurant?" "That's right, sis." Lin Su understood. "Then let me get ready." After Lin Bai explained, Lin Su agreed, but needed a moment to prepare. Fortunately, Lin Su had never been fond of elaborate makeup, so she simply applied a light dusting of powder before stepping out. Lin Bai immediately perked up, sprang to his feet in a let's go stance, and waved at Lin Su and Mo Ling. "Sister Xiao Ling, let's go." Caw, Mo Ling responded with great enthusiasm, and Lin Su nodded with a smile. Lin Bai led Lin Su and Mo Ling out with an air of triumphant confidence. Alas, the hero died before his glory was won. Lin Bai realized as soon as he stepped out of the benevolence hall that he didn't recognize the way. He then pretended to be calm, glancing left and right, trying to find his bearings amidst the unfamiliar streetscape. Lin Su watched him from the side, unable to suppress a smile behind her hand, then helplessly patted his head. How can someone invite others to a meal without knowing the place? Lin Bai's face flushed red at her words as he blurted out, "I do know it. Drunken Fragrance Tower is near our market." "Oh, then lead the way." Lin Bai fell silent, trying to move Lin Su with a look that pleaded spare me and say no more. But Lin Su was unmoved, meeting his gaze with a heart of stone. Having no other choice, Lin Bai surrendered. "All right, sister, I don't know the place. Don't make this hard for me." Satisfied with his admission, Lin Su waved her hand, signaling for Lin Bai to follow her. Lin Bai pretended to sulk as he followed her. But he couldn't keep up the act for long. Lin Su knew Lin Bai too well and had no intention of coaxing him. Lin Bai rarely went out to browse the night market. In both his past and present lives, he had a rather homebody nature. In his past life, it was because of gaming and work. In this life, it was because he was busy improving his strength. Yet Lin Bai loved the life he lived in both lives. Alas, in both lives, he was plagued by the lack of wealth. Spirit stones, oh spirit stones, you truly are a torment. The scale of Yunmeng City's market far exceeded his imagination. At night, the atmosphere was even richer. Except around the territories of the major powers, everywhere else was filled with vendors hawking their wares, all under the banner of aiding cultivation. There were sky-soaring wontons, heart-calming lotus seed soup, and realm-breaking date cakes. Take the heart-calming lotus seed soup, for example. As the duo and the bird passed by, they heard the vendor proclaiming that it could effectively ward off inner demons. That vendor sure had guts, not fearing someone would overturn his stall. If this stuff could truly prevent inner demons, he would have been respectfully invited to the grand taverns of the prefecture. But then again, you get what you pay for. Those who bought it here probably just did it for fun. Normally Lin Bai would have wanted to stay and try it, but he was off to a big feast now. Let's introduce Drunken Fragrance Tower. It was operated by the Jade Hall Society, one of the 3 major gangs of Yunmeng City, and backed by the 3 great families of the city. Branches of Drunken Fragrance Tower were scattered throughout Yunmeng City. The main tower was an invitation-only establishment accessible only to the true bigwigs of Yunmeng City. The one Lin Bai and his companions were heading to was a branch located in the market. Couldn't compare to the main tower, but it still served spirit food at the transcendent realm level. Soon they arrived at Drunken Fragrance Tower, a five-story ancient-style building with red walls and golden tiles. It occupied a vast area with doors on all four sides. Stepping into the main hall, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices. There were ordinary folks dining, returning martial escorts celebrating their safe journey, and young scholars drinking and reciting poetry. People from all walks of life gathered together. A motley crowd with all sorts of sounds filling the air. Lao Si, you're still kicking. How much can you earn as an escort? Why not come do business with your big brother? Hey brother Wu, I wonder how our academy's assessment results will be this year. Everyone eat and drink your fill. We've finally completed this job. Tomorrow I'll treat you all again. Hehe, Mom and Dad, are you happy today? Your son has successfully awakened. Didn't I bring you honor out there today? Life in all its forms. Lin Bai felt it deeply. As soon as Lin Bai entered the main hall, a sharp-eyed waiter approached him. Two esteemed guests, which floor would you like to go to? Lin Bai's interest was piqued by this question. Is there a difference? The waiter then explained to him. Esteemed guest, our Drunken Fragrance Tower has 5 floors. The first to third floors are the main hall seating, while the fourth and fifth floors have private rooms that require advance booking. What's the difference between the first and third floors? Lin Bai asked. The fourth and fifth floors were out of the question since they needed reservations. Head just see what the lower 3 floors had to offer. The first floor is the main hall you see now. On the second floor, the tables are farther apart. On the third floor, there are screens for privacy. However, the second floor costs an extra tael of gold, and the third floor costs 3 taels. So which floor will it be for you, esteemed guest? Lin Bai thought it over and decided on the second floor. After all, they were there for the atmosphere. If he wanted a quiet meal, why not just have the food delivered back to the courtyard? Sis, how about the second floor? We might also catch some recent news from Yunmeng City. Lin Su nodded, also quite interested. She preferred quiet and didn't like going out, but that didn't mean she wasn't interested in lively things. She was only 18 after all, and hadn't reached the state of letting nothing disturb the mind. Seeing his sister agree, Lin Bai immediately made the decision. Waiter, the second floor it is. Find us a nice quiet spot. Right away. 2 esteemed guests, follow me. The staircase was a rare spiral design. The second floor was open in the middle, offering a view of the lively first floor below, but the noise was softened by formations. After all, that extra tael of gold wasn't spent for nothing. The waiter was quite conscientious, finding them a good spot near the window that also overlooked the first floor. After leading them to their seats, the waiter prepared to leave as he was a server for the first floor. Lin Bai, feeling a connection with the waiter and appreciating the good spot head found, tossed him a few silver taels as a tip. Thank you, young master. Thank you. The waiter withdrew, thinking to himself, as expected of someone from a noble family. Good service really does get tips. In fact, the waiter had realized as soon as Lin Bai and Lin Su walked in that they were from wealthy, influential backgrounds. After all, Lin Su and Lin Bai were too young, yet the aura they exuded was not that of ordinary people. So he had been sharp-eyed enough to serve them attentively. And see, now by serving these two well, he had earned several silver taels. Despite the high prices at Drunken Fragrance Tower, waiters like him only made about 3 to 5 silver taels a month. The silver Lin Bai had just given him was roughly a month's wages. Meanwhile, Lin Bai had already dismissed the matter. It was just a few silver taels after all. The waiter had been likable and provided good service, so he gave it. It was nothing worth mentioning. Now Lin Bai picked up the menu to study what to eat with Lin Su and Mo Ling. Well, it was mainly Lin Su. Mo Ling was an illiterate bird who couldn't read the characters. In the end, Lin Bai and Lin Su ordered a table full of hearty dishes, and Mo Ling randomly pointed at a stir-fried meat. These dishes weren't cheap, several were made from transcendent realm demon beasts. But Lin Bai had come to a realization. Money was like dirt. You could always make more. And how could spending money on one's own stomach be considered wasteful? After summoning the second-floor server to take their order, Lin Bai began to wait. Just then Lin Su seemed to notice something strange and kept staring at Lin Bai's face. It made Lin Bai feel a bit annoyed, so he asked Lin Su, "Sis, is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that?" "Nothing. I just feel like you're different today than usual." Because Lin Su knew Lin Bai so well, she had noticed the change brought about by his breakthrough in mental state. "Oh, that. I figured out some things today." Hearing this, Lin Su was even more surprised as a possibility occurred to her. Lin Su didn't speak but mouthed the words silently to Lin Bai. Cognitive barrier. Lin Bai nodded. Seeing Lin Bai's confirmation, Lin Su was still shocked. After cultivating for a long time, one was bound to encounter cognitive barriers. Lin Su herself had them, and more than one. But knowing whether you had a cognitive barrier wasn't very useful. What mattered was whether you could overcome it. Knowing and letting go were two different things. There was also a rumor that the barrier between the transcendent realm and the rebirth realm would be easier to break through if one had resolved cognitive barriers beforehand. Her brother had been cultivating for less than a month, yet not only had his cultivation level skyrocketed, but he had also resolved a cognitive barrier in his mental state. Lin Su was happy for Lin Bai, or it showed he was a genius in mental state as well. Some people advanced rapidly in cultivation but crumbled at the first setback, becoming despondent. Lin Su also felt that one of her own mental knots, a cognitive barrier, was about to loosen. Her heart grew even lighter. After learning the reason, Lin Su didn't ask for specifics but skillfully changed the subject. They started talking about Lin Bai's upcoming days at the martial arts hall. The service at Drunken Fragrance Tower was fast. Lin Bai and Lin Su ate and chatted, occasionally picking up pieces of meat to feed Mo Ling. Just as the siblings were about halfway through their meal, a considerable commotion arose from the first floor of Drunken Fragrance Tower, accompanied by the sound of arguing. Curious, Lin Bai turned to look down and saw two groups of people confronting each other. One group were the guards of Drunken Fragrance Tower. The other group wore black brocade robes embroidered with a flying eagle, members of the patrol hall. A steward in blue, who looked to be in his 40s, asked the leading man from the opposing group with a dark expression, "Xuanhuan, what is the meaning of this? Is your patrol hall declaring war on our Jade Hall Society?" The leader Xuanhuan ignored the steward in blue. Seeing that people on the first and second floors were curiously looking over, he cupped his hands in a martial salute and announced loudly, "My apologies for the disturbance, everyone. Today I, Xuanhuan, am forced to interrupt your enjoyment. It is only because Drunken Fragrance Tower, jealous of my patrol hall's business, has murdered the head chef of our Three Jewels restaurant. I am here only to seek justice." The steward in blue sneered a few times and then shouted back, "Esteemed guests, is this Three Jewels restaurant even worthy? Everyone knows that in Yunmeng City our Drunken Fragrance Tower is #1. What is the Three Jewels restaurant to make us jealous of it? This monkey is just putting on a show, spewing slander. Oh, I'm spewing slander. Dare to confront me? Humph, why wouldn't I dare?" Upstairs, Lin Bai ate his food, watching the scene with great interest. A free drama along with his meal. What a bargain. Lin Bai spent his days at the Benevolence Hall, so naturally no one was foolish enough to cause him trouble. So he found this quite fascinating. The two groups below exchanged sharp words without reaching a conclusion. After a while, another group arrived, led by someone. This was the professional enforcer team of the Jade Hall Society, who had just been notified. Just as Lin Bai grew more excited, thinking a fight was about to break out, Xuanhuan suddenly changed his tune. "Humph, bullying the few with the many, what kind of hero is that? Let's go." With that, he led his men away in a flurry, and the Jade Hall Society didn't stop them. Lin Bai was dumbfounded. It was like reaching the climax of a play, only for the actors to stop and disband. He had been so excited, thinking he might witness a gang fight. "What did you observe?" Lin Su asked Lin Bai while elegantly eating her food. Lin Bai replayed the scene in his mind. Xuanhuan didn't really want to fight, and Drunken Fragrance Tower knew it. So when the Jade Hall Society's people arrived, he took the opportunity to back down gracefully. But why? Why come if he didn't want to fight? Hey, remember the distribution of power I told you about when we came to Yunmeng City? Lin Su didn't answer directly but posed a counter-question. Lin Bai thought for a moment, as if something had occurred to him. "Sister, are you talking about the three great families and the local families?" Quick on the uptake. A few days ago, the main branch of the Liu family, one of the three great families, changed hands, greatly weakening their strength. The local Zhong family has been eyeing the Liu family's Yin Ghost inheritance with envy. But they have to consider the Yin Ghost Liu family's main house in the prefectural city of Yunzhou, so they dare not seize the inheritance openly. They can only probe covertly, hoping at least to take a bite, even if they can't get the whole inheritance, especially since the Zhong family spends a fortune every year maintaining their Yin nurturing grounds. The other local families also hope to get a share of the spoils and have joined in the probing. Recently, the conflict between the three great families and the local families has become increasingly acute, and a showdown is inevitable sooner or later. With the information Lin Su had supplemented, Lin Bai tried to answer. So because the powers above are in constant conflict, the lower-level patrol hall and Jade Hall Society have to get involved too. Is that it? Hey, not bad. The struggles above trickle down to the bottom. But those at the bottom have their own thoughts and don't want to be cannon fodder for nothing. Hence this scene. Lin Bai interjected. Now he understood it all. It could be summed up with a saying from his past life, for a few silvertails a month, why risk your life? Lin Su nodded, indicating he was correct. Sis, how do you know all this? This was another question for Lin Bai. How could Lin Su, who was even more of a homebody than him, know so much? This isn't secret information, and don't underestimate the network of an official alchemist. Lin Su winked. Afterwards, the two chatted about these things like casual post-dinner conversation. These conflicts had nothing to do with Lin Su and Lin Bai. The banner of the Benevolence Hall was enough to suppress all malicious forces, so they didn't need to worry about being affected. But in the process of understanding, Lin Bai came to grasp even more deeply the truth that where there are people there are interests, and where there are interests there is conflict. Everyone in the world was striving to cross over. In the days following his return from Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, Lin Bai spent his final moments before departing for the Martial Academy. Lin Bai cultivated while seeking out Lin Su and Wang Shi to play, mainly because his bear heart powder had run out. He tried to farm for the powder in these two places and set aside time to consume the transcendent beast meat he had promised his grandmother. The transcendent beast meat tasted excellent, but given his physique it offered little enhancement, though it was quite beneficial for Mo Ling. On the morning of his departure, Lin Su and Wang Shi both came to see him off. As the autumn deepened in Yunmeng City, a thin mist shrouded the dawn before sunrise, while breakfast vendors began their successive calls. For instance, Lin Bai now held a specialty breakfast of Yunmeng City. Yunmeng cake reminiscent of the rice cakes from his past life, filled with dried fruits and such. While eating and waiting, Lin Bai grumbled, "Sister, Aunt, I've been waiting so long. Why hasn't the Martial Academy's carriage arrived yet?" Lin Su and Wang Shi, long accustomed to his capriciousness, selectively ignored his complaints. Lin Bai grew even more disgruntled, so he focused on eating more vigorously to console his wounded heart. Just then the jade token in Lin Su's hand began to emit a faint glow. She turned to Lin Bai, who was still battling his breakfast, and said, "Hurry up and eat. The pickup carriage is already near us. It should be collecting others now and will likely reach you soon." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai immediately activated storm inhalation and chewing mode, finishing his breakfast in a flash. He stood up and began checking his belongings: the light and heavy blades, the small Mo Ling, and 10 packs of bear heart powder obtained from Wang Shi and Lin Su. Once these 10 packs were used, his bear skin pass would be nearly complete. Suddenly a carriage appeared like a ghost, halting silently before them. Lin Bai's eyes narrowed. This carriage was undoubtedly inscribed with some high-level formation capable not only of concealing its tracks, but also subtly reducing its presence among the surrounding crowd. Truly worthy of the Martial Academy. It surprised Lin Bai from the very first encounter. Lin Bai took the token from Lin Su and stepped forward to undergo verification before boarding. He bid farewell to Lin Su and Wang Shi. Neither woman was weak-willed. They merely advised him to take care of himself. Lin Bai nodded, picked up his bundle, and approached. Drawing closer, Lin Bai saw it was a black flood dragon horse, a superior breed of the blackhorn horse. On the shaft sat a man in a straw rain cape with a wide bamboo hat, his face hidden in shadow, silent as a stone. Lin Bai stepped forward and directly presented his jade token, indicating he was a Martial Academy student. The man in black glanced at it. "Lin Bai." He nodded again, signaling Lin Bai to board. Master Goldenflower had already submitted Lin Bai's information, including all details and the auxiliary arts he wished to study. Lin Bai lifted the carriage curtain from the side. Upon entering, he found 2 men inside, both in their early 20s. A man in black, holding a sword and resting with eyes closed, had a strikingly handsome face. He opened his eyes to appraise the newcomer, but upon seeing Lin Bai's youth, he closed them again. Another man in blue with a gentle smile exuded a very approachable aura and soft features. As Lin Bai studied the 2 men, they studied him in return. The youth was exceptionally handsome with sharp eyes, though the soft lines of his face subtly masked this. On his shoulder perched a dark crow. Whether it was his contracted beast remained unclear, and he carried a bundle on his back. This was what Zhao Rang, the man in blue, observed, prompting him to speak and make Lin Bai's acquaintance. "Young friend, I am Zhao Rang, a member of the Fish Dragon Gang." Seeing someone introduce themselves proactively, Lin Bai knew the proper etiquette. "I am Lin Bai, connected to the Benevolent Heart Hall." Upon hearing this, Zhao Rang raised an eyebrow. Benevolent Heart Hall. They were all here to study talismans. Lin Bai's study of talismans meant he lacked alchemical talent, but possessed adequate mental strength, hence his pursuit of talismans. Thus Lin Bai likely couldn't refine pills, suggesting he wasn't a member of the Benevolent Heart Hall, but had backing from a prominent figure there granting him the Martial Academy token. Zhao Rang deduced this information from Lin Bai's single statement. Analyzing so much about him from just one sentence was truly astonishing. In contrast, Lin Bai's judgment of Zhaorang was simpler. As a member of a River Lake underworld gang like the Fish Dragon Gang, obtaining a Martial Academy token indicated support from high-ranking members within the gang. After Lin Bai and Zhaorang's mutual speculation, the man in black also introduced himself. Feng Ming, disciple of the Talisman Master Association. A Talisman Master Association disciple. It was common for Talisman Master Association disciples to study talismans at the Martial Academy, akin to further education. But it also meant his teacher wasn't a master-level figure, or otherwise personal instruction from a master of auxiliary arts would be far more beneficial than the Martial Academy, especially regarding the choice of future auxiliary art scriptures. As for what auxiliary art scriptures were, simply consider them akin to path inheritances. Just as Master Goldenflower gave the Martial Academy token to Lin Bai instead of Zhouling or Lin Su, it was because they had already chosen their inherited scriptures. Of course, Zhouling and Lin Su's insufficient talent also played a role. After the three introduced themselves, they didn't engage in idle chat, each quietly resting and conserving their energy. Naturally, there was no awkwardness as they were strangers. Lin Bai closed his eyes, beginning to summarize what he had gained during his month in Yunmeng City and plan his immediate future. First, the path. He had obtained a complete path beast-taming warrior, so at least he didn't need to worry about cultivation techniques. In terms of cultivation, he had already advanced halfway through the bearskin pass. Moreover, due to preparing for Mo Ling's evolution, he had skipped at least 10 days of training. Without further distractions, he would achieve peak bearskin pass cultivation within half a month. As for weapons, he had received the light and heavy blades sponsored by his aunt, sufficient for his transcendent realm use. For his lifebound beast, he had contracted Mo Ling, activating the harmonious travel talent which enhanced speed, and Mo Ling's bloodline had evolved once. As Lin Bai pondered, he realized that during his month in Yunmeng City, he had obtained nearly all the foundational accumulation a cultivator required. The remaining auxiliary arts were now on his path to learn. However, he also noticed that everything he possessed except for Mo Ling, which he bought himself, was sponsored by others. Truly a crowd-funded cultivation journey. After considering what he had, he needed to decide what to do next. First, his cultivation, the foundation of his existence, would continue progressing steadily. Second, his lifebound beast. Mo Ling couldn't evolve in the short term, but his soul should recover sufficiently in 3 months to contract another lifebound beast. Third, he needed to learn auxiliary arts to earn money. Lin Bai had checked at the Daxia Treasure Pavilion. Purchasing a transcendent level in Fox's Soul Pearl would cost approximately 8,000 spirit stones. Of these, 8,000, 3,000 were for upgrading to a mid-level membership at the Daxia Treasure Pavilion. 8,000 spirit stones. No small sum. During the journey, 2 more people boarded the carriage, both female clan disciples. Zhong Yuhe, around 20, wore a light white ruchuan and had strikingly beautiful fox-like eyes. The later boarding, Wang Yu, appearing 16 or 17, was clad in a black dress that outlined her slender figure. Her fair face, accentuated by a teardrop mole under her left eye, exuded a certain cold allure. Particularly noteworthy was her origin from the Xinxiu Wang clan. The Wang clan? It must be the Xinxiu Wang clan, Lin Bai's maternal family. Lin Bai wasn't overly surprised. It was normal for the Wang clan to possess Martial Academy tokens, perhaps even several. The carriage's occupants were all strikingly handsome. Lin Bai sighed. At least I'm not lacking, he thought, touching his face with some self-satisfaction. After mutual introductions, the carriage fell silent again. Only Zhaorang attempted to converse with the 2 women, but Zhong Yuhe responded perfunctorily, while Wang Yu completely ignored him. Rebuffed, Zhaorang retreated awkwardly to his seat. The carriage was now utterly silent. Lin Bai estimated that the 5 of them were all the students. The carriage would now take them to the teleportation array station within Yunmeng Commandery. With the black flood dragon horse's speed, they would surely arrive within half a day. Inside the quiet carriage, Lin Bai sat with his eyes closed, feigning rest. Yet as time passed, stray thoughts sprouted uncontrollably like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Helpless, he was merely a little rookie who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, lacking life experience and unable to still his restless mind. What's the food like in the Martial Academy's cafeteria? Surely not some bland will-tempering slop. Can I get a single room in the dormitory? Will the courses be intense? All sorts of stray thoughts about the upcoming Martial Academy bubbled up. Thankfully, Lin Bai didn't have to wait long. The carriage had traveled for over an hour, gradually slowing down. Even without seeing outside, Lin Bai guessed they were nearing their destination. Sure enough, after a while the carriage came to a complete stop, and a voice sounded from outside. All cadets, we have arrived at the Yunmeng County Martial Academy's grounds. You may now disembark. Hearing this, those inside did not hesitate and began to alight one by one. Lin Bai was the last to get off as he sat farthest from the door. Once outside, without the silencing array, the noise grew louder. He took a deep breath. The morning mountain air carried the crisp, sweet scent of grass and trees, instantly refreshing his spirit and sweeping away the last traces of his irritation. Looking around, they stood in a flat valley surrounded by forests. Morning sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled spots of light. This cluster of buildings of unknown age blended seamlessly with the surrounding woods. With his mood eased, Lin Bai began to observe the people around him. A dozen or so carriages were parked nearby, likely belonging to those who had arrived earlier. About 70 or 80 people were present, naturally divided into 3 large groups: the literary path, the martial path, and the auxiliary path. The martial academy prized martial prowess above all, everything else was mere embellishment. Even the literary path cadets cultivated a scholar's spirit within their hearts. Lin Bai didn't try to stand out. He obediently followed behind Wang Yu and the others, joining the auxiliary path ranks. Within each group, acquaintances had formed small circles, chatting and laughing in low voices. Zhao Rang, for instance, was in his element, conversing animatedly with several people. Lin Bai, unfamiliar with this place, welcomed the quiet. He found a spot on the edge, content to be a little transparent figure. As he observed, he noticed a strange phenomenon. The auxiliary path consisted mostly of young faces in their early 20s, both male and female, full of vitality. Yet the martial and literary path teams included many middle-aged men around 40 to 50 with composed auras, and even a hint of official authority. Strange, isn't the martial academy for cultivating young talents? Why are there cadets of such an age? As Lin Bai muttered to himself, someone sat down beside him. He turned his head and saw his acquaintance from the carriage, Wang Yu. Lin Bai had sensed Wang Yu's gaze frequently falling on him during the ride, but he hadn't paid it much mind. This young lady, instead of joining her own circle, had come to sit next to him. Lin Bai was indifferent. Sit if she wanted, it didn't bother him. He couldn't rudely tell her to leave. Like a stone statue, he continued observing his classmates, ignoring Wang Yu beside him. This attitude caught Wang Yu off guard. She had anticipated various reactions from Lin Bai: nervousness, tension, calmness, or warmth. But being completely ignored, treated like air, was something she hadn't expected. A faint, almost imperceptible flicker of annoyance crossed her jade-cool face. Finally, she couldn't help but break the silence. Her voice still carried a natural coolness, but it held less distance. "You're Lin Bai, right? So this young lady was indeed here for him." Lin Bai turned his head, curious to hear what she wanted. "I'm from the Shenxiu Wang family, and I'd like to be friends with you." Lin Bai tilted his head, looking at her, while the ink-feathered bird on his shoulder let out a call. Caw, caw, caw. Now it was Wang Yu's turn to feel awkward. She felt her toes curling in embarrassment. Despite her cool appearance and cold voice, she was just a girl a year older than Lin Bai. She debated whether to continue speaking, but what if Lin Bai rejected her? Wouldn't that be so humiliating? The family said this Lin Bai has great talent, and because of his mother I should try to befriend and maintain ties with him. But what if he ignores me? As Wang Yu was lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, Lin Bai seemed to finally come back to his senses. He found her slightly flustered posture, a subtle contrast to her cool exterior, rather amusing. Afraid that, if he remained silent any longer, this young lady might actually shed little pearls of tears, he quickly responded, "Sure, I love making friends." In truth, Lin Bai's earlier distraction wasn't without reason. His instinct told him that this girl carried something very dangerous. Instinct was one of the path abilities of the demon-taming warrior. It combined a warrior's intuition with a beast's wild sixth sense oriented towards perceiving external danger. Even if someone wielded a powerful talisman or other items, as long as it wasn't a sentient treasure, they couldn't strike Lin Bai. His speed and reflexes were superior, allowing him to dodge or counterattack the moment they moved. Hearing Lin Bai's response, Wang Yu breathed a silent sigh of relief. At least she hadn't been rejected. But then she froze, unsure of what to do next. She had never actively sought out a friend before, which left her troubled. Why did the family have to give me this task? They know I'm not good with people. Wouldn't it be better to just cultivate in peace? Little did Wang Yu know it was precisely because of this mindset that the Wang family assigned her this task, to temper her social skills. Previously, they had struggled to find a suitable candidate. Others either approached her for her status as a Wang family prodigy or had ulterior motives. But this time, after obtaining the list for the Yunmeng County Martial Academy, they discovered Lin Bai. Upon investigation, they found that Lin Bai's family background, talent, and previously displayed character and temperament were all suitable, so they settled on him. Just as Wang Yu was racking her brains, Lin Bai seized the opportunity. "As friends, could you answer a small question for me?" "Of course, go ahead." Seeing Lin Bai initiate the conversation, Wang Yu quickly replied, "Why are there so many slightly older classmates in the literary and martial paths?" "Oh, that. Many important positions in Yunsis officialdom are held by people who have undergone martial academy training, you know. I know so. Well, these people are about to be promoted to the county or prefecture level. They're just here to show their faces, not really to learn. Lin Bai understood now. Wasn't this gilding and credentials? He wondered if this was a mere convention or if it had already formed a faction. For now it had little to do with him. He was just curious and following his habit of gathering information. Lin Bai continued chatting casually with Wang Yu. Despite her cool exterior, he found her a bit adorably naive. If he didn't know that revealing certain things would bring disaster, he felt he could have opened an account on Wang Yu, extracting far more information. But he still needed to know why this young lady had sought him out as a friend. Couldn't just be because he was handsome, could it? After piecing together some brief information, Lin Bai roughly understood the Wang family's intention. This young lady was genuinely a bit clumsy when it came to interpersonal relationships. For instance, he had only just met her, yet she already considered him a good friend. That was why he had been able to extract information so quickly and smoothly. In truth, Lin Bai had it wrong. The Wang family had thoroughly investigated his background and informed Wang Yu in advance. Combined with her unique heart's eye ability from her path, she could vaguely perceive others' goodwill and malice. In Wang Yu's perception, Lin Bai harbored no ill intent towards her nor much utilitarian calculation. He mostly seemed indifferent, and the latent physical sense of danger intrigued her. Otherwise, as one of the Wang family's prodigies, she could have simply refused the task without consequences. At most, the family would have assigned it to someone else, since anyone could handle the liaison. But now Wang Yu was interested. She didn't mind this bonding task. That completed the full picture. Thus, with one intentionally probing, and the other half-willingly sharing unimportant information to build trust, the two chatted quite harmoniously. In Wang Yu's perception, Lin Bai's goodwill towards her seemed to be steadily increasing. It seems this guy, though a bit cold at first, is actually quite easy to get along with. Just a little foolish trusting others so easily, Wang Yu thought to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Bai, looking at the seemingly cool, but actually straightforward and naive girl beside him, chuckled inwardly. This young lady from the Wang family seems surprisingly easy to fool. For now both sides thought the other was a bit simple and adorably naive. As Lin Bai idly chatted with Wang Yu, his keen senses detected a few stray glances drifting toward their corner. More precisely, they were directed at the young lady Wang Yu beside him. Lin Bai quickly deduced the reason. Her status was even higher than he had imagined, and some recognized her. Staying close to a central figure really does make one the center of attention. Lin Bai silently grumbled to himself. Fortunately for now, it remained merely a phase of observation, with no reckless fool stepping forward to enact the classic provocation and retaliation scene. Well, at least not yet. The sun climbed higher and the crowd gradually swelled. Finally, several white-robed cultivators appeared on the high ground, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. These were the true overseers of the Yunmeng Martial Academy. Lin Bai couldn't even pinpoint when he first noticed them. It felt as though they had been standing there all along, yet he only now truly saw them. At the very least, they are of the transcendent realm, or even the elevated rank. Lin Bai speculated on their cultivation levels. One of them, appearing relatively younger among the group, observed that all the academy disciples had arrived and had already noticed them. He then spoke. All Yunmeng Martial Academy disciples have now arrived. The registration begins. Registration meant formally recording the disciples' information into the Academy's true teaching realm, the Heritage Cave Heaven. In a world of fantasy, an organization akin to a military academy built by the collective strength of a clan could not operate like an ordinary martial arts school. Instead, it existed within a cave heaven. What was a cave heaven? It was a stable alternate dimension attached to the main world. All disciples listen. Those whose names are called shall step forward to register. As his words fell, several white-robed cultivators swiftly dispersed, took their positions, and formed a profound array. Pure true chi flowed from beneath their feet, winding like spiritual serpents across the ground, tracing and layering intricate, dazzling array patterns. A low hum resonated as the surrounding space rippled like water disturbed by a stone. During the formation of the array, most murmured in discussion, for this was their first encounter with the legendary cave heaven. Lin Bai watched intently, filled with a sense of wonder. No matter the world, the power to manipulate space commanded awe. Wang Yu beside him appeared utterly composed, likely accustomed to such sights. Finally, the teleportation array fully materialized, giving rise to a golden light gate and a jade archway. The golden gate shimmered with ever-changing talismanic runes, exuding profound mystery. The jade archway, in contrast, was plain and unadorned, embodying a return to simplicity. An unoccupied cultivator began the roll call. Yunmeng Martial Academy warrior Vane disciple Wang Chu. At these words, a young man in his 20s stepped forward calmly. The jade archway emitted a mystical light that passed through him. As if confirming something, only his name appeared on the archway, and the golden gate did not draw him in. The young man Wang Chu seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He cupped his hands in a respectful bow and withdrew. The cultivator showed no surprise and continued calling out names. Yunmeng Martial Academy Warrior Vane Disciple Wang Xiao. Yunmeng Martial Academy Warrior Vane Disciple Zhou Yu. Yunmeng Martial Academy Scholar Vane Disciple Li Boming. Lin Bai observed these disciples and noticed they were all among the older cohort. Each underwent registration but did not enter the cave heaven. Their age and talent are unsuitable, so they can only register without accessing the cave heaven's resources. Wang Yu explained to Lin by letting out a sigh. It's a pity for Uncle Wang Chu. His talent is sufficient, but the age limit for entering the cave heaven with high-grade talent is under 30. Lin Bai watched Wang Chu, who appeared to be in his 20s, calmly record his name as if already resigned. Yet Lin Bai sensed that this group must harbor deep regret, though fate did not favor them. Opportunity and destiny. They had the chance but lacked the fate. A flicker of insight stirred within Lin Bai, but his youth and inexperience left it hazy, like viewing flowers through mist or the moon's reflection in water. He buried the realization deep in his heart, awaiting the nourishment of time. Wang Yu cast a curious glance at Lin Bai, for she had sensed a fleeting aura of time emanate from him. Had she not been so close and her path that of a chi refiner, she would have missed it entirely. Even now Wang Yu doubted her perception. Could someone truly achieve enlightenment just by watching others register? Impossible. No one could possess such extraordinary talent. Even if Lin Bai had a supreme grade talent, it was impossible. His life experience was far too limited for such an age-related insight. Wang Yu dismissed it as a mistake. Soon the 20-odd overage disciples completed their registration. They exchanged bitter smiles, silently boarded the carriages that had brought them, and departed without a word. For them this journey was merely a formality, a ritual confirming their loss of the path to the great Tao. Next came Lin Bai and the other true disciples of the academy. The roll call resumed with the warrior Vane. Yunmeng Martial Academy Warrior Vane Disciple Lu Jiu. A young man in his early 20s stepped forward from the warrior Vane group, visibly nervous, and approached the registration archway. This time, after his name appeared on the archway, the golden gate finally stirred, emitting a pull that drew Lu Jiu in until he vanished from sight. The registration continued: the warrior Vane, then the scholar Vane, and finally the auxiliary Vane. Yunmeng Martial Academy Auxiliary Vane Disciple Lin Bai. When Lin Bai's turn came, nearly an hour had passed. Wang Yu had entered some 10 minutes earlier. Lin Bai stepped forward steadily. As the registration archway emitted its mystical light and recorded his information, he felt a gentle pull from the golden gate. He sensed the initial pull was weak, but he offered no resistance and was drawn inside. In the mountain clearing after Lin Bai vanished, the ceremony continued. Since Lin Bai was among the last, about half an hour later, all the disciples of this year's Yunmeng Martial Academy had entered. The white-robed cultivators withdrew their aura, their faces pale. Maintaining such an energy-intensive spatial teleportation array was no easy feat for them. Yet having completed their task, they breathed a long sigh of relief and began chatting among themselves. A young cultivator complained to his senior brother nearby. "I'm exhausted. Senior brothers, you never mentioned maintaining this array would be so tiring." Head junior brother Qingning, did you think such worldly merits came easily? Haha, since junior brother Qingning finds it so tiring, next time, let me bear the burden of such activities and spare you the karmic entanglement. Enough, enough. You old rascal, at your age, still trying to take advantage of junior brother Qingning. Indeed, senior brother Changgu speaks true. I too wish to accumulate some worldly merits to break through to the elevated realm. Leaving aside the jesting among the cultivators. On the other side, after being drawn into the gate, Lin Bai found himself in a passageway. Here time and space were indistinguishable and everything was a blinding white. He was carried along by a guiding force, recognizing this as a spatial tunnel. A leap between 2 points via established coordinates akin to a wormhole. Lin Bai adjusted his posture, sitting cross-legged. It would be a long journey. In reality, there was no such thing as instant teleportation from one point to another. Unless one erased the original person and recreated them through causality, such a feat would be possible. However, such methods had been lost, proven to incur the hostility of human race's fortune. Human fortune might lack the punitive power of heavenly thunder, but as long as you were human you would face endless petty slights until your death. In severe cases it could even afflict one's true relatives and friends or curse future generations. After settling down, Lin Bai secured his backpack and confirmed that Mo Ling was unharmed. Mo Ling's life force mingled with Lin Bai's was transported as part of him. Lin Bai had consulted Master Goldenflower before departing and received an affirmative answer, which was why he dared to bring Mo Ling along. Hey little one, I hope we don't get motion sickness. It should be a while before we arrive. Surrounding him was an endless monotonous white that bordered on maddening. After the initial novelty faded, Lin Bai quickly grew bored. There was truly nothing to see. The scenery was identical in every direction. Fortunately, he had Mo Ling to stroke for amusement, a crow to dispel the tedium. About 2 hours later, Lin Bai the time traveler sensed fluctuations in the surrounding space. Just as this thought arose in his mind, the force enveloping him suddenly changed. The pure white before him was instantly replaced by a vibrant reality, and his feet once again touched solid ground, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds as Lin Bai looked around to observe his surroundings. He saw Wang Yu waving at him from the side, beckoning Lin Bai to join him. However, noticing that Wang Yu was situated in the center of the group, Lin Bai shook his head, indicating that he would not go. Instead, he found a corner on the outskirts, inconspicuous, and acted as an invisible observer of his environment. Lin Bai realized they were on a flattened mountain platform that was quite expansive. Lin Bai could confirm that this was a mountain peak and not the ground. It wasn't that he saw the edge of the platform, but rather higher peaks beyond it, which also did not have pointed tops but resembled round terraces. There was even one mountain peak that Lin Bai could not discern its height and breadth. If he were standing at the foot of that mountain, he felt he might mistake it for the wall of the world. After surveying the general environment, Lin Bai began to examine the finer details nearby. The platform they were on was not barren. Beneath his feet were huge polished stone slabs forming a wide plaza. At the edge of the plaza were steep stone walls where green pines hung down, growing tenaciously. Below the wall was a deep turquoise pool like jade where several pure white cranes, startled by the sudden appearance of people, elegantly flapped their wings and flew into the distant sky, leaving behind a few clear cries. Looking further afield, one could even see rolling hills and dense forests. If one did not intentionally look up at the terrifying cliffs and distant giant peaks, one might almost believe they were in a picturesque paradise. Surprisingly, there was only one yellow sun in the sky, and there were white clouds. The air was no different from before, perhaps even better. Lin Bai could hardly believe this was a heaven, merely a small world dimension, rather than a true vast world. Just as he marveled and curiously looked around, a figure quietly approached. It was Wang Yu, who had come to find him. Isn't it amazing? This is the fire cloud heaven birthed from the luck of the human race, and we of the Great Xia occupy the center of it, surrounded by 1,000 peaks and seas of clouds. Lin Bai nodded, indicating his understanding. Next, just as he was about to ask Wang Yu for more details, the disciples of the martial arts hall from Yunmeng County finally gathered. The entire mountain shook and streams of light shot out from the void towards the crowd. Lin Bai reached out to catch the stream of light flying toward him. When he opened his hand, he saw a jade token. What is this? You don't know. This is our instruction token within the heaven. Hearing the voice beside him, Lin Bai no longer felt the need to ask Wang Yu. Lin Bai carefully examined the jade token in his hand, which was roughly the size of half a palm. The surface was extremely smooth, even reflecting his curious face like a glass mirror. Once everyone had received their jade tokens, they emitted a ding sound. Please proceed to your own courtyard promptly. Over 100 jade tokens in the plaza spoke out simultaneously. Thankfully, they all spoke at once, otherwise the constant chatter would have driven Lin Bai mad. Our own courtyard. Where did we get a courtyard? It should refer to where we reside on Yunmeng Peak. See, the jade token shows the location, doesn't it? That's true, Brother Zhao. I see our locations are in the same direction. If not, we should leave quickly. Brother Zhang is absolutely right. Lin Bai listened to the surrounding chatter, looking at his jade token, searching for his location. It was roughly in the northwest, towards the direction of the bamboo forest by the pond. At that moment, Lin Bai noticed that Wang Yu's location was very close to his own. So he raised his jade token and waved it at Wang Yu, indicating they could go together. Miss Wang Yu, we are heading to the same place. Shall we go together? Wang Yu nodded. Then let's go. Lin Bai discovered that although they were all heading northwest, it could still be further divided into 3 different directions. No need to guess: military vein, literary vein, and auxiliary path. The crowd slowly dispersed to different directions, but Lin Bai and Wang Yu still walked together. They soon detached from the large group of the auxiliary path and made their way towards a tranquil bamboo grove. Before long, they discovered their respective courtyards. They were neighbors, and Lin Bai wondered if this was fate. There were about 5 courtyards in this bamboo grove, and the 2 of them were adjacent. We have arrived. Let's say goodbye here. All right, if you need help with anything later, feel free to look for me. After bidding farewell to Wang Yu, Lin Bai took out his jade token and pressed it against the door. The bamboo door before him opened. Once inside, Lin Bai had yet to properly examine his courtyard. The jade token emitted a ding sound, notifying Lin Bai of a message. Would you like to activate the protective formation and concealment formation within the courtyard? Lin Bai was not surprised. After all, with a heaven of inheritance, it was not strange for there to be formations in the courtyard. Activate it. As soon as the words fell, a nearly transparent silver membrane of light rippled outwards from the jade token like water waves, swiftly sweeping across the entire courtyard, and then quietly vanishing. Yet Lin Bai could feel that an invisible barrier had formed. He could clearly see the swaying bamboo shadows from within the courtyard, but from the outside the small courtyard appeared to be shrouded in mist. Privacy protection, physical defense, 5-star rating. Lin Bai nodded in satisfaction, finally having the time to carefully examine his new home. The front yard was not large, with bluestone slabs on the ground. In the corner of the yard were 2 tea trees lush with leaves, and emitting a faint fragrance, and beneath them sat a set of smoothly polished stone tables and chairs. Beside the courtyard wall was an ancient well. Peering in the water was clear and bright. He tried to draw up a small bucket, took a sip, and found the well water sweet and refreshing. After it entered his stomach, a slight warmth spread, dispelling the faint fatigue brought on by the spatial transfer. This well water has the effect of relaxing the body and mind, alleviating fatigue. After inspecting the front yard, Lin Bai entered the house to see its layout. The house was spacious. Upon entering, there was a living room with 3 rooms adjacent, a bedroom, a quiet room, and a bathroom. Surprisingly, there was also water in the bathroom, but it was just ordinary water. I wonder where the water comes from. I don't see any pipes. The quiet room was completely empty, yet upon stepping inside, Lin Bai felt his mind naturally settle down. It was indeed an excellent place for cultivation and drawing talismans. Finally, Lin Bai discovered there was also a backyard which was very open and empty. Lin Bai rubbed his chin, contemplating what to do next. Ultimately, he made an incredibly wise decision. Time for tea. Cultivation cannot be rushed. First he would acclimatize, tomorrow he would cultivate. Returning to the front yard, Lin Bai directly used what was available. Tea leaves from the tree's well water, and there was also a set of tea utensils on the stone table. Lin Bai brewed a cup of tea for himself and Mo Ling. Comfortably reclining on the stone chair, sipping tea and stroking his crow, he began to delve deeper into the seemingly multifunctional jade token. After examining it closely, it appeared to be an ordinary jade token, but suddenly Lin Bai had a whimsical thought, cleared his throat, and asked the jade token, "Hello, jade token, do you have self-awareness?" Lin Bai had only asked out of sudden curiosity, but unexpectedly the jade token actually responded. "Hello Lin Bai, I have awareness." Hearing the token speak, Lin Bai nearly dropped it in shock. Oh my, it really has awareness. Has the jade turned sentient? Or is it an artifact spirit? He quickly realized that he was supposed to study it. "Can you introduce yourself and this heaven?" "Certainly." The jade token then began to explain to Lin Bai that it was actually an awareness avatar of the fire cloud heaven. Is the token the only one? All of them? Lin Bai was a bit shocked. Wasn't this akin to the Tao of heaven's awareness? After introducing itself, the jade token proceeded to describe the fire cloud heaven. The fire cloud heaven was birthed from the luck of the human race, containing countless human legacies, and its own birth along with various resources provided by the outside human dynasties. Moreover, the outside world could neither measure nor interfere with the fire cloud heaven, making it extremely safe. Various resources. Lin Bai's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Is there the aura of the Jisu beast here? He eagerly inquired, receiving a definite answer. However, the jade token informed Lin Bai that the aura of the Jisu beast was not within the range of the usual cultivation resources provided. Lin Bai hurriedly asked what method was needed to obtain it, but unexpectedly the jade token said it could not disclose anything as it was not yet the time for it to be opened. Angered, Lin Bai felt like throwing the jade token away. The riddle maker should roll out of the fire cloud heaven. Knowing half and not the other half, wasn't that a dead end? Unfortunately, no matter how much Lin Bai pressed, the jade token remained unmoved, unwilling to disclose anything. However, Lin Bai thought of another method later. He would seek out his newly acquainted friend, Wang Yu, to inquire. "If you won't tell me, I'll ask my knowledgeable neighbor. Her family must know something." To his surprise, the jade token shattered his hopes of a spoiler. Specific knowledge about the fire cloud heaven is considered forbidden knowledge in the outside world. Your friend will not know unless her family intends to harm her. It seemed there was no chance at all. This avenue was also blocked. He slumped back in the stone chair like a deflated balloon. However, after a brief bout of gloom, he perked up again. At least he confirmed that there truly was the aura of the Jisu beast here. That was enough, and he finally had a clear goal and hope. Alright, I can wait. Lin Bai took a deep breath, raised the now slightly cool tea, and drank it all in one gulp. Anyway, it's already in the bowl. Am I afraid it will fly away? He casually placed the riddlemaker jade token on the stone table, changed to a more comfortable lounging position, and gazed at the sunlight and clouds fragmented by the bamboo leaves. On the second morning at the martial hall, Lin Bai was immersed in cultivation, his blood and qi surging through his body, as each movement carried a faint sound of air being split. Suddenly that familiar ding echoed once more within his mind. Please proceed to the designated location to assess your actual strength. This concerns your evaluation, so you must take it seriously and depart promptly. Lin Bai's body did not halt at the message. He continued practicing his techniques to refine the medicinal essence. As the medicinal potency was exhausted, Lin Bai slowly withdrew his stance, feeling himself drawing closer to the next stage. Then he picked up the jade token and saw a route map displayed upon it with a glowing dot flickering incessantly, as if urging him to set off. What's the rush? Take it slow. Lin Bai set the jade token aside, entered the bathroom for a brief rinse, then changed his clothes, picked up the token, and prepared to depart. But just as he stepped out of his dwelling, he sensed someone waiting for him outside. Sure enough, upon emerging, he saw Wang Yu standing there gracefully. Seeing Lin Bai, Wang Yu's cool face broke into a faint smile. You're here. Let's go together. Lin Bai paused, then returned the smile. All right, let's go together. As Lin Bai and Wang Yu walked toward their destination, the surrounding crowd was sparse, likely because everyone had dispersed. Along the way, Lin Bai shared his discovery from the previous day. Wang Yu was surprised that the token possessed consciousness. After about 10 minutes of walking, an ancient-styled palace came into view. Though modest in size, it had 8 tightly shut gates. Many people were already waiting in front of the palace, chattering in groups and chatting with companions. Lin Bai noticed some emerging from within. The one who came out seemed to be a notable figure. The crowd swarmed around him, asking questions in a flurry. Brother Wang, what are the tests inside like? The man was not annoyed by the crowd. He simply raised a hand to quiet them. This testing palace is part of the blazing sky cave heaven used to assess our abilities as disciples. I am a chi refining cultivator. Inside I was tested on basic spellcasting techniques, physical strength, and finally, most importantly, a practical combat test. He paused before continuing. Roughly these 3 parts. I hope my explanation satisfies you all. Wang Xiao had answered everyone's questions and showed signs of leaving. They thanked him and made way for his departure. The crowd buzzed with discussion, many wearing worried expressions. What now? My path isn't suited for combat. Yeah, I wonder if the testing palace adjusts to each individual. It probably does. We all have different paths and strengths. Just then another person emerged, and the crowd surged forward to question him. But Wang Xiao was no longer concerned. He had barely extricated himself from the throng. As he came out, he spotted his cousin with a young man. Raising an eyebrow, he decided to approach. Cousin, have you finished testing? Wang Yu was delighted to see Wang Xiao finally having someone to ask. Yes, I'm done. And this friend beside you is? This is Lin Bai. He's practically half a member of our Wang family. His mother is from our Yunmeng Shinxiu Wang clan. As Wang Yu introduced him, Lin Bai bowed to Wang Xiao. Brother Wang. Understanding the situation from the introduction, Wang Xiao returned the bow. Let me explain the details inside. Wang Xiao then repeated what he had said at the palace entrance, but in greater depth, and finally revealed a piece of information he hadn't mentioned before. Cousin, you mean the longer one persists in the combat round, the more merit points one earns, and it's only available on this first test. Exactly. But each round gets harder. I only made it through 3. Wang Xiao admitted frankly. Lin Bai, hearing Wang Xiao's implication, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So it's a limited time event. After finishing with them, Wang Xiao didn't linger. He needed to return to cultivation. Lin Bai and Wang Yu moved closer to listen to the varied experiences of others emerging. Some were unwilling to share, while others enjoyed being the center of attention. But those who did share tacitly avoided revealing the specifics of the final combat. Lin Bai listened to a martial artist describe his test rounds. The first was martial skill, techniques like blade or sword arts. The remaining 2 rounds were the same, physical conditioning and practical combat. But the crowd was still large, and since Lin Bai and Wang Yu had arrived later, they had to wait a while. Though the queue was long, the progress was swift. After about an hour, it was finally their turn. During this time, many testers emerged with grim faces, causing Lin Bai's heart to tighten with nervousness. They headed toward different doors. When Lin Bai pushed one open, he found he couldn't see inside from outside. Without hesitation, Lin Bai stepped through. It was a dark tunnel lit only by faint glimmers, barely enough to see ahead. He walked forward. At the end was a soft halo of light. Passing through it, Lin Bai found himself in a silvery white strange space, surrounded by flowing colors like a tunnel through time. As Lin Bai made contact with the space, the scene rapidly rendered into a martial arena. Tester Lin Bai, are you ready? The first round martial skill is about to commence. Do you wish to choose a weapon? A silhouette of light began to appear before Lin Bai, quickly solidifying. It was a woman tall and clad in plain white garments, her face indistinct. The only discernible feature was her eyes. Her eyes radiated a sense of indifference toward life. Not bloodlust or numbness, but an equanimity that regarded all beings as equal. Moreover, her gaze was so vivid it felt as if she were a real person. Lin Bai did not act rashly. Instead, he questioned the space. "What are the specific rules of this first round?" The spirit of the space replied. "In the martial skill round, the tester's full strength will be sealed. Both parties will compete as ordinary humans. Tester surviving 10 exchanges counts as passing 30 as good, 50 as excellent, and 100 as brilliant. These are the evaluation criteria. 10 exchanges to pass and no standard for a counterkill." Lin Bai frowned inwardly. He didn't think the space had forgotten to set a counterkill condition. There could only be one reason. It was too difficult, the challengers simply couldn't achieve it. The space spirit repeated, "Tester Lin Bai, are you ready? If no choice is made, the martial skill round will forcibly begin in 1 minute." Hearing this, Lin Bai had no choice but to answer loudly, "I choose the blade." If it was purely a contest of martial skill, the blade was his best option. Choosing a bow would leave him vulnerable if the gap between them was too great. He wouldn't even be able to touch his opponent. The space presented various blade types for him to choose from. Lin Bai finally selected a Yanling blade, one he often used. The woman opposite materialized the same blade. As the round began, Lin Bai felt his chi sealed and his body reduced to that of an ordinary person. Still adjusting to the drastic drop in physical capability, Lin Bai watched as the woman came to life. Blade in hand, she slowly advanced toward him. Lin Bai assumed a combat stance. The woman quickened her pace until she was running, or he knew her intent. To use speed to amplify the force of her strike. Lin Bai chose not to meet the blow head-on, instead sidestepping. But the blade curved back as it passed him. Lin Bai snorted, stepping back half a pace, while his Yanling blade shot out like a viper toward her throat. The faceless woman was forced to retreat, simultaneously redirecting her blade to block his. But having changed direction midair, her blade lacked the power to match Lin Bai's, putting her at a disadvantage as she stumbled back. After this exchange, the woman seemed to realize Lin Bai was no reckless fool. She adjusted her stance and continued the duel. Over the next few exchanges, Lin Bai judged her swordsmanship to be at the level of several years of dedicated practice. Superior to his, but still manageable. Yet after 10 exchanges, the woman's blade style shifted abruptly. Her moves became more vicious and unpredictable, her body and blade perfectly synchronized, clinging to Lin Bai like a malignant tumor. "Damn it, this thing really does escalate." Lin Bai gritted his teeth, dodging left and right. When he couldn't evade, he used his blade to force her to defend, or at least aim to avoid vital points. But the woman seemed to read his intentions, targeting non-lethal areas to sap his stamina and mobility. For a moment, Lin Bai felt as if he were being flayed alive, blood streaming from his body, while his energy rapidly drained. Soon he was panting heavily. 17th exchange, 18th, 19th. Lin Bai had given up hope of a good rating. He just wanted to last a few more exchanges. But on the 21st exchange, the woman's treacherous blade bit him, carving a large chunk of flesh from his left arm. The searing pain and blood loss caused his movements to falter, giving the woman an opening. Her next blade arced upward, aiming for his throat. Lin Bai tried to defend, but fatigue and agony held him back. He could only watch helplessly as the blade descended toward his neck. As the cold steel bit into his neck, everything dissolved like smoke. The faceless woman, the arena, his wounds, all vanished. He was back in the silvery white space, his strength and body fully restored. Yet the icy sensation on his neck and the woman's indifferent gaze lingered. Though his power and physique had returned to normal, Lin Bai collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Huff! Huff! It wasn't physical exhaustion, but a draining of his spirit. The illusion of death when the blade had touched his neck still coiled in his mind. Honestly, he had almost thought he was about to die. After a long while, Lin Bai finally regained his composure. He touched the spot where he had been wounded, finding it perfectly healed. An illusion, or the laws of life or time. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Lin Bai began to review his battle. On the 21st exchange, I shouldn't have sidestepped. I should have used my blade to defend and create distance. Ultimately, his lack of combat experience was to blame. It had been barely a month since his awakening, and he had coasted through without ever facing such life-or-death struggle. But that was no excuse. A loss was a loss. Just like that fatal strike to his neck. It wouldn't listen to his reasons. So Lin Bai was now analyzing and absorbing these invaluable lessons. This trip to the martial hall was the perfect opportunity to make up for that deficiency. As he rested, the silvery space announced his result. Tester Lin Bai, you survived 21 exchanges. Your score for the first round is pass. Hearing this, Lin Bai accepted it willingly. After all, his martial skill was at this level, and with every battle he would improve. One must not underestimate Lin Bai's talent. A constellation of 129,600 stars. A few minutes later, the emotionless voice of the space spirit resonated once more. Tester Lin Bai, the second trial is about to commence. Please prepare. Lin Bai stood up, dusted off the non-existent dirt from his clothes, and asked, "What does this second trial test?" "Strength, speed, physique, and spirit. The 4 fundamental attributes," the space spirit stated succinctly. "Is that so? Then let's begin." Lin Bai replied, a surge of confidence welling within him as he unhesitatingly chose to start. The method for testing strength was rather archaic. A familiar stone millstone slowly materialized before him, the very same large millstone he had used to temper his body before his awakening. Strength test. The challenge is to lift the millstone and hold it for 1 minute. Challenger Lin Bai, what weight would you like to start with? What weight yields the highest rating? Lin Bai cut straight to the point. At your current mortal transcendence realm, lifting a 10,000 millstone will suffice. Then let's go straight to 10,000 gene. The testing apparatus has been adjusted. Please commence the challenge. The millstone's exterior appeared unchanged, but Lin Bai's intuition clearly perceived the oppressive weight bearing down on him. A grin spread across his face. He stepped forward, grabbed the millstone with one hand, and with a powerful flex of his waist and abdomen effortlessly hoisted the 10,000 stone high above his head, his expression brimming with ease and delight. The martial arts trial had been a source of pressure, but this round, his physical prowess was his forte. Even upon first entering the mortal transcendence realm, Lin Bai had already neared the attribute limits of that stage, and now after a full month of cultivation he was far beyond. The subsequent speed test assessed his short-term burst and long-distance endurance. The physique test required Lin Bai to execute a series of highly demanding maneuvers, while under 50 times the normal gravitational force. The spirit test involved breaking through an illusionary realm. These trials were utterly without suspense. Lin Bai passed every single one with the highest possible rating. He did have one complaint though. The spirit test was far too noisy. Instead of being drawn into an illusion, Lin Bai was subjected to a grating, jarring piece of music. At last, the second trial was entirely complete. Challenger Lin Bai, your score for the second trial is Blazing Sun. Challenger Lin Bai, the third trial is about to begin. Please prepare. Lin Bai adjusted his stance, determined to achieve an excellent result in the final combat round. However, a thought struck him and he called out to the space spirit. I'm accustomed to using a bow and a saber. Without weapons, I can't unleash my full strength. As expected, a vast array of weapons materialized before him for his choosing. Lin Bai grumbled to himself as he selected his arms. I knew it. If I hadn't asked, you never would have mentioned it. Just like with that jade token before. Having been here for 2 days, Lin Bai was gradually discerning the rules one had to ask. If you didn't, the Blazing Sun Cave Heaven would simply remain silent. This held true for both the jade token and the space spirit here. In the end, Lin Bai chose a wild goose feather saber, a sturdy bow, and a quiver holding 30 arrows. The saber was too light, far inferior to his own heavy lightsaber, but it would serve its purpose. Lin Bai continued his inquiries. What are the judging criteria for this third trial? There are no specific criteria. The judgment is mine to make. Hearing this, Lin Bai understood. It was all about performance points. The third trial, the combat round, is about to begin. Please cooperate with the detection process to ensure no deviations occur during the challenge. With that, a beam of white light passed through Lin Bai's body, leaving him feeling as though he had been completely seen through. Challenger Lin Bai, you cultivate the beast-taming warrior path and are nearing the completion of the bearskin realm. Are these data correct? I've been profiled. Lin Bai thought, the first impression springing to his mind upon hearing this information. However, he quickly cast aside this distraction and confirmed the data. Yes, that's correct. Lin Bai noticed the surrounding scenery beginning to render once more. When the environment stabilized, he focused his gaze and saw a cold-faced youth in black standing opposite him. Good heavens, wasn't that himself? So they were pulling the old cliché of defeating oneself is the ultimate challenge, were they? The black-clad Lin Bai in front paid no mind to what the original was thinking. Seeing that the genuine Lin Bai had fully arrived, he charged straight at him, saber in hand. Lin Bai braced himself, fully prepared. After all, defeating oneself sounded like a high-difficulty dungeon. The black-clad Lin Bai quickly closed the distance and swung his first strike. Lin Bai frowned. It wasn't that his opponent was too strong, but rather too weak. The black-clad Lin Bai's strength, speed, and apparent physique were all far too inferior. Countless flaws were exposed in Lin Bai's eyes. Was it an illusion, or was he deliberately showing openings? Uncertain, Lin Bai opted for the safest approach, clashing blades with him. The moment their sabers met, the black-clad Lin Bai's weapon was sent flying by the sheer force of Lin Bai's strike, and he was promptly cleaved in two. Lin Bai agilely leaped backward to avoid being splattered by his own blood. His mind was still a bit chaotic. He had thought the space spirit was going to pull some elaborate trick about defeating oneself being the ultimate challenge, but the fight had ended the moment they made contact. Was he just here to scam me, or is there another trick up its sleeve? This thought raced through Lin Bai's mind. After all, his opponent's strength felt like less than a tenth of his own. However, these thoughts vanished when the space spirit declared Lin Bai the victor. Challenger Lin Bai, you have passed the third trial. Your score is Blazing Sun. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Continuing will earn you additional merit points. This opportunity is available only during this test. Lin Bai didn't answer immediately. He replayed the brief battle in his mind as a clear idea began to form. He decided to verify it by asking directly, Space Spirit, what was the spiritual talent of the opponent I just faced? The Gatekeeper's spiritual talent was calibrated at 1,800 units, classified as high grade. Upon hearing this, the puzzle pieces clicked into place for Lin Bai. A person's overall strength was roughly composed of three major elements: strength, realm, path, spiritual talent. Although combat experience, advantageous terrain, and timing also played a role, this basic formula held true. The testing space had replicated his realm and path, but his monstrous spiritual talent, a staggering 129,600 units, was something the copy hadn't even come close to matching. As Lin Bai's realm grew in the future, the gap in strength between him and others would only widen. But for now, an idea had struck him. Space Spirit, what is the spiritual talent and realm of the next challenger? 2,500 units with a realm identical to the trial taker's. A wide grin spread across Lin Bai's face at the Space Spirit's reply, and his heart leaped with joy. Just as I suspected. This is a complete giveaway. I wonder if they'll increase the Gatekeeper's realm later on. Begin the challenge. Another black-clad Lin Bai appeared on the field. Lin Bai didn't hesitate. He took the initiative, charging forward and cleaving the copy into fragments with a single stroke. He didn't stop. He continued the challenge. Three more black-clad Lin Bais took the stage. Their paths and realms were identical to his. Their spiritual talents were 3,000, 3,001, and 4,500 units respectively. But none of them could withstand even three of Lin Bai's strikes. Lin Bai's face was adorned with a smile that grew brighter and brighter. For him, this was nothing short of picking up money. Although he didn't yet know what the merit points could be used for, he had a good idea. Even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen a pig run. Lin Bai speculated that this was the internal currency of the Martial Academy. The materials he needed, such as the knowing beast, might very well require these points to exchange. Just as he passed the fourth bonus round, the Space Spirit spoke. Challenger Lin Bai, you have passed the 4 basic test rounds and earned 1,900 merit points. The subsequent challenges will unlock the Martial Tower. Do you wish to continue? Upon hearing the Space Spirit's words, Lin Bai realized he had triggered a hidden level and hastily inquired, what is the Martial Tower? Unfortunately, the Space Spirit did not answer him this time, instead silently awaiting Lin Bai's response. Seeing this, Lin Bai understood that the period of easy rewards was over. Yet thinking of the 1,900 merit points he had effortlessly obtained, the slight regret in his heart instantly dissipated. Activate it. Lin Bai gave a carefree smile. Since I'm already here, how can I leave without giving it a try? The challenger has agreed to activate the Martial Tower. Preparing to enter the first floor, the surrounding scenery began to shift. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bai found himself in a vast grassland. Above, the familiar sight of one yellow sun and 2 white suns hung in the sky, while sheep grazed leisurely in the distance. Several hundred meters ahead, a shimmering silhouette began to form, gradually solidifying into a young man in a blue robe, his features still indistinct. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Without hesitation, Lin Bai drew his bow and nocked an arrow. With a series of whooshes, he loosed 3 arrows in quick succession, flying in a triangular formation toward the opponent's vital points. The blue-robed youth did not panic. Instead, he raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. The grass and trees at his feet instantly began to grow wildly, weaving into layers of nets that drained the force from Lin Bai's arrows. Finally, the arrows were deflected by the vines and sent far off course. Witnessing the opponent's abilities, Lin Bai's mind raced as he feverishly calculated the enemy's information. Based on the pressure transmitted through his instinct, the opponent's cultivation level was likely at the peak of the mortal transcendent stage, and he followed the path of a sorcerer. His methods seemed to involve controlling plants. I wonder what his spiritual talent is like. But it probably isn't weak either. Knowing that long-range arrow attacks were of limited effectiveness against a prepared opponent, Lin Bai ceased his probing. He immediately discarded his bow, drew his blade, and charged at the enemy like a leaping panther. As a warrior facing a sorcerer, engaging in close combat was clearly advantageous. In a game, if a fighter didn't get close to a mage, he would be kited to death. Unfortunately, the youth opposite him was no fool and would not stand still waiting for death. He retreated to keep his distance, while summoning countless vines that wove into nets to trap and kill Lin Bai. These vines were exceptionally tough, their surfaces covered in sharp wooden thorns like an animated thorny jungle assailing Lin Bai from all directions. However, Lin Bai's overall strength still surpassed his opponent's. The thorns only managed to scratch him, leaving bloody streaks without breaking his defense. Even though the opponent was at the peak of the mortal transcendent stage with a formidable path, he was no match for Lin Bai's 129,600 units of spiritual nature. Seeing that ordinary vines could not harm Lin Bai, the blue-robed youth changed his technique, tossing out 2 vermilion seeds. These seeds instantly sprouted and grew. Lin Bai wanted to destroy them, but the vines became even more frenzied, tightly entangling his ankles and hindering his advance. In the end, the 2 seeds successfully germinated, transforming into 2 flame tree men. Even Lin Bai was somewhat taken aback by this sight. Damn it, ganging up on me, huh? Just wait. Wait until my Mo Ling grows up and I contract a few more lifebound beasts and evolve them. Then it'll make you flying lovers of group fights regret it. Lin Bai's path demon-taming warrior was inherently suited for overwhelming numbers. Unfortunately, he had only cultivated for a short time, contracting just 1 lifebound beast that had yet to mature. Now a practitioner of the demon-taming warrior path was being outnumbered himself. How could he not be furious? Simply put, he was somewhat frustrated. The flame tree men cared not for Lin Bai's feelings. Fists as big as cauldrons wreathed in flames rained down on him, causing Lin Bai to wince in pain. It hurt a bit, but the force still couldn't breach his defense. The attached flames, however, were unbearable. Too scorching. He wondered what kind of strange fire it was. Subsequently, Lin Bai focused mainly on evasion, having come to a realization. The opponent was clearly a control-oriented mage, while he was a high-defense, high-HP warrior. Lin Bai could only wait for the opponent's mana to deplete before closing in and striking him down with a single blow. Sure enough, after a while the flame tree men's power waned, their flames no longer burning fiercely, and the surrounding annoying vines also seemed to lose their vigor. Now's my chance. Lin Bai suddenly exerted force, snapping the remaining vines on his body. With a nimble zaped dash, he evaded the tree men's interception and shot straight toward the blue-robed youth like an arrow from a bow. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. This time there was no mishap. The youth found himself within a meter of Lin Bai. The outcome of a mage being closed in on by a warrior was predictable. Lin Bai slowly retracted his blade, looking at the youth now split in 2 inside. Indeed, too much crowd control is infuriating, whether in games or reality. In theory, Lin Bai's strength far exceeded the youth's, but facing such an annoying opponent, he had to wait for his mana to run out before killing him. Challenger Lin Bai has passed the first floor of the Martial Tower, earning 1,000 merit points. You now have a total of 2,900 merit points. Do you wish to proceed to the next floor? Of course, continue. Just start it. Although the previous guardian had caused him some trouble, the result was gratifying. 1,000 merit points. However, the earlier easy rewards had given even more than the Martial Tower. Truly, it was a limited-time event only available during the first test. Afterwards, Lin Bai confidently entered the second floor of the Martial Tower. About 10 minutes later, Lin Bai was teleported back, his face pale. Space Spirit, come out. Why are there 2 people on the second floor? And they're even on the assassin path with a dark forest home ground. How is this configuration passable for anyone? Lin Bai demanded. The guardians on the second floor were a pair of twins. If their path had been like the previous sorcerers, it might have been manageable, as the sorcerer's attack power was insufficient to break Lin Bai's defense. But those twins were likely on an assassin-type path, and the second floor's battlefield was a dark forest, their home ground. Lin Bai was tormented to the point of agony. The opponents were fast, had high attack power, and fought on their home turf. He couldn't even land a hit and was kite to death. Lin Bai now strongly suspected the Space Spirit was messing with him. If even he couldn't pass, could anyone else? After all, his combat power was at the pinnacle of the mortal transcendent stage. Unfortunately, the Space Spirit did not answer Lin Bai at all, merely issuing the final command. Challenger, your challenge is complete. You will now exit the testing palace. Please prepare. With a dazed Lin Bai found himself back in the tunnel where he had entered. With no recourse for appeal, he had no choice but to retrace his steps and head home. As he walked out of the testing palace's gate, he saw Wang Yu waving at him from a distance. Nearby, some waiting students were complaining. Damn, why did this kid take so long? He used up almost 2 people's time. Maybe his combat session was tough and he's weak, so he fought slowly. Lin Bai ignored the gossipers, knowing they would soon forget about him. Let's go. Alright, I've been waiting for you for a while. Lin Bai and Wang Yu set off on their journey home. On the way back, the girl, who appeared extremely aloof, chattered excitedly with Lin Bai about her experiences in the challenge space. Lin Bai, you have no idea. Our first test was a minor spell called Spirit Snatch. I couldn't snatch anything from the opponent and could only try to protect my own spiritual energy. But I still got a blazing sun result in the end. Pretty impressive, right? Impressive. Indeed, it was remarkable as it showed Wang Yu had a very solid foundation in Dao techniques. Afterward, Wang Yu and Lin Bai discussed the final combat session. Wang Yu said she passed 3 levels while Lin Bai claimed he passed 4. Hearing that Lin Bai had passed 4 levels, Wang Yu wasn't very surprised. According to the Wang family's intelligence, she already knew that Lin Bai's spiritual talent was of the supreme grade. So passing 4 levels was understandable, and she even found a reason for his slowness. No wonder you came out so slowly. You passed 4 levels. How many merit points did you get? Passing 4 levels gave me 1900 points. That much? I only got 900 for passing 3. Wang Yu admired Lin Bai's generous reward, but was not jealous as she simply couldn't beat the 4th level. Just as Lin Bai's martial arts result was only a pass, he couldn't withstand the opponent's 20-second move. Soon the small courtyard came into view. After bidding each other farewell, they returned to their respective quarters. Back in his yard, Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. He noticed a package sitting on his table. Logically, no one else could enter his yard. So, Lin Bai took out his jade token and directly inquired. "This isn't my resource package, is it?" "Yes, after a student passes the basic tests, resources will be delivered. After using them, report it and they will be sent again. Waste is strictly prohibited." Lin Bai opened the package and found 3 items. He recognized the first 2. They were the bear heart powder used in the bear skin pass and the 3-turn tiger bone pill from the tiger bone pass. The third item was a yellow gas contained in a box exuding an aura of righteousness and grandeur. Adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, Lin Bai continued, "What is this?" "For achieving blazing sun results in 2 of the 3 tests, you are rewarded with 20 gene of human Dao merit." "Say that again." "What is this?" 20 gene human Dao merit. Lin Bai knew there would be additional rewards as the 3 tests had many tiers, but he never expected the reward to be something as precious as human Dao merit. To put it plainly, the Taoists who sent them in would only earn 30 to 40 gene of human Dao merit from hosting a single grand lecture hall ceremony. And now Lin Bai had a full 20 gene before him. Human Dao merit could be used not only to break through cultivation bottlenecks and eliminate inner demons, but also to pray for blessings, avert disasters, and enhance luck. Its benefits were endless. Lin Bai patted his face to calm himself, still harboring a glimmer of other hopes. "Is this just for this time or for future tests too?" "Only the first time you achieve a blazing sun evaluation in that level." "So you mean if I get a blazing sun in the martial arts level, I can earn another 10 gene of human Dao merit?" "Yes." Though it wasn't every time, hearing confirmation that he could earn another 10 gene of merit filled Lin Bai with a surge of joy as if recovering something lost. What he feared most was that, like the later combat tests, it would only be available the first time. A limited time event. Hearing such generous rewards, his desire to hone his martial arts skills grew even stronger. After understanding everything, Lin Bai couldn't help but marvel at the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven's generosity. As long as you entered the lecture hall, it guaranteed at least 3 years of resources along with no less than 30 gene of human Dao merit. What? You still can't get a blazing sun evaluation in the 3 test levels within 3 years? Go home, kid. You're not fit for cultivation. Don't waste the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven's resources. Just kidding. The minimum requirement to enter here was a high-grade spiritual talent with at least 2,000 units of spiritual nature. Even for students not adept at combat, they could at least pass the martial arts and physical body levels, netting 20 gene of human Dao merit. Such a massive amount of human Dao merit was being handed out like candy. Consider that the lecture hall in just one Yunmeng County had over 100 people, let alone the entire realm. Oh, you say the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven was born from the human race's fortune? Well, then that explains it. Lin Bai stopped his idle thoughts and picked up the 20 gene of human Dao merit from the table, merging it into his body. Though he couldn't use it yet, integrating it into his own fortune was still excellent. At that moment, if a master proficient in the art of observing qi were present, they would see that above Lin Bai's head, a faint yellow radiance now enveloped his fortune, appearing hazy and noble. Forcing an observation would come at an unknown cost. After calming his emotions, Lin Bai began to cultivate. After all, the environment of the lecture hall was too rare. In 3 years, Lin Bai was guaranteed to reach at least the transcendent realm. The better the environment, the more one must cherish the time and strive to improve. On the 3rd day of arriving at the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven, the first lesson of the martial arts hall finally commenced. Early in the morning, Lin Bai, who was cultivating, heard the familiar ding sound. Please arrive at the designated location within half an hour. Since the jade token specified the time, Lin Bai acted swiftly. He quickly packed up and headed out, then decided to check if Wang Yu was around. Through the formation at Wang Ye's courtyard, he learned that she was still inside. About 5 minutes later, the gate of Wang Ye's courtyard opened and the graceful figure of the young girl appeared. They exchanged a glance, sharing an unspoken understanding. Let's go. They arrived late, and by the time they reached the spot, many had already gathered and taken their places. Ahead stood a structure resembling a 3-tiered altar, and the crowd assembled beneath it. I wonder how the martial arts hall will train us. Hard to say, everyone follows different paths, and has varying levels of strength, so unified teaching seems difficult. I guess it'll be actual combat. Murmurs spread among the crowd, with the martial lineage students being the most concerned. Lin Bai and Wang Yu had no such worries. They came to learn talismans, and everything else was secondary. However, Lin Bai now found himself increasingly tempted to freeload the resources of the martial arts hall. After everyone had assembled, the spirit of the space emerged once again. Martial lineage disciples stepped forward. At these words, about 20-odd people stepped onto the altar from the crowd. The altar began to shimmer, and in the next moment these individuals vanished. Next came the literary lineage, along with the auxiliary paths of artifacts and elixirs. Auxiliary path. Talisman disciples stepped forward. Finally, it was Lin Bai's talisman class. There weren't many people, including Lin Bai. There were only 12. Lin Bai stepped onto the altar, and in the next instant the surroundings shifted. He found himself in an entirely new environment. A quaint wooden classroom with a lectern at the front, and 12 individual workstations neatly arranged in 3 rows and 4 columns. Looking outside, he saw enormous stars appearing profound and mysterious. A single glance evoked countless lines and outlines in his mind. Lin Bai quickly averted his gaze to avoid any unforeseen incidents. The environment reminded him of the drawing classrooms from his previous life in college. The 12 students in the talisman class were no fools. They took their positions deliberately. Lin Bai stood at the 3rd spot on the far right, with Wang Yu becoming his desk mate in the row ahead. At that moment, a figure slowly coalesced on the lectern. A middle-aged man in white robes with a handsome face and extraordinary bearing. Students studying talismans, I am named Solitary Traveler. You may address me as Instructor Solitary. The figure had form but no spirit, clearly a replica created by the fire cloud cave heaven. Upon hearing the name, Lin Bai felt a sense of familiarity. Solitary Traveler, Solitary Traveler. He recalled that when deciding to learn talismans as his auxiliary path, he had thoroughly studied the history of talismans. The earliest talismans were celestial runes, the script of the heavenly Tao possessing various inconceivable powers. Later, a sage observed the heavens and earth, creating the 36 basic runes, thereby granting humanity access to this power. The name of that sage was Solitary Traveler. Clearly, Lin Bai was not the only one who made the connection. Everyone's expression changed, and some even let out uncontrollable murmurs. After creating the prototype of talisman, Solitary Traveler rendered unparalleled merit to humanity, receiving immense fortune and vast human merits which directly elevated him to the realm of Tao Ancestor. They had come to learn the art of talismans, never expecting to be taught by a legendary figure like Solitary Traveler, even if it was merely a replica. Solitary Traveler paid no heed to the students' emotions and began speaking directly. To master the art of talismans, one must be proficient in drawing runes. Students, who knows how many basic runes one must learn at the very beginning of talisman study? To answer, simply raise your hand. Additionally, those who answer will be rewarded with merit points. In the martial arts hall, daring to take the lead brings its own rewards. Seeing the sage pose a question, everyone was eager to try. A male student raised his hand first to answer. Instructor, the basic runes are divided into 36. All subsequent advanced talismans are formed by combining and merging these. Correct answer. Solitary Traveler nodded slightly, then posed the next question. Then, does anyone know the categories of these basic runes? This time everyone was even more eager to raise their hands, and Wang Yu seized the opportunity first. Instructor, the basic runes can be categorized into 5 main types corresponding to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They are further divided into the mutual addition of the 5 elements and the dual union of yin and yang. Wang Yu then patiently explained the concepts of mutual addition of the 5 elements and dual union of yin and yang. The principle was not complicated. Taking the fire element basic rune as an example, it could be subdivided into fire within fire, metal within fire, wood within fire, water within fire, earth within fire, yang fire, and yin fire. The same applied to the other elements. Most finished talismans utilized the majority of the 5-element basic runes, with the only difference being which element dominated. Of course, the mutual addition of the 5 elements and the dual union of yin and yang accounted for 35 basic runes. The final rune was attributeless, or rather all-encompassing. The attributeless rune is the last basic rune that every talisman master must master, Wang Yu concluded. Advanced talismans are constructed by stacking basic runes, and the attributeless rune serves as the crucial connection point stabilizing the overall structure. The talismans of this world somewhat resembled circuit synthesis in Lin Bai's previous life. Wang Yu spoke eloquently in front while Lin Bai listened with great interest from behind. He wasn't well versed in these basics as over the past month, he had been occupied with other matters and had no time to study fundamental talisman knowledge. Only before departure did his sister Lin Su buy him a basic talisman guide to read. He listened with exceptional focus now. As the saying goes, he recalled it, when your knowledge is insufficient you can even gain knowledge from the questions themselves. Excellent, very good. Solitary Traveler expressed approval for Wang Ye's answer. Since you all have an understanding of rune classification, we will now proceed directly to practical operation, how to construct a qualified rune. Knowing is one thing but doing is another. My first lesson will begin with the earth element basic rune. As he spoke, Solitary Traveler waved his hand and a three-dimensional model appeared. A cube-shaped form that looked heavy and profound. The model in my hand is an enlarged version of the earth within earth basic rune. Lin Bai listened intently as this was the auxiliary art that would secure his resources and protect his cultivation path in the future. After Solitary Traveler roughly explained the nodes of the earth within earth basic rune structure, he waved his hand again, and on the workstations in front of Lin Bai and the others identical models appeared for their observation and study. Beside the desks a stack of yellow paper materialized. Since I've finished explaining, now it's your turn to practice. The art of talismans ultimately relies on hands-on experience. The models in front are for comparison. The first 3 to complete the inscription will be rewarded with merit points. Hearing about the reward, Lin Bai, Wang Yu and the others reached for the specially made yellow willow talisman paper and began to practice. Because their cultivation levels were far from the point where they could inscribe runes with a mere thought, they had to use specific materials for now. A talisman master's materials were extremely simple. They only needed a carrier for the talisman. The talisman master themselves acted as the knife and pen for the inscription. The quality and power of a talisman depended primarily on the talisman master. Take the simplest fireball talisman as an example. A talisman apprentice might produce a flame the size of a head, while a talisman master's work could rival a meteor falling from the sky. The yellow willow paper was one type of carrier material for talismans. At this moment Lin Bai held the yellow paper, beginning to sense its interior. His mind gradually calmed and his consciousness sank into a vague, dark, infinite space. The spiritual internal space of the yellow willow paper. His consciousness could stretch and take shape here, which was the function of the yellow willow talisman paper. Let's begin, Lin Bai silently encouraged himself. His consciousness, like a carving tool, began inscribing the nodes of the earth within earth basic rune in the dark space. The inscription in talisman crafting derived from this very process. While Lin Bai was in a state of absorption, Solitary Traveler began to screen the students of this cohort. Too poor. Half of them cannot enter absorption within a quarter hour. Without great fortune or profound enlightenment, these people have almost no chance of reaching the level of talisman master. He was not being harsh. Failing to enter absorption within a quarter hour marked one as mediocre in the art of talismans. Talismans are celestial runes depending not only on the strength of one's spiritual power, but also on one's connection with the heavens and earth. These individuals had no lack of spiritual power, meaning their connection with the heavens and earth was weak. A deficiency difficult to remedy unless one broke through to the rebirth realm and re-anchored oneself in the world. These people would soon fall behind the true geniuses of the talisman path. For an ordinary person, taking half a day for their first attempt at absorption was normal, but here in the martial arts hall a quarter hour was the final threshold for geniuses. He then continued observing the other half. This disciple is not bad, finishing so quickly. Let me check. He was trained by the Talisman Masters Association. Let's see further. This disciple named Lin Bai entered absorption so swiftly. According to the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven records, he has been formally cultivating for just over a month, and has never systematically studied any talisman knowledge before. The lone traveler indeed felt a flicker of surprise. It was not because of the mere basic runes. As the founder of the Tao of Talismans, he himself was an unparalleled genius, and ordinary talismans were like child's play to him. What caught his attention was the speed at which Lin Bai entered a meditative trance. Too fast. The moment his fingertip touched the yellow willow paper, his mind had already plunged into that dim spiritual space without any hesitation. It was like a high school student solving a middle school problem. Nothing to be astonished by. But what if it were a newborn baby just a few months old? Even the greatest genius would marvel at such a sight. The lone traveler began to scrutinize the yellow paper in Lin Bai's hand, discovering that Lin Bai had already started sketching nodes within it. The nodes are stable, the foundation is solid. This disciple named Lin Bai has a 30% chance of breaking through to the master level in the future. Lin Bai, unaware of the lone traveler's attention, was earnestly completing his maiden work. His consciousness moved like a blade, precisely linking one node after another, and within the dim space a perfectly square clump of earth took shape. Lin Bai touched it with his mind, feeling it soft and bouncy like jelly. Flawless, the more I look the more beautiful it is. Withdrawing from his inner vision, the yellow willow paper in his hand showed no change in appearance, its color and texture as usual. But when he immersed his mind again, the earth within earth rune still floated steadily in the spiritual space. It feels like something is missing. Pondering this, Lin Bai's thoughts stirred again. He manipulated the spiritual energy within the space, attempting to condense a second and third earth within earth rune, trying to see if he could overlay and connect them. Still no good, as if something is blocking it. It seems I need a neutral linking rune to connect them. Lin Bai observed the runes floating in the dim space. Some appeared connected, but he knew there was a vast chasm between them. Though he failed, he was not discouraged. Every attempt was a valuable accumulation of experience. Is this disciple's connection with heaven and earth so strong? To be able to condense so many runes in such a short time. Runes were the language of heaven and earth. Some talisman masters had to burn incense and pray to the gods just to condense a single rune, let alone casually condense multiple in a brief moment. If Lin Bai could perceive the lone traveler's thoughts, he would probably smile knowingly. Connection with heaven and earth. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Bai had no shortage of that. After his latent wisdom awakened, the scattered information in his mind gave him a rough understanding of his origins. It was likely a brief brush between this great world and his previous universe in the chaotic sea, causing his soul to be exchanged along with the torrent of information. Later, the 2 worlds separated in the chaotic sea, drifting to unknown places. But regardless, as a specialty exchanged by this world, how could he not receive extra attention from heaven and earth? Thus, before coming to the martial lecture hall, Lin Bai already knew which path suited his talents best. Talismans. With his extraordinary soul strength and his powerful connection to heaven and earth, it would be a waste not to study talismans. After marking Lin Bai's file with a high priority label in his mind, the lone traveler turned his attention to other students. For this talisman ancestor to spare a moment of extra notice was already exceedingly rare. After all, these grand masters were incredibly busy. Even though this was a replica of the lone traveler, the original would also be aware of the karmic ties here. After completing the class test, Lin Bai neatly arranged his yellow willow talisman paper and began secretly observing the others. First was Wang Yu, who sat in front of him. Unable to see her face clearly, he shifted slightly and noticed she still had her eyes closed in concentration, likely still outlining her rune. Turning to observe his other classmates, only one young man was awake like him, apparently having finished. The rest had their eyes closed, presumably still immersed in outlining their talismans. With no other choice, Lin Bai plunged back into his talisman paper, beginning to experiment with whether replacing existing nodes could still form a complete rune. Failed. Frowning, Lin Bai stared at the collapsed runes before him. Some crumbled midway through modification, while others failed to take shape. As Lin Bai remained immersed in his own world, about 2/4 of an hour passed before the last student finally completed his talisman. The lone traveler's voice rang out at the right moment, announcing the top 3 rankings. As expected, second place. The result matched Lin Bai's prediction exactly. He ranked second. The only young man who had been awake took first, and Wang Yu came third. Second place earned 5 merit points. Though it seemed a paltry sum, this was merely a classroom test. Accumulated over time, it was simple and effortless. Next, the lone traveler continued teaching another rune, also of the earth attribute, named Earth Within Metal. This rune was largely square but lacked the smooth surface of the Earth Within Earth rune, instead dotted with small protrusions, the metal element within. The teaching pattern remained unchanged and the rankings did not shift. In this first lesson, 2 basic runes had been taught. This was only possible in the martial lecture hall. In outside factions, one would have to swear servitude oaths just to learn such knowledge. Even after swearing such oaths, one would still have to toil like a beast of burden, a so-called trial that was in truth indentured servitude. Even in noble organizations like the Benevolent Heart Hall, Lin Su and Wang Qian had signed contracts binding them for at least 30 years with annual assessment tasks. This was already considered excellent. Only a time limit, no excessive restrictions. But it was nearly impossible to enter without connections, a golden rice bowl everyone scrambled for. From these comparisons, one could appreciate the rarity of the martial lecture hall. As long as you wanted to learn and had talent, it would teach you. If not for the age and talent restrictions of the martial lecture hall, juniors like Lin Bai and Wang Yu would never have had the chance. After the lesson ended, the lone traveler waved his hand, teleporting everyone back to their starting point without any delay. No unnecessary words. Grandmasters were always ruthlessly efficient. Back at the three-tiered altar, they had entered in the morning. Lin Bai marveled at the spatial teleportation of the fire cloud cave heaven. He could not even perceive the shift in time and space before returning to his original spot. Others were still chatting nearby, likely students from other classes reuniting with acquaintances after returning. The closed nature of the martial lecture hall made it the perfect place to forge friendships or build networks. Many factions joined precisely to maintain or seek connections. For instance, small families or the three major gangs of Cloud Dream City would have long been destroyed or declined without sufficient connections to gather information. Take Zhao Rang, for example, who was currently weaving through various groups with ease. Exchanging resources or information was more trustworthy among those who shared experiences. But Lin Bai knew no one. The only familiar face was Wang Ye's cousin Wang Xiao. Chatting as they walked, they arrived at the location of the testing palace. Lin Bai and Wang Yu were not the first to arrive. The 8 entrances to the test chambers were tightly shut, their surfaces shimmering with a faint glow indicating that disciples were already challenging within. A few people waited idly outside the doors. Lin Bai and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, and with tacit understanding each found an entrance without a queue. As luck would have it, exactly 2 remained. After not too long a wait, roughly less than a quarter of an hour, the faint glow on the door before Lin Bai quietly extinguished, and then it slowly opened. A woman in white, having completed her test, stepped out. Without hesitation, Lin Bai nodded to Wang Yu and strode directly into the tunnel. It was the familiar tunnel, the familiar spatial shift. By the time Lin Bai came to his senses, he had already appeared within the familiar white space. The spirit of the space materialized once again. Challenger Lin Bai, which of the 3 trials do you wish to challenge? You have a total of 3 chances per day. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. So that was why it was so fast this time. The number of attempts was limited within the test. I challenge the martial arts trial. For this test I will use the bow. Seeing that he had 3 chances, Lin Bai planned to first test the bow, then the blade, and finally attempt a combination to see the effect. As he selected his weapon, the surrounding pure white space rapidly reshaped and rendered itself into a vibrant forest landscape with towering ancient trees. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and vegetation. Sunlight filtered through the layered canopy, casting dappled shadows, making everything feel incredibly real. The familiar tall white-clad woman, the guardian of the trial, materialized once more. Unlike last time, she now held a bow in her hands with a quiver slung across her body. The moment her form was fully solidified, Lin Bai moved. He drew his bow like a full moon, the arrow like a meteor, shooting it fiercely towards her. Strike first to gain the upper hand, see if he could catch her off guard. But even with her strength suppressed to that of an ordinary person, the woman's movements were incredibly agile. With a light tap of her toes, she drifted backward like a civet cat, using the momentum to climb a large tree. In a few bounds, she vanished into the dense canopy. The situation reversed instantly. Now it was Lin Bai's turn to sweat profusely, as he found it extremely difficult to track her figure. The dense woods and intersecting light and shadow provided her with perfect cover. He was like a reckless intruder entering a hunter's domain, while the woman in white was the true master of this forest. I can't just wait for death. Gritting his teeth, Lin Bai relied on instinct and shot 3 arrows in quick succession towards several positions where she might be hiding, trying to force her out. Still, there was no trace of the woman. He only managed to shoot down a few branches. With 2 soft whooshes, 2 arrows flew towards him. The force behind these arrows was not great, so their speed was not high. Lin Bai easily sidestepped them and immediately shot a return arrow towards the sound. Unfortunately, it didn't hit its mark. What followed was an exchange of arrows. No, that wasn't right either. Because Lin Bai's footwork and movement were poor, he was basically a sitting duck for the woman. The woman's arrows grew faster and heavier. Lin Bai's face turned grim as he looked at the arrow shafts buried almost halfway into the hardwood before him. This is the 30th arrow. The woman's steps became even more silent, like a hunter who had grasped the life and death of its prey, now ready to reap its life. The sound of Lin Bai's own heartbeat amplified in his ears, thumping loudly, reminding him of the nervous feeling he had as a child playing hide-and-seek, just before his sister Lin Su found him. The forest, full of birdsong and floral scents, fell nearly silent in Lin Bai's ears. 3 arrows shot towards him from different directions, and Lin Bai sensed the fluctuations in the wind. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Bai tried to dodge. He twisted his body, forcibly avoiding 2 arrows, while the 3rd merely grazed the fabric on his left arm. Before Lin Bai could feel any relief from the direction he had turned his back to, a silent hidden arrow had already found its way towards his heart. This arrow had the same force as the very first ones, so it made almost no sound. Yet it was this soft, feeble arrow that ended the trial. A sharp pain struck Lin Bai's heart, the immense impact halting his movement. Before he could react with a thud, the second arrow precisely embedded itself into his neck. Damn! Finishing move, huh? Those were Lin Bai's final last words. He did see this throat-sealing arrow clearly, but his body was too slow to react. He then returned to the white space, his injuries fully healed. Without unnecessary words, the space spirit directly brought up an omniscient view playing back the recording of the battle between Lin Bai and the woman. In the footage, after the 30th arrow, the woman moved lightly. She first shot 3 arrows to lure Lin Bai into exposing his weaknesses. Then, at an astonishing speed, she moved into his blind spot. At the moment when his old strength was spent and new strength had yet to arise, she loosed the decisive fatal arrow. After the arrow struck his heart, another arrow pierced his neck, completing the kill. Tisk tisk tisk, what a brilliant siege. First she used the force behind the arrows to mislead him, making him think all subsequent arrows would be fast and heavy, never expecting the killing blow to be a silent one. And the finishing move at the end, a perfect hunt. Truly an art form. It would have been better if the poor soul being hunted wasn't me. Lin Bai added a self-deprecating remark, but it didn't stop his eyes from lighting up. This post-match analysis was immensely helpful. Spirit of the space, can you transmit these battle recordings to me? As soon as the words left his mouth, the token on Lin Bai's body gave a ding. I knew it. I had to ask for it myself. Lin Bai had only wanted to give it a try, never expecting it to actually work. However, the token having a transmission and viewing function was something he hadn't anticipated. Next came the blade trial. Having absorbed the experience from the previous test, he was no longer impatient and managed to hold out until the 40th exchange. Then came the combination of blade and archery. This time Lin Bai died the fastest. Compared to her seamless switching between weapons, Lin Bai was like a jammed machine, lasting only until the 15th move before being defeated. He finally understood. This martial arts trial was purely an experience trial. Stripped of all cultivation, fighting as an ordinary mortal, it all came down to accumulated combat awareness and technique honed over time. There was no rushing it. To use game terminology, Lin Bai already had sufficient stats and supreme mechanics. If Lin Bai's skill could be improved, then the future would hold no equal for him. So Lin Bai wasn't the least bit discouraged by his failures. Instead, he tirelessly reviewed why he had been killed. Where had he made a mistake? Where had his reaction been slow? These were the things he needed to find. Lin Bai wasn't a glutton for punishment, but the visible progress was truly gratifying. In the end, I should have abandoned the bow and gone straight in with the blade for a fierce assault. Hesitation leads to defeat. Truly a timeless adage. He savored the thought as he was teleported out of the trial space. Seeing Lin Bai exit, the next person hurriedly entered the door. Everyone is working so hard. Good thing I came early, or I'd be stuck in a long line too. Lin Bai mused to himself. Since he had entered before Wang Yu, she hadn't come out yet, so he would have to wait a bit for her. It wasn't long though. About 10 minutes or so later, the door Wang Yu had entered also opened. Wang Yu stepped out. Seeing the long queue in front of the door, she quickly slipped away. She looked around searching for Lin Bai. He had originally planned to sneak up on Wang Yu to give her a surprise. But just as he got close, Wang Yu, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, spun around abruptly and precisely caught Lin Bai in his mischievous act. Wang Yu looked at Lin Bai, whom she had caught red-handed, pursed her lips and said, "Come on, let's go back to cultivate." In the days that followed, Lin Bai's life was extremely regular. He attended talisman classes in the morning, practiced martial arts in the testing palace in the afternoon, and returned home in the evening to refine his cultivation. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. After 10 days of relentless training, Lin Bai finally reached the first threshold of his cultivation. At night, the courtyard was silent, but the bathroom inside the house was still aglow. Lin Bai gazed at the boiling hot water before him. He took out the last 3 packets of Bear Heart medicinal powder and poured them into the tub. The powder dissolved, turning the water a murky black. Lin Bai reached in to stir the water, feeling the boiling water that could cause severe burns to an ordinary person, yet it now only brought him a warm sensation. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, his mood becoming increasingly pleasant. Am I now in the realm of being impervious to fire and water? He dispelled distracting thoughts, shed his remaining garments, and stepped into the boiling water. This time it was not the medicinal power spreading outwards to Lin Bai, but rather he absorbed the medicinal potency from the water, as if he were plundering it. The water around his skin turned back into clear water, but was soon mixed with other medicinal liquids, turning black once more. If someone were to observe closely, they would see the color of the water in the tub, continually fading, replenishing, fading again, in a cycle, ultimately returning to clarity. At last Lin Bai had accumulated enough medicinal potency within him, and he stepped out of the water. His flesh was red and swollen. He felt an unbearable itch on his skin, wishing he could scratch it raw. He slowly inhaled, suppressing the urge to scratch. This was a critical time for the medicinal power to penetrate and stimulate the transformation of his flesh and blood. He assumed a stance and began to slowly practice the bear pounce technique. Initially Lin Bai's movements were slow, but as the medicinal power within his body began to be digested by his flesh, his actions grew faster, even leaving afterimages of his hands and feet like a crazed bear. However, Lin Bai's mind was completely absorbed, not focused on the movements themselves, but immersed in the transformative sensations of his body. Compared to the unbearable itch he had previously endured, what he felt now was an exquisite comfort and satisfaction, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing, soaring like it was ascending to the clouds. Now Lin Bai understood why so many martial enthusiasts were willing to endure immense suffering. At this moment it all felt worth it. This sensation was not mere pleasure. It was a profound joy that enveloped his entire being, a testament to the allure of evolution for a living entity. For a living being, cultivating the Tao, practicing immortality, refining qi, and honing martial skills were all paths toward elevating one's life level. How could one resist such a calling? Yet Lin Bai retained some clear awareness. Seeing this situation, he knew something was amiss. He decisively bit his tongue to stimulate the pain, regaining clarity, and his movements gradually slowed. The pleasure began to fade, and Lin Bai's conscious awareness took precedence rather than his instincts. Fortunately, I didn't fail, he thought with relief. Human consciousness is divided into waking awareness and instinct, the latter being the subconscious. Just now he had been instinctively pursuing evolution, which led to this situation. Lin Bai's strong talent had almost led him astray. Having a strong instinct is not inherently bad. Those with powerful instincts can sense the arrival of autumn with a falling leaf, or predict dangers even before they manifest, allowing them to avoid calamity. However, in such a situation, a strong instinct could feel the ecstasy of evolution even more intensely, making it increasingly difficult to break free. If Lin Bai had not awakened in time, not only would his ascension have been in vain, but he might have also suffered a backlash from the medicinal power. At that point, not only would his flesh be harmed, but he likely would have spent the next 3 months recuperating, with his cultivation stagnating. After this ordeal, Lin Bai's mindset instead entered a peculiar tranquility. His practice of the bear pounce technique became increasingly fluid, and his mind grew ever calmer. Finally, as he completed the last move, Lin Bai stood, relaxed, the fierce aura surrounding him completely retracted, appearing like a graceful young man. There's no mirror, or otherwise I could see how I look now. He lowered his head to closely examine and caress his skin, feeling increasingly pleased. At first glance his skin seemed no different from that of an ordinary person, perhaps just a bit paler and softer. However, upon touch it felt warm and smooth like fine jade. Wait, how could Lin Bai care about such superficial things? He suddenly realized something, quickly suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, and letting go of the hand that had been exploring his own body. I need to focus on serious matters, it's time to test my defenses. He waved to Mo Ling, who was standing by to protect him, signaling for her to come over. Alright Xiao Ling, use your full strength to claw at my back just like this. After instructing, Lin Bai exposed his back, indicating for Mo Ling to attack. Caw caw caw. Caw caw. Oh, it's fine. I just made a breakthrough and want to test my defenses. Although Mo Ling was somewhat confused after Lin Bai's repeated confirmations and firm gestures, she could only comply. Mo Ling took to the air, diving down, her sharp claws slicing through the air as they struck Lin Bai's back. It was silent and ineffective. Mo Ling's claws felt like a stick hitting leather. Lin Bai could clearly sense the claws making contact with his skin. However, his skin did not break, nor did it even leave a red mark. After several more attempts, the result was still the same. Caw caw caw. Caw. Mo Ling landed on the edge of the tub, looking at her claws, and then at Lin Bai's back, feeling somewhat dazed. Let's keep a low profile. I'll only get stronger from now on. Lin Bai sensed Mo Ling's admiration. In little Mo Ling's worldview, Lin Bai was the king of beasts in the wild. Hearing Mo Ling's praise, Lin Bai's smile grew wider. After all, Mo Ling was just a little crow. How could she deceive him? Her compliments brought him great joy. However, despite his happiness, the tests must continue. Lin Bai adjusted the weight of his knife to an appropriate level, picked it up, and began to slice across the skin of his left arm. He only used 10% of his strength. After all, humans inherently harbor a fear of sharp objects, so Lin Bai subconsciously did not apply much force. To his surprise, there was not even the slightest movement. The razor-sharp edge of the knife glided across Lin Bai's skin without any effect. With no other choice, Lin Bai increased his strength, moving it up and down like a saw. Gradually he increased his strength. 30%, 50%, 70%. Finally, using nearly 90% of his strength, he managed to break the skin on his left arm. Lin Bai brought the wound to his eyes. It was neither large nor deep, with a few drops of blood flowing from it. The blood quickly ceased to flow, and the released blood began to coagulate and form a scab. The wound itched a bit, and soon the scab fell off. Lin Bai stared at the recently healed wound, restored to its original state without a trace of a scar. This is the allure of a martial artist: high defenses and rapid recovery, able to withstand and strike. His path was as a beast-tamer warrior, with the emphasis on warrior. A beast-tamer was merely an embellishment. There are rumors that high-level warriors can even achieve rebirth through blood. The origin of this rumor comes from the rebirth stage within the realm of cultivation. Transcendence, supernatural ascendance, rebirth. These stages did not arise from thin air. They were painstakingly traversed by the ancestors of humanity, among which the rebirth stage was pioneered by the predecessors of the warrior path. However, the term rebirth has taken on new meanings, expanding into the rebirth of the path, yet its roots vividly depict the glorious legacy of the warrior path. But all of this was far from Lin Bai. The phenomena occurring within Lin Bai were solely due to his exceptional talent. Otherwise a mere infant who had just taken a few steps onto the path could not possibly exhibit such defenses and recovery. Of course, the extraordinary path of beast-tamer warrior also played a vital role. The beast-tamer warrior is not a path that is easily found. Otherwise, it would not be a collectible of a seasoned alchemy master. Now I need to use 90% of my strength to break through my own defenses, and my recovery speed is also exceptionally fast. Lin Bai rubbed his chin, analyzing. With such defenses, I fear no one of the same rank can break through. Lin Bai referred to practitioners of the transcendent stage. Specifically, those who have reached the peak of the transcendent stage possess powerful paths and exhibit extraordinary intelligence. Others do not fall within his comparison. With this thought, a surge of ambition rose in Lin Bai's chest as he sensed the surging blood and energy within him. An uncontrollable idea surged forth. He turned and strode toward the quiet room, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Seizing the moment, he was determined to break through the tiger bone barrier tonight. Indeed, Lin Bai resolved to seize this surge of momentum to break through another barrier. Once the thought took root, it refused to fade. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot, and at this moment he was exactly in that state of mind. Returning to his meditation chamber, Lin Bai retrieved the triple-turn tiger bone pill, swallowed it in one gulp, and then lay down, assuming the posture of the mountain lord's repose. Like a sated tiger returning from a hunt, lounging lazily upon its domain, he appeared relaxed, yet within he was silently digesting his gains, transforming the essence of his prey into raw power. The tiger bone gate differed from the bear hide gate. The bear hide gate was cultivated through herbal baths and the dynamic bear pounce technique, whereas the tiger bone gate relied on medicinal pills and the static mountain lord's repose. Lin Bai steadied his mind and calmed his breath, beginning to channel the nascent force burgeoning within him. As the medicinal power of the triple-turn tiger bone pill dissolved and merged with his internal force, a torrent of searing energy was guided into every bone of his body, penetrating deep into the marrow itself. A wave of agony crashed over him. Pain, excruciating pain. There was not a single part of his body that did not ache. Lin Bai felt as if insects were gnawing at the very core of his bones. The pain was normal. He had known from prior knowledge that the first refinement of the bones would be excruciating. Yet this torment seemed to be lasting far too long, did it not? According to the inherited knowledge, it should only last a few minutes, but it felt as though nearly 20 minutes had already passed. This was no illusion. Time had indeed elapsed. Something is wrong. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of being engulfed by agony, his soul seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, and in the haze he saw a wondrous vision. The faint outline of a colossal dim giant skeleton hovered in the void. Around the skeleton, a few scattered faint specks of light drifted, slowly merging into the bones. Wherever the motes of light seeped in, the bones shimmered with a barely perceptible golden radiance. But the skeleton was too vast, the light too sparse. This golden gleam was but a drop in the bucket. Is this the soul sensing of spirit-flesh unity? By all logic, his cultivation level was far from the final internal organ spirit stage of the mortal transcending realm, making it impossible for him to see within himself. But Lin Bai's physical body, soul, spirituality, and instincts were all extraordinarily powerful. At this critical moment, every aspect of his being spontaneously coordinated, briefly granting him a backdoor to glimpse his own condition. Of course, this state was fleeting, a mere instant of vision. But it was enough. It's the medicinal power that's insufficient. What would have been a sufficient dose to smoothly advance an ordinary supergrade spiritual talent was for his monstrous talent of 129600 star charts no more than a drop in the ocean. This led to the awkward situation where the medicinal power was insufficient, leaving his advancement stuck halfway, neither rising nor falling. Knowing the cause, Lin Bai grabbed the medicine gourd beside him and poured most of the remaining pills down his throat like water, letting them roll into his stomach. Then he immediately resumed the Mountain Lord's repose posture, focusing all his energy on refining the pills. As the power of these pills exploded forth, a wave of heat surged through his entire body. This warmth dissolved his pain, transforming it into the sensation of soaking in a hot spring. Now at last he felt comfortable. Ah! Lin Bai let out a slow, relieved breath. Damn it, I nearly screwed myself over. This outcome was entirely due to Lin Bai's habitual way of thinking. Back when he cultivated the bear hide gate, the initial medicinal bath was a slow simmer, coupled with his subconscious tendency to continuously increase the dosage of the powder. He hadn't even realized he had long surpassed the standard for ordinary people. Now at the tiger bone gate, he instinctively prepared a normal dose and immediately found himself at a loss. The first bone refinement demanded a single concentrated burst of power. The medicine had to be potent to leave a deep cultivation imprint on the bones. This carelessness would be etched into his memory, never to be repeated. But for now, the most important thing was to break through to the tiger bone gate, otherwise all the suffering he had just endured would have been in vain. Lin Bai now felt his entire body's temperature rising. Though he couldn't see inside, he sensed his bones had become denser and heavier. He collected his mind, and a series of low guttural tiger roars involuntarily emanated from his body, like the prelude to a tiger's roar echoing through the mountains. This was no meaningless sound, but the very essence of the Mountain Lord's repose static technique. It used specific sonic frequencies to stimulate resonance between his blood chi and internal force, thereby tempering the bones. The effect of the meditation chamber's mind-calming array was pushed to its limit. After about half an hour, Lin Bai's body temperature began to drop, returning to normal. He rose from the floor, gently twisting his body and then rolling his neck. Crack, crack. This was the sound of Lin Bai's bones adjusting, similar to the popping of knuckles. He performed a few light hops, feeling the changes in his body. A close call, but I've broken through to the tiger bone gate. Now I just need to refine it carefully. Although the breakthrough had encountered a small accident, the outcome was good. With that, Lin Bai swung his fists and kicked a few times in the air. Unlike before, his strength had greatly increased. His punches and kicks were now both faster and more powerful. He even struck with a sense of sharpness. The bear hide gate tempered the skin and muscles, mainly increasing defense. The tiger bone gate tempered the bones, primarily enhancing attack power, specifically manifested as a great increase in strength and internal force. In the Dao Path inheritance Lin Bai had received, there were two phrases that described the relationship between the tiger bone gate's bone refinement and physical power. Refine the bones to transform the marrow. Strength surpasses 1,000 cauldrons. Marrow full bones. Firm chi rends mountains and rivers. After stretching his body, Lin Bai even felt he had grown a bit taller. Today is truly a good day, breaking through 2 gates in a row. For others, every step on the Dao path is a bottleneck, and some extreme warriors must rely on life or death combat to break through on the verge of death. But for Lin Bai, go argue with my 129600 supergrade spiritual talent. Lin Bai cast an inspection technique on himself, wanting to see how much his 4 attributes had increased. Name: Lin Bai. Strength 9. 527. 2. Agility 11. 518. 05. 2. 23. 2. Physique 10. 542. 7. Spirit 9. 121. 2. Level Mortal Transcending Tiger Bone Gate. Skills: Blade Mastery, Entry, Archery, Proficiency, Mastery, Medical Basics, Yunzhou Beishan, Army Scout, Concealment, Art, Minor, Accomplishment, Talisman, Basics, Beast-Taming, Warrior. Talents: Cocoon Break, Symbiosis. Evaluation: A Promising Future, a Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. Lin Bai's note: A value of 30 attribute points is approximately the standard level of a supergrade spiritual talent after advancing to the transcendent realm. Because he had already completed the bear hide gate's cultivation, his physique had increased dramatically. Coupled with the fact that the essence of cultivation in the mortal transcending realm was to shed the mortal frame, his physique far outstripped his other 3 attributes. Not bad, truly not bad. Humming a tuneless little ditty, Lin Bai came to the yard outside and brewed himself a pot of tea. Lin Bai had roughly figured out the meal delivery schedule of this martial arts hall. Every morning at 6 and evening at 6 a food box would be teleported onto the table. If the food box was still on the table when the next mealtime arrived, it would be taken away. No need to clean up. His late-night breakthrough had long passed the 6 o'clock dinner time, so ordering extra food was hopeless. Caw-caw. Mo Ling flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder, its little head eagerly leaning towards the teapot. Almost there, the water hasn't boiled yet. Wait a bit longer. I don't know how you, a crow, can be so fond of tea. Caw-caw. Mo Ling beside him protested, meaning that crows also had the right to drink tea. Alright, my apologies. As a token of my apology, I'll give you the first cup. Lin Bai lifted the teapot and poured a cup for Mo Ling first. As a transcendent tier spirit, beast-taming was not afraid of the heat and began to drink immediately. Lin Bai watched and shook his head repeatedly. Tisk tisk Xiao Ling, this way of drinking tea is not right. You should wait for it to cool down a bit before drinking to savor its charm. As he spoke, he pressed his palm lightly over his own cup. A gentle internal force emanated, precisely extracting the heat from the tea. This martial artist's internal force was truly a jack of all trades. Fierce in battle, practical in daily life. When the tea reached the right temperature, he nodded in satisfaction and dispersed the heat-holding force from his hand. But Mo Ling rejected Lin Bai's advice. As a tea-loving and intelligent bird, it had its own judgment. And that was what bird drinks: cold tea. Lin Bai picked up his teacup and downed it in one gulp, letting out a comfortable, languid sound. His body went completely limp and he collapsed onto the stone chair. After finishing its share of tea, Mo Ling obediently flew down and curled up in a comfortable spot in Lin Bai's arms. The stars twinkled, the night breeze was gentle, and the little crow in his arms breathed evenly. Lin Bai half lay there, holding Mo Ling, gazing at the night sky of the fire cloud cave heaven, relaxing. Lin Bai observed that the movement of the stars in the fire cloud cave heaven had a pattern, likely some special array formation. But for now, Lin Bai didn't want to delve into it, he just wanted to lie there. The next morning, Lin Bai was full of vigor as he resurrected and stepped out. After breaking through to the tiger bone realm, his blood and qi surged with vitality. Today Lin Bai had woken up early, so it was his turn to wait for Wang Yu. Neither of them ever explicitly stated who should wait for whom, yet for some reason over the past 10-odd days, they had always been waiting for each other. Lin Bai felt a subtle pang of nostalgia reminiscent of his past life, when he would wait for his childhood friend to walk to school together. Every day on the way to school, Wang Yu would share fascinating cultivation anecdotes from Cloud Dream City with Lin Bai. This information, captivating even to a fledgling like him, allowed him to listen with rapt attention and become more familiar with the city. As they commuted to and from school together daily, their bond grew increasingly close. Lin Bai and Wang Yu would leave for school at roughly the same time. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the gate of Wang Yu's courtyard creaked open. Wang Yu was clad in a light cyan long dress today, which accentuated her naturally aloof temperament, adding an ethereal touch. However, unlike her usual self, she did not speak immediately but stood still, scrutinizing Lin Bai with a slight furrow of her delicate brows. Puzzled by her gaze, Lin Bai saw her cool, refined face slightly crease, regaining some of the lofty air she had when they first met. He couldn't help but ask with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face?" Wang Yu did not respond to his jest. Instead, she leaned in a step closer, tilting her head slightly as she looked at him, her tone filled with absolute certainty. "You've broken through. How can you tell?" Lin Bai was astonished. After all, his qi concealment art had already reached minor mastery. It shouldn't have been possible. "Humph, my protective treasure told me." "Then that's not surprising." Lin Bai instantly and smoothly accepted Wang Yu's explanation, silently lamenting that Padawan players truly had it good. So there were even detection tools available. "My protective treasure tells me you are more formidable and dangerous than many who have reached the transcendent realm. It's nothing special. Last night a divine being entered my dreams and imparted martial insights to me. I broke through in a daze." Seeing that Wang Yu had already discerned his breakthrough, Lin Bai immediately dropped the pretense, instead adopting an exaggerated, boastful tone to describe his breakthrough process. After hearing Lin Bai's little story, Wang Yu still tilted her head, looking at him. Suddenly she made a request that seemed to come out of nowhere. "Lin Bai, let's have a spar." This time Lin Bai was not surprised, for given the martial mania that seemed inherent to the people of this world, this was a perfectly normal request. "I have no problem with it, but there's no time now. Let's do it after class." Lin Bai agreed. He couldn't very well refuse such a small request from his intelligence source. After all, he was quite adept at navigating social nuances. Moreover, Lin Bai was also curious about his own combat prowess, as he had scarcely participated in actual combat. Upon hearing Lin Bai accept her request, Wang Yu's eyes lit up, and she immediately confirmed the arrangement. "Good, then it's settled for after today's assessment hall." However, the agreement did not disrupt Lin Bai and Wang Yu's plans for the day. They proceeded, as usual, to their talisman class. The lecture hall's instruction on basic talisman runes was progressing quickly. They had now finished teaching the 2 major categories of earth and water attribute runes. Now they were covering wood attribute runes. In about a month, they would complete the study of fixed runes and then move on to learning actual talismans. Lin Bai went through each day like clocking in for daily quests, earning a few merit points through practice tests. A modest but steady gain. Gazing at the dense vine-shaped wood-within-wood runes on the yellow talisman paper, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of talismans. Second place again. When the quiz results were announced, Lin Bai remained firmly in second place with the top spot, still held by the disciple of the Talisman Masters Association who was studying at the lecture hall. The subsequent martial arts training in the assessment hall proceeded as usual, but on the return trip, both their paces were noticeably quicker than before. They also spoke less than usual. Both were taking the upcoming duel quite seriously. This time they did not part ways to go home. It was also Lin Bai's first time entering Wang Yes courtyard. Wang Yes courtyard was the green tile yard. The front yard was planted with 2 green trees, which bore some green fruits. The front yard of Lin Bai's courtyard was planted with a green tea tree. Aside from that, there was no other difference. The two arrived at the open space in the back courtyard and stood facing each other. A gentle breeze ruffled the tips of their hair, and the atmosphere between them grew tense. Lin Bai's spirits were also ignited. How could a martial artist not yearn for battle? It was simply that there was usually no one to spar with. Wang Yu spoke first. Lin Bai, my path is that of a Qi practitioner. Get ready, I'm attacking. I am on the martial artist path. Lin Bai succinctly introduced his own path. Then he slightly lowered his stance, tensed his muscles, and with a faint muffled sound from the ground beneath his feet, he shot towards Wang Yu like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Wang Yu reacted with equal speed. With a flick of her delicate hand, 3 exquisitely cut paper figures fluttered out, enveloped in the Qi characteristic of a Qi practitioner. With a soft puff, the paper figures grew as they caught the wind, instantly transforming into 3 generals over 2 meters tall, clad in armor and bearing weapons. One paper figure held a long spear, another gripped a curved saber, and the last carried a rope with a hooked claw. Their eyes were lively and their movements were agile, indistinguishable from living beings without any of the stiffness of paper figures. As a scion of the Xuanhuan family, Wang Yu was naturally proficient in the family's unique characteristic, animation. Animation was a family trait. For families acknowledged by the mandate of humanity and the Qi of the human race, the characteristic abilities of their unique paths would strengthen over time, even evolving. To put it simply, it was like an in-game enhancement. The strengthened family trait allowed even less gifted clan members to grasp some superficial techniques. Means that would normally be usable only in the transcendent realm could now be employed in the mortal transcending realm. This greatly elevated both the floor and the ceiling of the family's capabilities. A family's unique path was also the very foundation of its existence. If a family lacked its own distinctive path and thus generated a family trait, it would be nothing more than a ragtag collection of rogue cultivators, or at best a group of wealthy landowners. The Wang family of Cloud Dream City had been established for nearly 5,000 years, not to mention the main branch of the Xuanhuan family in the prefecture. Nourished by the mandate of humanity and the Qi of the human race, the power of their fundamental path trait had been enhanced immeasurably. Coupled with Wang Yes' exceptional talent, the animated paper figures she now manifested possessed a spiritual nature and might that rivaled the techniques of a transcendent realm Taoist. The 3 paper figures formed a triangular military formation, trapping the charging Lin Bai. He did not evade, for his intention was precisely to gauge the capabilities of this talented young lady of the Wang family. The paper figure with the rope struck first, its hooked claw whistling through the air as it aimed for Lin Bai's limbs. To its surprise, he simply reached out and snatched the flying claw firmly in his grasp. The paper figures on both flanks swiftly closed in their long spear and curved saber, striking him simultaneously. Lin Bai remained as immovable as a mountain, but black divine runes surfaced on his skin, and a faint black mist coalesced around his body, blocking the incoming weapons. The scene grew somewhat bizarre. One paper figure struggled desperately to retrieve the rope Lin Bai had grabbed with his bare hand, while the other 2 furiously assaulted the thin layer of black mist, their blade and spear shadows proving utterly futile. At the center of the storm, Lin Bai furrowed his brow slightly, as if deep in thought. Can't they even break through the prototype of my black heavy armor? The black mist surrounding Lin Bai was one of the divine abilities of the demon-taming martial artist path. Heavy armor. Heavy armor not only enhanced Lin Bai's defense, but provided a comprehensive boost including strength, speed, and neural reactions. Essentially a powered-up state. Of course, this thin layer of black mist was merely the prototype of the armor, not the actual armor itself. When he had previously entered the mortal transcending bearskin realm, Lin Bai had attempted to condense this armor, but his physique and strength had been insufficient, resulting in failure. Yesterday, Lin Bai entered the tiger bone realm, meeting the basic requirements, and could now form a rudimentary version of the armor. A flicker of disappointment passed through Lin Bai's heart. He had readily agreed to Wang Yes' request precisely to test his current strength. Her animation technique had been impressive at first, but it was clear that Wang Yes' parameters were too low. She couldn't even break through the prototype of his heavy armor, let alone the fully formed version. Seeing Lin Bai's thoughtful expression, which seemed to carry a hint of, "Is that all you've got?" Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed, a flush creeping onto her face. A red flush, that is. After all, she had initiated the challenge, and now he was just standing there letting her attack, and she couldn't even breach his basic defense. Originally, Wang Yu had thought that since Lin Bai had been cultivating for such a short time, she would start with half her strength to test the waters. It seemed she had miscalculated. Now a fierce determination arose in Wang Ye's heart. In the next exchange, she would unleash her full power and show Lin Bai her true capabilities. She produced a redand white jade seal, tossed it into the air, and positioned it above her head. The jade seal first emitted a nearly transparent white barrier that enveloped Wang Yu, then shot 3 beams of red light towards the paper figures attacking Lin Bai. Upon receiving the red light, the paper figures' faces twisted into eerie smiles. Rust appeared on their weapons and bloodstains emerged on their clothes. Drops of blood at the hems of their garments seemed to tremble on the verge of falling, an overwhelming aura of slaughter radiating from them. Lin Bai quietly watched Wang Yu cast her spell again, a renewed glimmer of interest appearing on his face. He could feel the hooked claw in his hand come alive, the rope writhing like a venomous snake, trying to break free from his grip yet still held fast by the iron vice of his 5 fingers. Tisk tsk. So this is animation. Truly fascinating. But then he let out a sigh. But it's still not enough. The power is too weak. Wang Ye's second reinforcement had made the paper figures stronger, but they were still no match for Lin Bai's strength. Seeing that Wang Yu had exhausted her options, Lin Bai decided it was time to end the spar. He gave a sudden powerful jerk of his arm, swinging the hooked claw and the attached rope he held like a whip. The rope, whistling through the air, swept fiercely towards the paper figures on either side, one wielding a spear and the other a saber. Wang Ye's expression shifted. With a rapid thought, she tried to command the paper figures to retreat and avoid the brunt of the attack. But Lin Bai was too fast. With 2 muffled puff sounds, the 2 paper figures, as if struck by a giant hammer, instantly burst apart into a flurry of shredded paper. The swirling paper fragments provided perfect cover. Ignoring the last paper figure, which was now without a rope, Lin Bai moved through them like a phantom, charging straight at Wang Yu. Wang Yu tried to retrieve more paper figures, but Lin Bai's silhouette was already upon her like a gale. Without hesitation, Lin Bai pulled his right arm back, clenched his fist, and slammed it fiercely into the light barrier in front of Wang Yu. With a crack and a bang, the light barrier shattered instantly into motes of light. Wang Ye's face paled and her figure swayed slightly. Lin Bai's fist, having shattered the barrier, halted steadily, a hair's breadth from the tip of her nose. The fierce wind from his punch sent a few strands of hair across her forehead flying. He slowly withdrew his fist and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Wang Yu shook her head. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Lin Bai with a gaze of profound complexity, finally letting out a soft sigh. "You're such a monster." She directed the remaining solitary paper figure to clean up the mess, while she pulled Lin Bai over to the stone table in the front yard. After they sat down, she washed a plate of green fruits and pushed them towards him. "I didn't even force you to use your full strength, did I?" she asked, biting her lip with a hint of reluctance. Lin Bai, munching on a fruit, nodded. In this world, being overly modest during a spar was considered the utmost disrespect to one's opponent. That was precisely why Lin Bai had completely shattered Wang Ye's barrier, so she would fully recognize her defeat. "I really don't understand how you cultivate. I've been training for almost a year longer than you," Wang Yu muttered under her breath, a note of frustration in her voice. Lin Bai remained non-committal. He knew Wang Yu was just expressing her feelings. There was no need to respond. He would rather spend the time eating a few more fruits. These green fruits were quite sweet and delicious. The two discussed the details of their spar for a while longer. About half an hour later, Lin Bai rose to take his leave. As he was leaving, he didn't forget to pocket a few more green fruits. After Lin Bai had left, Wang Yu set aside her emotional reaction and began to ponder other matters. The Golden Great Era indeed. Lin Bai, will you be one of the pioneers of this age? But then she was amused by her own thought. I must be losing my mind. Wang Ye's status within the Wang family was not insignificant, so she was privy to certain high-level information. Approximately 100,000 years ago, cultivators in this world had reached a standstill, with the highest attainable realm being that of a Tao ancestor. The heavens and earth, unwilling to accept the stagnation, had thus given birth to the current flourishing age of cultivation. Now more and more geniuses were emerging, for the world yearned for someone to break through the Tao ancestor realm and elevate the world itself. Thus, the sole objective of the Golden Great Era was the birth of an existence beyond the Tao ancestor. That realm beyond the Tao ancestor was for them now a distant dream. Even calling it unreachable would be an understatement. However, Wang Yu tapped her fingers lightly on the stone table, lost in thought. An early investment can't hurt. Even if the family decides to bet on Lin Bai later, that would be the family's credit. My own investment in Lin Bai, that would be a testament to my own foresight. The terrifying combat prowess and unfathomable talent Lin Bai had displayed today, coupled with her existing relationship with him, convinced Wang Yu that this personal investment was a sure win. The days that followed remained routine save for one fixed ritual. Wang Yu would persistently pester Lin Bai for sparring sessions. Though she was mercilessly crushed each time, she found endless delight in it, as if she had discovered some strange joy in being beaten repeatedly. One day, as the two just finished a friendly spar and sat at the stone table in the courtyard sipping tea and eating fruit, the long silent token suddenly let out a ding. Lin Bai picked up the token and a line of information appeared. Student Lin Bai, the Calamity Cave of the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven is about to open. Passers can earn merit points and outstanding performers will receive additional rewards. Please prepare and head to the designated location. Note: additional rewards can only be obtained when the trial is completed solo. Below it there was also a small notice. Teaching will be suspended for the next 5 days starting tomorrow. Lin Bai and Wang Yu exchanged glances and Wang Yu spoke first. Did you also get the notice about the Calamity Cave opening? Lin Bai nodded. Though he didn't know what the Calamity Cave was, the prospect of merit points meant he had to check it out. Let's go. We'll see what this is about now. Lin Bai immediately stood up. It was just past 4 in the afternoon, and he had no intention of waiting until tomorrow. The two followed the directions to the location. Strange. Lin Bai let out a soft exclamation of surprise. The martial lecture hall was peculiar. Lin Bai had carefully measured and observed the area before, and he was certain there was nothing here. Just an empty space. Yet now an ancient towering stone stele stood majestically, as if it had slumbered here for millennia. Thanks to their close quarters, they were among the first to arrive. Approaching the stele, Lin Bai received a message. It turned out that before humanity became the spirit of heaven and earth, they had endured countless calamities. Only after surviving various natural and man-made disasters did the mandate of heaven gather upon them. Later, when the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven was formed, it imprinted these disasters, constructing a unique training ground called the Calamity Cave. The Calamity Cave was essentially a grand illusion. It did not open constantly. Its opening times were irregular, and its duration was also unfixed. This time the Calamity Cave would open 3 levels and last 6 days, closing after that. Each day offered one opportunity for trial. Trapped Beast Water Valley and Pseudo-Human. Lin Bai browsed the names and information of the 3 levels. The first 2 levels were described in detail, listing specific calamities. But the information on the pseudo-human level was too vague, not even clarifying what to fight against, only a simple name. What is this pseudo-human? Lin Bai asked his intelligence agent. Wang Yu also shook her head in confusion. In her memory there was no disaster called pseudo-human, nor any beast with that name. Since even Wang Yu didn't know, Lin Bai resorted to his old lives method: skip the questions you can't answer, and start discussing the first 2 levels with Wang Yu. The beasts in the first level are at the peak of the mortal transformation realm, while the natural disaster in the second level requires transcendent realm strength to overcome. These first 2 levels can be attempted solo or in a team. Let's each try once first, and if we fail, well, team up. Indeed, the Calamity Cave trial allowed teaming up for strength in numbers. Cooperation and mutual benefit were certainly key reasons humanity firmly held its position as the overlord of heaven and earth. Of course, to prevent students from endlessly farming merit points, the Calamity Cave imposed some restrictions. The Calamity Cave rewarded the brave. Additional rewards could only be obtained through solo attempts. Wang Yu thought it over and found Lin Bai's suggestion reasonable. I'll follow your lead. Since there was only 1 chance per day, not challenging today would be a waste. Having decided, the two immediately resolved to begin the trial. As they discussed their strategy, more and more people arrived. When they saw that the first level required peak mortal transformation strength, many students who hadn't reached that stage turned pale. Not everyone possessed Lin Bai's monstrous talent, nor was everyone's path focused on combat. Oh no, what do we do? Those of us who aren't good at fighting, are we going to miss this trial? Idiot, didn't it say you can team up? Are your eyes just for decoration? Who are you calling an idiot? Whoever answers is the one. Gentlemen, let it go, let's keep reading the notice. With more people came more conflicts. Hot-tempered ones started arguing, even on the verge of a fight. Fortunately, those around them intervened. But this had nothing to do with Lin Bai and Wang Yu. The two turned back to prepare their weapons and equipment. Having been at the martial lecture hall for so long, Lin Bai understood its rules. It might provide weapons, but they would never be of high quality. Lin Bai politely declined the standard-issue weapons from the hall. He returned to fetch his own heavy and light blades, while Wang Yu needed to prepare materials for her Dao techniques. Excuse me, coming through. Sorry. Though Lin Bai's words were polite, he subtly exerted force, using a clever technique to nudge aside those in his way. Back in the courtyard, Lin Bai picked up his heavy and light blades and prepared to wait for Wang Yu next door. As a chi cultivator on the spellcasting path, Wang Yu had many things to prepare. Just as Lin Bai was about to leave, Lin Bai turned back to look at Mo Ling. This little one had been exceptionally well-behaved since arriving at the martial lecture hall, always staying in the courtyard, diligently refining medicinal power and practicing skills every day. Do you want to come help me too? Mo Ling puffed out its chest, its call crisp and clear in meaning. Understanding Mo Ling's intent, Lin Bai considered whether to bring it along for the trial. Now that Mo Ling was nearing its growth stage, its strength was no longer weak within the mortal transformation realm. While Mo Ling's power meant little to Lin Bai, he had to consider its combat experience and future development. After pondering for a while, Lin Bai realized that bringing Mo Ling for the trial was all benefit and no harm. Within the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven's training grounds, Mo Ling's life couldn't truly be endangered. Such opportunities didn't exist outside. So Lin Bai quickly made his decision. He beckoned to Mo Ling and said, "Then come along, little one. Let's fight side by side." Lin Bai stepped directly into Wang Yu's courtyard with Mo Ling. Except when Wang Yu had set up a do not disturb state, Lin Bai could enter her courtyard freely at other times. This was the permission Wang Yu had granted Lin Bai, and Lin Bai had reciprocated with equal access. As he entered, he saw Wang Yu with her head down, organizing the items she would need. Wang Yu heard Lin Bai's footsteps but didn't turn around. "You're ready so quickly. What do I have to prepare?" "True, as a martial artist, you just need your weapon." Lin Bai sat down casually across from Wang Yu, as if in his own home, grabbing a fruit and biting into it. After over a month here, Lin Bai and Wang Yu had grown increasingly close, sharing a familiarity like childhood friends. "Is this your little dark crow?" Wang Yu put down the delicate paper figures she had just folded, her gaze falling on Mo Ling. "Little dark crow. It has a name, you know. It's Mo Ling." "Caw caw." Mo Ling chimed in with two calls, as if emphasizing its name. "See, Mo Ling is repeating its name." Wang Yu grew interested, leaning in to get a closer look at this intelligent spirit bird. "Mo Ling, are you planning to take it to the Calamity Cave trial? But with your strength, there's no need for a helper, is there? I'm taking it to gain experience and build combat skills. And don't underestimate Mo Ling. It's quite strong too." As Wang Yu spoke with Lin Bai, she reached out to stroke Mo Ling's glossy feathers. But Mo Ling, having just heard Wang Yu belittle it, refused her touch and hopped back onto Lin Bai's shoulder. "Caw." It even taunted Wang Yu. Wang Yu wasn't annoyed. Instead, she grew more intrigued. "This little one is quite clever." This only made her want to pet Mo Ling more, but it dodged left and right and she couldn't catch it. In the end, Lin Bai had to stop the impending human-bird fight. "Stop playing. Are you done organizing?" Wang Yu withdrew her hand and said sheepishly, "Almost just a bit more." Wang Yu then carefully finished sorting her materials. The two, along with the bird, set out and soon returned to the stone steel. Entering the Calamity Cave was simple, just press the token against the steel. "Tisk, so many people," Lin Bai remarked as he looked at the crowd ahead, habitually gathering information. "Lu Ming and Zhong Ping have already gone in. I wonder who'll win their bet." "It's gotta be Lu Ming. He's from one of the three great families." "Hard to say." During class, Zhong Ping's grades were on par with Lu Ming's. "Bet." Sensing something interesting, Lin Bai looked at his intelligence agent with curiosity, hoping for an explanation. "Wait, I'll go ask." Wang Yu, true to her role as intelligence agent, didn't disappoint. Though she didn't know either, she had many clansmen to ask directly. Returning, Wang Yu explained the whole story to Lin Bai. So basically, two disciples from rival factions clashed, and it escalated into a public duel. Wang Yu nodded, praising Lin Bai's quick understanding. When Lin Bai learned that both students belonged to the martial branch, he found it entirely normal. Compared to the literary branch, which favored subtle scheming and underhanded tricks, the martial branch's conflicts were more straightforward. As for the auxiliary branch, though conflicts occurred, they were much more peaceful compared to the other two. He didn't expect to find entertainment here too. Lin Bai regretted arriving late. He might have watched the live broadcast instead of hearing Wang Yu's rerun. But it was no big deal. Watching a spectacle was nice, but the most important thing now was to earn merit points through the trial. Since many needed to return for preparations, the queue moved quickly, and soon it was Lin Bai and Wang Yu's turn. Lin Bai pressed his token to the stele, and a beam of light emitted, engulfing him and Mo Ling, initiating the teleportation. During the transfer, a voice echoed in Lin Bai's ears. "Trapped beast level commence." Soon Lin Bai was teleported to a location. When he steadied his mind and opened his eyes again, what met his gaze was no longer a familiar scene, but a dark, damp prison cell. The air in the cell was filled with the stench of decay and an indescribable odor of rot, and the cold ground was merely covered with a tattered straw mat that was nearly falling apart. Lin Bai's clothing had also been changed to a set of coarse garments, but fortunately Mo Ling was still in his embrace unharmed. Where is the beast? Lin Bai mused to himself, having expected to face a ferocious beast directly but unexpectedly. He first experienced the treatment of a prisoner. The unfolding of this disaster pit was truly unexpected. While Lin Bai was contemplating, a series of footsteps approached from outside, and someone came to open the door. 9527, it's your turn to go on stage. Who is 9527? Is it me? Go on stage. Where to? Two questions popped into Lin Bai's mind, but it was evident that this was the prelude to the caged beast plot. Thus Lin Bai chose to continue following the story. He discreetly slipped through the small door of the prison, though the prison door was too narrow, making it quite difficult to exit. The process could hardly be described as dignified. It resembled some animal emerging from its den. Outside the cell, a man dressed in a black brocade robe with a cold expression was waiting. The scar on his face appeared even more menacing in the dim light. The scarred man glanced at Lin Bai, who had just emerged, in a somewhat disheveled manner, his tone devoid of any emotion. Follow me. If you keep the masters waiting and make them unhappy, this wild dog had better pray for a quick death. Lin Bai silently followed, seemingly devoid of thoughts, yet his eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. First, the black-clad scarred man's cultivation level was too weak. Even if he were at the extraordinary realm, he would still be weak, roughly equivalent to Lin Bai when he had just begun his path of cultivation, entering the transformation phase. This was very strange, almost making Lin Bai doubt his intuition. Secondly, the environment was more akin to a cage than a prison. There were also people in the cage. Their gazes were numb, their bodies curled up in the corners, with only the rising and falling of their chests proving they were still alive. Disaster pit. Caged beast. Lin Bai kept pondering the connection between these two names, and before he knew it, he followed the man to a large door. The door opened. A wave of noise surged in various chaotic sounds, drilling into Lin Bai's ears. Damn! I just lost again. I must win back my money next time. What's the next match? It seems to be a beast tamer against a peak transformation phase tiger beast. Haha, it's rare to see a beast tamer. Place your bets, everyone. The odds were 1-5 for humans versus beasts and 1-1. 2 for beasts eating humans. The clamor roars, wild laughter and curses intertwined, creating a scene of madness and depravity. The scarred man pointed ahead to Lin Bai. 9527, go in. Give those important figures a good show. Compared to the previous darkness, the light at this moment felt particularly surreal, causing him to instinctively squint his eyes. Once his vision adjusted, he saw the place he was in. A massive arena for beast fights. Surrounding him were high stands filled with various people dressed in fine clothing, but with eyes filled with primal greed and brutality. They waved their arms, emitting all sorts of unsavory howls. Look, that's the beast tamer. He seems like just a young kid. So what if he's a kid? What if he pulls off an upset? Pretty boy, I'm counting on you to win me some money back. Ha! Want to win back money? This little thing is going to get bitten to death by the beast. Listening to these voices, Lin Bai remained neither happy nor sad. So this is the caged beast, am I also a beast? At that moment, a host dressed in black robes with a long beard leaped into the arena. His voice echoed throughout the venue under the influence of some amplification array. Honorable guests, what follows will be today's grand finale, deathmatch. 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 The atmosphere in the stands ignited instantly, and the fervent shouts were deafening. The host waved his hand, and the door opposite Lin Bai suddenly collapsed, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive black shadow leaped out with a foul wind, landing steadily in the arena. It was a beast resembling a ferocious tiger, but possessing characteristics of a leopard. Its body was covered in vibrant patterns, with a single horn on its head and sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. Most peculiarly, it had 3 tails that swayed like steel whips. This beast was the fearsome tiger beast. Upon seeing Lin Bai, the tiger beast did not immediately charge at its target. Instead, it lowered its body, emitting a low, threatening growl from its throat, circling Lin Bai, slowly searching for an opportunity to attack. But Lin Bai had no patience to engage in any psychological games with a beast. He gently patted the Mo Ling in his arms and whispered, Mo Ling, go up and hone your skills. A divine bird cannot soar in the sky without enduring storms. Mo Ling emerged from Lin Bai's embrace and flew towards the tiger beast. Wow, so this is the little guy's spirit beast, a dark raven. This dark raven is doomed. The bloodline of the tiger beast on the field was among the top in the transformation phase. What could the dark raven possibly do? Haha, we're going to win for sure. Damn it, my money. Little thing, you better give me a win. Indeed, based on size alone, Mo Ling was less than 1/10 the size of the tiger beast. Given such a massive size disparity, it was no wonder some gamblers were cursing. This was clearly a match where the outcome was evident at first glance. However, Lin Bai ignored these gamblers and carefully watched as Mo Ling swooped toward the tiger beast. Mo Ling soared high, using its acceleration to charge at the beast, its claws raking across its fur. Slish! A deep wound appeared on the tiger beast's back. Had it not reacted just in time, that wound would have been on its neck. Roar! The tiger beast was enraged and tried to whip Mo Ling with its tail. Crack! Mo Ling activated the skill bone chime, interrupting the tiger beast's movement and causing it to momentarily stiffen. Seizing this moment of hesitation, Mo Ling once again ascended and circled, looking for the next opportunity to attack. However, having suffered a setback, the tiger beast became more cautious and activated its bloodline skill. Its fur stood on end, forming a set of spiked armor. At the same time, its tail became incredibly agile, whipping like a whip, nearly striking Mo Ling several times, which put Mo Ling in peril. Overall, the tiger beast and Mo Ling were evenly matched, each holding an advantage. The tiger beast had a strong physique and great power. Mo Ling dominated the high ground, relying on its speed. Haha, this looks promising. This little dark raven isn't dead. Damn it, what's up with this dark raven? Damn! This dark raven must have mutated, or its bloodline level was not low. The situation on the field fell into a stalemate, but the gamblers were even more excited. Lin Bai watched as Mo Ling fought evenly against the peak transformation phase tiger beast, a smile creeping onto his lips. As expected, the strength in this caged beast is far inferior to the reality. Both the black-clad man and the current tiger beast are so. He was well aware that while Mo Ling had undergone a transformation, advancing its bloodline to a more powerful shadow raven, it still remained in its juvenile stage. If in the real world, Mo Ling would surely be absolutely suppressed by a fully mature tiger beast at the peak of transformation phase. Lin Bai had a conjecture in his heart. This disaster pit simulates an extremely ancient era, doesn't it? In that period, the bloodlines of beasts had not undergone the optimization of natural selection, and the paths of practitioners were rough and full of flaws, which is why they seem so weak in my eyes. In Lin Bai's cultivation world, there was no notion that older meant stronger. Instead, it was quite the opposite. As time passed, practitioners' paths were continuously refined, and the bloodlines of beasts were consistently purified and evolved, leading to an overall upward trend in strength. Thus, deducing that the time-space segment simulated here is likely ancient beyond imagination, at least not within 100,000 years, for 100,000 years ago, marked the time when the cultivation world entered the golden age, with various paths and bloodlines rapidly optimized. The tiger beast in the arena was being toyed with by Mo Ling. Despite its spiked armor of fur, the bloodstains on its body were increasing. Roar! Suddenly, the tiger beast roared and activated the tiger roar skill, forcing Mo Ling to retreat. At that moment, the tiger beast's crimson beast eyes flashed with ferocity, unexpectedly abandoning the troublesome Mo Ling in the air, and with a powerful push from its limbs, it charged toward Lin Bai. Seeing this, Mo Ling hurriedly continued to attack, trying to stop the tiger beast from disturbing its master. Unfortunately, it was in vain. The tiger beast disregarded the risk of being injured by Mo Ling's attacks and insisted on pouncing toward Lin Bai. This beast has some brains. It actually knows to attack the beast tamer, but unfortunately it has picked the wrong person. Lin Bai revealed a cold smile. Initially, he wanted to continue honing Mo Ling's combat experience, but unexpectedly this beast actually came to attack him. It was simply seeking death. Then let's end this battle. Sensing Lin Bai's intention, Mo Ling quickly distanced itself from the tiger beast to avoid getting splattered with blood. As it retreated, Mo Ling cast a glance filled with pity at the tiger beast rushing to its doom. Others might not know of Lin Bai's abilities, but as his spirit beast, shouldn't Mo Ling be aware? Without waiting for the tiger beast to get close, Lin Bai directly condensed his strength and pressed toward it. Bang! Unsurprisingly, this bloodline evolutionarily lagging peak transformation phase beast didn't even have the chance to howl in resistance before being crushed into a pulp by Lin Bai. The spectators in the stands were caught off guard. The arena fell into a moment of dead silence before erupting into deafening cheers. Good job, little thing. That was exhilarating. What's this little one's number? I'll bet on him next time. Lin Bai was not disturbed by these clamorous voices. A voice rang in his ear. The trial taker has passed the trial. Do you wish to choose to exit now? Lin Bai's expression was peculiar as he chose no. It was evident that he had met the requirements to pass, but he definitely would not choose to return now. Returning now would only yield the most basic merit point rewards. He still wanted to see what the extra rewards were. Lin Bai softly repeated the name Caged Beast, his eyes sharply scanning the surrounding spectators, who were still crazily cheering, as well as the hidden auras lurking in the shadows. Caged Beast. Does it mean a battle of caged beasts? Is it really just a simple fight with beasts? Could there be a hidden deeper meaning? Before entering, Lin Bai had discussed in detail with Wang Yu, and they felt that the disaster pit was not merely a place for combat. There should be other deeper meanings. Recorded by the Fire Cloud Cave and named Disaster, this seriousness made it hard not to ponder further. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Lin Bai's mind. He roughly knew how to obtain the extra rewards. Lin Bai had been puzzling over the meaning of the Cocoon trial. Only now did a memory surface the basic laws of the human race he had learned at the private school before his cultivation awakened. Renzu Dingluan Law Article 57. Whoever forces beasts to fight pits humans into mortal combat rents dwellings as arenas or carves ground into rings for such spectacles, and those who attend to watch, whether ringleaders or accomplices, shall all be executed. If ordinary people succeed in killing these three types of principal offenders, they shall be rewarded, conferred the title Chu Hui Ishur, and allowed to claim 1/10 of the offender's confiscated wealth. The gist of the statute was clear: anyone involved in forcing human-beast battles or fights to the death in an arena is guilty of capital offense. And if common folk slay such perpetrators, the authorities will not punish them but reward them instead. The Renzu Dingluan law was not merely a decree of the Xia Imperial Court. It was the baseline covenant all humans observed. Violate it and the entire human world would hunt you down. When Lin Bai entered this space, he had felt something wrong. Only now did he grasp the source of the discord. This place violated the human law, indeed the very foundation of human jurisprudence. And the phrase "be rewarded," did it not mean an extra recompense? The more Lin Bai pondered, the clearer his thoughts became. Fortunately, his attention in those lessons and his keen memory had preserved these elementary teachings. He even unraveled other truths. The beast trapped by the Cocoon trial is me. This calamity of the Cocoon trial is a man-made disaster. To obtain the extra reward, I must clear the people on the scene. As Lin Bai realized this, the door through which they had entered opened again. The scarred man in black reappeared, his tone as haughty as before. Get back to your cage, 9527. Crawl back where you belong. Seeing Lin Bai remain still and even smile, the scarred man curled his brow, and his voice turned colder and sterner. You cur, why won't you leave? Do you think that, because you bested a Tuafen Peak Hujing beast, you have the right to defy us? Do you know the might of the Hejiao Duel Arena? Our strength is. Before the scarred man could finish, a familiar thud rattled the arena. Like the Hujing beast before him, his body burst apart. Lin Bai no longer wished to listen to his empty boasts. Whether events would unfold exactly as he imagined or not, he would try. More importantly, Lin Bai was angry. He did not consider himself a broad-minded man, being treated as merchandise. Ferried here like a fighting slave, and the filthy insults from the crowd had soured him deeply. Lin Bai knew these people were illusory, but an illusion did not absolve responsibility. Earlier he had needed to complete the trial. Now that the basic guarantee was secured, he could unleash himself. The gamblers and onlookers in the stands witnessing Lin Bai slay the arena's guard reacted not with fear, but with louder mockery and uproar, craning their necks as if watching an even more amusing drama. Look, that kid killed a Hejiao guard. A real spectacle's about to start. Tisk Hejiao's dog breeding skills are poor, the dog bites its master. Happened like this 50 years ago, right? These bettors felt no threat. They truly believed Lin Bai could not cause real trouble. Their misplaced confidence was soon answered. One of the Hejiao Duel Arena's managers, the guard commander, arrived with a large contingent of guards. You dog, how dare you? Before he finished the sentence, Lin Bai crushed his body in a single motion. The remaining guards did not linger. Lin Bai sent them to join their chief. In an instant, the ring filled with a mist of blood. Some spectators began to sense danger and tried to flee. Rushing toward the exits, they found the gates tightly sealed. Pounding achieved nothing. Those who tried to scale the stands were repelled by an invisible array. What's happening? The gate won't open. Open the gate, damn it, get it open. Hey, what are you running for? They cried in panic. When Lin Bai killed the first scarred man, his smile widened further, for he had heard the Xuanhuan Cave's prompt voice again. Determination: the trial participant has performed outstandingly and may receive an additional reward. Return now. If you do not return, you will be forcibly returned after half an hour. Actions taken during this period will not yield additional bonuses. Indeed, his supposition had not been wrong. This was the mechanism for gaining the reward. Yet completing the task by killing only one seemed insufficient. He had expected that all must fall to secure the extra prize. Cocoon trial traps the rebellious thought within one's heart. By killing the scarred man, I enacted that rebellion, so a single kill suffices to obtain the extra reward. Why then did he not return? The reason was simple: the job was not yet finished. The Renzu Dingluan law was not authored by a single man or a single faction, but represented the human race's collective minimum standard. Coupled with the obscene insults those people had hurled moments ago, Lin Bai was no conciliator. How could he restrain his vengeance? Now that even moral high ground stood with him, he found it impossible to stop himself from killing them. So there was only one verdict: kill. Lin Bai moved like a specter, appearing at the flashing rune-lined protective array at the arena's edge. Hey, what's that kid doing? He can't be trying to break the Hejiao arena's formation. He's gone mad. This arena is the work of a high-level formation master. Only someone at Transcendent Peak could breach it. Come on, place your bets. How will Hejiao deal with him? Under a chorus of ridicule and wagers, Lin Bai raised his fist, and as if in casual play threw 3 successive punches. With a shattering sound, the supposedly impenetrable formation cracked like brittle glass and dissolved into a scattering of light. Lin Bai flashed and nonchalantly leapt onto the spectator platform. The instant the array broke, the gamblers and onlookers froze like ducks with necks stuck to their faces, still bore the ridiculous smirks of mockery. Laugh. Why have you stopped? Don't you like laughing? Lin Bai wiped the smile from his face and issued an order to his companion at his side, Mo Ling. Xiao Ling, kill them with me. Leave no one alive. Mo Ling emitted a sharp, excited cry, becoming a streak of black lightning that dove for the nearest gambler, claws rending the man's throat without mercy. From then on, the division of labor was clear. Lin Bai took on the transcendent practitioners and the trickier Tuifan opponents. Those who once lorded it over others and took pleasure in their pain now revealed their true, ignoble colors. They shoved and trampled one another. Cries, pleas for mercy, and curses melded into a single chaotic din. The very definition of a rabble. Spare me, I won't do it again. You. What right have you to kill me? Please, sir, spare me. I will give you all my money. Lin Bai felled a transcendent cultivator with a single blow and sneered at the pleas. If you came to see an arena fight, you should have known the consequences once the beasts emerged. Don't beg me. Even if you beg, I will not spare you. Hearing their entreaties, he hesitated not an instant and continued the slaughter. After slaying dozens, Lin Bai sensed an assault from behind and bent low, narrowly evading a silver streak of light. Ah, here comes a big one, he said. Lin Bai straightened slowly. There was no fear on his face, only a more teasing, predatory smile. Lin Bai raised his eyes and saw a middle-aged man in a white robe, pale and beardless, standing quietly in the distance. A small flying sword shimmering with silver light swirled around him like a fish, clearly the source of the silver light that had just attempted to ambush him. The gamblers and onlookers who had been fleeing like headless flies now surged towards the white-robed man behind him, as if they had grasped a lifeline, while Lin Bai simply watched without interference. The gamblers spoke as if they were reporting a grievance, recounting Lin Bai's crimes. Manager, how this madman is killing indiscriminately. What is going on at your Black Reef duel arena? Why has such a situation arisen? Manager, how kill him? No, capture this beast. I want to slice his flesh piece by piece to feed to the dogs. Manager, how ignored their outpouring of emotions, and instead looked at Lin Bai with a grave expression. Lin Bai looked at the arena manager with keen interest. Manager, how was the first to speak? Who exactly are you? How could a small duel arena have a master like you? And why disguise yourself as a transcendent? Could you be from the Gutian Alliance? Got it. Only the madmen of the Gutian Alliance would crazily kill those related to the duel arena. Lin Bai did not answer his question but slightly tilted his head, as if sensing something, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. Transcendent. That doesn't quite fit. He tilted his head, his tone carrying a hint of sincere doubt. Are you really a transcendent? It wasn't strange for Lin Bai to feel puzzled in his intuition manager, Hao's aura undoubtedly belonged to the transcendent realm, yet the sense of threat he emanated was strangely weak. Especially since the other party was a sword cultivator known for their ruthless killing. This felt even stranger as sword practitioners were typically among the most lethal in reality. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'll just deal with you directly. Lin Bai shook his head as if dismissing an inconsequential thought. He stepped forward, directly preparing to give the other a swift end, for time was limited. Only half an hour. He had no time to waste. Seeing that Lin Bai had no intention of communicating, manager Hao's face darkened, completely urging the flying sword to transform into a silver rainbow and swiftly strike to block him. Indeed, a madman from the Gutian Alliance, impossible to communicate with. He then issued a threat. You can still retreat now. Once the Yunhai sect arrives, you will have no way to escape, neither to heaven nor to earth. You talk too much. This was Lin Bai's first direct response to him. Clang! His fist clashed violently with the flying sword. Silver light burst forth. The flying sword was violently knocked away by an overwhelming force, leaving only a shallow scratch on Lin Bai's fist, which quickly vanished. Lin Bai looked at his fist and then at the flying sword that had been struck away. The black armor he had prepared to manifest vanished quietly. He nodded, his tone laced with mockery. So you really are quite weak. I thought you had mastered your breath-hiding technique well. Manager Hao's face grew increasingly grim upon hearing Lin Bai's words. You little brat, you're courting death. Whether I die or not is another matter, but if your sword comes at me again, I will definitely snap it. The silver sword charged at Lin Bai again, and this time he gathered a massive amount of strength in his hand to firmly grip the sword's body. He claimed he would break this broken sword, and he would certainly do so. Crack, crack. The silver sword could not withstand Lin Bai's strength and shattered in his hand this time, without even breaking Lin Bai's skin. As the flying sword was destroyed, Manager Hao looked as though struck by lightning, his face turning as pale as paper, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his breath suddenly weakening. The expressions of those behind him turned into panic and fear. They had initially thought that this transcendent manager could withstand Lin Bai, but unexpectedly, he proved to be so ineffective. Manager Hao forced himself to endure the injury and spoke to Lin Bai in a tone of weakness. Sir, must you really kill everyone? This time Lin Bai looked at him as if he were a fool. Given that it has come to this, what do you think? Hearing Lin Bai's words, Manager Hao finally extinguished the fantasies in his heart. A flash of ferocity and determination crossed his face as he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a golden sphere the size of a longan. The golden sphere expanded upon meeting the wind, instantly transforming into an ancient-looking flying sword gleaming with golden light. A sharp aura far stronger than before spread out, the sword's brilliance growing ever brighter, as if a small sun had been ignited. Old man, finally bringing out something real. I knew a transcendent wouldn't lack a hidden trump card. Seeing this situation, Lin Bai's battle intent only grew stronger. In reality, he would never give his enemies a chance to unleash their ultimate moves, but in this illusion of a disaster den, Lin Bai adopted a different attitude. He was reckless. You have a big move. Bring it out quickly. Let's see what you can do to me. However, this old man took quite a while to charge up his big move. If it were in an actual battle, Lin Bai would have long since struck him down. Finally, the golden flying sword's brilliance reached its peak, undergoing a qualitative change as countless beams of golden sword light, solidifying like substance, erupted from the sword body, pouring down like a torrential rain towards Lin Bai. The sword's might encompassed a vast area. The residual force of the attack cut the ground and pillars around him into 1,000 holes, clouds of dust soaring into the sky, momentarily engulfing his figure. Manager Hao in the crowd behind him held expressions of hope, watching as the dust settled to reveal the final outcome. He must be dead, right? He should be dead. He has to be dead. Unfortunately, the final situation often does not meet expectations. The settling dust brought them only endless despair. Lin Bai still stood in place, not even having moved a fraction. Around his body swirled a layer of black mist, blocking the rays of those swords. Lin Bai patted away the non-existent dust on his body, looked at Manager Hao, whose face was ashen, and smiled, praising him. Your move is quite interesting. Even forced out the embryonic form of my armor. If your strength were a bit stronger, I might have to manifest my complete heavy armor to block it. He paused, his tone becoming relaxed and certain. But it seems you have no cards left to play. Lin Bai continued to step forward, removing Manager Hao's head, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in the onlookers and gamblers behind him. He looked at those who lay limp on the ground, their appearances dignified and aura noble, perhaps significant figures outside. However, significant figures often display less courage in the face of death than ordinary people. Lin Bai did not wish to linger any longer and began to swiftly end these people's lives. During the process, their pleas for mercy, curses, and threats fell on deaf ears for Lin Bai. However, the repeated mention of the Gutian alliance piqued Lin Bai's interest. If he had time and capability in the future, he would investigate what this force was like. When the last wail abruptly ceased, the entire beast-fighting arena plunged into utter silence. Lin Bai found a clean spot to sit down and rest. He wasn't tired, but the shock of killing so many at once was a bit overwhelming, even knowing this was an illusion. But if you ask Lin Bai whether he regretted it, he undoubtedly did not. His heart was filled only with exhilaration. The current scene was very strange. A young man sat at the center of a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood, a dark raven circling around him, resembling a picture of vengeance from hell. Lin Bai closed his eyes, gathering the killing intent within him. As a martial artist, one must not be controlled by the bloodlust in their heart. He must achieve self-will, rather than killing indiscriminately. Lin Bai was not a bloodthirsty person. This slaughter was not merely for the additional rewards and the humanity tenets, but also stemmed from his loathing for these individuals. Thus he casually dispatched these riffraff. Otherwise, after killing the first scar-faced man, Lin Bai could have completed the beast trial and left. After stabilizing his mind, Lin Bai opened his eyes again. The terrifying killing aura around him had already withdrawn. If one disregarded the environment, Lin Bai still appeared to be that bright and peaceful young man, just with a sharper gaze. He stood up and moved his limbs, there was still a bit of time before he would be forcibly returned, and he had one last thing to do. Lin Bai turned and walked back into the dark passage. He had come from arriving at each narrow cage, using his strength to shatter the prison doors that held the captives. Crack! Initially the people curled up inside did not react, but as the sound of Lin Bai shattering the prison doors grew, some dazed eyes from the darkness cautiously lifted, secretly peeking at the blurred figure outside. Lin Bai paid them no mind, calmly shattering these prison doors one by one. When all the doors holding the slaves were broken, Lin Bai returned to the entrance of the passage and spoke his first words after entering the cells. "Those guys have already been killed by me. The prison doors are open. You are free." After saying this, Lin Bai stepped out of the dark tunnel without looking back. He knew this was an illusion and everything was a false projection, but so what? This was Lin Bai's will. Just like killing those gamblers and onlookers in the arena, freeing these people was also an expression of his heart's desire. Where the heart points, the path follows. That's all, no need for any other reason. Lin Bai returned to the high platform where he had just been sitting waiting to be transported out. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes remained. He quickly sensed himself being drawn away, the surrounding environment becoming like ink wash. However, just seconds before Lin Bai was about to leave, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of two figures emerging from the dark tunnel. A boy and a girl, probably around 17 or 18 years old, walking unsteadily, but still supporting each other as they struggled to exit the dark tunnel. It seemed that there were others following behind them, but just as Lin Bai tried to get a better look, he was transported away, and the space folded like a scroll. Damn it, this Calamity Cave really knows how to keep a man hanging, doesn't it? Lin Bai cursed loudly at the Calamity Cave, who would switch scenes right at the most thrilling climax. However, the Calamity Cave paid him no heed, and instead sent Lin Bai another message. The trial participant has passed the Beast Trap Pass. Shall the next trial, the Water Valley Pass, commence? End it here for today. Lin Bai unhesitatingly chose no. The illusion of the Beast Trap Pass was far too realistic. He needed some time to recuperate. Acknowledged. The trial participant must keep the contents of this trial confidential until its conclusion, including any requirements for obtaining additional rewards. Hearing this, one of Lin Bai's doubts was finally resolved. Earlier during the trial, he had harbored a question. What if someone passed the trial and then revealed its contents to others? After all, there were plenty of young masters and ladies here, and surely some would be willing to scout the path for them. Lin Bai had suspected there would be restrictions, and now it was confirmed. Then his mind drifted into a daze. When his consciousness cleared, he found himself back in reality. He looked around and realized he was not before the stone stele, but had returned directly to the front courtyard of his own residence. This is the front yard of my compound. So despite the martial arts hall's precise spatial teleportation ability, it had still made Lin Bai walk to school every day. Forget it, I won't dwell on trivial matters. I hope this harvest is generous enough. Knowing there was no other recourse, Lin Bai could only focus on the rewards from the Beast Trap Pass. First and foremost, he was most concerned about the merit points he had earned. He picked up his token to check how many had been added. 200 merit points for passing the basic trial, plus 300 for completing the additional task, totaling 500 merit points. Seeing that he had gained 500 merit points, Lin Bai's anger dissipated by more than half. Oh right, and the extra reward. Where's my extra reward? Token, did you embezzle the reward the Calamity Cave gave me? Just as Lin Bai was interrogating the token about his reward, a bamboo slip appeared on the stone table before him. Is this my reward? A technique or something else? Seeing the bamboo slip reminded Lin Bai of the one he had received when he inherited the Tao Path. Generally, only special cultivation methods were recorded and passed down using such a medium. Lin Bai picked up the bamboo slip and confirmed his guess was correct. The 5 Forbidden Absolute Seal. Is this a spell? Initially, Lin Bai felt a bit disappointed that the extra reward was a spell, not because he looked down on spells. But Lin Bai's Tao Path was the warrior lineage. He only needed to hone his body and martial arts. His fists, feet, and weapons were the most suitable spells for him. Sigh, I went through a lot of trouble, meaning the killing was quite grueling for this reward. I can't just throw it away, can I? With a slightly petulant expression, he placed the bamboo slip against his forehead and began to receive the inheritance. Gradually, the petulance on Lin Bai's face receded, replaced by a solemn expression. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with incredulity. Token, are you sure the Calamity Cave didn't give me the wrong extra reward? This time the token did not play dead and answered Lin Bai's question. Extra rewards from the Calamity Cave are approved and granted through the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven. They cannot be erroneous. The rewards each person receives differ and are related to their Tao Path performance in the trial and potential compatibility. Lin Bai looked at the no lusterless bamboo slip, recalling the content of the spell. he had just inherited. The 5 Forbidden Absolute Seal is a sealing technique executed using spiritual force. Initially, upon reading this introduction, Lin Bai had no particular reaction, merely thinking that the Calamity Cave wasn't completely heartless for giving him a technique that could be used with spiritual force. As the name suggests, the 5 Forbidden Absolute Seal can be divided into 5 seals. The first 3 seals are Forbidden Movement Seal, slows movement and immobilizes the form. Forbidden Source Seal suppresses cultivation and weakens the origin. Forbidden Thought Seal disturbs the soul and obscures spiritual perception. When Lin Bai saw the first 3 seals, he found them exquisite but still within his comprehension. They were powerful control and weakening skills. But the subsequent introduction took a turn. The Absolute Fortune Seal targeted luck. And not just for individuals. It could be used against families, sects, and even dynasties, sapping their fortune and decaying their foundations. This was an extremely sinister, powerful form of Yenxing magic and curse arts. As for the Absolute Existence Seal, the inheritance of the 5 Forbidden Absolute Seal described it in only one sentence. Seals the concept of the target's existence. This seal was the most powerful among the 5 Forbidden Absolute Seals, a conceptual forbidden art. For instance, if Lin Bai used the Absolute Existence Seal on an enemy, that person's existence itself would be completely erased from conceptual levels such as causality, memory, and history. Except for the caster Lin Bai, no one in the world would remember that the person ever existed. All related causality would be automatically corrected by the world into a reasonable form. To put it simply, the world is a vast picture book, and the Absolute Existence Seal is the eraser. What is erased cannot be restored, and this seal can only be applied, never undone. Of course, such a powerful forbidden art was beyond Lin Bai's current ability. The first 4 seals only required sufficient spiritual force to execute. However, executing the Absolute Existence Seal demanded not only an unimaginable level of spiritual force, but also a very high proportion of world weight, equivalent to obtaining partial world authority. But being unable to use such a forbidden art and not having it at all were 2 different concepts. Possessing such an ultimate trump card, even just knowing of its existence, was enough to cause a monumental shift in Lin Bai's mindset. Yet, obtaining something like this from just a minor trial in the Calamity Cave gave Lin Bai the feeling that it was a trap rather than a windfall. So Lin Bai began to speculate wildly to the token. Token, am I the human race's child of fortune, right? Have the path of humanity and the human race's luck already secretly nodded in support of me becoming the next human sovereign? No. Maybe am the world's child. So is the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven planning to invest in me, early expecting me to repay the human race when I rise? His conjectures grew more and more absurd, but unfortunately the token ignored his ranting. Having finished his rant, Lin Bai's attitude toward the 5 Forbidden Absolute Seal was to practice it. He absolutely must practice it. He wouldn't refuse to cultivate a powerful technique just because of a few conspiracy theories. When a pie falls from the sky, you eat it first. Later, when Lin Bai ascended to the position of supreme powerhouse, he would still smile faintly when recalling his guesses and thoughts from today. Lin Bai sat under a tree brewing a cup of tea for himself, and Mo Ling furrowing his brow as he pondered how to cultivate the 5 Forbidden Absolute Seal. To use the 5 Forbidden Absolute Seal, one must first condense the corresponding seal within the sea of consciousness known as the Mother Seal. This first step required an extremely formidable spiritual force as a foundation. With Lin Bai's spiritual power, which far exceeded that of his peers in the mortal transformation realm, he could only barely condense the Mother Seal of the first layer Forbidden Movement Seal, while the second layer Forbidden Source Seal was still beyond his reach. But that was fine. The first step was always the hardest. Once the first seal was condensed, subsequent ones would become much more familiar. Lin Bai was a natural optimist, never disheartened by temporary difficulties. He downed the tea in one gulp, rose, and walked toward the meditation chamber, intending to condense the Forbidden Movement Seal now. After a full day of trials and shocks, only by immersing himself in cultivation could he truly calm his mind. Inside the meditation chamber, Lin Bai sat cross-legged, palms facing upward, and sank his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. He concentrated and began to mobilize his mist-like spiritual force. Strands of spiritual energy under his precise control slowly converged and compressed, gradually forming the rough outline of a square seal. This was the body of the Forbidden Movement Seal. But forming the seal body was merely a prerequisite. The crucial part was inscribing the celestial runes representing forbidden movement onto it. Lin Bai held his breath and focused, drawing on his experience from learning basic talismans and the deep memory imprinted by the inheritance. He began to carefully copy the cat according to the drawing. His spiritual will moved like the finest engraving tool traversing the seal's surface. Though he could not comprehend the profound mysteries of these runes, he could manage to outline their forms by imitation. The moment the last stroke of the rune was painstakingly completed, a mass of gray gas materialized out of thin air, shrouding the seal. Seeing the gray gas, Lin Bai's heart steadied. It's done. The runes Lin Bai had carved served merely as a trigger. The imperfect celestial runes would then adjust themselves to form the perfect forbidden movement seal. After a moment, the gray mist silently dissipated, revealing a square seal before Lin Bai's eyes. The seal had a brassy texture indistinguishable from something formed from Lin Bai's spiritual force. It seemed more like a magical artifact stored within the sea of consciousness. Its edges were adorned with entwined chain patterns, and the four corners were decorated with rock patterns. Most importantly, on the seal's base was engraved the celestial talisman, representing the true meaning of forbidden movement, which appeared to Lin Bai as a figure kneeling on the ground with bound hands and feet. Perfect celestial runes were too sacred for him to comprehend at his current level, but since reality lacked a mosaic effect, the rune presented itself in the form Lin Bai could most easily understand. Lin Bai carefully studied the forbidden movement mother seal but felt something was missing. How can a seal be without words? The moment this thought arose in Lin Bai's mind, a line of ancient vigorous, incised characters appeared beneath the celestial rune on the seal. Cease motion, quell defiance. The four words seemed to contain the power of a decree. Lin Bai felt satisfied. As expected of a seal formed from my spiritual force, it understands me. Here, cease motion, quell defiance meant to curb improper actions and conform to the heavenly Tao. As for what it meant to conform to the heavenly Tao, the master of the forbidden movement seal was Lin Bai, so naturally it meant conforming to Lin Bai. The day after condensing the forbidden movement seal, Lin Bai, having awakened in the meditation chamber, stretched languidly, his joints emitting a series of crisp pops. He found sleeping in the meditation chamber far more comfortable than his bedroom, and was now considering making it a permanent habit. However, as it was already noon, he knew he would once again miss out on a warm meal. This damn martial academy has no regard for human comfort, Lin Bai grumbled, swallowing a tasteless fasting pill with a mouthful of resentment. Though his current constitution made consuming pills the optimal choice, he still craved the pleasure of eating. It was a deeply ingrained habit hard to break. After tidying up, Lin Bai stepped out with the spirited Mo Ling, planning to first check on Wang Ye's condition before challenging the second trial of the Calamity Cave, the Water Valley Pass. Entering Wang Ye's courtyard, Lin Bai found her sitting pale-faced in a chair cutting paper. What happened to you? He asked, puzzled by her condition. Wang Yu, now devoid of her usual coolness and appearing unusually fragile, didn't answer directly. Instead, she inquired about Lin Bai's own trial progress. I failed the second trial. How about you? I passed the first yesterday and stopped. I'm about to try the Water Valley Pass. Be cautious and meticulous when you challenge it. I can't say more due to the Academy's prohibitions. Lin Bai, unconcerned with the details, was ready to charge through. I know. How did you end up like this? The trials in the Calamity Cave differ from those in the testing palace. Being killed in the trial causes a certain mental weakness. Lin Bai finally understood upon hearing this. The essence of the Calamity Cave was an illusion. Failing the trial inevitably inflicted some mental damage. How long does this weakness last? About half a day. I can only continue the trial by afternoon, so you'll have to go alone for now. She paused, her gaze settling on Lin Bai. If I still can't pass on my own this time, I'll have to rely on you. Rely on me? Lin Bai was surprised that Wang Yu was so confident he would succeed. Wang Yu explained. My protective artifact tells me your strength has grown. Hearing this, Lin Bai felt he needed to reinforce his own privacy defenses. If Wang Ye's artifact could roughly gauge his power fluctuations, he dreaded to think what would happen when he encountered more formidable experts. Of course, his own instinct and the probing technique granted by his cocoon-breaking talent weren't prying into privacy but were about anticipating the enemy. Double standards? Not at all. It was merely a cultivator's basic skill. Knowing each other's strength was far less satisfying than maintaining one's own mystery while uncovering the opponent's secrets. As for Wang Ye's remark about Lin Bai growing stronger, it likely referred to his acquisition of the 5 forbidden absolute law seals yesterday and his successful cultivation of the forbidden movement seal. Thoughts raced through Lin Bai's mind, but he kept his expression neutral, asking with feigned curiosity, you must have many clan members and they're probably quite strong. Why am I the final insurance? Wang Yu let out a long sigh. As you know, the more people in a group, the more the rewards are split. If even I fail the trial, ID needs several of my clan siblings to team up. I see, but hiring me as a guard is quite expensive. Hearing her explanation, Lin Bai couldn't help teasing her. But Wang Yu did something Lin Bai didn't expect. She suddenly stood up, quickly approached Lin Bai, tilted her delicate yet slightly pale face upward, and spoke in a pitiful tone he had never heard before. Please just agree to it, won't you, Lin Bai? Lin Bai gasped. He never expected Wang Yu to pull such a move. Her usually cool face uttering such words was simply too unfair. Fortunately, Lin Bai's Tao heart was steadfast and he wasn't swayed. I didn't say I wouldn't agree. Let me first see if I can clear all the levels. Afterward, to prevent Wang Yu from continuing her beauty tactics, he chose a method to resist. That was to bolt. Among the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best. You take care of your injury. I'm off to the trial. Wang Yu watched Lin Bai flee in panic and let out a soft laugh. It was rare for her to see Lin Bai so flustered and out of sorts. She had always thought he faced everything with an unruffled calm. Today she had inadvertently breached his defenses. This lifted Wang Yu's spirits inexplicably. In her heart, Lin Bai's favorability was far more important than a single Calamity Cave trial, especially since multiple group members meant no extra rewards. She could thus manipulate Lin Bai from time to time in the future. Hey, I never thought Lin Bai would be shy about this. Yet immersed in the joy of manipulating Lin Bai, Miss Wang seemed to overlook a key point. Her subconscious was growing increasingly close to him. While she plotted to draw Lin Bai nearer, weren't her own words and actions actively moving closer to him as well? In the past, as a prodigy of the Wang family, Wang Yu was often distant and cold toward outsiders, let alone acting coquettishly as she did now. Alas, one could not see the whole picture while inside the mountain. Wang Yu failed to notice this shift in her feelings. Of course, Lin Bai's position as her childhood friend also played a role in reaching this point. Well, a few months of childhood friendship still counted. Leaving the triumphant Miss Wang aside, Lin Bai was on his way to the Calamity Cave Steel. He shook his head vigorously, trying to banish the image of Wang Yu's pitiful yet adorable expression from his mind. It wasn't entirely his fault for lacking composure. In his past life, he was quite introverted, living a cycle of study, work, and gaming, barely exchanging a few words with women. In this life, after gradually awakening his past life memories and gaining a new beginning, he still didn't know many women of similar age. Lin Su didn't count. She was his biological sister, and in their childhood, she often treated him like a slave. Thus Lin Bai was somewhat vulnerable to Wang Yu's coquettish tone today. But these were trivial matters, just a little spice in the monotonous studies of the Martial Academy. Lin Bai quickly composed himself, focusing on the major task ahead, the second trial of the Calamity Cave, the Water Valley Pass. Arriving once again at the Steel Square, the scene before him was different from yesterday. Although the Beast Trap Pass was generally passable for cultivators at the transcending mundane realm with a combat-oriented Dao path, not every disciple in the academy was on a battle path, nor had all reached the peak of transcending mundane. Many, after being harshly educated by reality in the Beast Trap Pass, had finally recognized their limitations. They now gathered around the steely, loudly recruiting experts who had already cleared the trial to lead and protect them. As for extra rewards, they couldn't even complete the basic trial, so they dared not hope for such luxuries. Any senior who has passed, please lead me through the Beast Trap Pass trial. I offer 100 spirit stones. Let us two brothers through the first trial and well each pay 70 spirit stones. Battle Path team recruiting, only one spot left. Non-combat paths, don't bother. Lin Bai marveled at the scene. It was just like the party-finding lobby in the games he used to play, especially the non-combat paths not welcome part, which was particularly amusing. The escort price of 100 spirit stones was so tempting that even Lin Bai felt a twinge of interest. The next evolution material for Mo Ling, the soul pearl of a transcended realm Een Fox, cost a whopping 8,000 spirit stones. But after some thought, he gave up. The Calamity Cave offered only one challenge per day, and it was open for just 6 days. He could spare at most 3 days for work, making the profit not worthwhile. However, Lin Bai guessed it wouldn't be long before this turned into a full-fledged seller's market. Clearers would likely demand to lead multiple people in a group, and the price wouldn't drop. As for the rewards being further split among many people, what did that matter to the leader, since re-entering an already cleared level yielded no rewards for them? Taking only 1 or 2 people at a time as a premium booster would waste their one precious trial opportunity each day. Speculating as he went, Lin Bai approached the steel. This time no one was in line ahead of him. He pressed his token against the steely, and it absorbed Lin Bai, Mo Ling, and the crow in one sweep. Water Valley Pass commencing. Lin Bai quickly snapped out of his daze, shaking his head as he muttered, "The teleportation array of this Calamity Cave is clearly inferior to that of the testing palace. Such a pronounced dizziness. A bad review." He steadied himself and began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a quaint rustic thatched cottage. The walls were made of rammed yellow earth, the roof thickly covered with green thatch, and from the walls hung strings of dried, cured meat, and some farming tools exuding a strong sense of daily life. Lin Bai himself was clad in a simple dark-colored Taoist robe, sitting cross-legged on a crude wooden couch. This starting point in Water Gorge Pass was far better than the cramped, damp, and dark prison of the previous Beast Trap Pass. Just then, the wooden door of the cottage opened and 2 men entered. They wore short gray coarse cloth garments looking like old farmers weathered by sun and wind. Yet they bore obvious fluctuations of cultivation. They bowed respectfully to Lin Bai. One of the old farmers spoke to him. Sir, the diversion we're here is nearly complete. What should we do next? Lin Bai, though outwardly calm, was inwardly baffled. In Beast Trap Pass, the opening scene had a black-clad scarred man giving him orders, so he knew how to proceed. Now these two come in talking about the diversion were being complete and asking him what to do next. Lin Bai had no idea. He wanted to ask the same question. But despite his inner complaints, Lin Bai understood that the story of Water Gorge Pass likely revolved around this diversion weir. Before he could probe for information, the two men, seeing him in meditation, began whispering to each other. Old Wu, I wonder if this celestial cycle water control grand array will succeed this time. It must succeed. His Highness King Yu has already slain the Sea Dragon King, stirring up waves at the mouth of the Xuanhuan River, and also the false immortal at the Wudong River. The celestial cycle water control grand array is all but established. I'm not worried about His Highness' main array, but if too many subsidiary arrays are destroyed, the main array alone cannot hold. Bah, unlucky talk. Don't say such inauspicious words. When the time comes, well guard this diversion weir with our lives. Besides, His Highness King Yu has sent this lord here to oversee it. It will surely be safe. Lin, by feigned meditation, secretly eavesdropping on their conversation, and analyzing inwardly His Highness King Yu. Wudong River, Celestial Cycle Water Control Grand Array, Diversion Weir. Hearing these key terms, Lin Bai roughly knew the time period of this illusionary scenario. Legend has it that in ancient times the Tianyuan continent was covered with dense rivers, swampy forests, and miasma, with water demons frequently stirring up trouble to harm humanity. Finally, a man named Yu regulated the water veins, tamed the floods, and slew the rampaging monsters, allowing humanity to gain enough land for farming and living. The corvée labor often mentioned today partly involves maintaining the Celestial Cycle Water Division Grand Array left by King Yu. This Celestial Cycle Water Division Grand Array takes the 5 great rivers as its core, establishing 5 main arrays, supplemented by countless subsidiary arrays like diversion weirs and water-gathering wells. Lin Bai's diversion weir here was certainly not a main array or an important subsidiary one, yet such seemingly insignificant subsidiary arrays were also very important. If too many small diversion weirs were destroyed, the main array would become as porous as a sieve. So in this level, my identity is a guardian of the diversion weir, and the basic condition to pass Water Gorge Pass is to protect this weir from destruction. Having figured out the situation, Lin Bai opened his eyes and directly commanded the two men. Is this diversion weir nearly complete? Take me there. Hearing his order, the two immediately ended their conversation. Yes, sir. Please follow us. Lin Bai stepped out of the thatched cottage with the two men and found it was located at the edge of a tribe. This tribe was situated on a mountain, and they were currently halfway up its slope. In the distance from the cottage, some children were playing. Seeing these children playing here, the two men's faces turned extremely grim. The man surnamed Wu first bowed to Lin Bai. Sir, I have some matters to attend to. Go ahead. Lin Bai roughly knew what he was going to do and did not stop him. Wu Shang strode toward the children. The children showed fear at the sight of him, wanting to flee but frozen by his aura. Slap! Wu Shang's palm struck the child, who seemed to be the leader. He did not use his cultivation, but an adult's strength was still considerable. The child was spun around twice, seeing stars, and immediately burst into tears with reddened eyes. The other children were even more terrified, pale and silent. But Wu Shang was clearly furious. He did not spare the other children, continuing to slap them one by one. Then, with a dark face, he scolded loudly. Stop crying. Didn't we emphasize repeatedly that you are not to leave the tribe center these days? Who brought you out? Who let you out? The children were clearly frightened, sobs caught in their throats, whimpering. Yet they did not reveal who had brought them out, only repeating that they would not dare again. Not dare? What wouldn't you dare? As old Wu was scolding them, a young man timidly emerged from behind the trees, fearfully shuffling to Wu Shang. Wu Shang, seeing this man, became so angry, he laughed, beckoning him over. Wu Lu, come here. Though fearful, the young man braced himself and approached. Slap! An even harsher slap sent Wu Lu sprawling to the ground. Wu Lu dared not show any resentment, silently rising and standing with head bowed. The children sobbed as they ran over, huddling close to Wu Lu, afraid old Wu would hit him again. Seeing this, Wu Shang was both angry and amused. Oh, such strong loyalty, afraid I'd hit him. Then he turned his wrath back on Wu Lu, shouting harshly. Wu Lu, you brought these children out. Do you know the consequences if something happens? How would you face their parents? How would you face the tribe's people? Third elder. I saw the children were stifled inside, so I wanted to let them get some air. I would protect them with my life. Your life. You've just broken through to the mortal transcendence realm. What protection can you offer? I ask you, if something goes wrong, would you still have the face to return to their families? Wu Lu was silenced by Wu Shang's words, daring not to argue further. Now take these little brats and get back. Go to the ancestral hall and receive 30 spirit sealing whips. Hearing spirit sealing whip, some children wanted to plead for Wu Lu, but he stopped them himself, willingly accepting the punishment. Yes, third elder. Wu Lu said no more, leading the crying children quickly toward the deeper part of the tribe. Wu Shang watched them go, his anger subsiding. He quickly walked back to Lin Bai, an apologetic expression on his face. Sir, I'm sorry for delaying you. Lin Bai waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. Since that's settled, let's set off. Lin Bai followed the two men through rugged mountains. The scenery here was completely different from the forests he had seen before. Everywhere were soft swamps and streams, making it a vast, deadly marsh. Fortunately, all three had cultivation, granting them excellent stamina, and Wu Shang and the other man knew the path well, avoiding many treacherous spots, so their pace was not slow. Lin Bai soon arrived at a valley and was deeply awed by the scene below. A wide, turbid river roared and surged below. On both banks, and even underwater, countless figures like ants were working intensely. Some were building and reinforcing embankments, while many more dove into the icy, swift river, chiseling at the riverbed and banks with great effort. Spray flew, and the sounds of work, chants, chiseling, and rushing water mingled into a primitive and grand picture of flood control. This was the embryonic form of the diversion weir array here. Once completed, it would connect to the main water vein nexus nearby. Then the water veins in this area would no longer overflow aimlessly, but would have a central direction, preventing the formation of extensive swamps. Humanity would also gain more land and reduce various calamities. Seeing them arrive, some people worked even harder. A middle-aged man who looked like a foreman leaped out of the water, shook himself dry on the bank, climbed up the steep rocky cliff of the valley, and landed steadily before Lin Bai and the others. The muscular middle-aged man leaped several times to reach the top of the valley, arriving before Lin Bai and the two others to report. Elder Sandmaster Zhu, we have successfully inscribed the foundational formation of the water diversion dam, but we are worried about what to do if the water monkey comes. A deep-seated fear was etched on the man's face. Upon hearing this, Wu Shang's expression darkened. Did he not understand the fear of his clansmen? The beasts dwelling in the depths of the nearby swamp, especially the extraordinary water monkey king, were an unshakable nightmare for several generations of the xuanhuan tribe. The strongest combat power in the tribe barely reached the peak of the transcendent stage, making them as fragile as paper in front of the extraordinary beast king. However, Wu Shang was well aware that there could be no fear at this moment. The water diversion dam had to be constructed. Having lived for over 80 years, he knew the swamp had been expanding and the water level continued to rise. If they did not cooperate with King Yu to establish the Grand Water Control Formation now, within 20 years their xuanhuan tribe would vanish, as the water would overflow their homeland and the beasts in the marsh would consume them. Yi Shi, what are you afraid of? Prince Yu has already sent messengers down. If that beast dares to come, let it come and never return. We will use its monkey brain for wine. Yi Shi looked at Lin Bai standing behind the two, his heart filled with joy to the point of disbelief. His voice trembled with excitement, almost incoherent. Is this esteemed person the messenger sent by King Yu? Lin Bai nodded, providing him a sense of reassurance. Next, Yi Shi informed Lin Bai that the formation was ready and would be activated tonight when the moon was at its zenith. After the formation was activated, they could channel the water veins to eliminate the flood. Yi Shi excitedly reported to Lin Bai and then cautiously asked, "My lord, may I inform the clansmen below of your arrival, so they can feel at ease?" "Of course you may. Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord." With Lin Bai's consent, Yi Shi turned around and announced loudly to the clansmen below that the messenger of King Yu had arrived. Those digging the river, inscribing the formation, and transporting stones fell silent for a moment upon hearing the news before erupting into a huge discussion. Messenger? Is it really the messenger of King Yu? Where is the esteemed messenger? Yi Shi shouted hastily. It is true, this esteemed person behind me is the messenger. Is this the esteemed messenger? The esteemed messenger looks so young. What do you know? It's because the esteemed messenger is powerful that he remains youthful. That's wonderful. The esteemed messenger has come, so we need not fear the water monkey anymore. Wu Shang beside Lin Bai furrowed his brows and shouted at them. What is all this noise? The esteemed messenger is right here, and you brats should hurry and finish your tasks. The elders' authority silenced the crowd immediately, but their movements hastened, driven by vigor, as they occasionally cast furtive glances of awe and curiosity at the young figure atop the valley. Wu Shang apologized to Lin Bai. My lord, I apologize. They are just simple folk who have never seen much of the world. Please do not hold it against them. Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. I see that you and your clansmen are very warm-hearted, and providing them with reassuring news is a good thing, isn't it? There is nothing to disturb or not disturb. Lin Bai understood that their excitement was not for him, but rather due to his identity as the messenger of King Yu. He was more than willing to use this identity to calm their hearts, which would also aid him in passing the trial. He knew that professionals should handle professional matters, so after arriving at Xuanhuan Pass, Lin Bai chose to heed the advice of the characters within this illusion. However, he had just noticed that both Yishir and Wu Shang repeatedly mentioned the water monkey. Lin Bai was keenly aware that this could be the obstacle to completing the water diversion dam task. Lin Bai spoke, his tone turning serious. Elder San, why don't you tell me about this water monkey? My lord, you flatter me. Just call me Old Wu. As for the water monkey, I was just about to discuss it with you. Wu Shang then detailed the local beast population, the water monkeys. So the water monkeys are a group of beasts, but the leader of this group is extraordinary. Indeed, my lord. This time, as we gather the water veins to construct the water diversion dam, the beasts will surely sense the changes in the water veins, so they will definitely come to disrupt it tonight. An extraordinary beast king, you say? How intriguing. Lin Bai's eyes showed no fear, instead a flicker of eager battle intent shone through. The water monkeys were not simply seeking trouble without reason. The Xuanhuan tribe's construction of the water diversion dam would inevitably lead to a reduction or even disappearance of the water monkeys' swamp habitat. The human clan here and the water monkeys were in an irreconcilable conflict over territory. Fortunately, although the water monkey king was not lacking in intelligence, it remained an extraordinary beast. Otherwise, the Xuanhuan tribe would have long been obliterated by this beast king, rather than merely being sporadically captured for a meal. Of course, it was also due to the weakness of the Xuanhuan tribe that the beast king did not take them seriously. After all, who would pay attention to a bunch of food? But tonight was different. What they were doing now was akin to raiding the water monkey's home, and the water monkey would surely come to kill. After Wu Shang and Master Zhu reported the news about the water monkeys, they went down to help check the formation, leaving Lin Bai alone in the valley to contemplate. Xiao Ling fly around and patrol the surroundings to check for any unusual movements. Do not let anything disturb them. Lin Bai instructed the ink-winged bird in the sky to survey the area, while he found a large stone sheltered from the wind, sitting cross-legged to meditate and restore his energy. The power within him flowed like a dormant river, adjusting to its optimal state, quietly awaiting the arrival of night and the enemy. Time trickled away, and those below the valley repeatedly checked whether the formation was taking shape. For them, this was a fight to the death. Either the water diversion dam would be completed, granting them land to survive, or they would be killed, and the Xuanhuan tribe would decline or even perish. The time had come. The massive round moon hung overhead, and as the main formation of the Grand Water Control Array in the distance was activated, the water diversion dam here began to connect to the main vein. The underground water veins were being organized and solidified, no longer scattered, and the once turbulent waters of the river began to gradually stabilize, with the water level starting to decrease. However, the onlookers did not cheer at these results. The real severe test was just beginning. For the water diversion dam here to firmly connect with the main formation of the Grand Water Control Array, it needed to maintain a stable connection for at least one day. Only then could the underground water veins familiarize themselves with the newly opened waterway, or otherwise the water veins would revert to their original course, resulting in a failed effort, and potentially causing the underground river to backflow, leading to a rise in the surface water level. Yet before them stood a formidable barrier. The Water Monkey King, an extraordinary beast king. This felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on the hearts of every member of the Xuanhuan tribe, but fortunately, there was Lin Bai, the messenger of King Yu, providing them a bit of reassurance. Lin Bai, on the other hand, remained calm, even feeling a bit excited. This was his first time facing a battle at the extraordinary level, and certainly facing a beast king was no trivial matter. Just as Lin Bai was gearing up, Mo Ling conveyed a message to him through their spiritual connection. Some things were drifting down the river from upstream, and through Mo Ling's perspective, Lin Bai saw a group of short, dark-haired humanoid monsters. Among them was a particularly large black-haired creature, its cold eyes scanning the riverbanks, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. The Water Monkey King has arrived. Lin Bai fixed his sharp gaze on the pitch-black upstream water and asked, "Third Elder, does that water monkey have a body covered in short black fur, tall and humanoid?" Yes, envoy, have you seen them? That thing is coming." Lin Bai's voice was calm, but Wu Shang reacted swiftly. After a momentary pause, he turned and roared at the crowd. "The water monkeys are coming! The water monkeys are coming! Everyone prepare and be on alert! My people, whether the Xuanhuan tribe will continue to exist from now on is decided tonight." Wu Shang's voice was filled with power, echoing through the valley. Upon hearing this news, the faces of the people grew even more solemn, and some even let out exclamations of shock. Fortunately, building the diversion dam was a collective decision of the Xuanhuan tribe. They were afraid but did not retreat. Instead, they tightened their grip on their weapons. Lin Bai drew, his personally carried heavy light blade, its edge pressing against the center of the moon disk, as if measuring whether the blade could cleave the full moon in two. Seeing Lin Bai's actions, Wu Sheng asked in confusion, "Sir, what are you doing?" "I'm going ahead to confront that demon king to gauge its strength. Besides, fighting here would cause too many casualties on our side. When the demon king comes, let us old men who are nearing death go first to leave a few scars on it and preserve your strength." Lin Bai shook his head, rejecting Wu Sheng's proposal. These people did not understand the terror of a transcendent demon king. Even if they burned their lives, they would likely not harm the beast. It would be a futile death. So it was better for Wu Sheng and the other old men to look after their own tribesmen and reduce casualties. He knew they were all illusions, all part of the illusion, yet he still chose to do this. A gentleman is cautious when alone. Lin Bai did not claim to be a gentleman, but he agreed with this principle. Even when alone, one must uphold the ideals one believes in. He detested the grief of loved ones after a death, so even within the illusion he chose to minimize such sorrow. Moreover, if he were to start a battle with the Demon King here, what if it damaged the diversion dam? Therefore, he certainly could not set the main battlefield on his own side, otherwise it would be to his disadvantage. Without further ado, Lin Bai's figure flickered, moving like a specter along the steep riverbank upstream, heading straight for the densest demonic aura. His target was that Demon King. Because Lin Bai was the backbone of the Xuanhuan tribe, his actions were closely watched by the tribe's people. After Lin Bai left, the high priest, who had remained silent, stepped forward to deliver a final pre-battle rally. The envoy is kind-hearted, worried that the aftermath of the battle might affect us country folk, and has gone alone to confront the Demon King upstream. He raised his arms high and shouted hoarsely, "This battle will be victorious." The flame of hope ignited in everyone's eyes, their roars shaking the heavens, merging into an unyielding will. The envoy will surely triumph. The Xuanhuan tribe will surely triumph. The envoy will surely triumph. The Xuanhuan tribe will surely triumph. As the high priest boosted morale, Lin Bai had already arrived at the place where Mo Ling was, and he also saw the enemy this time. A demonic creature nearly 3 zhang tall lay on the water's surface, its black fur like steel needles glinting with an ominous light. Its pale monkey face bore crimson eyes filled with cruelty and brutality. Beside it were several hundred smaller water monkeys, their demonic aura thick. These minor demons could be handled by the Xuanhuan tribe, or at least stalled, so Lin Bai paid them no heed. He spoke to Mo Ling beside him. "Xiao Ling, go back and fight with the Xuanhuan tribe. Pay special attention to the diversion dam, and don't let any minor demons sneak in to destroy its formation." "Call!" Mo Ling let out a clear cry. Though reluctant to leave its master, it understood the task's importance, and immediately turned back, streaking away like black lightning. As Mo Ling turned back, Lin Bai moved. He pushed off with his feet, his figure like an arrow released from a bowstring, treading water and charging straight for the Demon King. The Demon King, lying on the water, immediately sensed someone approaching. It jerked its head toward Lin Bai and let out a deafening roar, a blast of foul wind rushing forth. Hearing the command, the surrounding water monkeys bared their fangs and submerged, swimming toward Lin Bai, as if to tear apart this presumptuous food. Yet before they could get close, Lin Bai exerted a hidden force from his feet, instantly shattering the internal organs of the dozen or so water monkeys in the lead. Even those that withstood the force were cleaved in two by Lin Bai's blade as they lunged, sinking to the riverbed alongside the ones killed by the shockwave. "How disgusting," Lin Bai said with a look of revulsion. The water monkey's blood was green and carried a foul stench, but fortunately his protective force deflected it, leaving him untouched. After Lin Bai killed several dozen of these water monkeys, the ones around him clearly showed signs of fear. They could not understand how food had become a terrifying butcher, and they were terrified of being killed. The water monkey Demon King, seeing Lin Bai slaughtering its minions, roared again. The monkey horde then shifted, splitting into two groups. One continued downstream, while the other, coordinated with the Demon King, began to encircle Lin Bai. It seemed they intended to trap and kill Lin Bai. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Bai's face. These beasts actually know a simple encirclement tactic. Though Lin Bai knew that cultivated animals gained intelligence and monkeys were naturally clever, so a monkey with cultivation would be far smarter than other demonic beasts. But seeing them consciously coordinate to form an encirclement and doing it quite effectively still caught him off guard. I wonder if this race still exists in the outside world. Logically, a demon beast this intelligent at the transcendent mortal stage should have been exterminated long ago by the imperial court. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Bai held nothing back. A deep dark aura erupted from within him. His entire body was encased in a thick layer of carapace, yet it was not bulky. Instead, it had a streamlined form. Around him emanated a black nether force, and his visage was a fearsome, ghostly mask. Upon closer inspection, one could see cyan talismans at the joints of the armor seemingly flowing. This was his trump card against the transcendent demon king, the black heavy armor. This heavy armor was one of the transcendent mortal marvels of the path demon-taming warrior. It possessed formidable defensive power and enhanced all of Lin Bai's other abilities. It could currently amplify Lin Bai's 4 basic attributes and force intensity by about a quarter. This battle marked the armor's debut, and he hoped this opponent would give it a satisfying fight. As Lin Bai manifested the armor, the water monkeys had already gathered and formed up. The Demon King remained in the rear, apparently planning to send these minions first to drain Lin Bai's stamina and probe his abilities. This suited Lin Bai perfectly. He would clear the minor foes first to avoid distraction. Roar! Following their leader's command, these black-furred monsters launched an assault on Lin Bai. Squeak! They appeared underwater, on the surface, and in the air. Lin Bai at the center seemed as if he would be torn apart in the next moment. Facing such a siege, Lin Bai simply stood quietly on the water. When the first water monkey entered within 5 meters of him, an invisible force field suddenly expanded outward from him. Another force field formed by combining his force with the armor. All the water monkeys caught in the field had their movements slowed to a crawl, as if trapped in thick mud. Lin Bai curled his lip. You're at the transcendent stage, fine, but you ordinary minor demons at the transcendent mortal stage. I could kill you like ants before I even activated the armor. How dare you still charge at me now? As he spoke, his heavy light blade swept out in a simple direct horizontal slash. There were no fancy techniques, only absolute power and weight pressing the air, creating a visible terrifying wind pressure like an invisible giant wall pushing forward. Puff, puff, puff. The water monkeys trapped in the force field exploded one after another like watermelons struck by a heavy hammer, while those farther away were sent flying by the massive wave of blade force, their bones broken and tendons snapped. But Lin Bai was not of the Blade Master path, so he could not produce true blade energy. He could only use a warrior's brute force blade energy. The Water Monkey Demon King's tactical encirclement was thus forcibly broken by Lin Bai. Unable to bear the slaughter of its offspring any longer, the Water Monkey Demon King let out a furious roar. The river surface beneath it churned violently as dozens of thick tentacles formed from river water lashed out at Lin Bai. At the same time, its massive figure surged forward with a raging wave, charging in personally. But it did not expect Lin Bai to refuse direct confrontation. He easily dodged the water ropes controlled by the Demon King and continued slaughtering its monkey offspring. By the time the Demon King finally closed in, summoning countless water spikes to burst from the river surface and temporarily drive Lin Bai back, most of its minions had already been killed. The surrounding water was stained green, with water monkey corpses floating in it. Seeing this sight, the Water Monkey Demon King's eyes grew redder, and it let out roar after roar. It would kill the little black figure before it in the most brutal way possible. Hearing their king's fury, the remaining water monkeys also howled. Lin Bai pretended to clean out his ear. So noisy. Why can't you lot just die quietly? A wild grin spread beneath the black ghost mask as he spoke to the Water Monkey Demon King. Alright, come on then, you beast. Start our duel quickly or it'll be late and miss dinner. Though the Water Monkey Demon King could not understand human speech, it could hear the deep contempt in Lin Bai's tone. This feeling of humiliation was unprecedented in its life as a demon. Boom! The Demon King's massive body leaped its millstone-sized fist, wrapped in dense demonic energy, crashing down on Lin Bai like a meteor. The other water monkeys simultaneously drove their demonic energy to stir the currents, sending waves like shackles from all directions to bind Lin Bai and restrict his movements. Lin Bai showed no fear in the face of these attacks. He sheathed his light and heavy blade behind his back, planted his toes on the river's surface, and erupted with formidable force. The incoming water waves were instantly shattered into a mist of countless droplets. Leveraging the recoil, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, like a black arrow released from a bowstring, he shot straight toward the Water Monkey Demon King. Indeed, Lin Bai intended to clash with it in a contest of pure strength. A surge of heroic spirit swelled in Lin Bai's chest. He was determined to personally test just how formidable the corporeal body of a transcendent realm Demon King could be. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bai's fist collided fiercely with the Demon King's colossal fist in midair. Boom! A thunderous, muffled explosion erupted. A visible shockwave radiated outward from the epicenter of their clashing fists, pressing a massive depression into the river's surface. The two figures, one large and one small, were locked in a momentary stalemate in the air. This sight left the surviving water monkeys in the distance utterly dumbfounded. In their understanding, the disrespectful one should have been easily sent flying like a pebble. They never expected their king to be sent hurtling backward simultaneously with that black-clad figure. Stepping back onto the water's surface, Lin Bai retreated 3 steps with a pat, pat, pat each step, imprinting a deep ripple on the river, dissipating the force transmitted from the earlier clash. Lin Bai glanced at the black armor shell on his fist, which had dimmed from the impact but was quickly restored to its pristine state by his own energy. Beneath his mask, his smile grew even more unbridled. It seems a transcendent realm demon king is nothing special. If I were to break through the dragon tendon barrier, killing you would be like slaughtering a chicken. On the other side, the water monkey demon king, having steadied itself, became even more frenzied upon hearing Lin Bai's words. Roar! A bloody mist began to enshroud its demonic body, its visage growing more ferocious, its red eyes widening. The water current at its feet grew turbulent, echoing the demon king's murderous intent. The demon king twisted its foot and lunged at Lin Bai once more. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. Is it entering a berserk state? Who's afraid of whom? Without hesitation, Lin Bai engaged in the most ferocious battle with this demon king. They exchanged blows back and forth, trading punches and kicks. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Every part of their bodies became a lethal weapon. Each collision erupted with a dull, thunderous boom like spring thunder. Whether due to inferior bloodline or other reasons, this water monkey, despite being in the transcendent realm, had only displayed physical toughness, a bloody berserk aura, and water manipulation abilities so far. Before long, it was Lin Bai's turn to be sent flying back. He retracted his earlier assessment of the water monkey demon king's bloodline. Tisk, the amplification from this water monkey's blood mist is strange. It hits harder the longer we fight. Lin Bai noticed that since the demon king activated its berserk state, its body had been continuously amplified, with the enhancement growing over time. Logically, such a blood mist should represent the consumption of vital essence, leading to sustained depletion and gradual weakening. More troublesome was the fact that the water monkey, being a primate, was naturally agile, with speed and reflexes already surpassing Lin Bai's. Now, with this bizarre continuous amplification, Lin Bai was increasingly struggling to keep pace. I can't let this continue. 1,000 thoughts raced through Lin Bai's mind. If I were to stumble in this ditch, that would be a real joke. Luckily, I still have other tricks up my sleeve. He collided with the demon king again, only to be sent flying by another punch. The beast intended to press its advantage and inflict more wounds on Lin Bai, but suddenly felt its body grow exceptionally heavy. Its speed plummeted drastically, nearly reverting to its state before activating the blood mist berserk. Lin Bai adjusted his posture midair, landing lightly back on the water. He rubbed his chest where he had been struck. Fortunately, the black armor's defense was top-tier, coupled with his own robust physique, so there was no serious damage. He raised his eyes to look at the water monkey demon king, whose movements had become sluggish compared to before. During their recent exchange, Lin Bai had secretly tampered with the beast, leaving 3 prohibition marks upon its body. Before the water monkey demon king had activated its blood mist berserk state with Lin Bai's current spiritual power, he could have placed at most 1 mark on it. But the demon king, in its quest for power, had chosen to burn its vital blood and lose its sanity by entering a berserk state. Its mind was consumed by slaughter and rage, which gave Lin Bai an opening. Now choose: either dispel your berserk state, regain your sanity, and break my marks, or maintain this blood rage, accept the speed reduction, and keep your current physical strength. This 5-fold prohibition absolute seal was, so to speak, the natural enemy of secret arts that traded sanity for power. Roar! The demon king seemed incapable of hearing any words, or perhaps its extreme rage had robbed it of the ability to weigh pros and cons. Its response to Lin Bai was an even more hysterical roar. The demon king did not choose to dispel its berserk state. Instead, it grew even more frenzied. Large scabs appeared on its body, and the blood mist surrounding it thickened. It had made its choice to burn its very life force in exchange for even greater power. Witnessing this, Lin Bai felt a twinge of regret. If his spiritual power were stronger now, he could have placed several more prohibition marks on this demon king, which had nearly lost its sanity. But Lin Bai and the demon king were closely matched in strength. Placing 3 marks was his limit. He had already used his trump cards, the black heavy armor and the 5-fold prohibition absolute seal. The opposing water monkey demon king had forcibly squeezed its life force for power. Both had revealed their final cards. Now it was a contest of who had greater endurance. Boom! 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 Without any warning, the 2 beasts clashed again. The river surface erupted with massive splashes from the tremendous impact. If any mortal Transcendence Realm cultivator were watching, their eyes would fail to track the speed of Lin Bai and the Demon King. All they would see were a torrent of blood and a black meteor repeatedly colliding and separating. Lin Bai fought with increasing exhilaration. This was the most thrilling battle he had experienced since beginning his cultivation. The two figures separated once more and Lin Bai said, panting heavily. Truly satisfying. A few exchanges of blows with you, beast, are far more enjoyable than fighting that so-called transcendent realm swordsman from the beast trap pass. He charged at the Demon King again. This time the water monkey failed to react and was sent flying directly. Lin Bai noticed that the blood mist enveloping his opponent had begun to dissipate. The scent-flying Demon King could no longer even stand on the water's surface. If not for the water monkey race's innate powerful water control ability, it would likely have sunk to the bottom. Has its life force run out to burn? The blood mist power-up the Demon King had just used was clearly a desperate short-lived tactic. Even if Lin Bai didn't deliver the final blow, it couldn't survive in its current state. Treading on the gradually calming water, Lin Bai walked step by step toward the dying Demon King. He noticed that the water monkey's fur was now dull and lusterless, its face haggard, and its body had even shrunk somewhat, stripped of all its former majesty. Even so, seeing Lin Bai approach, the water monkey Demon King still bared its teeth, attempting to attack him again. But, in its current state, it couldn't even stand. Lin Bai showed neither mercy nor cruelty. He simply drew the light and heavy blade from his back and swung it at the Demon King's throat. The life of the water monkey Demon King was finally ended. Its head and body separated, sinking together into the depths. This battle gave Lin Bai a clear understanding of his current strength. He could be considered a powerhouse among the transcendent realm, but he suspected there was still a significant gap between him and a true transcendence realm cultivator. His ability to slaughter that transcendence realm swordsman in the beast trap pass was purely because the cultivation paths and techniques of that earlier era were very backward, and also because that swordsman was quite weak. Now only Lin Bai remained in the vicinity. As for the ordinary water monkeys, they had been caught in the crossfire of the battle and hadn't even left a complete corpse. Choosing this battlefield was indeed a wise decision. Lin Bai let out a soft sigh of relief. At that moment, two voices sounded in his ears. The trial participant has met the clearance conditions. Judging the trial participant's performance as outstanding, an additional reward is granted. Do you wish to exit or proceed to the next stage? Hearing the words additional reward, Lin Bai's spirits lifted. At the same time, his mind raced with analysis. Protecting the diversion weir from destruction for one day is the clearance condition. Is slaying this water monkey Demon King the criterion for an outstanding performance? Lin Bai thought this was highly likely. If slaying the Demon King were a requirement for clearing the trial, then other mortal transcendence realm cultivators would never be able to pass. The reason he could end the trial early was precisely because he had killed the Demon King. The Calamity Den determined that the threat to the diversion weir had been completely eliminated, so there was no need to wait for the full day. As for why this water monkey Demon King fought to the death instead of retreating, it was due to the beast's fiery temper and stubborn nature. Of course, Lin Bai's trash talk also played a part. Through Mo Ling's shared perspective, Lin Bai saw the scene on the other side of the battlefield. The other water monkeys, sensing that their king had been slain by Lin Bai, had already begun to scatter in all directions. The people of Xuanhuan tribe looked at the fleeing water monkeys in utter bewilderment. Why are these water monkeys fleeing? Are you stupid? It must be that the envoy defeated their Demon King and drove it away. That's right, it must be so. Long live the envoy. Gradually, the people of Xuanhuan tribe became convinced that the envoy must have defeated the water monkey Demon King, causing the water monkeys to rout. They cheered Lin Bai's victory, while taking the opportunity to beat the monkeys while they were down. Seeing their antics, Lin Bai smiled. They guessed right. Lin Bai didn't see what happened next as Mo Ling flew back to his side. Time to return. I want to see what my additional reward is. Lin Bai withdrew from the illusion of Water Valley Pass, and this space folded like an ink wash painting. Having completed the trial at Xuanhuan Pass, Lin Bai received information about the next stage while being teleported. Trial participant, the third stage of the Calamity Cave, the False Human Pass, offers only a single solo challenge opportunity. Please prepare thoroughly before attempting the trial. Lin Bai frowned upon hearing this message. Only one chance. The Calamity Cave was open for a total of 6 days, and Lin Bai had passed through the Beast Trap and Xuanhuan Passes in just 2 days. Thus, in principle, he had 4 days remaining, meaning for more attempts. But he hadn't expected the False Human Pass to be so unique, granting him only a single challenge. Even so, Lin Bai was not daunted. Having cleared the first 2 stages with a perfect record, he possessed his own confidence and foundation. Yet, recalling the stone tablet's vague description of the False Human Pass, he keenly sensed that the format and difficulty of this third stage would likely be entirely different from the previous 2. Forget it, let's first check the rewards from Xuanhuan Pass. Returning to the front yard of his own residence, Lin Bai shook his head to dispel extraneous thoughts. With insufficient information now, overthinking was futile. First, the merit points. 400 for passing the basic trial plus 600 for outstanding performance on the extra task totaling 1,000 merit points. Not bad, not bad. Lin Bai was quite satisfied with the number of merit points earned this time. He had obtained a total of 1,000 merit points from Xuanhuan, past the same amount as when he cleared the first floor of the martial tower. However, he felt that the thick-skinned, superpowered water monkey demon king of the transcendent realm was far more troublesome than the guardian of the first floor of the martial tower. Next came his most anticipated treasure chest opening session. He pulled out his token, his tone filled with eagerness. Token, where's my extra reward from Xuanhuan Pass? Bring it out now, I can't wait any longer. As soon as Lin Bai finished speaking, a box materialized on the table. He eagerly picked it up and opened it bit by bit like a prize draw. This? A jade pendant. He took the item from the box, cradling it in his palm for a closer look. The pendant was a lovely translucent white with an exquisite carving of a glazed dragon playing in water on one side, while the other was smooth and flat. With the previous reward from the Beast Trap Pass, the 5 forbidden absolute law seal setting a high standard, Lin Bai dared not underestimate this seemingly ordinary jade pendant. Token, what is this jade pendant? The soul-calming jade pendant. Wearing it can calm the mind, soothe the spirit, and protect against external curses alerting the wearer. Its protective effect lasts until the pendant itself shatters. Furthermore, if the pendant is not completely destroyed, any damage it sustains can be repaired using spirit stones. After hearing the token's explanation, Lin Bai immediately felt that this small object in his hand was extraordinary. Curse techniques, also known as sorcery, have a history far older than the systematized path of cultivation. After the rise of cultivation civilization, these methods of covert harm evolved into something insidious, unpredictable, and virtually impossible to guard against, becoming one of the most ancient and dreaded categories of mystical arts. Curses could target a person's fortune, intellect, lifespan. The variety was vast and extremely malicious. Strictly speaking, the fortune severance seal within Lin Bai's 5 forbidden absolute law seal was also a curse technique, a rather vicious one targeting fortune. There were generally 2 conventional methods to avoid curse techniques. The first was to form a close bond with a powerful cultivator of high status and flourishing fortune, relying on their luck for protection. Much like Master Xuanhuan could shield Lin Su through their master-disciple karmic connection. The second was to rely on a treasure capable of defending against curses, and the soul-calming jade pendant in Lin Bai's hand was a standout among such artifacts. Lin Bai was not afraid of direct combat, but he found these insidious methods that harm without form truly difficult to handle. Thus, he fully understood the value of the soul-calming jade pendant for him, especially since it could be repaired, further increasing its worth. A fine treasure, truly a fine treasure. The more Lin Bai looked at the pendant, the more he liked it. It also deepened his appreciation for the martial arts academy, which could be remarkably generous. He immediately pricked his fingertip to perform a blood-bonding ritual, then picked up the red cord provided in the box, and hung the soul-calming jade pendant around his neck with great care. The moment the pendant touched his skin, a stream of cool, gentle energy surged through his body, reaching his sea of consciousness. Lin Bai felt his spirit, uplifted, his thoughts becoming exceptionally clear and sharp. After handling this reward, Lin Bai checked the time, which was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. About 4 hours had passed since he entered Xuanhuan Pass. So there is a time difference. Lin Bai hadn't spent long inside the Beast Trap Pass before, so he hadn't felt it deeply, but this time in Xuanhuan Pass, he had been there for most of a day, while only about 4 hours had passed in reality. With nothing else to do, Lin Bai thought about who he knew. It seemed he only knew Wang Yu, so he decided to visit her and see how she was doing. Logically, Wang Yu should be attempting the second trial, but that was fine. He had access to her courtyard and could grab some fruit to eat. Entering Wang Yu's courtyard, it was indeed empty. Oh well, no one's here. I'll just pick some fruit. Just as Lin Bai was washing some green fruits, Wang Yu suddenly appeared beside the front yard table. Her complexion was terrifyingly pale, without a trace of color, her form swaying, as if she could barely stand. Fortunately, Lin Bai quickied, put down the washed fruit, and caught her. Lin Bai helped her onto a stool before asking, "You failed the challenge again. Are you all right?" Wang Yu nodded weakly. Failed again. I'm fine, but this feeling of spiritual exhaustion is unbearable. She closed her eyes and began to meditate, quietly trying to recover. Seeing this, Lin Bai didn't disturb her, not even touching the washed fruit, and sat quietly nearby to wait. After about half an hour, Wang Yu opened her eyes, some color returning to her face. She turned to look at Lin Bai. "How about you? Did you pass?" Lin Bai picked up a green fruit and started munching while answering her question. "I'm fine. I passed the second trial as well." Hearing Lin Bai's reply, Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are a freak. You can repel a transcendent realm demon king without even reaching the peak of the mortal transcendence realm." Lin Bai didn't respond. Repel? It was kill. But there was no need to boast about that to Wang Yu. After her exclamation, Wang Yu made a request to Lin Bai. From now on only you can help me. See when you can pass the third stage and then carry me through. She was truly at her wit's end. The difficulty of Xuanhuan Pass far exceeded her expectations. All right, but it can be done within the next 2 days. No need to wait for me to pass the third stage. Previously, Lin Bai would have insisted on clearing the third stage before helping Wang Yu, since there was only one challenge opportunity per day, and he needed to keep a buffer for unexpected events. But having just learned that the third stage offered only a single trial opportunity any day was the same. Testing tomorrow or on the last day wouldn't change the outcome. Lin Bai then suggested to Wang Yu, I suggest you try the challenge one more time. After all, only by passing the solo trial can you earn the extra reward. I'll try again tomorrow, but I don't think the result will be much different. I can't even meet the basic pass condition, let alone achieve an outstanding performance. Wang Yu gave a bitter smile and shook her head. She had a clear understanding of her own strength. Her current strength was roughly on par with an average transcendent realm cultivator, enough to handle some of the weaker ones. Clearly, the transcendent realm demon king of Xuanhuan Pass, though water-related, was no pushover. Lin Bai saw that the serious discussion was over, but Wang Yu had clearly entered a phase of sighing and frowning. If this continued, she would eventually develop a cognitive barrier. Lin Bai picked up a washed green fruit and handed it to her, advising in a deep tone. Little you listen to my advice. Take it easy. This is just a small setback on your long path of cultivation. You must understand not everyone's talent is as unmatched and unparalleled as mine. Failing to challenge beyond your level is normal. You need to learn to accept your, mediocrity. Wang Yu's hand reaching for the fruit stopped midair. She had been curious to see what comforting words Lin Bai might offer. She hadn't expected him to start off well, but then serve her toxic chicken soup. Wang Yu snatched the fruit and took a vicious bite as if she were biting someone. Juice sprayed from the fruit, but she didn't bother to wipe it away, just staring at Lin Bai with wide eyes. It was as if she were saying, how could you say something so cruel? Lin Bai continued to tease her. Is the fruit that delicious? Juice is spraying everywhere. Wang Yu swallowed the pulp indignantly. Humph, you made me angry. Who comforts people like that? What else? Should I sigh with you and say you've done a great job? We are cultivators striving on the path. Encountering setbacks is only natural. There's no need to dwell on 1 or 2 failures. Wang Yu snorted twice but didn't continue the conversation. She had just realized that Lin Bai had gone to great lengths just to make that final point. Seeing his goal achieved, Lin Bai stopped knowing when to quit. Cultivation was ultimately a personal journey. A hint was sufficient. Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. Fortunately, Wang Yu didn't really get stuck in a rut and gave him a positive response. Good. If you don't pass tomorrow's second trial, I'll team up with you then. Seeing Wang Yu calm down, Lin Bai directly set the next course of action. Wang Yu nodded, obediently indicating she would follow any arrangement. 2 days passed in a flash, and Wang Yu's second assault on the water ravine pass still ended in failure. There was no other choice. The backup plan was activated. Early that morning, Lin Bai and Wang Yu set off toward the teleportation stele. On the way, Lin Bai wanted to ask Wang Yu about the specifics of her trial, but he noticed that as she parted her lips to speak, an invisible force bound her, preventing her from revealing a single detail. So the prohibitions of this calamity cave also affect me, even though I've passed through. It seems they'll have to wait until we enter. When they arrived at the small square before the stele, Lin Bai found that, as he had anticipated, very few people could pass the second trial alone. Consequently, some began frantically raising their offers. Any brother who's passed the second trial solo, I'll pay 200 spirit stones. Forming a team, still need 1 saber or sword-wielding martial arts student. We already have 2 martial artists and 1 spellcaster. Lin Bai watched as the hiring price for spirit stones doubled, but still no one applied. He had previously underestimated the difficulty of single-handedly defeating a transcendent-level demon king and overestimated the strength of the current students at Yunmeng Martial Academy. Amid the team-forming students, Lin Bai noticed a minor commotion. Anyone willing to take me through the first trial? I'm studying alchemy and I'm short on cash. I can write an IOU. No way, buddy, you haven't even passed the first trial. There are only 3 days left. Keep dreaming, kid. Everyone here won't be short on spirit stones later. You'd better offer something else. The alchemy student, upon hearing this, broke into a sweat and grew even more uneasy. Lin Bai hadn't expected that there were still people who hadn't passed the first trial. He guessed that this alchemist was likely a student from the Great Xia dynasty sponsored by the state, rather than a family clan, which explained why he lacked enough spirit stones to hire help. But if this fellow student was willing to humble himself and make some future promises, whether they were from family or non-family factions, they should all be willing to help him. It was just that this alchemist didn't want to sell himself cheap yet. Once Lin Bai understood the logic behind this, he stopped paying attention to their conversation. As he and Wang Yu approached, the steely someone even deduced that Lin Bai was there to escort others through and came directly to talk to him. "Hey brother, pardon me. Have you passed the second trial? If you have, take me along and I'll offer a price that will definitely satisfy you." Before Lin Bai could respond, Wang Yu, like a cat guarding its food, stepped forward and hooked her arm around Lin Bai's, asserting her claim through action. Feeling the force on his arm, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile and explained to the newcomer, "Sorry fellow student, my friend and I have already agreed to undergo the trial together." "Ah, what a pity." The man didn't persist but went on to find another target, repeating the same opening line he had used with Lin Bai. After the man left, Lin Bai glanced at Wang Yu, who was looking around warily, as if afraid someone might snatch him away. In Lin Bai's eyes, Wang Yu now resembled a little squirrel afraid of losing its pinecone. Come to think of it, Wang Yu was shedding her aloof persona more and more. Indeed, an outward appearance can only deceive those who don't know you well. Lin Bai moved his arm to signal Wang Yu to let go and teased, "Afraid he'll run away? Don't you trust me that much?" Wang Yu immediately retorted, "It's not that I'm afraid you'll run. You've promised me, so I know you'll keep your word. But this place is a mix of all sorts, and what if you get tempted or tricked? I'm just protecting you." Lin Bai found her earnest rebuttal amusing, but didn't call her out on her tsundere act. "You're right, my guardian. Let's hurry." Standing before the steely, Lin Bai took out both his and Wang Yu's tokens and pressed them together against the stone. The next moment, Lin Bai and Wang Yu were both sucked in. After a brief daze, his consciousness returned, and he habitually surveyed his surroundings. It was a bamboo hut with extremely simple furnishings. Just a bamboo bed and a bamboo table, almost devoid of decoration, exuding the austerity of a temporary dwelling. Wang Yu, now awake beside him, immediately began to explain. "The content of my water ravine pass trial is to protect a town-suppressing well. At night, a turtle demon will come to cause trouble." As her words fell, a respectful female voice came from outside the bamboo door. "2 envoys, the town-suppressing well has been constructed. Would you like to inspect it now?" Lin Bai and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, understanding that the plot had officially begun. Opening the bamboo door, Lin Bai saw that the hut was built on a large tree, and the visitor was calling to them from below. When Lin Bai descended to the ground, he found it was a muddy swamp. Had it not been for his excellent control over his body, he would have stepped into a patch of sludge. Wang Yu landed right behind him. Lin Bai got a clear look at the visitor, a young woman in coarse cloth. She appeared somewhat awed by Lin Bai and Wang Yu, keeping her head down and not daring to meet their eyes. "Let's go. Take us to the town-suppressing well construction site." Walking through the gloomy, dense bamboo forest, Lin Bai noticed that the bamboo here grew unusually tall and thick, making the grove dim and filling the air with the damp smell of rotting vegetation. Before long, the three arrived at a low-lying area. In the center of the depression, a tall stone base was being built atop, which stood a structure resembling a giant chimney about 70 or 80 meters high. This was the town-suppressing well. If the water-dividing dam was meant to regulate water veins, then the town-suppressing well was used to pin down the excess ones. The reason the path Lin Bai had walked was all muddy was precisely because of the excessive water veins here, too much moisture. These water veins were tiny and scattered, unable to form rivers or streams on the surface, instead creating a muddy bog. Thus, the town-suppressing well was needed to suppress these surplus water veins, winning enough living space for the human race here. "Sir, the well has been built and is now being inspected. Tonight, that turtle demon will surely come to destroy it." The guiding woman informed Lin Bai of the threat posed by the water turtle king. "I understand. Go help them with the inspection. We'll discuss how to deal with tonight's situation." Lin Bai waved his hand, signaling her to withdraw and give them some space to deliberate. The woman retreated with evident relief. Not everyone enjoyed standing next to cultivators. In fact, long ago there was a saying on the Xuanhuan continent: "Just because a cultivator shares your features, don't mistake them for your kind, maintain a sense of reverence." In ancient times, the gap between cultivators and ordinary people was an insurmountable chasm. Even in the current golden age, where the odds of an ordinary person becoming a cultivator have greatly increased, the barrier between the two remains significant, though not as severe as before. So it was perfectly normal for this ordinary guide to feel relieved after distancing herself from Lin Bai and Wang Yu. Of course, Lin Bai didn't pay much attention to that. What mattered now was the specific information about the turtle demon. "What's the deal with this turtle demon?" Wang Yu began to explain the situation. "This turtle demon was the obstacle in my trial. It's roughly at the mid-transcendent stage with the ability to control plants, soil, and water. Moreover, She paused for a moment before continuing. And its defense is extremely formidable. It has trump cards like damage reflection. If it weren't for that turtle's incredible hardness, I wouldn't have needed to ask for your help. Lin Bai listened carefully, quickly forming a mental profile of the Turtle Demon King. So this turtle specializes in defense. Its attacks, though numerous, aren't that strong. Wang Yu nodded. That's right. Lin Bai found himself a bit troubled. If it were just him alone, he would have no problem. He could even pry off the turtle's shell. But now he needed to help Wang Yu earn as many merit points as possible, and the Calamity Cave would intelligently distribute rewards based on individual contributions. Lin Bai had already received the reward for the Water Ravine Pass. A second attempt at the trial would yield him no merit points. Therefore, for Wang Yu to maximize her gains, she had to be the main attacker. That was the dilemma. He couldn't exert too much effort or Wang Yu wouldn't earn enough merit points, but if he held back too much, she wouldn't be able to defeat the Turtle Demon King. It was like a single tendon turning into two blocked ends. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Lin Bai. He thought of a crucial point. Lin Bai inquired of Wang Yu, "Is the speed of the Turtle Demon King fast?" Wang Yu, although somewhat puzzled, answered his question honestly. Not particularly fast. The size and weight of that turtle demon are considerable, which hinders its speed. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Bai's face. He had a way to help Wang Yu earn as many merit points as possible. Wang Yu found Lin Bai's smile a bit strange. Do you have a good plan? If I can decrease the speed of this turtle demon, can you defeat it? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu replied to Lin Bai's question. That should be no problem. This turtle demon is already slow in movement, and if its speed decreases further, it won't be able to attack me at all. Seeing Wang Yu's confidence, Lin Bai shared his plan. I possess a secret technique that can reduce the movement speed of the Turtle Demon King. At that point, you will be the main attacker to hold it back. Since we are in a team, you won't receive extra rewards, so let's ensure the completion of the construction of the Water Town Well. Lin Bai explained his plan to Wang Yu, eager to hear her opinion. Upon hearing Lin Bai's secret technique and plan, Wang Yu nodded excitedly. Sounds good, let's do it. The two then discussed some details of their cooperation before waiting for nightfall. The full moon hung in the sky and the time was drawing near. Lin Bai and Wang Yu were in a high place, allowing them to survey the surroundings and remain vigilant against enemies. Since the Turtle Demon King was a solitary creature without a clan, and the workers constructing the Watertown Well were mostly ordinary people they had evacuated to avoid holding them back. Now only Lin Bai and Wang Yu remained. A gentle breeze carrying moisture soothed Lin Bai's restless heart. Suddenly Wang Yu, who was on guard with her back to Lin Bai, gently tapped his shoulder, signaling that something was amiss. Lin Bai turned his head to look in the direction Wang Yu was pointing, and indeed saw a small hill moving. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a large yellow-brown tortoise, the turtle demon, standing over 10 meters tall. Its head was fierce with black angular armor, and its shell bore sharp, spiky protrusions that shimmered with runes. Without needing to see the Turtle Demon King's other abilities based on the principle that bigger is stronger, bigger is better, this demon was terrifyingly powerful. However, after observing for a while, Lin Bai noticed that the Turtle Demon King's speed was somewhat slow. While it wasn't sluggish, it didn't match its status as a transcendent demon. If this Turtle Demon King only had the speed even without activating his armor form, Lin Bai could easily toy with it. Let's go, the battle is about to begin. We can't let it approach the Watertown Well. After observing for a while, Lin Bai reminded Wang Yu that it was time to move. Allowing this turtle demon to get close to the Watertown Well was no joke. Its massive size could easily destroy the well. Furthermore, Lin Bai already had experience fighting transcendent demons. The aftermath of such battles could be immense. A careless mistake could affect the Watertown Well. Thus, intercepting the Turtle Demon King in advance was the best choice. The two exchanged glances and then leaped down from the height, their toes lightly tapping on the dense bamboo treetops, as they swiftly approached the Turtle Demon King. Just as Lin Bai and Wang Yu got close to the Turtle Demon King, only a few kilometers away, the demon noticed them, turning its massive yellow eyes to fixate on the two. Be careful. It has spotted us, Lin Bai warned Wang Yu, knowing that a battle was imminent. Before his words could finish, the thick bamboo Lin Bai had just leaped from suddenly transformed, the surrounding bamboo branches stretching wildly, and the originally flexible leaves became as hard and sharp as iron sheets, attacking him from all directions. Lin Bai had been on guard against this, and he immediately activated his armor's initial form, creating a thin layer of black mist around him to block the incoming attacks. These attacks weren't particularly powerful, but their sheer number was disorienting. Thanks to Wang Yu's advance intel, Lin Bai handled the situation with calm. He even had the spare capacity to check on Wang Yu's situation, discovering that she had already summoned her redand white jade talisman for protection. He raised his voice to Wang Yu. I'll go ahead to scout and find an opportunity to mark this turtle demon. You wait outside for the right moment. No problem, I'll seize the opportunity when it arises. After confirming that Wang Yu had received his instructions, Lin Bai accelerated towards the Turtle Demon King. In an instant, the surrounding flora seemed to come alive with numerous branches whipping at Lin Bai like whips, while sharp soil spikes continuously erupted from the ground attempting to block his path. However, though these things were being manipulated, their quality and hardness remained unchanged. Lin Bai, undeterred, enveloped in swirling black mist, charged forward like a human-shaped battering ram, smashing everything in his path to pieces. Wang Yu, not foolish, closely followed behind Lin Bai, significantly reducing the resistance. She stopped just before reaching the Turtle Demon King, waiting for Lin Bai to create an opportunity. The closer they got, the more Lin Bai could feel the Turtle Demon King's enormity and ferocity. Its armored back with sharp angles bore a resemblance to that of a crocodile, exuding an ancient and heavy sense of oppression. Although the Turtle Demon was slow in movement, Lin Bai maintained a cautious attitude. After all, in nature, while animals might lack intelligence, they were undoubtedly cunning. Just as Lin Bai leaped towards it, he was astonished to see that this seemingly slow Turtle Demon King had remarkably fast reflexes. The Turtle Demon's neck unexpectedly extended, instantaneously snapping at Lin Bai in midair with lightning speed. Lin Bai, unfazed, twisted his body and kicked it in response, using the recoil to escape danger. Ha! The Turtle Demon King let out a low growl of anger, having missed Lin Bai and been kicked instead. You cunning beast, pretending to be weak to deceive your enemies. Although this Turtle Demon was slow, its control and reaction speed were impressively quick, attempting a neck snap bite at Lin Bai. Though the attack had failed, Lin Bai was not disheartened. In fact, a hint of smugness appeared on his lips. He shouted towards Wang Yu, who was waiting nearby. I've marked it with 2 seals. The speed and reaction of this Turtle Demon have decreased. Lin Bai's goal was to place the impediment seal on the Turtle Demon King, and his kick had already completed the spell at the moment of contact. Since this Turtle Demon King did not possess a higher mental strength than that of the Water Monkey Demon King, even in its alert state, Lin Bai was able to affix 2 marks. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Wang Yu did not hesitate at all. The paper figurines she had long prepared in her sleeve poured down. These paper figurines instantly transformed into real people wielding various weapons. Swords, nets, ropes, claws, and so on formed 2 squads of field scouts. But that wasn't all. The jade talisman above Wang Yu's head emitted a crimson ray, shooting towards the paper figurines below. After being struck by the red light, the paper figurines surged with momentum, their faces becoming grotesque and fierce, their clothes and weapons stained with blood, beginning to move autonomously. In the next moment, this group of paper figurines glowing ominously with blood charged recklessly towards the already sluggish Turtle Demon King. At this time, the Turtle Demon King also sensed something was off, feeling as if an invisible net had ensnared its body. While it wasn't completely immobilized, it was exceedingly uncomfortable. The paper figurines had already arrived beside the Turtle Demon King, who was in a state of furious impotence. The paper figurine wielding a throwing net accurately tossed its clawed rope towards the protruding corners of the turtle's shell, quickly securing and entangling it, while the paper figurines holding nets attempted to ensnare its limbs and neck. Those wielding swords and knives leapt about like fleas, continuously disturbing the Turtle Demon King's sanity. The net ropes also came alive, burrowing into the flesh beneath the Turtle Demon's shell like parasites. Ha! The already agitated Turtle Demon King became even more irritable, determined to break the ropes and eliminate the small beings below. It roared, exerting all its strength to try to snap the ropes off its body, only to find itself just shy of succeeding. This made it even more frustrated, its growls echoing continuously. Having been marked with the impediment seal by Lin Bai, along with its natural clumsiness as a tortoise, escaping was nothing more than a pipe dream. While the Turtle Demon King was sulking, Lin Bai returned to Wang Yu's side. This time it was Lin Bai who was shocked by Wang Yu. Previously she could only control 3 or 4 paper figurines in battle, but now she was commanding nearly 20. Such a significant improvement in such a short time was impressive, but given the nature of the opponent's cultivation, Lin Bai had no intention of asking. However, Wang Yu voluntarily explained the reason. Aren't you curious why I can control so many paper figurines? The reward I received from the beast trap was a method to accumulate mental energy during normal times, releasing it in critical moments. That's why I can control so many paper figurines now. Hearing this reason, Lin Bai marveled at the generosity of the disaster cave, but he developed new questions. Given the situation, you should be fine even without my help, right? Wang Yu shook her head. I haven't had this technique for long, so the accumulated mental energy is low. Moreover, I used most of it previously, so the duration this time is even shorter. Therefore, I need you to help me withstand attacks during my weak period. I failed last time because I was caught off guard due to my weakened state. Lin Bai understood. The subsequent battle fell into the rhythm that Lin Bai and Wang Yu had preset. The Turtle Demon King was exceptionally agitated by Wang Ye's paper figurines, but had no means to retaliate. As time passed, Lin Bai noticed Wang Ye's complexion gradually growing pale, a sign of her mental energy being severely depleted. How much longer can you hold on? How about I go in first and you can rest before continuing to wear down this turtle demon? Wang Yu nodded, pulling back her paper figurines, while Lin Bai dashed forward, taking on the main offensive role. After Wang Yu regained her strength, Lin Bai stepped back, allowing the paper figurines to continue harassing the Turtle Demon King. Thus they tortured the demon in a repetitive cycle. After a full day, the water town well behind Lin Bai and Wang Yu had already sunk underground, sealing off the water vein. The original tall structure was no longer visible, leaving only a slightly elevated wellhead on the surface. Both Lin Bai and Wang Yu heard a voice beside them. "Tester, you have completed the Water Valley trial. Do you wish to exit?" After hearing the voice, they both sighed in relief, realizing that the other was reacting similarly. Both were momentarily taken aback before breaking into joyful and relieved laughter. This drawn-out battle had been exceptionally grueling, especially for Lin Bai, who couldn't exert his full strength. If the battered Turtle Demon King could hear their thoughts, it would surely be in tears. The Turtle Demon King thought, "I am the one being tormented." Lin Bai and Wang Yu completed this trial and returned to their respective courtyards. Lin Bai checked the new information using his token. Student Lin Bai has passed the Water Valley trial and received 100 merit points as a team. Since the student has already received rewards from the Water Valley trial, this merit point will not be issued. He raised an eyebrow, realizing he had claimed 100 merit points, while Wang Yu had accumulated 300. "That's not too shabby," Lin Bai commented after considering the situation. After all, there were no additional rewards for teamwork, and Wang Ye's ability to earn a large portion of the merit points was due to his cooperation. Just as Lin Bai pondered over any potential oversights, the formation in his courtyard was opened. Wang Yu burst in energetically and gave Lin Bai a hug. "Haha, Lin Bai, guess how many merit points I earned?" 300. "Hey, how did you know?" Lin Bai extricated himself from her grasp and explained helplessly. "Don't be so foolish. I already completed the Water Valley trial, so of course I know the total. A bit of simple math is all it takes." "Oh right." Wang Yu suddenly realized, having forgotten in her excitement. But then she hugged Lin Bai again. Thank you. Alright, I appreciate your sentiments, but please let me go. We can discuss the thanks later." After helping Wang Yu with her second trial, Lin Bai had his final trial to prepare for. Third trial, the trial of the Faux People. Lin Bai would go for the test tomorrow, not having to wait until the last day. After all, there was only one chance, so it didn't matter which day he went. The next day, Lin Bai, rested and resolute, chose to enter the final trial of the Cataclysm Cavern. There was no lifelike illusion, no tangible setting. The surrounding space shimmered with a void-like whiteness, devoid of up or down, left or right. Lin Bai sat upon a scholar's mat, just like a student in an ancient academy, with a low writing desk before him. He frowned in confusion. Where is the illusion? Has the Cataclysm Cavern malfunctioned? Broken down entirely? Gazing at the blank white expanse, his first instinct was that the realm had frozen, its scenery failing to render. Yet the desk, the mat, these tangible objects confirmed he had not erred. This only deepened his bewilderment. What form would this trial take? The previous two trials, the Beast Enclosure and the Water Gorge, had unfolded as vivid, immersive illusions. What then awaited him here? As doubts stirred within him, ripples began to spread across the void. Fragments of recorded imagery flickered into existence around him, while his desk rose into view, a scroll, inkstone, and brush. Lin Bai's expression turned peculiar. He felt an unsettling thought rise unbidden. Surely, not a written examination. He examined the items before him, closely confirming his suspicion. This trial demanded scholarly discourse, a test of reasoning and response. The floating image fragments served as prompts. The desk functioned as a control interface, allowing him to navigate the recordings and compose his answers in classical essay form upon the scroll. After brief reflection, Lin Bai found the logic sound. The first two trials tested martial prowess and raw confrontation. It was only natural that the third should assess intellect instead. After all, throughout human history, survival amid catastrophe had never relied solely on strength, but equally on wisdom. The prior trials were martial, this one was literary, demanding thought, not force. Where are the questions? Surely that single character, Ju, cannot be the entire prompt. Lin Bai stared, baffled. The scroll bore no instructions, only the stark, solitary ideograph. A written examination required clarity. One character offered no guidance. No direction, no context, no frame for response. The format resembled the reading comprehension and composition exercises of his past life. Yet here the exam paper withheld all purpose, leaving him adrift. Enough. No use resisting. Let me watch the recordings first. With no alternative, Lin Bai resigned himself to examine the imagery. Perhaps the question lay hidden within the fragments themselves. These recordings, akin to cinematic reels from his former world, were captured using spirit stone projectors, devices capable of preserving motion and sound. 2 fragments awaited. Lin Bai selected the first, his expression still casual, until the playback startled him utterly. Corpses, masses of them, dismembered, mutilated, slain with deliberate cruelty, and arranged in grotesque ritualistic tableaus. This is an altar, so this is a sacrificial rite. The image vanished swiftly and the recording resumed. The scene shifted to a vast primeval wilderness. Soldiers clad in crude hide armor and wielding bronze weapons surrounded a group of half-naked wild folk. Tribal people who dwelled beyond the walls of human cities. These wild folk were those who either refused or could not settle within human city-states. Scattered clans living on the periphery of civilization. Cries, shouts, and the clash of blades merged into a cacophony as the captives, bound and herded en masse, were marched toward an ancient monumental city. Lin Bai did not recognize the city's architectural style. Yet as the perspective shifted inward, a telling detail emerged: its inhabitants wore garments of tanned beast hide. Beast hide for clothing, bronze for weapons. This era must be the dawn of human cultivation, when tribes and petty kingdoms flourished across the land. The captives were driven onto a vast central plaza, where the recording's focus now settled. More and more arrived, elders and children alike, their faces etched with terror, sorrow, numb resignation. In one cage sat a mother and daughter. The mother's face was gaunt, tears streaming ceaselessly as she stroked her daughter's hair again and again. The girl, 3 or 4 years old, watched dazed and innocent, clumsily wiping her mother's tears with tiny hands. She did not know why they had been seized, or what horrors awaited. Lin Bai too knew not what came next. But given the earlier image and the unfolding scene, a chilling intuition took root. His brow furrowed as he watched time slipping away. Days, perhaps weeks, until the plaza teemed with at least 100,000 souls. His grim premonition materialized: figures in embroidered silks and brocaded robes ascended a distant dais. Dong, dong, dong. They struck a great bell atop the platform, the sound reverberating through every alley and courtyard of the ancient metropolis. The recording's vantage soared skyward, revealing the city in its entirety. Countless citizens, men and women, young and old, noble and common, responded to the chime as if summoned. Expressionless, they flowed like a tide toward the central plaza. The sacrifice had begun. Belltones, drumbeats, and ceremonial music mingled with the wails and sobs of the captive wild folk. As ritual instruments sounded, soldiers guarding the plaza descended upon the cages. Not to kill swiftly, but to slaughter with sacred precision. The captives were dismembered, methodically, ceremonially. Limbs and viscera were separated, some bodies cleaved cleanly into others, hacked into pulp and scattered like grisly offerings around the altar's perimeter. Heads were aligned in solemn rows, entrails strung like garlands from pillars, flayed skins laid out as carpets. Wails pierced the air, harrowing, unbearable. Citizens continued to flood into the plaza, without hesitation, without fear, and joined the slaughter without pause, as though descending into hell itself. Not a trace of horror crossed their faces, only fervent ecstasy, as if bloodshed were sacred honor. For cultivators existed in this world, and the blood spilled upon the plaza was collected, channeled into a basin beside the square. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood. The idiom crystallized before Lin Bai's mind, thick with the cloying stench of gore. His countenance was grim. Though he had slain many in the beast enclosure trial, his kills had been swift, decisive. Never cruel, never drawn out. A man unafraid of killing could still recoil from butchery. Fearlessness was not appetite. His resilience was rooted in fortitude, not perversion. To grieve for one's own kind. Humans possessed profound empathy, especially when confronted with such abomination. Any soul not utterly depraved would feel revulsion at such slaughter of kin. Yet he had no choice to answer the trial's question. He must endure and continue watching. The ritual proceeded without pause. As native townsfolk poured ever more zealously into the plaza, dismemberment accelerated, evolving into a grim assembly line efficiency. Within 3 hours, the 100,000 captives were gone, reduced to silence save for the weeping of a few toddlers left alive in their cages. Among them was the little girl Lin Bai had first noticed. She neither cried nor screamed, only sat hollow-eyed, staring at a mound of crimson flesh and the severed head resting before the altar. Her mother's head. Once the gruesome preparations concluded, the townsfolk gathered before the altar, faces reverent, postures devout. Upon the dais, the chief priest, the Zhu Shi, raised his arms and intoned an ancient archaic liturgy. We humbly beseech the divine Lord whose radiance shines upon heaven. Witness our sincerity, absolve our transgressions. Behold our offerings, pure and abundant. May the divine accept them, cleanse our sins, and bestow eternal blessings, granting us everlasting peace. Below, the very executioners who moments before had butchered innocents now recited the hymn in unison, voices rising and falling like pilgrims at sacred rites. The essence of the chant was this: O divine Lord above, descend upon us, forgive our sins. We offer sacrifice unto you and beg your grace, your blessings, your enduring protection. Their pious visages the solemn incantation, and the children's cries interwove into a dissonance so chilling it raised the hairs on Lin Bai's neck. The recording accelerated. The frenzied chanting and prayer endured for a full day and night. Had it ended? No. It was merely the beginning. These natives, having concluded their sacrificial rites to the deities, were now ready to partake of the offerings. They commenced their true revelry. Some entered the sea of blood formed from the blood of tens of thousands, cupping their hands to drink, letting out satisfied and ecstatic roars. Others took what was at hand, directly consuming the leftovers that the deities had already savored. Witnessing this, Lin Bai recalled an idiom: a forest of flesh and a pool of wine. It was utterly maddening and horrifying. Of course, the above was merely the revelry of the commoners. The nobles and rulers who held high positions had their own noble way of partaking. Those children who had been deliberately kept aside. The high-ranking individuals clad in embroidered silk robes produced a cauldron and cast the children into it. They were pounded and roasted. Limbs tumbled within the cauldron, drops of blood dripped from the altar. Ugh! If Lin Bai had felt nauseated before now, he was utterly revolted. Seeing this, Lin Bai felt that it was truly agonizing not to be able to enter the illusion this time. His hands itched, yearning to bring his heavy light blade down upon their necks. This scene stirred a greater desire to kill in him than anything at the beast trap pass. Fortunately, the recording began to fast forward again, skipping over this extremely unsettling feast. The scene shifted, showing that after the native inhabitants had consumed the offerings, their bodies underwent astonishing mutations. The elderly visibly regained their youth, their withered skin becoming plump again, while the robust men and women grew even younger and stronger. At the same time, their bones changed and their facial features became grotesque, bearing a stiff, cold semblance that was neither fully human. Thus ended the first segment, the image frozen on the strange faces of the city's natives. Hiss! Upon seeing this visage, Lin Bai's heart felt as if it were ablaze. A vast, almost uncontrollable murderous intent surged from the depths of his soul. If he had been angry and disgusted by the natives' deeds before now, upon seeing this countenance, the killing intent within him swelled even higher, as if confronting a mortal enemy. Fortunately, this immense murderous intent came and went swiftly, as if merely to alert Lin Bai. He regained his clarity, recalling the terrifying bloodlust he had just felt. Bloodline memory. What is bloodline memory? It is the knowledge buried deep within the genes of a race. Bloodline memory inscribes certain knowledge vital for survival into the depths of the genes, forming a collective instinctive racial response. Just as some people are naturally afraid of the dark snakes or many-legged creatures, these fears are our bloodline telling us that danger is present and to be cautious. However, the bloodline memories passed down are typically of the fear type, allowing racial members to avoid danger, thrive, and perpetuate the race. Yet the murderous intent that had surged uncontrollably from Lin Bai's heart just now was not fear but a desire for annihilation. This was clearly wrong. Moreover, bloodline memories should record external things. But what Lin Bai saw was clearly a human face, albeit ugly and bizarre. A human face signifies the human race. How could the bloodline memory of the human race record itself, and why would its underlying code trigger murderous intent? Something is off, very off, 9 parts wrong out of 10. Bloodline memory is not some supernatural power. It is merely a collective stress response formed by a race through accumulated experience. This could only mean that in an extremely ancient era, such semi-human beings had brought near-catastrophic disaster and suffering to the ancestors of mankind. The intensity of that calamity was such that the survivors imprinted the command to kill upon sight deep into the bloodline of their descendants rather than fear and flee. This bloodline memory, combined with the character Jew extermination on the paper before him, allowed Lin Bai to vaguely grasp the core. He roughly understood how to approach and address the strategy. However, there was still one segment of the recording to watch. He decided to finish it before drawing conclusions, using them to corroborate each other. Lin Bai activated the second recording, prepared for the shock of a horrific image. But unexpectedly, this one was relatively normal. It began with an image of an altar, but without the gruesome flesh decorations. At the start was a shaman who had appeared in the previous recording. He performed a bizarre ritual dance on the altar, muttering incantations under his breath. We humbly beseech the Divine Lord's heavenly might to descend with thunder and crimson flames to annihilate the wicked foes and cut off their lineage. We offer our very selves willing to perish together with the enemy. Smear blood and burn the silk, beseeching the gods for swift response. As these invocations were chanted, these bastards began their bloody tortures again. However, the scale this time was smaller, and the offerings used in the sacrifice were none other than the silk-robed high-ranking individuals from the previous segment. This time they were using themselves as sacrifices to appease the so-called Divine Lord. Some leaped from the high platform, smashing into pulp, others endured the piercing of countless iron spikes. Some even danced while burning themselves alive. There were all kinds of sacrifices. They seemed oblivious to their physical pain, their expressions growing ever more fervent and devout. This took Lin Bai by surprise. If before he had viewed the natives of this city as cruel and bloodthirsty, now he saw them as nothing short of raving lunatics. The ritual in the recording continued with nobles frantically offering themselves. Clang! The next moment a sword aura swept in, slaying everyone on the platform. The West Wild City refused to submit to civilization. The ringleaders have been executed to uphold the way of man. A sudden change occurred. The recording's perspective abruptly pulled back, revealing a woman in white holding a sword standing in the sky above the city. The final image of the recording froze on the confrontation between the woman in white and the entire city of West Wild. From the woman's elevated perspective, one could see countless natives with grotesque faces throughout the city, their heads raised, staring at the white-clad swordswoman in the sky with eerie, cold gazes. Silent yet filled with a bone-chilling hostility. With this, the image came to an abrupt end. Is that it? Lin Bai hadn't expected the second recording to be so short, barely a quarter the length of the first. It was like a reading comprehension test from his past life. Now that both articles had been read, it was time to answer. Lin Bai's head ached. He had finished reviewing the material but still didn't know where to begin. Following the rule that the final segment of a reading comprehension is usually the key, the last images of both recordings should be the clues to solving the problem. The first image was of the natives with grotesque faces after their cannibalistic feast, faces that could trigger the deep-seated bloodline memory of the human race, inciting murderous intent. The second image was of a white-clad swordswoman confronting the cannibalistic natives of West Wild City, who showed immense hostility towards her. Combining the reaction of bloodline memory with current legal customs, Lin Bai deduced that his own bloodline, tracing back to antiquity, likely belonged to the same faction as the white-clad swordswoman. His train of thought gradually became clear. Lin Bai figured out the angle from which to approach the policy essay. This Jew should be the method for dealing with West Wild City. Does Jew mean extermination? Then what should be exterminated? The barbaric cannibalistic sacrifices, the cannibals themselves, or the so-called Divine Lord, who is the target of the sacrifices? Suddenly Lin Bai's eyes lit up. Hey, why should I choose just one? I can combine them. Only children make choices. All of these scum must be utterly eradicated. After careful deliberation, he picked up his brush and began to write his answer. Whereas the people of West Wild City are accustomed to devouring human flesh and engaging in depraved sacrifices to malevolent spirits, they offer living children as tribute, carve out livers and brains, and burn their smoke. This defile human ethics, perverts the way of man, angers gods and ghosts alike, and is a crime for which anyone may kill the perpetrator. This was the opening thesis, setting the tone for the subsequent policy. First, raise their altars, shatter the idols of the evil gods. Anyone who dares to speak of sacrifice again shall be executed along with their clan. Second, execute the cannibals, hang their heads on public display as a warning to others. Third, erect a stele of civilization. Anyone who dares to follow the evil path shall be shown no mercy under the axe. The general meaning was to destroy the faith in evil gods, kill all cannibals, forbid anyone from learning this barbaric and bloody form of sacrifice, and establish punishments for those who violated these decrees. After checking for any omissions, Lin Bai submitted his paper. I finished writing the Calamity Den essay. I request evaluation. The paper before Lin Bai vanished and a voice sounded in his ear. Trainee has met the conditions for passing the pseudo-human gate trial. There was only this single pronouncement indicating that while Lin Bai's answer was satisfactory, it was not exceptional. As the voice faded before Lin Bai could ponder further, a teleportation force enveloped him. Leaving Lin Bai aside in the martial arts hall of the Great Xia Central Imperial Court, a woman had just finished watching the two recordings. This woman appeared to be 17 or 18, clad in a yellow brocade robe with a phoenix hairpin securing her hair. Her expression was cold and indifferent. Her coldness was different from Wang Yes. Wang Yu was cold on the surface but acted like a normal girl towards those close to her. This woman's aloofness emanated from her very bones. Xuanhuan pondered for a moment, then directly began to write. Their race practices evil and blasphemes heaven. Their nature is like that of owls, unable to be civilized by the way of man. Thus extraordinary measures are taken to eliminate this scourge of humanity. Therefore burn their books and records, destroy their ancestral temples, shatter their spirit tablets, leaving ghosts with no place to rely. Kill their shamans and historians, slay their stubborn leaders, cut off their lineage, so that evil has no way to continue. Erase their names, blot out their territories, causing their nation, their race, and their customs to be buried in history, like ashes sunk into the abyss, unheard of for 10,000 generations. From then on, wherever the sun and moon shine, there shall be naught but the sacred path. All demons and monsters shall be cleansed without trace, and heaven and earth shall return to tranquility. Future generations shall only know of the simple and honest customs of high antiquity, unaware that great calamities once arose on this soil. After she finished writing and submitted it, the Calamity Den began its evaluation. Trainee meets the conditions for passing the pseudo-human gate trial and has performed exceptionally. The first part of her policy essay was roughly the same as Lin Bai's, only more detailed. However, she proposed a point that Lin Bai had not. That was the complete erasure of history. To thoroughly delete the historical records of this bloody sacrifice and the terrifying humanoid race, so that future generations would never know of this history, believing only that the ancient people were simple and honest. If Lin Bai were to see this strategy, he would understand the vast gap between them. True destruction is oblivion. His strategy had not fully addressed the core point. The first recording revealed that West Wild City was originally a normal human settlement, but after their cannibalistic sacrifices, their faces mutated, triggering the bloodline memory of later generations like Lin Bai. This indicated that it was not just West Wild City, but that such cannibalistic practices had become widespread in that era, leaving a deep scar in the bloodline memory of humanity. Lin Bai's strategy focused only on West Wild City, while Xuanhuan Shu's essay saw the essence aiming to truly destroy this culture of sacrifice. Back in his own courtyard, Lin Bai was interrogating his token. Token, come out. Why wasn't my essay rated as exceptional? Lin Bai was quite indignant, believing his essay was top-notch. Now the Calamity Den had only given him a passing grade, not an exceptional one. Could Lin Bai swallow this anger? It was definitely not, because he missed the extra rewards. The token continued to play dead, and Lin Bai knew it wouldn't answer. He was just venting his frustration. After cursing, he made peace with himself. Forget it, this thing has no feelings. Cursing it is useless. Let me see how many achievement points I got for passing the pseudo-human gate. Lin Bai pulled out his token to check his gains. The extra rewards were gone. Only the achievement points could soothe his heart. 500 points. That's more than passing the Water Valley Pass. Could it be that the rewards for clearing the Calamity Den increase by floor? The higher you go, the better the rewards. Lin Bai thought it probably wasn't that simple. After a second of agonizing thought, he decided to stop pondering. Forget it, whatever. The more achievement points, the better. He carefully calculated the achievement points he had accumulated. I got a total of 2,900 points from the Testing Palace and the first floor of the Marshall Tower. Adding the 2,000 points from this Calamity Den, plus the occasional quiz rewards from class, it comes to a total of 5,150 points. He felt his achievement points were probably quite substantial. I hope these achievement points are the exchange currency for the martial arts hall. Lin Bai prayed. If the points were just some honor points that looked good but couldn't be used, he would be tempted to hang himself. The trial of the disaster cave, which lasted for 6 days, has finally come to an end. Lin Bai is very satisfied with this trial. Although there were minor flaws, they are insignificant. Not only did he gain 2,000 merit points, but he also acquired 5 forbidden law seals and a soul-calming jade pendant. After the trial, Lin Bai returned to the routine of studying at the martial arts hall, continuing to learn the art of talismans, honing his martial skills, and enhancing his cultivation. As time swiftly passed, the course on basic runes had completed the final attributeless rune, also known as the universal rune. This universal rune is formless, shapeless, and attributeless with the most complex nodes. Of course, for Lin Bai, a genius in talisman crafting with extraordinary spiritual power and a strong connection to the heavens, it was a walk in the park. Lin Bai immersed his consciousness in the spiritual space of the Huang Lu talisman paper, constructing one node after another. Eventually, he formed a transparent rune resembling a gear. But this was just the beginning. With a slight movement of his mind, Lin Bai removed a few key nodes from that gear, and the entire structure reassembled like a precise set of building blocks, instantly transforming from a gear into a mortise and tenon structure. The universal rune can be said to have only one type, yet it can also be described as having countless varieties. It is different from the previous 35 types of elemental runes, which have fixed properties and structural forms. The universal rune can add or subtract based on its original structural nodes, forming different properties. It is precisely this ever-changing characteristic that endows the universal rune with the miraculous ability to link and carry all elemental runes. This is why the attributeless universal rune is regarded as an essential study for every talisman master without exception. If one has not mastered the other elemental runes, at most they will be unable to create the corresponding talismans. However, if one fails to learn the universal rune, they can forget about anything else. You won't even be able to draw the most basic talismans because you cannot connect different runes, thus failing to form an effective talisman structure. Lin Bai was thoroughly enjoying himself in the rune space, shaping the universal rune into various forms. Chains, ropes, curved hooks, softballs, and so on, all of which he developed. In a burst of inspiration, he even began attempting to use the universal rune he had shaped to link the 35 basic elemental runes without any reference to existing talisman structures. The experiment was successful. 3 circular fire runes appeared before Lin Bai, linked 2 by 2 with the universal rune. It's a pity it has no actual effect, just a framework. To form a talisman, the runes must be arranged and combined according to a specific structure. My random placement won't work. Currently, Lin Bai's knowledge is too limited. In the future, as he encounters more, he will be able to create his own original talismans. However, this small success in experimenting still excites him. The solitary instructor began the phase assessment. Dear students, you can now quickly complete the construction of 36 runes. Next, we will learn the official talismans. With a wave of his sleeve, he gathered spiritual light in the air, revealing the virtual structures of 4 talismans. They are the Clear Water Talisman, Fireball Talisman, Growth Talisman, and Gentle Breeze Talisman. The Clear Water Talisman summons a handful of clear water, while the Fireball Talisman generates a fireball. The Growth Talisman promotes the growth of plants and medicinal materials, while the Gentle Breeze Talisman calls forth a gentle breeze. These are the most widely circulated and simplified low-level talismans, laying a solid foundation for students before they determine their major in the talisman canon. Of course, the power and effects also vary from person to person. The talismans crafted by beginners and those by talisman masters are worlds apart. The solitary instructor began teaching these 4 talismans. Look at the Fireball Talisman. Its main structure consists of numerous fire attribute runes supplemented by a few wood attribute runes for combustion. The overall structure needs to simulate the rising state of a bonfire, with the core being the balance of explosion and combustion. The Clear Water Talisman is composed of water attribute and wood attribute runes, with the water attribute runes in the majority. The structure is as follows. These 4 talisman structures have already been simplified. As the solitary instructor introduced them, 4 models materialized on Lin Bai's desk. These models represented the structures of the 4 talismans. The talisman structure consists of basic runes acting as nodes connected and combined according to specific patterns. The 4 talisman structures before Lin Bai are among the simplest static 3-dimensional structures in the vast talisman system. High-level powerful talismans often do not have static structures. One must also consider the various dynamic changes of the runes, requiring the creator to perform extremely complex deductions and calculations in their mind. The authors of high-level, high-power talismans must be talisman masters with both high spiritual power and intelligence. Only with a vast amount of spiritual power can enough runes be formed, and only with extremely high intelligence can one deduce the constantly changing structures of advanced talismans. Fools and mediocre individuals will be rejected by the path of talismans. After finishing the explanation of the models for the 4 talismans, the solitary instructor paused and spoke again. My explanation is complete. I will now give you half a month. You must learn at least 1 talisman or you will be expelled. The solitary instructor then revealed another significant piece of information. Moreover, with the year-end holidays approaching, your permission to choose the canon after the break is also related to your current talisman performance. Lin Bai analyzed 3 pieces of information from the solitary instructor's words. The first is that within the next half-month, students must learn any talisman to prove their worth. The martial arts hall's free training is based on one premise, that you are a genius. The second piece of information is that a holiday is about to come. This world also has corresponding festival holidays. Lin Bai's initial days in the martial arts hall were at the end of September, and now almost 3 months have swiftly passed, nearing the year-end holiday. This means Lin Bai can take a break for a while. The martial arts hall does not have the so-called weekends of his past life. Since arriving here, he has been learning around the clock like 007. The third is that this talisman performance will influence the choice of the canon. The more talented one is in the martial arts hall, the more resource rewards one receives. What is the canon, you ask? The canon, also known as the talisman canon, is the methodology for every practitioner of the path of talisman before reaching the master realm. The Dan Dao canon records the ratios for refining pills and various alchemy methods, while the refining tools canon contains the diagrams and restrictions for crafting various items. As for the canon of the Path of Talismans, it consists of the structural diagrams of various talismans. Some students in the talisman system come to the martial arts hall specifically to obtain the canon as their family legacies are not suitable for them. As the solitary instructor's words settled, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly tightened to the extreme. The threat of expulsion combined with the allure of the canon compelled the martial arts hall to use both coercion and temptation to stimulate the potential of the students to the greatest extent. Of course, if you cannot meet the requirements and draw a talisman within half a month, the martial arts hall will truly expel you. The solitary instructor quietly observed Lin Bai and the others as this level of task had not yet reached the point where he needed to intervene. Lin Bai felt a bit nervous. Drawing a talisman within half a month is likely just the minimum requirement. Only by mastering all 4 talismans can I select a high-quality canon. Lin Bai's mind raced as he considered which of the 4 talismans to begin recording. Let's go with the growth talisman. This choice was not made randomly, but was a decision he reached after careful consideration. After Lin Bai's analysis, although the growth talisman was also composed of runes of the wood and water attributes, its main body consisted of wood attribute runes which were easier to control, while the water attribute served only as a supplement and nourishment. More importantly, its overall structure mimicked a tree branch, making it relatively intuitive in form. Unlike the violent fireball talisman or the ethereal gentle wind talisman, it was much easier for beginners to construct. His primary goal now was to carve his first talisman within half a month. Otherwise, the threat of expulsion from the martial arts hall was no joke. Lin Bai picked up a piece of yellow willow talisman paper and sank his consciousness into its internal spiritual space. He began by outlining a large number of wood attribute runes encompassing all 7 types, with the wood within wood and yang wood runes being the most numerous. Fortunately, Lin Bai's talent in the way of talismans was considered decent, allowing him to multitask and outline a vast number of runes simultaneously in a short time. Ordinary people could only construct them one by one, and only after much practice could they hope to reach Lin Bai's starting point. Sometimes talent was simply so unreasonable and left others helpless. After forming a large number of wood attribute runes, Lin Bai carefully used his spiritual power to control and guide these runes to their correct positions. Gradually, a slightly rough outline of a branch began to take shape. Next, he generated a small number of water attribute runes, but only the water within water and in water types. Lin Bai placed these water attribute runes at the broken ends of the branch and the forked openings, simulating the scene of morning dew nourishing the leaves and twigs. Lin Bai carefully adjusted the placement of these runes with his spiritual power, finally forming a structure identical to the growth talisman model on the desk. Alright, now all that's left is the myriad manifestation talisman to link these runes together. I hope it succeeds on the first try. Lin Bai looked at the branch-like structure before him, knowing it was merely a facade. Though the runes seemed connected, they were actually a heap of loose sand. This was where the myriad manifestation rune was needed to truly fuse these runes together. Lin Bai pondered what shape of myriad manifestation rune would be best. Since the shape is a tree branch with wood and water attributes, he'll use a thread-like myriad manifestation rune. Vines clinging to a tree would cause the least conflict within the rune structure. A straight linear connection would be far less elegant. As soon as he decided, Lin Bai first manifested an elongated myriad manifestation rune, then began to trim its various nodes. As the nodes composing the rune were adjusted, its shape began to change, twisting from its original elongated form into something resembling a thin thread-like vine. Lin Bai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Then, following the design of the thread-like myriad manifestation rune, he began to replicate it in large numbers. These myriad manifestation runes were controlled by Lin Bai to entwine around the branch structure already formed by the wood and water runes. The thread-like myriad manifestation runes connected the branches by threading through the gaps between them. Because the shape of these runes was so minute, they vanished without a trace after merging with the other runes. Lin Bai adjusted slowly, and the talisman structure before him ultimately became identical to the teaching model in the real world. A single branch forked into 4 twigs with lush verdant leaves and droplets of water hanging from the leaves and stems seemingly about to fall. Yet looking at this seemingly perfect replica of the talisman structure, Lin Bai's brow furrowed deeply. It failed. Why, this is clearly the same as Instructor Gudu's teaching model. Confusion filled his heart. The structure appeared complete and vivid, but it lacked the most crucial element, an inner vitality. A talisman was not a still life painting. Without this vitality, how could it be effective? Even if it looked beautiful and lively, it was useless. This is my first formal failure in carving a talisman. It's normal. Calm down and find the problem. Lin Bai forced himself to remain calm, suppressing the slight frustration brought on by his initial setback. He began to carefully compare the structure he had drawn, repeatedly comparing it with the model on the desk. So that's it. After a long while, Lin Bai suddenly understood, figuring out where the problem lay this time. In his rune structure, the connection points for the water attribute runes were wrong. The proportion of water attached to the openings of the branch structure was insufficient. Water nourishes all things. Lin Bai's growth talisman structure did not fully follow the laws of heaven and earth, so it naturally would not succeed. After identifying the error, Lin Bai picked up a new piece of talisman paper and began another attempt at adjustment. Still too little. Now too much, I need to reduce it a bit. The proportion of water attribute is still wrong. The wood within wood runes should be denser here to support stronger vitality. With each improvement and attempt, the growth talisman Lin Bai was carving gradually began to acquire vitality. It transformed from its initial hollow falseness to something approaching truth. Just one last bit. Lin Bai meticulously adjusted the structure and proportions. When a single water attribute rune was placed in its most optimal position, the entire structure suddenly trembled. The growth talisman structure that emerged this time was vastly different from before. It was as if a real branch adorned with dew had materialized out of thin air in this spiritual space. If the growth talisman before the improvement was lifelike, then this structure was real. Lin Bai felt this surge of vitality. Did it succeed? Succeeded. As this talisman structure took form, the talisman paper itself began to change. The material of the talisman paper shifted from its original soft, thin state. Its hardness and thickness increased, finally transforming into a hard card. Lin Bai opened his eyes and carefully examined the talisman. Its color had changed from the original yellow to a yellowish green. Both the front and back bore a simple sketch-like carving of a cute quarter-sized tree branch, its lines smooth and brimming with an aura of vitality. Lin Bai's fingers continuously stroked the surface of the growth talisman. Uncontainable joy filled his heart. This was the first talisman Lin Bai had carved with his own hands, and it also represented the minimum standard for this test, which he had now met. The weight in his heart was also lifted as the threat of expulsion was significant. While Lin Bai was absorbed in admiring the talisman he had carved, instructor Gudu on the podium was also watching him. In fact, the moment Lin Bai completed the correct structure of the growth talisman, a large portion of Gudu's attention was focused on him. This student named Lin Bai is quite good. To finish carving a formal talisman so quickly deserves a grade A rating. But whether he can achieve an upper-class grade depends on his performance later. After witnessing Lin Bai's carving process, Gudu gave him a highly favorable evaluation. Then he continued to observe the other students' talisman carving progress, letting out a silent sigh. There are too few talented individuals. Only a few students have just started connecting runes, and their talisman structures are full of holes. As for the other mediocrities, they're still manifesting runes as preparation. After seeing Lin Bai quickly and completely draw the growth talisman, Gudu felt a gloom in his heart when he saw the miserable progress of the other students. However, the students could not be completely blamed. The factions that sent them here, fearing it might affect their choice of the main scripture, had only dared to teach them the most basic runes. Therefore, it was normal for these students, all carving formally for the first time, to make numerous errors and progress slowly. A pace as freakish as Lin Bai's was the anomaly. Because of Lin Bai's speed, Gudu had even subconsciously raised his overall expectations for this batch of students from Yunmen County. But clearly there was only one prodigy. Compared to the gloomy mood of instructor Gudu, the mood of student Lin Bai on the other side was exceptionally bright. He began attempting to carve the fireball talisman, failing on his first try. But he was gradually finding his own rhythm. Too few would attribute runes, and the yang fire runes are too heavy. Just as Lin Bai was immersed in his own world, adjusting and testing repeatedly, the class ended. Students, today's teaching session is over. Gudu announced the end of the class, and only then did Lin Bai snap back to reality. The students of the talisman class were teleported out. Some began discussing this year-end test. Time flew by so fast. I didn't even figure out the structure of the gentle wind talisman. You're still doing okay. My fireball talisman runes congealed too slowly. If I get expelled, it would be so shameful. Hearing the word expulsion, most of them showed looks of fear. Each of them bore various reasons and responsibilities. Being expelled would be worse than throwing themselves into the Mengyun River. Of course, this did not include Lin Bai, who had already made it ashore. He had met the minimum passing standard by completing the growth talisman. Moreover, if not for the class ending, Lin Bai would have nearly finished analyzing and improving the fireball talisman. With no psychological burden, he began to inquire about the year-end test for the auditing and auxiliary paths. Because the square was filled with different types of students, he also learned about some specialized exam subjects. For instance, those studying artifact refining and alchemy were required to produce finished pills or artifacts, just like Lin Bai's talisman study. Spiritual planters were required to heal spiritual herbs, and array masters had to carve array discs. The test for the literary path students was quite interesting. since their classrooms were realistic illusions similar to the Calamity Cave used for learning various governance methods. Therefore, their test this time involved managing towns under various conditions, such as those suffering from drought, flood, war, or plague. The requirements were very strict, judging based on the survival rate of the populace and the subsequent impact of policies, which was somewhat subjective. However, since the evaluation was done by the consciousness of the martial arts hall, there shouldn't be too many problems. Just as Lin Bai was about to scurry off to another place to continue satisfying his curiosity, the corner of his clothes was gently tugged. Lin Bai turned his head to look. Wang Yu, after being transported out and hearing the voices of others discussing his instinct to gather information, was unconsciously triggered, and he unknowingly drifted away from the talisman class group. When Wang Yu turned around, she found Lin Bai had somehow wandered far off, slipping through the crowd like a loach. Because the crowd was too dense, Wang Yu didn't want to push through, so she had to wait for Lin Bai to come out before she could catch him. Just as Lin Bai was about to move to another spot to continue gathering intelligence, Wang Yu caught him red-handed. The young lady Wang Yu was now fuming, demanding an explanation from Lin Bai. "You despicable Lin Bai, what do you have to say for yourself? How dare you abandon me? I don't know why you're so obsessed with prying into things, and you didn't even take me along." Lin Bai's face remained impassive, but his mind was already racing. Should he apologize now? Of course not. Just as Wang Yu was listing his crimes, Lin Bai suddenly sighed, putting on a sorrowful expression. Wang Yu stopped then, staring wide-eyed at Lin Bai, waiting to see what excuse he could possibly come up with. "Xiao Yu, you've disappointed me so much," Lin Bai said, his tone heavy with grief. "Isn't it because every time I see you go gather information alone, I feel uneasy in my heart? This time I secretly went without you to give you a little surprise, but I never expected you to misunderstand me so deeply." Seeing Lin Bai start his usual nonsense, Wang Yu was both amused and annoyed. Just as she was about to ignore his excuses and continue her reprimand, Lin Bai suddenly grabbed her robe, turned to face her directly, and spoke with sincere eyes and tone. "Xiao Yu, you have to believe me." A flush of rosy red instantly spread across Wang Yu's delicate face. Because Lin Bai was standing too close, Wang Yu could even see his eyelashes. "Thighs. I see." Wang Yu's momentum immediately weakened, and her voice unconsciously softened. "Then, did you find out anything useful?" "Of course I did. Let's walk and talk." Seeing Wang Yu's tone soften, Lin Bai quickly followed up. Hearing this, he knew he was safe. Was Wang Yu really angry about Lin Bai's nonsense? Of course not. What bothered her was that he had left her without a word. In Wang Yu's eyes, Lin Bai's behavior was a betrayal of their revolutionary friendship, which was why she was so upset. Lin Bai understood the reason for her anger, so he first tried to laugh it off. When that didn't work well, he resorted to a charm offensive, which surprisingly proved quite effective. But it wasn't over yet. He needed to follow through and make his earlier words consistent. On the way back to the courtyard with Wang Yu, Lin Bai recounted everything he had seen and heard. "So it seems the students of the literary vein have it really tough. In comparison, we're better off studying the auxiliary arts. There's no helping it, that's how the lecture hall rules are. By the way, how's your inscription work coming along?" After proving his claims with the information he had gathered, Lin Bai smoothly changed the subject. Hearing his question, Wang Yu's face scrunched up and she shook her head. "It's so hard. I've only just sketched out the rough framework of the growth talisman, and it still needs constant refinement. What about you? Which talisman did you choose to attempt? If it's the growth talisman, I can teach you so you don't get expelled." Lin Bai paused for a moment before answering. "I chose the growth talisman too, but I've already successfully inscribed it." "The growth talisman, huh? Then I can teach you." "Wait, did you say you've already inscribed it successfully?" "Yes." Lin Bai nodded affirmatively. Confirming she hadn't misheard, Wang Yu looked at him with disbelief. The initial inscription of an unfamiliar talisman is the most difficult. A talisman master must test and adjust repeatedly without knowing the correct structural combination to complete it. For an apprentice like Lin Bai to successfully inscribe a complete talisman in just one day was nothing short of incredible. This also signified Lin Bai's unparalleled talent in the Tao of Talismans, giving him a significant chance to break through to the level of Talisman Master, with even the realm of Grandmaster within reach. Wang Yu was well aware of this. She immediately glanced around warily to ensure no one else was nearby, then quickly pulled Lin Bai back to her own courtyard. Only after entering the courtyard did Wang Yu breathe a sigh of relief, acting as stealthily as a thief, which left Lin Bai utterly bewildered. "Wang Yu, what are you doing?" Seeing Lin Bai's clueless expression, Wang Yu's blood rushed to her head in frustration. "Are you an idiot? Don't you understand how important your talent is? How could you talk about this outside? What's there to fear? I sense the surroundings before speaking, and you ask, so of course I tell you. Even if I ask, you shouldn't say it. What if your perception missed something? What if there's a cultivator nearby with good concealment skills? Wang Yu wanted to crack open Lin Bai's head to see what was inside. What followed was Wang Ye's stern lecture on Lin Bai's carelessness, and Lin Bai swore a solemn oath that he would never do it again. Lin Bai thought Wang Yu was overreacting. His intuition was not something anyone could evade, especially not these students of the Yunmeng lecture hall. Moreover, compared to the huge secrets of his dual talents of cocoon breaking and harmonious journey, or the over 100,000 spiritual pattern diagrams, a mere talent seed for talisman mastery was utterly insignificant. Lin Bai was certain that if he dared to reveal even a hint of these two secrets outside, he would vanish without a trace within half an hour, and even his causal chain would be severed. So outside he never even mentioned the truly fatal information. He wasn't truly reckless. However, he did take Wang Ye's well-meaning advice to heart, as he knew who was good to him. Alright, I promise I won't do it again. Besides, I just wanted to share it with you. Lin Bai quickly stated his position after letting Wang Yu vent for a while. Lin Bai wasn't as careless as Wang Yu thought. He only spoke when Wang Yu asked with others, he would just brush it off. This was not only because of their friendship, but also because Lin Bai's mother was from the Wang family. By relation, Wang Yu was Lin Bai's distant cousin, though the connection was quite far, but that was the fact. So Wang Yu, being a direct descendant of the Wang family's main line, would certainly not leak the information. After all, if Lin Bai reached the level of talisman master, it would greatly benefit the Wang family of Yunmeng City. So do you want me to teach you the growth talisman inscription? Lin Bai asked. Yes, I do. Xiao Yu, am a bit thirsty and my shoulders are sore too. Hearing Wang Ye's answer, Lin Bai's sly side emerged as he began to order her to make him tea and massage his shoulders. Wang Yu gritted her teeth at Lin Bai's demeanor, but she still complied with these small tasks, as this time Lin Bai had the upper hand. Lin Bai sipped his tea, while Wang Yu massaged his shoulders. Oh, so comfortable. Seeing his smug expression, the hands behind him, kneading his shoulders, grew stronger. If anyone who knew Wang Yu well saw her willingly giving Lin Bai a massage, they would be utterly shocked, even suspecting that Lin Bai had cast a soul-calming curse on her. How else could she act like this after only 3 months of acquaintance? Sensing Wang Ye's increasing force, Lin Bai knew the joke had gone far enough, or the playful intent might turn into something else. That's enough. Xiao Yu, this tea is good, try some. I'll start explaining the structure of the growth talisman to you. He handed her a cup of tea as a gesture of thanks for the massage. Wang Yu took a few sips, then glared at him and said, "Humph, if you can't teach me properly, I'll beat you into a Yunmeng rice cake. Don't worry, I used to be known as a gold medal lecturer." "A what?" "It's not important. Just trust me, okay? Show me your growth talisman framework diagram." Thanks to Wang Ye's Dao talent, she could restore her growth talisman framework using paper. It was three-dimensional and intuitive, requiring no manual drawing. Wang Yu took out a stack of spirit paper she usually used and began to replicate her growth talisman framework. The deeper she sketched, the more furrowed Lin Bai's brow became. Wang Ye's framework appeared to conform to the teaching model in class, but in reality it was riddled with flaws. Although the finished talismans did not need to be identical to the model, the general framework nodes still had to be similar. However, Wang Ye's model was similar in shape, but not in essence. It contained a multitude of critical structural errors. After she finished copying, Lin Bai pointed to the areas with the most mistakes and asked, "Why are there so many water runes in this area? It's even to the point of water saturating wood, drowning all vitality. And this wood-in-wood rune is excessive, making it look bloated." Lin Bai cited all the errors he noticed, and while Wang Yu occasionally muttered a few defenses, she mostly nodded silently in agreement. Fortunately, the structure of the growth talisman was relatively simple, so there was still a way forward. Next, Wang Yu copied the improved structure again. There were still many issues, but it was much better than the last time. Lin Bai had no choice but to repeatedly help her correct it, but this only familiarized Wang Yu with the basics. True talisman crafting relied on her own spiritual energy to carve in the spiritual space of the talisman paper. The next day, Lin Bai produced a fireball talisman and a clear water talisman, and by the third day, he directly created the most difficult clear wind talisman. On the third day, Wang Yu also completed her first talisman. Initially, Lin Bai wanted to say that he would stop attending class and instead focus on training his skills in the testing palace. But Wang Yu advised him not to be too conspicuous. If he skipped class on just the fourth day, everyone would know about Lin Bai's innate talent for talismans. It wasn't just the fear of others' jealousy, but also due to the Wang family's reasons. After spending so many days in the martial arts hall, Lin Bai had been inseparable from Wang Yu, and coupled with his mother's identity, he had long been marked as a Wang family member. The advantage was that no one troubled Lin Bai. After all, conflicts were most likely to arise when people of different classes and identities were together. Whenever people gathered, there would be conflicts, let alone a group of young individuals with cultivation. There were open conflicts with knives drawn and secret schemes resulting in all sorts of overt and covert power struggles. However, none of these people, whether from noble families or common groups, disturbed Lin Bai precisely because of this mark. There were downsides too. Those in the Wang family with rivalries and grudges would undoubtedly resort to underhanded means upon seeing Lin Bai's talent, causing him to stumble. Lin Bai pondered for a moment before accepting Wang Ye's suggestion. He was unafraid of difficulties and challenges, but there was no need to create them for himself. Moreover, Lin Bai was not idle in class. Although he had completed the drawing of 4 talismans and finished the carving test. Talisman crafting was adaptable and not very difficult. Take the fireball talisman as an example. Its function was to generate a ball of fire. You could increase or decrease the size of the fireball, adjust its temperature, or change its density. All of these were forms of modification. It could be beneficial or detrimental. Lin Bai's goal was to improve the fireball talisman, changing the distribution of other nodes, while maintaining the critical nodes unchanged. Most of his experimental results resulted in structural conflicts, failing to form a complete talisman. However, Lin Bai still produced some outcomes. The first was that he enlarged the shape of the fireball, without injecting additional energy, relying solely on the innate spiritual energy of the talisman paper. The fireball's size increased, but correspondingly its temperature and power decreased. Although the first attempt could be considered a success, its power was too weak. Lin Bai even suspected it was akin to a firework. But for the second attempt, he truly created something. For the second fireball talisman's modification scheme, Lin Bai ensured that the fireball was of normal size, while aiming to enhance its temperature and density. On the final day, his experiment succeeded. In the talisman paper space, Lin Bai looked at the modified fireball talisman structure. The framework still resembled a burning bonfire, but the flame's color had changed from red to orange, and the overall texture seemed more substantial. He estimated that this fireball talisman had increased the flame temperature by at least 30%, and its solidity had also significantly improved. In fact, there was still room for modification. The fireball's parameters could rise further, but Lin Bai's knowledge was insufficient, and he had already reached his limit. This was Lin Bai's unique fireball talisman. The results of this fireball talisman's modification were remarkable, with the orange fireball's power significantly increased, raising its effectiveness by 30%, representing a qualitative leap. However, modifying talismans relied heavily on talent. Lin Bai had only just caught a fleeting moment of inspiration to design this impressive fireball talisman. He didn't need to ask Wang Yu to know the absurdity of this situation. In fact, the moment Lin Bai decided to modify the fireball talisman was absurd. Modifying talismans was not difficult, but Lin Bai wasn't even a beginner talisman master. He was merely a talisman apprentice. Unexpectedly, he succeeded in the modification, and the modified talisman showed a qualitative improvement in power compared to the original version. Lin Bai had heard of such feats before, noted in biographies within the foundational talisman knowledge compendium. As a young beginner in talismans, improving within a month leads to becoming a master later. In biographies of figures at the talisman master level, such descriptions were common. Lin Bai had previously thought they were mere inflated praises. But now he had achieved it and even surpassed expectations. While Lin Bai repeatedly carved the improved fireball talisman, enhancing his talisman drawing speed, the solitary guest on the platform was conducting his final review, after which he would report to the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven, deciding the talisman selection privileges for these students. Not bad. This batch of students has at least learned 1 talisman and none will be expelled. Fang Ming completed the carving of 3 talismans, specifically rated as level medium. Wang Yu completed the carving of 4 talismans, specifically rated as a level beginner. Lin Bai completed the carving of 4 talismans, specifically rated as a level upper. Wait, what's going on with this kid's fireball talisman? The solitary guest noticed something was off when recording Lin Bai's results. The fireball talisman he constructed was significantly different from the original. He has improved the fireball talisman on his own, and it has been very successful. As a top figure in the talisman path, even though this was merely a projection of him in the martial arts hall, his insight was sufficient to immediately discern what Lin Bai had accomplished. It was due to this understanding that he was astonished. He has only been studying for a few days, and he can modify talismans by himself. Moreover, this improvement has increased the power of his fireball talisman by 35%. After his astonishment, the solitary guest's emotions shifted to delight. Initially, he had painstakingly summarized the basics of talismans, and later published them, intending to strengthen humanity and spark more innovative ideas in talisman crafting. After reaching the Tao Ancestor Realm, he accepted the invitation to teach at the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven, which was one of the reasons. Lin Bai's previous speed in drawing talismans merely indicated his rapid learning ability, while his recent successful improvement signified his creative talent. Humanity does not lack individuals who learn quickly, but there are never enough with strong creativity. The solitary guest pondered for a moment and changed Lin Bai's assessment to a higher rating. Student Lin, by improving a talisman within half a month, can earn the title of genius, granting access to the highest level of foundational talisman privileges. The solitary guest directly applied for Lin Bai to receive the supreme inheritance of talismans for humanity. This time the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven did not immediately approve. Instead, they reported to the human path, starting various reviews on Lin Bai. This included assessments of his talent, family background, character, and style of conduct among hundreds of items to verify compliance. The previous foundational inheritance only required evaluating talent, which meant only skill mattered. However, the supreme talisman inheritance applied for by the solitary guest was different. Any hint of anti-human or antisocial tendencies in Lin Bai would disqualify him. This supreme level of talisman foundational privileges represented the crystallization of humanity's wisdom regarding the path of talismans throughout history, so all of Lin Bai's past actions would be scrutinized. Fortunately, Lin Bai was gradually awakening to innate wisdom equivalent to a newborn, which from the perspective of the human path, made him a genuine youthful talent of humanity, rather than an old monster seizing a new body. Even with the terrifying deductive capabilities of the human path corresponding to the heavenly path, they took a full half-hour to repeatedly confirm that there were no omissions or errors. Esteemed guardian of humanity, your application has been approved. Please do not disclose this externally. The solitary guest was somewhat surprised to see that the human path's examination had passed. The heavenly path consists of all things in the world, while the human path corresponds to the entirety of humanity. Passing the human path examination indicated that Lin Bai was a standard successor of humanity. This was not solely due to his high talent in talismans, as he needed to pass all other evaluations as well. In reality, the human path examination was not rigid. For example, Lin Bai's killing spree in the beast trap was considered a positive point. However, this examination was exceptionally tedious. If any single item did not meet the criteria, it would lead to disqualification. Thus, the solitary guest submitted the application hoping to test the waters without much expectation, but to his astonishment, it succeeded. This kid truly has good fortune. He has obtained this highest talisman foundational inheritance. The solitary guest sighed. If previously others praised Lin Bai as a seed of a talisman master, it was merely a hopeful expectation for his future. Now it was a certainty. It was equivalent to being granted a free pass. Lin Bai's lowest expected achievement in talismans would be at the master level, while the upper limit was incalculable. At this moment, Lin Bai, who was drawing talismans below, was unaware of the tremendous opportunity he had received, as if a pie had fallen from the sky. He was only silently muttering to himself. Strange, why hasn't the solitary guest announced the end of class yet? It seemed like class was being dragged on. Just as Lin Bai was fretting over the prolonged lesson by the lonely instructor Gu Duke, after applying for the most advanced scripture authority for Lin Bai continued recording the remaining students' results. Since the talisman class was not large, this task was completed quickly. Having finished his work, Gu Duke clapped his hands to signal the students below to look up. The crisp applause echoed distinctly in the quiet classroom, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The students raised their heads in unison, gazing at the instructor above, Lin Bai included. After all, this was the final day of the assessment and the pivotal moment for announcing the holiday arrangements. Since even the poorest performers had managed to inscribe at least one talisman, they were no longer at risk of expulsion. Relieved, they behaved like ordinary students, eagerly anticipating the holiday schedule. Though they appeared quietly focused on their talisman work, their attention was fixed outside, waiting for Gu Duke's announcement. Seeing the excitement on Lin Bai and the others' faces, Gu Duke couldn't help but chuckle softly. He too had been young and understood exactly what was on his students' minds. First, congratulations to all of you for passing this talisman test. After the New Year break, you will receive your own talisman scriptures. Gu Duke began by summarizing the assessment, though he did not elaborate on individual evaluations or rewards, offering only a general statement. And then, uncharacteristically, Gu Duke teased Lin Bai and the others, drawing out the crucial information with a mischievous tone. Our New Year break will last 1 month starting tomorrow. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the passage between the Martial Lecture Hall and the real world will open, allowing you to return. I wish you all a joyful holiday. With a faint smile, his figure gradually faded and vanished. Upon hearing that the holiday began tomorrow and would last a full month, the students erupted in cheers. Holiday. It's holiday time. I'm going home to find someone to soothe my nerves. This damn Martial Lecture Hall didn't give us a single day off before. Some even spoke recklessly in their excitement. Hey, what are you talking about, you fool? I meant a spiritual cultivator. What did you think? Oh, I thought you meant a spiritual healer. Hee, our young master Zhao must have had his mind in the gutter. Get lost. They teased each other, forgetting their usual petty grievances. In a corner, Wang Yu turned to Lin Bai and whispered, Lin Bai, how are you spending the New Year break? I'll be with my sister, but she might not have a long holiday. Well, figure out the rest later. Normally Lin Bai would spend the new year with Lin Su, but as a junior alchemist at the Benevolence Hall, she would likely only get a few days off before returning. Organizations like the Benevolence Hall valued rules above all. Even if Lin Su were a disciple of a Tao alchemy master, she would still have to follow them. Well, unless she were a disciple of a grandmaster, then rules would bend for grandmasters embodied the rules themselves. Hearing that Lin Bai had no fixed plans, Wang Yes' eyes lit up. She eagerly said, "I'll come find you to hang out then." "No problem. Then it's settled." With Lin Bai's promise, Wang Yes' mood improved even more, and she chattered on about various arrangements. Lin Bai had no objections. Having someone plan the holiday outings was quite pleasant. Teleported back, Lin Bai returned to his courtyard and began packing. In truth, he simply tidied up the courtyard in the martial lecture hall. Tomorrow he only needed to bring Mo Ling and the light heavy blades back with him. Humming a tune from his hometown Anning County, Lin Bai started a thorough cleanup. Since the courtyard had a dust-clearing formation, he only needed to arrange the items neatly. As he worked, Lin Bai sensed something amiss. "Wait, where's little Mo Ling?" Mo Ling had been too quiet today. Could something have happened? Lin Bai immediately set down his tasks and focused his spiritual sense to investigate. In a corner, Mo Ling lay still deep in slumber. On its black body, faint gray-black wisps of energy drifted away, while a peculiar yet steady energy fluctuation emanated from it. Lin Bai carefully sensed Mo Ling's condition. Could this be? Mo Ling has entered its growth phase. Of course. It's been nearly 3 months, it's time for the growth phase. Having discerned the situation, his furrowed brow relaxed, and his worry transformed into genuine delight. What is the growth phase? The stages of demon beasts are typically categorized as infancy, growth, and maturity. These represent the age states of such creatures. Given sufficient time, all demon beasts can reach maturity. These age states significantly impact a beast's combat power. After all, among beasts of the same bloodline rank, the younger ones are naturally weaker than the older ones. This is beyond doubt. The longer a demon beast grows, the more bloodline potential it unlocks, enhancing its physique and abilities. Mo Ling's current deep sleep was precisely for excavating the potential buried within its bloodline. Mo Ling's bloodline had evolved once before, which is why its growth phase arrived so slowly. The higher the bloodline rank of a demon beast, the longer it stays in each stage. For divine beasts like dragons and phoenixes, the infancy stage alone can last over a decade before entering the growth phase. If Mo Ling's bloodline were still that of a common shadow crow, it would have nearly reached maturity in 3 months instead of just entering the growth phase. Of course, even a fully mature shadow crow would be no match for an evolved infant stage Mo Ling. This was truly good news. Not only was the holiday starting today, but Mo Ling had also entered its growth phase. A double blessing. Lin Bai hurried to the bamboo grove beside the courtyard to select materials, crafting a bamboo basket for Mo Ling to use the next day. Little Mo Ling wasn't in a coma, but rather experiencing heightened drowsiness. During this period, its need for food would greatly increase to support its growth. It would likely take time to adapt to the surge in bloodline concentration from infancy to maturity before it recovered. This was also a major challenge for wild demon beasts during the transition to the growth phase. Their strength waned, hindering food acquisition and diminishing their perception of danger. However, contracted spirit beasts were different. All expenses were covered by their masters. Lin Bai had even heard of some beast tamers becoming so poor from providing for their spirit beast's growth that they nearly sold their pants. It was the beast tamer's version of never let the child go hungry even if you're poor. For now, with only Mo Ling as his lifebound spirit beast, and its low-level, Lin Bai could still afford it. But at higher levels, daily expenses for food, clothing, and care would become a significant cost. A happy burden indeed. Early the next morning, Lin Bai carried the bamboo basket, containing Mo Ling on his back, the light heavy blades at his waist, ready to meet Wang Yu, and then teleport home. Wang Yu was also leaving at the same time, and they happened to run into each other. Seeing Lin Bai with a bamboo basket, she found it curious. "What's that you're carrying? Where's your little spirit pet?" Mo Ling has entered the growth phase transition and is sleeping. Lin Bai showed her the little Mo Ling nestled in the basket. The little creature slept peacefully in the basket, surrounded by one of Lin Bai's old clothes. Wang Yu marveled at the sight. Mo Ling's bloodline must not be purely that of a shadow crow. It took this long to enter the growth phase. Mo Ling's current bloodline was the shadow-soiled owl evolved from the shadow crow. So it was indeed extraordinary. "Let's go. It's almost 8 o'clock. If we miss this window, we'll have to wait until tomorrow." Arriving at the square, Lin Bai and Wang Yu found they were relatively late. On the square, small groups of 2 or 3 gathered together, all waiting for the departure time. The wait always dragged on. Lin Bai and Wang Yu positioned themselves at the periphery of a circle of Wang clan members, quietly awaiting the opening of the spatial passage. During this time Lin Bai felt frequent gazes upon him coming from another group in the distance. These looks carried scrutiny, curiosity, and perhaps something else, leaving Lin Bai bewildered. Finally, he activated his enhanced hearing to eavesdrop on their conversation. So that's Lin Bai. He managed to latch onto the young lady of the Wang family. Being handsome really pays off. Hey, you don't know this, but Wang Ye's status in the Wang family is exceptionally high. Oh, brother Li, how so? I'm not entirely sure, but I know Wang Yu is among the top nurtured members of the family. Tisk, that kept man sure hit the jackpot. Lin, by overhearing their sour remarks, realized it was his constant proximity to Wang Yu that had caused this. Understanding the reason, Lin Bai's mind calmed instead, and he even found it somewhat amusing. His attitude was, say whatever you want, say it loud and clear. Hearing their bitter words, Lin Bai felt not anger but a wave of satisfaction. It wasn't that he enjoyed being belittled, but their words were feeble and steeped in envy. He relished the feeling of, you can't stand me yet you can't do anything about me. Especially since those gossiping were likely from the literary path, their insults were elegantly phrased, adding to the comedic effect. As Lin Bai focused on listening to them call him a kept man, Wang Yu noticed his distracted concentration. She pouted and nudged him. Lin Bai, are you listening to me? Sorry, what did you say? I asked what you were listening to. Why are you ignoring me? I just heard some dogs barking, got a bit carried away. Dogs barking? Wang Yu looked bewildered. Where in the martial arts hall would dogs come from? Lin Bai stifled a laugh and subtly gestured toward the distant group. Seeing his expression, Wang Yu grew curious. Though Wang Yu lacked Lin Bai's enhanced hearing from his powerful physique, as a wealthy practitioner of the qi refining path, she never lacked magical artifacts. She took out an earring and attached it to her left earlobe. Soon Wang Yu understood Lin Bai's meaning. She chuckled softly and lightly tapped his arm. Indeed, it's barking. The two then continued eavesdropping on the conversation, teasing each other whenever they heard something amusing. Wang Yu, seized by a playful mood, elbowed Lin Bai and lowered her voice. Hee, how about it, Lin Bai? Interested in becoming my paramour? You heard how well they say I'd treat you. Lin Bai pretended to ponder, stroking his chin seriously. Not quite feasible. The benefits are too poor, just covering my resources until the transcendence realm. You need to work harder. If you became the clan leader of the Wang family in the prefecture, maybe there'd be a chance. Unfortunately, the gossipers soon shifted their conversation to other topics, not solely focused on criticizing Lin Bai and Wang Yu. This infuriated Lin Bai. He had finally found some entertainment in the morning, only for it to end abruptly. Was he not handsome enough, or was the rumor of him and Wang Yu being together not scandalous enough? Why didn't they continue? Fortunately, time passed quickly. A golden light appeared above the sea of clouds over Lin Bai and the others. Everyone felt a gentle yet irresistible force enveloping them, warping their sense of space. See you later. After Wang Yu said this, she vanished. The next moment, Lin Bai also disappeared from the square. All the students on the square were swallowed by the golden light within moments and teleported away. About 3 hours later, Lin Bai was spat out. He shook his head and surveyed his surroundings. Lin Bai was back where he had first arrived, but this time there was no registration. It was a group teleportation with almost everyone landing simultaneously. We're back, finally back. Brother Zhao, how about a few drinks? That's fitting, but I entered the martial arts hall by chance. I should first return to inform my parents. My oversight. I'll send you an invitation in a few days, Brother Zhao. Damn, not a single day of rest since joining this hall. The students back in the mortal world were ecstatic, inviting friends to make plans. They were also venting their emotions. Though excited, Lin Bai maintained some composure. He and Wang Yu had landed not far apart, and they quickly found each other. Wang Yu pointed to the black-scaled horse-drawn carriage at the far end, indicating her discovery. A faceless figure in a straw cloak, seeing the returned crowd, jumped off the carriage and struck the brass gong in his hand. Students, please line up and board the carriages in an orderly manner. Do not linger or make noise here. The excited chatter was interrupted as everyone noticed the parked carriages. Each carriage bore the students' names. Let's go. The students found their designated carriages and boarded. Lin Bai and Wang Yu quickly found theirs. Upon boarding, they saw the same 5-person configuration as before. Besides them, there were Zhao Rang, Zhong Yuhe, and Fang Ming. Since they were all classmates from the talisman class, having spent months together, the atmosphere wasn't awkward. Wang Yu in public resumed her aloof and distant demeanor. She leaned quietly against Lin Bai, listening as he spoke with the others. Zhao Rang, with a calm expression, spoke first. Fellow classmates, any plans? Zhong Yuhe shook her head, indicating she had none. Lin Bai shifted to a more comfortable position against the carriage and said, Brother Zhao, just speak your mind. Fang Ming, seemingly more familiar with Zhao Rang, teased him with a smile. Exactly, Zhao Rang. This isn't like the Fish Dragon Gang style. Why so formal? Zhao Rang's expression remained unchanged under everyone's gaze, but his hands hidden in his wide sleeves clenched unconsciously, nails nearly digging into his palms. It's nothing major. I've been entrusted by Master Jiang Ziyuan of the Literary Dao to invite you, our fellow students of the Yunmeng Martial Arts Hall, for a gathering after the new year. At these words, everyone's expressions shifted, staring at Zhao Rang in surprise. Among the Yunmeng Martial Arts Hall students, those with higher family status had been explained to Lin Bai by Wang Yu. Jiang Ziyuan was the youngest son of the Yunmeng prefect. Of course, the key point wasn't that. Why would Jiang Ziyuan send Zhao Rang to notify Lin Bai and the others about an invitation? This wasn't a simple matter of etiquette. In the Great Xia, those who deliver invitations are usually low-ranking servants. Zhao Rang, a martial arts hall student, had a bright future ahead. Yet he willingly endured such humiliation. Did Zhao Rang not know? Impossible. Zhao Rang felt their piercing gazes, but maintained a calm facade. Only he knew how heavily his heart pounded in his chest. Of course he knew this was humiliating. But what choice did he have? The Fish Dragon Gang was ultimately a tool of the government, and he, Zhao Rang, was a tool of Jiang Ziyuan. Ordinary martial arts hall students had bright futures, but his spot was essentially granted by the prefect. Otherwise, how could the Fish Dragon Gang possess such a thing? To obtain this spot, Zhao Rang had sworn an oath, his life and cultivation controlled by others. How could a man without freedom speak of dignity or choice? Master Jiang Ziyuan only instructed me to inform you first. The formal invitation will be sent later. After speaking, Zhao Rang closed his eyes to rest, saying no more. The other four in the carriage had varied expressions. Wang Yu and Lin Bai were indifferent, while Zhong Yuhe and Fang Ming, having befriended Zhao Rang in the hall, now showed disgust and contempt for his behavior. There's nothing wrong with the path you choose, but you must accept others' judgmental looks, unless you become strong enough to forbid even a hint of disdain. Due to this incident, the group fell silent, waiting to arrive at Yunmeng City. After several hours, Lin Bai finally reached his destination. The carriage stopped in front of the Shanjintang pharmacy in the market. We're here. I'll go now. All right, I'll come find you to hang out. I remember. Lin Bai bid farewell to Wang Yu and prepared to disembark. Only Wang Yu and Zhong Yuhe remained in the carriage, as Fang Ming and Zhao Rang had gotten off before Lin Bai. The two didn't know each other, and with Wang Ye's personality, the carriage grew even quieter. Zhong Yuhe, after hearing Lin Bai and Wang Ye's exchange, watched Wang Yu with keen interest, pondering. Could the rumors be true? Though she didn't know Wang Ye's exact background, the fact that even someone of her status from a noble family knew nothing about her revealed other information. Family protection protocols, after all. Her own Zhong family had similar measures. Precisely because of this, Lin Bai's closeness to Wang Yu drew others' attention. A true nobody would be ignored by everyone. On the other side, Lin Bai stepped out of the carriage door, and the clamor of the marketplace rushed into his ears. It was now the end of December, and the frost was heavy. The snow on the road was a foot thick, and most pedestrians wore thick cotton-padded jackets. Occasionally, cultivators passed through, still clad in thin garments, moving with ease through the wind and snow, forming a scene of their own. Lin Bai was currently dressed in summer attire. His constitution was strong enough to withstand the cold. A few gusts of chilly wind blew, and several snowflakes fell on his face without any protection, then melted away. Lin Bai breathed in the air of the biting wind, felt the melted snow on his face, and listened to the various sounds of the bustling market. He slowly exhaled, and an indescribable sense of oppression within him was also expelled. Finally, I'm back. The fiery cloud cave heaven was fine, but cultivators would feel uncomfortable after staying there too long. It was because the fiery cloud cave heaven lacked a certain real essence, and cultivators' perceptions were very acute, subtly reminding him of this. It was now noon, and his sister Lin Su was probably still refining pills. Fortunately, Lin Su had given him a pass token before, so the guards at the back courtyard of the Benevolent Heart Hall would not stop him. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Bai found that Lin Su was indeed not there. After settling Mo Ling, he leaped onto his small bed and lay down. This small bed is still the most comfortable. Lin Bai began to calculate how long it was until the real New Year holiday. 4 more days until the New Year. In the Great Xia, the New Year holiday was a grand festival lasting 10 days. The first day was for sacrificing to heaven and earth, the second for worshipping ghosts and gods, the third for welcoming ancestors, and the fourth for honoring sages. The remaining 6 days were for visiting relatives and friends. This year Lin Bai was in Cloud Dream City, so he certainly couldn't spend the New Year with his parents, but fortunately he had his sister. As night began to fall, lanterns gradually lit up. Lin Su finished a day of alchemy practice and returned to the small courtyard only to be alerted by the courtyard's formation that someone was inside. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. The permissions for this courtyard she had only given to her foolish younger brother. A faint smile curled at the corner of her lips. Indeed, no matter how much study at the Martial Lecture Hall, the New Year holiday would still come. She pushed open the courtyard gate and had just stepped inside when with a whoosh, a figure rushed out of the house like a whirlwind brimming with energy. "Sister, I'm back." Lin Bai's face beamed with a radiant smile. I know," Lin Su replied as blandly as if commenting on the nice weather. "Ha! Don't you miss me, sis?" Seeing his sister's indifferent expression, Lin Bai feigned hurt on his face. "When I came to the Benevolent Heart Hall to study, I could only go home once every 6 months. It's only been 3 months since I last saw you, not a long separation. And you were going to study, so what's there for me to be sad about?" "Oh, that makes sense." Lin Bai scratched his head, but then unwillingly added, But this is completely different from the emotional family reunions in the plays. You should at least have red-rimmed eyes and we should hug and cry together." The deeply moving reunion scenes he had rehearsed countless times in his mind were so plainly shattered by Lin Su. "Stop joking around. Come over and write a letter." "What letter, sis?" Lin Su pulled him into the house, took out a brush and paper. "A letter to Mom and Dad. It's been so long since you've been here, it's time to write to them. Luckily you came back just in time, or the Benevolent Heart Hall's carriage would leave tomorrow." "Ah, the Benevolent Heart Hall has such a service." "Of course. Not everyone at the Benevolent Heart Hall can go home for the new year. Last time I couldn't go back, didn't I have someone take a letter home?" Reminded by his sister, Lin Bai suddenly recalled that was indeed the case. He set aside his playful thoughts, sat up straight, pondered briefly, and began to write about his gains over the past 3 months. First he briefly explained that he had embarked on the path of cultivation, and had even obtained a great opportunity to enter the Martial Lecture Hall. The rest mostly described life at the Martial Lecture Hall. However, Lin Bai had been warned by the token before leaving the Fiery Cloud Cave Heaven not to reveal specific information about the Martial Lecture Hall, so he only mentioned it in passing. Finally, he told his parents to take care of themselves. The surge of longing was unstoppable. Lin Bai filled 3 whole sheets of paper. After finishing, he looked it over and felt something was off, as if something was missing. He picked up the brush again and added a sentence at the end of the letter. "I'm amazing, aren't I? Once I've made progress in my cultivation, it'll bring you both back to Cloud Dream City." Lin Yi and Wang Xiu had settled in Tranquil City not without reason. It was one of the appointments arranged by the Wang family. Back then, his mother Wang Xiu had poor talent in cultivation, so she was assigned to Tranquil City, serving as one of the Wang family's eyes and ears there. His father Lin Yi followed her and set up home in Tranquil City. But there was no helping it. Although Wang Xiu's talent was poor, the resources the Wang family provided were never lacking. So when the Wang family assigned her a duty, she had to accept it. Equivalent exchange, equal rights and responsibilities is beyond reproach anywhere. However, if either of the 2 siblings, Lin Bai or Lin Su, broke through to the transcendent realm or reached a high level in their auxiliary path, things would be different. Then Lin Yi and Wang Xiu could move back to Cloud Dream City without anyone criticizing them, and Wang Xiu would feel at ease. After all, befriending a cultivator of that level was far more important than such eavesdropping work. Lin Su watched her brother write that final sentence, and a tender smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. "You still remember what Mom and Dad said a long time ago?" "Of course I do," Lin Bai replied while checking his letter. When the 2 siblings were very young, their parents would occasionally talk about missing Cloud Dream City. But as they grew up and became more sensible, Lin Yi and Wang Xiu stopped mentioning it, afraid of passing on negative emotions or pressure to them. But Lin Bai and Lin Su were naturally intelligent and remembered those few conversations. After checking the letter and finding no issues, Lin Bai handed it to Lin Su. "Sis, it's done." Lin Su took Lin Bai's letter, put it away, and placed it in the same envelope as her own letter. "This letter will be sent tomorrow and should arrive around the new year." After taking care of the important matters, Lin Su and Lin Bai began to catch up. Lin Bai roughly recounted his gains from the Martial Lecture Hall, while Lin Su continued her daily studies under Master Goldenflower, accumulating knowledge to advance to a mid-level alchemist. "By the way, sis, Mo Ling is developing its bloodline and entering the growth phase. Do you have any high-energy pills?" Hearing her brother's request, Lin Su began to search her mind for suitable pills. Primordial Spirit Pill. It accumulates chi, strengthens the foundation, and has a slight nourishing effect on the spirit. It's a 3rd-grade pill usable by both humans and spirit beasts. Lin Su explained the pill's effects to Lin by asking if it suited his needs. Upon hearing the pill's effects, Lin Bai's eyes lit up. That's it. The pill Lin Su recommended perfectly matched Mo Ling's current situation, and a common 3rd-grade pill was just right for Mo Ling. Before, the Rebirth Realm auxiliary creations were divided into 9 grades. Typically, every 3 grades corresponded to a cultivation level. A 3rd grade pill was just right for Mo Ling, who was at the mortal transcendence realm. Of course, special pills were different, like the soul-nourishing pill Lin Bai had taken during his awakening. Even as an ordinary person, he could take it without issue. Seeing there was a suitable pill, Lin Bai was initially delighted, but he quickly realized a problem: he had no money. Indeed, he couldn't even pull out 10 spirit stones from his pocket. Lin Bai's cultivation resources at the Fiery Cloud Cave Heaven were all provided by the Martial Lecture Hall, so he never needed money. At this moment, he suddenly realized he was completely broke. "Sis, how much does this pill cost?" Seeing Lin Bai's awkward demeanor, Lin Su immediately knew what he was thinking. "Don't worry, it's a small amount. You don't have to pay. Just focus on improving your strength." Seeing his successful scavenging, Lin Bai couldn't help but cheer. "Sister is the best." Seeing Lin Bai's reaction, Lin Su couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. The next day after work, Lin Su brought back a small gourd for Lin Bai containing 10 Yuanling pills. These pills were more than sufficient to provide the energy needed for Mo Ling's transition from infancy to the growth stage. In the following days, as the new year approached, the flow of people in Yunmeng City increased, and with it the number of medicine buyers, making Lin Su even busier. Thus, the heavy responsibility of cleaning the house and preparing the New Year's goods fell gloriously upon Lin Bai's shoulders. This world also had its own New Year customs. One custom was to hang 5 colored coins on the eaves of the courtyard walls. These were copper coins in 5 colors: red, yellow, purple, gold, and crimson. This symbolized a prayer for a better life in the coming year. Another custom involved binding special mulberry leaves into bundles and sweeping them over the roof tiles, symbolizing the expulsion of the old year's bad luck to welcome the new one. Due to their auspicious meaning and limited yield, these mulberry leaves were in high demand during the New Year season. Early that morning, Lin Bai rushed into the market, his target set on the finest mulberry leaves. Just as his hand touched his goal, another equally swift hand reached out from beside him. "Young man, you've got quick hands. Auntie, you're not too shabby yourself." After a silent struggle, Lin Bai, being younger and stronger, ultimately prevailed, snatching the mulberry leaves into his hands. Under the auntie's gaze of the young are formidable, he paid and left with an air of triumph. On the last day before the New Year, Lin Su finally had her holiday. "Sis, the Benevolence Hall only gave you 7 days off. It's actually not bad. Some alchemists and physicians even have to stay at the Benevolence Hall during the New Year. I only have these few days off because of my teacher." Lin Su was also helpless, but those were the rules of the Benevolence Hall. Lin Su prepared the New Year's Eve dinner while Lin Bai only assisted with the preparations and did the tasting. The first day of the new year was called Worshipping Heaven and Earth. No elaborate rituals were needed, for humans were also a part of heaven and earth. People simply needed to eat, drink, and rest peacefully to be considered as having paid homage to the universe. Lin Bai heartily agreed with this and executed it perfectly. The second day was for worshipping ghosts and gods. On this day, before eating, one had to make an offering to their chosen deity or the local river and mountain gods. The specific ritual was simple: place the dishes on the table, set up an incense burner in front of the food, light incense, and pray to them for good luck in the coming year. It was a very straightforward ritual. Once the incense had burned out, it was time to eat. Lin Bai privately believed that the rules for these first 2 days of the new year were purely established by the ancestors to find a legitimate reason to laze around and rest. Lin Bai spent these 2 days in great comfort. Aside from his daily cultivation, he felt perfectly at ease lying around the rest of the time. On the second day of the new year, since Lin Bai and Lin Su had no specific deities they believed in, they customarily made their annual offerings to the local god of Yunzhou. Lady Yunqi. In the local mythology of Yunzhou, Lady Yunqi was the one who created humanity and sheltered them during their age of ignorance. During dinner, Lin Bai clasped his hands together and began to pray to Lady Yunqi for good fortune. Although he felt in his heart that Lady Yunqi probably had no time to pay attention to a small fry like him, what if she did? What if Lady Yunqi heard Lin Bai's prayer and truly bestowed her blessing? Wouldn't that be a huge win? After praying and finishing dinner, Lin Bai suggested to Lin Su, "Sis, I heard that on the night of the second day of the new year in Yunmeng City, there's a lantern festival. It's said to be very lively, and you can release lanterns on the Yunmeng River for blessings. Let's go check it out." "See the lanterns?" Lin Su thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, let's go for a walk." Lin Bai changed into a new set of clothes and waited in the courtyard for his sister to get ready. Fortunately, Lin Su wasn't one to dawdle. After changing into a gorgeous ceremonial robe and applying light makeup, she was ready. "Wow, sis, you look so beautiful in that outfit. If you go out like this, how will the other girls in Yunmeng City cope?" Lin Bai's tongue was sweet, and he immediately put on an expression of being dazzled by Lin Su's appearance. "You flatterer. Although Lin Su scolded him with a smile, a hint of a smile still appeared on her face, showing that Lin Bai's compliment pleased her. It's true, sis. If you go out in that, you'll definitely make others feel inferior. Although Lin Bai's words carried some flattery, seeing Lin Su, who usually favored light-colored clothes, suddenly don an elegant ceremonial robe was indeed quite stunning. Seeing Lin Bai still incessantly praising her, Lin Su shot him a look and then walked towards the courtyard. You and your sweet talk. Come on, let's go. Don't you want to see the lanterns? Let's go. Wait for me, sis. The Lantern Festival was held by the banks of the Yunmeng River, outside Yunmeng City. The siblings chose to take a spiritual energy carriage. During the new year, the market crowds had thinned significantly, and there were very few pedestrians on the roads. But as they neared the city gate, the crowd gradually thickened. Groups of pedestrians and many carriages were all converging towards the same direction. Sis, there are so many people. Watching the lanterns is a traditional activity in Yunmeng City during the New Year festivals, so naturally there are a lot of people. Oh, I see. Sis, have you ever been to see the lanterns before? Are they pretty? I've never been. Watching lanterns alone isn't much fun. Lin Bai hadn't expected that his sister had been in Yunmeng City for so long without ever seeing its traditional lantern festival. She was truly a homebody among homebodies. The Yunmeng River was the main source of water for daily life in Yunmeng City, and was not far from it. After leaving the city gate, the carriage ride was short. Lin Bai alighted from the carriage, captivated by the sight of the bustling river covered in lanterns. The river's surface was no longer water, but had become a surging torrent of light. The lanterns in the water were scattered yet clustered together. Countless lanterns densely carpeted the entire water surface. Near the banks they glittered like scattered gold, while in the center of the river, they converged into a wide, brilliant, slowly flowing river of light. This light was not a scattering of dots, but a solid mass, a magnificent array as bright as day, dyeing the night sky a warm orange. Sis, look. These lanterns are so beautiful. Lin Bai excitedly shared the joy of the sight with Lin Su. Lin Su got out of the carriage right after him, her gaze fixed on the shimmering, colorful river. The brilliant lights were reflected in her clear eyes. She was slightly lost for a moment before speaking softly. Indeed, it is beautiful. However, Lin Su had a rather calm disposition. After admiring it for a while, she came back to her senses. She tugged at Lin Bai, who was still immersed in the beautiful scene. Let's walk and look at the same time. We need to go buy lanterns too. If we're late, all the nice ones will be taken. Reminded by his sister, Lin Bai snapped out of it. Almost forgot. Sis, let's hurry. Lin Bai and Lin Su headed towards the small market that had formed along the riverbank. This was a temporary trading area. Some vendors, seeing a business opportunity, had gathered here to sell various small goods. Among them, the majority were vendors selling lanterns and snacks. The air in the small market was thick with the mixed scent of fireworks, incense, and sweet cakes. The cacophony of voices, laughter, vendors' cries, and the distant sound of drums and gongs from a stage intertwined into a sea of joy. Sis, fried New Year goodies. Lin Bai bought various snacks as they walked, making sure to give a portion to Lin Su as well. They soon found a lantern stall. The lanterns on this stall were noticeably more exquisitely crafted, with shapes of lotuses, treasure boats, jade rabbits, pagodas. All different. It attracted quite a crowd around the stall. The stall owner was a family of four, a couple with a pair of 7 or 80-year-old siblings. Lin Bai picked up an exquisitely shaped red lotus lantern and held it out to Lin Su. Sis, what do you think of this lantern? Lin Su took the lantern Lin Bai handed her and carefully examined its design. Not bad. You keep looking for one you like too. Just as the two were engrossed in choosing lanterns, a clear, melodious voice spread distinctly through the entire bustling market. The speaker was a cultivator with some skill, as the voice carried everywhere in the market without being harsh. It's time. The competition is about to start. Time to catch the treasure fish. The people in the marketplace were originally engaged in their own activities, buying goods, admiring the lanterns, and strolling through the fair. However, upon hearing this sound, the crowd was drawn, as if by invisible threads, surging en masse toward its source. Some vendors even began packing up their stalls, abandoning their business altogether. It was as if gold lay ahead, and any delay would mean someone else would snatch it away. The area near Lin Bai's stall had been bustling with people, but at the sound they all scurried away in an instant. Baffled, Lin Bai turned to Lin Su for answers. Sis, what's going on? Are they handing out money over there? Lin Su shook her head blankly, indicating she was just as clueless about the situation. Then again, it made sense. Lin Su had never attended the Yunmeng City Lantern Festival, so naturally she wouldn't know. Fortunately, a nearby stall owner packing up his lanterns overheard their conversation and kindly explained. Dear guests, haven't you heard of the Lantern Festival's fish-catching contest? What's that? Seeing Lin Bai's genuine ignorance, the stall owner continued answering while tidying up. This is the grand finale of our Yunmeng City's Lantern Festival on the second day of the new year. Every year the authorities release a batch of treasure fish into the Yunmeng River. These fish hide wonderful treasures inside. From ordinary pills and talismans to genuine Dao lineage inheritances, they have it all. Each year a few lucky souls by catching such inheritances ascend to the path of cultivation overnight. When mentioning Dao lineage inheritances, the stall owner's face showed undisguised envy. He suddenly remembered something and warned Lin Bai. "Oh, and dear guest, this contest is only for ordinary folks who haven't yet set foot on the path of cultivation. If any cultivator tries to fish in troubled waters, they'll surely face a beating from the authorities." "I see." After hearing the stall owner's kind explanation, Lin Bai grew even more intrigued. Hadn't he come to the Lantern Fair seeking amusement and spectacle? Such excitement was not to be missed. Even if he couldn't participate, Lin Bai had to go see it. However, noticing the stall owner packing up, he couldn't help but tease. "Old pal, are you going to join the contest and try your luck?" "Heh, trying doesn't cost anything. Besides, the authorities ensure safety every year, so there's no fear of injury. If luck smiles upon me and I snag something, wouldn't that be a win?" Just then the stall owner's young children peeked out from behind, vouching for their father. The little boy said to Lin Bai, "My dad is amazing. He's a master swimmer." The little girl nodded vigorously behind him, affirming her brother's words. It was clear they held deep admiration and reverence for their father. Seeing the children's earnest faces, Lin Bai didn't dampen their spirits, but joined in praising their father. The young siblings wanted to chat more with Lin Bai, but their mother pulled them back. "No mischief." After learning everything, Lin Bai bid farewell to the stall owner. "We're off now. I wish you good fortune, old pal." "Haha, thanks for the kind words, young friend." Lin Bai turned to Lin Su, his eyes sparkling. "Sis, let's go watch the fun." Lin Su naturally had no objection. She was there to accompany her brother anyway, and this unique event had piqued her curiosity as well. The two followed the crowd to the riverbank. The Yunmeng River was not overly wide, only a few thousand meters across, but it was deep, with the central area reaching about 100 meters. By now the area near the bank had been festooned with colorful flags by the authorities, and 5-colored paper money for blessings hung about, creating a celebratory yet formal atmosphere. Someone had cast a spell on the land near the river, raising earthen viewing platforms of various heights and sizes. Truly, cultivation changed life. Just moments ago, when Lin Bai was admiring the lanterns, these platforms hadn't existed. He had been in the marketplace for less than half an hour, yet outside so many earthen platforms had been silently and massively conjured. They chose a small platform of moderate height with a good view. A few small groups of people had already gathered on it. Lin Bai found a spot with an excellent view for Lin Su to hold, while he went to ask when the treasurefish catching event would start. Thanks to his sweet tongue and youthful appearance, someone nearby readily told him. "Thank you, fairy sisters. You're such a cute little brother. Want to watch the contest with us?" No, my sister is waiting for me." Lin Bai bid farewell to the group he had asked, a cluster of young women. Judging by their attire and demeanor, he guessed they were female students from an academy. After parting, Lin Bai bounded back to Lin Su's side in a few agile leaps. "Sis, I found out. The contest starts within half an hour of the announcement every year. It should begin soon." "Got it. Don't wander off. Sit down now." Lin Su nodded to show she understood, while forbidding Lin Bai from running around. As time passed, more and more people gathered near the riverbank. Crowds filled the stone platforms, the river's edge, and every available space. Finally the hour arrived. A vile-robed elder with an immortal aura appeared out of nowhere, hovering above the Yunmeng River. His gaze swept over the dense crowd below, and he gave a slight nod. His voice, clear as a bell, reached everyone's ears. "The contest is about to begin. This year there are 100 genuine treasurefish, and among them 5 contain Dao lineage inheritances." With that, the vile-robed elder casually pointed a finger, and the section of the Yunmeng River beneath him ceased to flow. The bitingly cold winter water began to warm. Then, with a sweep of his embroidered sleeve, countless golden specks drifted down onto the still water's surface. Upon touching the river, they transformed into golden dragon fish. Lin Bai was stunned by the spectacle. It was his first time witnessing the power of a high-ranking cultivator, halting the Yunmeng River's flow. What kind of divine might was that? Fortunately, upon closer observation, Lin Bai discerned a clue: the river wasn't completely still, or rather not entirely frozen. The vile-robed master had used his immense power to freeze only the upper layer of the Yunmeng River's surface, while the lower depths continued to flow. The principle was that he had forcibly cut and solidified a vast independent water body within the original flowing channel. The space he carved out was so enormous that it appeared as if the entire river had been halted. Impressive as it was far more plausible than freezing the entire Yunmeng River. Though named after Yunmeng, the river flowed through several prefectures. Let me reiterate the rules. The vile-trobed elder's voice silenced the gasps. Cultivators may not participate. Each participant may catch up to 2 dragonfish. First come, first served. No fighting over them. Violators will be severely punished. With that, the elder's figure vanished as silently as it had appeared. The government constables who had been maintaining order and safety along the riverbank began beating brass gongs. Time to catch the treasure fish. Everyone into the water. Splash, splash, splash. The crowd, long poised and eager, rushed fervently into the river, plunging into the warm water. Like arrows loosed from a bow, they swam with all their might toward the golden dragon fish swimming within. There were at least several thousand people, all excellent swimmers, swift and powerful in their strokes. Move aside up front. Let me through. Get lost. Who's letting you through now? Hiss. This fish doesn't look great. Let's try another. Damn it, this fish is so strong I can't hold it down. For many ordinary folk, this treasure fish catch was an unmissable opportunity. Were it not for the ironclad rules of first catch, first keep, and no fighting, the water would have long descended into chaos. As time passed, some had already succeeded swimming back to shore with their captured dragonfish. The first to make it ashore was a burly, bald man. He clutched a squirming golden dragon fish in each hand, his face beaming with excitement. Dripping wet from head to toe, he paid it no mind. His success instantly drew the attention of the surrounding spectators who crowded around. People shouted loudly, "Open the treasure fish! Open the treasure fish!" These cries drew the focus of other spectators who hadn't been paying attention. What exactly is treasure fish opening? It's akin to opening a mystery box in one's past life. These golden dragonfish are not real creatures. They were merely manifested into reality by the formidable senior moments ago through extraordinary means. Thus, once these dragon fish leave the water and come ashore, they gradually revert to their true essence. No one knows how many dragon fish dwell in the water, but only 100 of them contain treasures, and a mere 5 hold the most crucial path, inheritance. So it's all about luck, like opening treasure chests. Lin Bai's attention, swept along by the crowd's clamor, turned to the first fortunate one by the riverbank. "Sis, do you think the first contestant up might hit the jackpot?" "Hard to say. These golden dragon fish all look the same." "Hee, sis, you don't know this. When I was asking around just now, someone told me the first one up carries a bit of luck and often has a good chance of getting something." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Su's curiosity was piqued as the siblings gazed together at the bald man about to unveil the answer. The bald man, having just come ashore, felt the weight of countless stares. Fortunately, he had decent mental fortitude. More importantly, his entire focus was on the 2 thrashing dragonfish in his hands. Naturally aware of the lucky omen for the first to open the treasure fish, the bald man watched as the dragonfish began to turn ethereal. The onlookers also fixed their eyes intently on the dissolving golden light. The fish in his left hand yielded results first. Golden specks scattered and vanished, leaving nothing at all. Disappointment rippled through the crowd as murmurs arose. Could this year's first opener be a jinx? That's not a good sign. Hard to tell. There's still one more. Let's keep watching. The bald man, overhearing the chatter, turned, grim beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he muttered to himself. No way, no way. Damn it, how could I, the great me, be 1 in 100 jinx? The golden treasure fish in his right hand was about to fully dissolve, and the crowd's noise subsided. The bald man held his breath, not daring to exhale. As the golden specks of the dragonfish finished dispersing, a small wooden box fell onto the bank with a clatter. It's out. It's out. I knew my luck couldn't be that bad. The bald man shouted in relief, as if proving something to those who had whispered about him earlier. He snatched up the box eagerly and opened it to reveal a pill inside. Though not the most precious path, inheritance pills were a hard currency, far better than some bizarre materials. After the bald man's success, the atmosphere grew even more fervent, with cheers erupting around him. A familiar man squeezed through to tease him. You lucky fool, at least you got something, or you'd be the talk of the town back home. Nonsense. How could I, the great me, be so unlucky? Let me see what this pill does. Dragon Tiger Pill, a 2nd grade pill. Taking it enhances strength and stamina, a secret elixir for the bedchamber. As he read the last 4 words, his voice dwindled, but his face flushed a startling black red. Was this pill good? Of course. Increased strength was a tangible benefit, and the latter. For some it was priceless. But receiving such a pill in public and loudly announcing its effects was an embarrassment that could make one want to sink into the ground. Indeed, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into even louder laughter and jeers. Haha, who knew a big guy like you would be all show and no substance? Why else would you get this pill? Brother, take my advice. This stuff is harmful, you can't handle it. Yeah, I'll do you a favor and buy it at market price plus 30% relieving you of the burden. The bald man's face grew redder, but he refused to back down verbally. Get lost. I'm in perfect shape, and since I earned this pill myself, why wouldn't I take it? With that, he tipped his head back and swallowed the dragon tiger pill, demonstrating his resolve not to part with it. Seeing the bald man had already consumed the pill, the wealthy merchants who wanted to buy it dispersed. As for threatening or coercing him, this was an official tournament organized by the government, and the senior who had commanded the Yunmeng River might still be watching. Forcing a sale of a contestant's prize would be slapping the authorities in the face. Suicidal. No one would dare such a thing, not even with multiple lives. After this episode, the atmosphere grew even more heated with the sound of splashing as people dove into the water. It seemed the bald man had used up most of the luck. Those who came ashore afterward mostly came up empty-handed, sighing in despair. Though upset and angry, these unlucky souls didn't lose their minds enough to curse the authorities or challenge the rules. As Lin Bai watched leisurely, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. The lantern stall owner he had spoken with earlier. The stall owner had also gone into the river to catch 2 golden dragonfish, and his wife and children gathered around him to open the treasure fish. Fortunately, luck was on his side. 1 fish yielded a pill. Lin Bai nudged Lin Su and asked, "Sis, what pill is that?" As a disciple of a master alchemist and a junior alchemist herself, Lin Su recognized most pills. A foundation nourishing pill, 2nd grade. It nourishes the body, strengthens the constitution, and has a mild potency suitable even for ordinary people. As Lin Su explained, the stall owner carefully divided the pill into 4 portions and shared it with his family. Then, holding his family's hands, the stall owner headed home with a contented smile, while the little boy excitedly gestured and chattered beside his mother. What a happy family, Lin Bai mused inwardly just as a wave of noise drew his attention away. It's out. Someone got a path inheritance. A momentary silence fell over the crowd, followed by a storm of gazes. Shock, envy, jealousy. All converging on a single point. A young man seemingly in his early 20s stood frozen at a loss. Before him, a gentle bamboo slip radiated an aura of profound mystery hovering in midair. The youth appeared stunned by the sudden fortune, only snapping back to reality when he felt the burning stares of countless eyes. I got a path inheritance. I'm going to become a cultivator. Stuttering out the words, the young man, still incredulous, slapped himself hard. Feeling the fiery sting on his cheek and sensing the envy and hatred in others' eyes, he dared not dawdle. He quickly stepped forward to accept the inheritance. Had this not been a lantern festival, some might have already attacked to seize the heritage. Damn it, the first path inheritance is already taken. Damn, that guy is so lucky. Why can't I have such luck? Does anyone know where this young man is from? Is he married? Waves of envious and jealous murmurs surged while many sharp minds began plotting how to leverage this established fact for future gain. Watching the still excited crowd below, Lin Bai realized just how monumental a path inheritance was for ordinary people and minor clans. A path inheritance differed from basic cultivation methods. Inheritance signified a complete system, whereas basic methods only offered a slight tempering of the physique. Did reaching the mortal transcendence realm through basic methods truly count as transcendence? Yes and no. The combat prowess was abysmal, merely meeting the bare minimum in physical strength for that realm. Even so, basic cultivation methods were hard for ordinary people to obtain, let alone path inheritances. Even the weaker and peculiar paths like warrior, armor-bearer, or child disciple were utterly beyond the reach of common folk. As Lin Bai continued to watch the spectacle, Lin Su suddenly asked him a question. Lin Su asked Lin Bai, "Xiao Bai, do you know why the government is organizing this fish-catching competition? And why they are offering a Dao path as a reward?" Lin Bai was perplexed by Lin Su's question. Is it because they want to share joy with the people? Or is it a local tradition? Or perhaps a historical habit? He furrowed his brows, pondering for a while before providing an answer, but even he felt uncertain. Lin Su shook her head and revealed the answer. None of those. Humans are creatures that cannot live without hope, but when the future is shrouded in darkness with no hint of light, chaos is bound to ensue. But sister, even if people's hearts are restless, the power of the cultivators in Yunmeng City is enough to crush any dissent right. Lin Bai began to grasp Lin Su's meaning, but his doubts only grew. Human thoughts and actions carry weight, coupled with the heavens' unpredictable fate, and the human principle of a spark can ignite a fire. It becomes quite terrifying. Lin Su's answer enlightened Lin Bai. The principles of heaven and humanity observe the mortal realm. Every individual is a part of both, and this is unchangeable. Therefore, the government must periodically relinquish some benefits to maintain a semblance of hope for the masses, even if that hope seems faint. This mindset of hope is entirely different from that of despair. In places devoid of hope, extremism is most likely to arise. People either surrender, completely burning incense and worshipping deities and trusting everything to the void, or they produce a throng of madmen becoming aggressively destructive. Yet the principles of heaven and humanity inherently carry the meaning of renewal, thus they project a portion of their power onto those unpredictable individuals, hoping to see if new sparks can emerge. The power here is not the conventional kind but leans more towards the destiny bestowed upon an individual. Common manifestations include, but are not limited to, encountering opportunities, while walking, breaking through in the face of a strong adversary, or exhibiting resilience akin to that of a cockroach. They can be considered children of destiny, or rather at this moment those individuals are indeed the children of destiny. Just as Lin Bai fell into contemplation, even vaguely becoming somewhat entranced in deeper thoughts. Lin Su suddenly smiled, reaching out to gently pinch his cheek. "My silly brother, why do you believe everything I say? This is merely my speculation. Perhaps what you said about sharing joy with the people is correct." "Sister, let go. I'm thinking." Lin Bai protested, his words muddled. "I told you this speculation just to encourage you to think about the issue from different angles, not to get stuck in a rut." She gently patted Lin Bai's shoulder. "All right, stop overthinking and continue watching the activities below." At this moment, the young man below had completed his inheritance, and his demeanor changed instantly. However, this demeanor did not last long. A group of older men and women surrounded him, beginning to inquire about marriage. "Young man, are you married?" "Young man, I just heard your accent. You must be one of us from the southern city." Ultimately, it was an insightful, wealthy merchant who helped him escape by half persuading him under the pretext of befriending talented youths. Lin Bai and Lin Su enjoyed some snacks while observing the people on the shore, their moods fluctuating with the results of the treasure chest opening. "Sister, this activity is about to end. I just inquired, and it lasts only 1 hour each year." "Is that so? But I see only one Dao inheritance has been opened." "It doesn't matter, the time is fixed. Opportunities require not only chance, but also fate, or otherwise they would simply slip away like sand through fingers." Clearly those below also knew time was running out, and they frantically opened fish. Those who arrived late had not prepared short-sleeved shirts and trousers and jumped straight into the river. As time approached, another Dao inheritance was opened, this time by a short-haired woman. The short-haired woman was very cautious. After receiving the inheritance, she immediately returned to her clan's camp. From the looks of it, she must come from a well-off family, as there were many clan members accompanying her on this trip. Her clansmen looked delighted as they protected her in the center. Some young adults vigilantly watched the surroundings, preventing those nearby from trying to ingratiate themselves. This is a small hope. Many cultivation families often start this way. After the short-haired woman, no more lucky individuals opened the Dao inheritance. Only some pills, talismans, and materials were retrieved. Suddenly, the people still in the Yunmeng River were all lifted by an unseen force and sent up. They either hadn't caught anything or had only managed to catch a golden dragon fish. Those holding a fish still had a glimmer of hope on their faces, while those empty-handed were crying out in despair. "Thank goodness! At least I have one fish. Please don't let me down, little treasure. Woo-woo, I came too late. I didn't catch a single precious fish. I swear I'll come early next year. It's my fault. I was greedy and wanted to pick and choose. Now I have caught one. Hee hee, you arrived late. Can this kind of opportunity be taken lightly?" These people's emotions varied. Most were filled with regret, while some who had already caught 2 precious fish laughed at them. But regardless, the event had come to an end. The Yunmeng River began to flow again, and the golden dragon fish dispersed one after another. The river water became bone-chillingly cold once more. Those on the shore holding dragonfish also began their last large-scale opening of the treasure fish. However, there was mostly nothing, only some low-grade cultivation tools and materials. This year's treasure fish activity produced 2 Dao inheritances. People began to disperse, discussing this year's lucky individuals who opened the treasure fish, while Lin Bai and Lin Su, walking through the market, could only hear the sounds of discussion. "Old brother, it's such a pity you didn't go earlier. This year 2 Dao inheritances were opened. But your clever little brother stood right next to them and memorized the appearance of the dragon fish that had treasures. Quickly give me paper and pen. I will draw it out, and next year we will both go into the water. We are sure to reap rewards." "All right, you little rascal, finally did something right." This was the conversation between the 2 brothers that Lin Bai overheard. Lin Bai and Lin Su continued to wander through the lively little market, and because some people were waiting outside for the start of the catching treasure fish activity, they had not entered. Now that the event was over, these people flooded into the market, making it appear more crowded. Lin Bai found a beautiful flower lantern stall run by an elderly couple primarily selling common lotus lanterns, as well as some intricately crafted treasure boat lanterns and koi lanterns. In Yunzhou, there are sayings about how many flower lanterns can fulfill how many wishes. In the end, Lin Bai chose a treasure boat lantern and a lotus lantern, while Lin Su selected 4 lotus lanterns of various shapes. The old stall owner was very kind, giving them a discount totaling 300 coins. After paying, Lin Bai naturally took on the task of carrying the lanterns, and on the way, he couldn't help but tease Lin Su. "Sister, don't you have too many wishes? As a cultivator at the transcendent stage, isn't it normal to have a restless mind?" Lin Su replied, her expression calm. She never shied away from her desires. The siblings walked along the Yunmeng River, where many people were already placing these flower lanterns. They found a spot with fewer people and gently placed the lanterns into the water in pairs. Their flower lanterns flowed with the current, merging with others to form a river of light drifting down majestically. The candlelight of the flower lanterns was mostly a warm yellow, and the converging torrent presented a kind of gentle golden hue. Amidst this golden light, a few particularly large and exquisitely crafted lamp kings occasionally appeared. They might take the shape of dragon boats or resemble pagodas. These flower lanterns were propelled forward, attracting waves of astonished gasps and cheers from the onlookers on both banks. Lin Bai excitedly said to Lin Su, "Sister, let's make wishes quickly." After saying this, Lin Bai clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and began to wish. Lin Su, seeing her brother's serious expression, smiled gently and began to pray in the same manner. The candle flames of the flower lanterns swayed in the wind, reflecting on the water, then were rippled and scattered by the waves. The entire surface of the water sparkled, flowed, and danced with light, as if a slumbering giant dragon had been awakened, gliding slowly through this festive human world, adorned with shimmering golden scales. This was no longer merely the act of releasing lanterns for blessings, but a display of a city's vitality. It was boisterous, vibrant, and full of the mundane warmth of life. Just as Lin Bai and Lin Su were enjoying themselves. In Anning City, in the southern Lin residence, Lin Yi had just returned from the temple fair and looked at Wang Xiu, who was deep in thought. "Xiu, what's wrong? Wasn't the temple fair quite enjoyable?" Wang Xiu shook her head. "The fair was great. I was just thinking about Su and Xiao Bai. They aren't here now, and I don't know how they are doing." Just as Lin Yi was preparing to comfort Wang Xiu, a maid came in leading a person dressed in the attire of the Kindness Hall. "Sir, this messenger from the Kindness Hall has a letter for the young lady." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and Wang Xiu perked up immediately. "Quick, bring it here. You take this messenger to the account room to collect the money as my New Year gift to the Lin family, and you will also get a share." After sending the servant away, Wang Xiu eagerly snatched the letter from Lin Yi. "Xiu." Lin Yi called helplessly, but Wang Xiu ignored him, and Lin Yi could only lean over to look at what she was reading. Wang Xiu opened the letter to find it was from Lin Su. She read it slowly, almost word by word, as if trying to see her daughter's image in the lines. After reading Lin Su's letter and learning that she was living safely and studying well at the Kindness Hall, Lin Yi sighed in relief. Next was Lin Bai's letter. Unlike his sister's formal tone, his letter was whimsical, jumping from one topic to another. In his letter, Lin Bai briefly mentioned his recent circumstances, and Lin Ye's face broke into a delighted smile as he read. "Good boy. Not only did you obtain a suitable Dao inheritance, but you also entered the martial hall." Lin Ye's tone was filled with a father's pride. Seeing how well Lin Bai was doing, Wang Xiu was entirely relieved, her lips curving into a smile as she continued reading. Both of them knew what the martial hall was. This was a great opportunity. Yet when they reached the last sentence, Lin Yi and Wang Xiu were stunned. "Aren't I impressive? Once I succeed in my cultivation, I'll bring you both back to Yunmeng City." Lin Yi seemed to visualize his son's proud and earnest promise. Wang Xiu gently traced her fingers over the last sentence of the letter, while Lin Yi fell into silence. "Xiao Bai." Wang Xiu's eyes glistened with tears. "This is a good thing." Next, Lin Yi and Wang Xiu repeatedly looked over the letters from the two siblings, pondering how they were faring now. By the Yunmeng River, Lin Su opened her eyes after making her wish, only to see Lin Bai playfully approaching her. "Sister, what exactly did you wish for?" "You released 4 flower lanterns." But no matter how much Lin Bai pressed Lin Su, she would not reveal it. The third day of the new year is called Welcoming the Ancestors. The name is straightforward. It involves honoring ancestors and recalling the departed. Lin Bai and Lin Su, being in Yunmeng City, were to spend this day with their grandmothers. Lin Bai finally met his maternal uncle Wang Shu. He was the elder brother of his mother Wang Xiu and served in the yamen of Yunmeng City. Wang Shu was tall and lean with a refined countenance. At first glance, he seemed less like a martial artist and more like a scholar holding a scroll in an academy. As uncle and nephew Lin Bai and Wang Shu found plenty to talk about. When Lin Bai conversed with him, the impression of a scholar-teacher grew even stronger. Unfortunately, Wang Shu could not suppress the martial fanatic within him. "Little nephew, let's have a spar." They had been chatting normally, but after Wang Shu said this, Lin Bai felt his uncle's demeanor change entirely. His whole aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The gentle scholarly air receded like a tide, and his gaze sharpened with piercing intensity. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, the moment his uncle Wang Shu met him, he had already judged him to be a skilled martial artist. It wasn't some probing technique, but the instinct of a martial fanatic, and Wang Shu trusted that instinct implicitly. But having just met his young nephew, he could hardly call him for a bout right away. That would be improper. Forcing down the itch in his heart, he first chatted with Lin Bai about mundane matters to build familiarity. Now, feeling the moment was ripe, he could no longer hide his intentions. Lin Bai was troubled. Though he was only at the mortal transformation stage, even his grandmother, who was at the transcendent stage, couldn't defeat him, let alone Wang Shu, who was also at the mortal transformation stage. He didn't want to discourage this uncle with whom he got along so well. As for holding back, in this world and era where everyone was a cultivation fanatic, going easy on a martial artist in a duel was an outright insult. But if he didn't hold back, his uncle couldn't even withstand a single move. This was what Lin Bai's instinct told him. Just as Lin Bai was fretting, a savior descended. His aunt Wang Qian stormed over to Wang Shu. "Brother, have you lost your mind? Dragging your nephew into a fight during the new year?" Wang Shu, caught off guard by his sister's scolding, tried to defend himself. "Little sister, you misunderstand. I wasn't going to spar with Lin Bai. I just wanted to test our strength. How could I be so reckless during the new year?" As he spoke, Wang Shu frantically winked at Lin Bai, signaling for help. Wang Qian, unconvinced, turned to Lin Bai. "Xiao Bai, is that true?" Seeing Wang Shu behind Wang Qian, still making exaggerated gestures, Lin Bai had no choice but to help his uncle. Uncle really only mentioned testing strength like arm wrestling. It wasn't about fighting. Hearing Lin Bai cover for him, Wang Shu immediately perked up. "See, Xiao Qian, Xiao Bai has proven my innocence. You just don't trust me enough." Wang Qian looked skeptical, suspecting Lin Bai was lying for Wang Shu, but seeing his smug expression reignited her anger. "That's still not allowed. You should stay put during the new year. And I don't believe you because I know you too well." Wang Shu was left speechless, unable to refute her with so many past incidents. In the end, Lin Bai played peacemaker. "Aunt, please let uncle off this once." Wang Qian finally relented. Wang Shu quickly changed the subject, lowering his voice mysteriously. "Xiao Qian, Xiao Bai, do you know what I saw when I went into the Black Dragon Mountains recently?" His mysterious tone successfully shifted Lin Bai and Wang Qian's attention. "What was it? A new mountain spirit or some heavenly treasure?" With Yunmeng City right beside the Black Dragon Mountains, Wang Qian, a native, had heard countless tales about them. The most peculiar thing was that the terrain of the Black Dragon Mountains changed every year as if it were alive. Of course, in this fantastical world, it wouldn't be strange if the mountains actually were alive. Because of this trait, ordinary mountain travelers dared not venture deep, fearing they would lose their way. "Neither. I saw a stone tortoise, completely dark yellow." "So what? Even a golden tortoise wouldn't be strange. Aren't there plenty of dragon descendants in the Black Dragon Mountains?" Wang Qian, who had hoped for a secret tale, was deeply disappointed. "Don't interrupt. The color isn't special, but it has a peculiar trait. It makes people forget it. Even as a mortal transformation cultivator, I only remember its color now. Its shape and shell patterns are completely gone." Hearing this, Wang Qian fell into thought. A cultivator like Wang Shu forgetting even the details of a spirit creature was alarming. "Let me check. It might be poison or a curse." "Little sister, rest assured. I'm not foolish. After returning to the Yamen, I had the guardian beast thoroughly check for any hidden traps." Wang Qian insisted on checking, and Wang Shu had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Lin Bai seemed lost in thought. "Uncle, you likely encountered an earth-hidden turtle." "Earth-hidden turtle? What kind of beast is that?" Since Lin Bai's path was closely tied to beast-taming, the inheritance he received contained many introductions to spirit creatures. Lin Bai described the earth-hidden turtle's detailed features and asked Wang Shu if they matched. Wang Shu tried to recall. "It seems exactly as Xiao Bai described." Wang Qian, however, cared only whether the creature had left any hidden injuries on Wang Shu. "Xiao Bai, could this turtle have left some hidden damage on your uncle?" "Aunt, rest assured. If it truly was an earth-hidden turtle, there's nothing to worry about." Lin Bai then explained the turtle's abilities in detail. The earth-hidden turtle was a natural favorite of the earth with formidable defensive power. It was called earth-hidden because of its innate ability. Its talent was earth concealment. The beast passively emitted a magnetic field that formed an illusory environment to hide its tracks and appearance. Once the turtle left, the concealing magnetic field disappeared. In truth, Wang Shu had never seen the turtle's real form. The image in his memory was autocomplete by his brain. Hearing Lin Bai's detailed explanation, Wang Shu suddenly understood. So that's it. No wonder my perception was hazy then. I thought I'd been cursed or hexed and even had the Yaman's guardian beast check me. It was just an illusion. Wang Qian felt relieved but turned to scold her brother. Brother, don't go deep into the Black Dragon Mountains anymore. This time you met a harmless beast, but next time you might encounter a ferocious one. Wang Shu gave an awkward smile and promised Wang Qian. Don't worry, I won't go again. After Wang Qian finished admonishing him, Lin Bai asked, Uncle, where exactly did you encounter this earth-hidden turtle? You're not thinking of going deep into the Black Dragon Mountains, are you? Absolutely not. Wang Shu hastily shook his head when Lin Bai asked for the location. In his eyes, Lin Bai was just a novice cultivator, and the dangerous depths of the Black Dragon Mountains were no place for him. Wang Qian also chimed in, Yes, Xiao Bai, you mustn't go to such dangerous places. Lin Bai sighed helplessly. He had been cultivating for too short a time, and his apparent mortal transformation stage didn't reflect his true combat power. Uncle, trust me. Knowing he would have to reveal some of his strength to get the coordinates, he silently loosened part of his aura concealing technique. In an instant, a ferocious and domineering aura burst forth like a primordial beast awakening, spreading mightily. Though the aura was released and retracted in a flash, the oppressive pressure in that moment left Wang Shu and Wang Qian breathless, as if the obedient youth before them had transformed into a terrifying entity ready to devour. Lin Bai's release of his aura also startled his grandmother Tan Shu and his sister Lin Su, who were talking indoors. Tan Shu rushed out, weapon in hand, and barked sharply. Who's there? Wang Qian snapped back to reality, swallowed, and pointed at Lin Bai. Mom, no enemy. It was just Xiao Bai releasing his aura. Xiao Bai. Tan Shu was astonished. As a transcendent cultivator, she understood the terror of that aura better. She had thought a formidable foe was attacking. But recalling that she had already eliminated all her enemies, grinding their bones to dust, she realized no foe remained. To her surprise, it was her young grandson who had emitted that aura. She looked up and down at Lin Bai, who had returned to his calm appearance, struggling to connect the terrifying aura with the gentle youth before her. Lin Su also emerged from behind their grandmother, her eyes filled with shock. She knew her brother was exceptionally gifted, but never imagined his strength had reached such heights. Wang Qian briefly explained what had happened, and Tan Shu nodded slightly. I see. By then Wang Shu had also recovered, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at Lin Bai. Such an aura! Such an aura! As a martial fanatic, he knew that aura well. It contained immense power and the indomitable spirit of its owner. Wang Shu said to Lin Bai, it was my limited insight to judge a genius like you by my own experience. Uncle, you flatter me. Lin Bai smiled wryly. He had only wanted the earth-hidden turtle's coordinates to tame it, never expecting things to escalate like this. But the outcome was good. Wang Shu gave him the coordinates where he had encountered the turtle. However, the consequence of revealing his strength was that his uncle now wanted to spar with him even more. As for his sister and aunt, they quickly recovered. They had always known their brother or nephew was a genius. This was just an update to their understanding. Only Tan Shu, a transcendent martial artist, had a relatively clear grasp of Lin Bai's true power. But she said nothing, merely ruffling his hair. Yet a new light of hope kindled in Tan Shu's eyes. She resolved to prepare something for her young grandson. In the cultivation world, the bond between family members was often described by the line, when the dragon soars, the home mountain warms. Kin and friends share the dew of grace. During the meal, Tan Shu seemed distracted. Lin Bai thought nothing of it, assuming his rapid cultivation progress had simply shocked his grandmother. The fourth day of the new year also bore a name honoring the sages. This day differed greatly from the preceding three, for the earlier days were dedicated to the heavenly Tao ghosts and gods and ancestors, all too ethereal and intangible. Yet most of the human sages were still alive, and occasionally rumors of their relics surfaced. The sages did not dwell aloof on their pedestals. They remained attentive to the mortal world and actively participated in its enlightenment and construction. For instance, the solitary instructor, who taught the art of talismans at the martial academy, was in his true form one of the venerated sages. What appeared at the academy was merely his avatar. Of course, if you revere and pay homage to the sages, they would in turn cast their gaze upon you. On this day, the sages would bestow a blessing, not a mere wish but a tangible grace. They would activate a grand formation, showering the human realm with a fine mist of life's essence. Absorbing this life essence was akin to consuming a premium restorative pill capable of healing injuries, dispelling fatigue, replenishing vitality, and even curing minor disabilities. Lin Bai had reasonably conjectured that this life essence rain was a primary reason for the extended lifespan of humans in this world. Around the 4th hour past midnight, Lin Bai and his party stepped out into the night, heading for the Sage Temple outside Cloud Dream City. This temple was dedicated to sages recognized by the path of humanity. It required no human construction. It manifested naturally wherever the collective human spirit was sufficiently vibrant. On ordinary days, the Sage Temple served as a place for people to offer incense and seek solace. But on this day, the sages activated their formations and turned their attention to the mortal realm. Additional minor opportunities would be granted and tales of fortunate recipients emerged every year. For the past 15 years, Lin Bai had never missed the occasion, even attending as an infant in his mother Wang Xiu's arms. Alas, year after year, he was filled with hope only to be met with disappointment. The probability of receiving a blessing was exceedingly low, and the sages' bestowals followed no discernible pattern. But this year was different. This year Lin Bai felt an inexplicable confidence. Though he had felt the same every year, he was certain that this time it would truly be different. Out of respect for the Sage Temple, the spirit-drawn carriage halted 10 li away, and the group proceeded on foot. Lin Bai strode briskly at the front, followed by Lin Su and Wang Qian, with Grandma and Uncle Wang Shu bringing up the rear. Wang Qian sidled up to Lin Su and pointed at the spirited Lin Bai ahead. "Why is he so excited today?" Lin Su suppressed a smile. "Xiao Bai has been like this since he was little. Every year he believes he'll receive the sage's blessing. Even if he's disappointed, he's brimming with confidence again the next year." If Lin Su and Wang Qian were here more to follow the New Year tradition of offering incense and prayers, Lin Bai came with the conviction of a sure win. Hearing his sister and aunt's discussion, Lin Bai pursed his lips, dismissing it as a misunderstanding. He always believed that no gambler loses forever and no child cries endlessly. The past was just building up his luck. Lin Bai called back, "Sis, Auntie, I heard you. Are you gossiping about me again?" Lin Bai signaled that he had heard their chatter and wanted them to be more discreet. But instead of stopping, Lin Su and Wang Qian only grew more animated in their discussion. Lin Bai's indignant response was one of forbearance. "I will remember this," he thought as they ignored his protests. "Today's grievance stings like a thorn in my back. A gentleman seeks revenge even if it takes 10 years. As Lin Bai mentally noted this, the crowd around them swelled. Everyone was hoping for a stroke of luck, that the sage's blessing might fall upon them or their families. Thus most came with their entire families, from newborns to the elderly. Fortunately, the Sage Temple was self-segregating. It comprised 3 architectural complexes serving ordinary people, transcendents and supernaturals, and those of transcendent rank and above respectively. This was Lin Bai's first visit to the Sage Temple in Cloud Dream City, so he was unfamiliar with the layout. He retreated to the main group and let Lin Su and Wang Qian lead the way. Lin Su found it amusing when she saw Lin Bai quietly return, having assumed he knew the way. The more populous and prosperous a city, the more magnificent its corresponding Sage Temple. When the Sage Temple of Cloud Dream Prefecture came into Lin Bai's view, only 3 words came to mind: the Golden Throne Hall. The temple's exterior was the epitome of solemn grandeur and resplendence, utterly unassuming. Lin Bai couldn't help but imagine whether the Sage Temples in the prefectures or even the imperial capital were true celestial palaces. Strangely, such a conspicuous architectural complex could only be clearly perceived upon approaching a certain distance. They headed to the area designated for low to middle level cultivators. Each cultivator could bring up to 2 relatives or friends, subject to a simple verification process. Although the crowd was still considerable, it was much better than the sea of people Lin Bai had seen earlier. The group did not linger in the square but proceeded directly into the main hall. Before the hall stretched a long expanse of white jade steps and a broad, welcoming platform. The temple doors, made of a material neither metal nor wood, exuded a warm, noble luster. Inside, over 100 white jade pillars, adorned with coiled dragon patterns, supported the structure, creating a scene of boundless majesty. But the most striking features were the carved statues of sages on the walls, accompanied by murals depicting their achievements and various intriguing deeds. A temple attendant dressed as a Taoist priest approached and greeted them with utmost respect. "Honored benefactors, is there a particular sage you wish to pay homage to first?" Yes, the founder of the Talisman Tao, Senior Gudugu. "Since you have made your decision, please follow me." The Taoist began to lead the way, signaling Lin Bai and his family to follow. Although Gudugu was also a sage, he was not in the most prominent position. The main seats were typically occupied by ancient sages like King Yu Tsongtian and King Wen. Lin Bai's family had already decided on the way their first homage would be to Gudugu, as he was Lin Bai's instructor at the martial academy. It was only fitting both emotionally and logically. Sis, which sect do these Taoists belong to? Lin Bai observed the throng of Taoists, monks, and shamans bustling about the hall clearly from different traditions. Remember the spirit-commanding shamans I told you about? They are them. So they're the spirit-commanding shamans. Lin Bai suddenly understood why there were so many of them. The hall was enormous, and it took Lin Bai and his family a long while to reach the spot for paying homage to Gudugu. The guiding Taoist bowed to them once more and quietly withdrew. Lin Bai carefully examined the stone statue of instructor Gudugu. Unlike the gentle temperament he displayed at the martial academy, the statue here had a completely different aura. The statue's face bore a hint of a free-spirited, unrestrained smile, with its right hand slightly raised. Surrounding it were countless talismans of various colors formed from energy, as if declaring to an invisible foe, "Come at me, all of you, I fear none." The defiant posture was vividly etched in stone. The surrounding talismans were not inanimate. They seemed to revolve slowly, according to some arcane principle, appearing truly miraculous. Lin Bai also spotted a few fellow students from the martial academy who were studying talismans. They exchanged nods of acknowledgement. As his gaze swept the area, he noticed that Wang Yu was not present. Beneath the statue were many meditation cushions for people to sit and pray. Lin Bai and his family found an empty spot and sat down in sequence, calming their minds and waiting for the grand sacrificial ceremony to officially begin. While Lin Bai waited quietly in the temple, in a distant, temporarily unfolded void realm, several human sages overseeing this year's blessing array convened. The annual festival came each year, and naturally not all sages could attend. Only the power of a few was needed each year to activate the array and bestow the blessed spiritual rain upon the mortal realm. 5 sages gathered within this space, including the lonely traveler, whom Lin Bai was venerating. They engaged in casual discussion. A female sage surrounded by ethereal blue lotus illusions smiled at the lonely traveler. "Lonely, why are you here every year? Can it be true, as the rumors say, that you relish the feeling of blessing the mortal realm with the array?" This lotus sage had attained the Tao in the same era as the lonely traveler, and they had known each other before their enlightenment. Lotus teased the lonely traveler because since the Golden Great Era began he had consistently presided over the mortal realm's array without ever missing a year. The lonely traveler did not defend himself much, but instead inquired about a more pressing matter. "Lotus, I seek those who can transcend the limits of the Tao ancestor. How fares your secluded cultivation? Is there hope for a path ahead?" They had all reached the pinnacle of the Tao ancestor realm beyond the worries of mortality, yet they were all stalled with no direction forward. If he could glimpse the higher mysteries, the lonely traveler would not hesitate even to face utter annihilation. In response to his question, Lotus gave a bitter smile. "Even if I were to seclude myself for another 10,000 years, it would likely be futile. The path ahead remains non-existent." Hearing this, the lonely traveler was not surprised. If seclusion could break through the Tao ancestor realm, he would have long entered a death seclusion, rather than spending 100,000 years traversing the mortal realm in search of extraordinary talents. "How goes your seed project? Have you found any astonishing prodigies?" Lotus then asked. She was aware of this plan. The lonely traveler believed the root of their inability to surpass the Tao ancestor realm lay in their own lack of genius. By finding true prodigies and nurturing them meticulously, perhaps they could unlock the door to a new world. However, Lotus was skeptical. She deemed her own talent unparalleled throughout history, and doubted any later genius could match her, trusting herself over others. Of course, differing opinions did not imply conflict. On the contrary, they shared a good relationship, each hoping for the other's success. "Not bad. There are a few promising saplings worth focusing on," the lonely traveler said calmly. "Truly, and several at that." This left the Lotus sage astonished, for the lonely traveler would not jest about such matters. "What is their current cultivation level? Do they require my assistance?" Though Lotus did not believe the seed project would succeed, the prospect of seeing some light in the lonely traveler's plan was far better than her own stubborn seclusion. Thus she wished to lend a hand. Their conversation drew the attention of the other 3 sages. Sensing their probing gazes, the lonely traveler shook his head slightly. "It is not that I wish to withhold information, but you are aware of the uncertainties surrounding my seed project. When it progresses further, I will naturally share it with you." "Lonely, since when did you learn to keep people in suspense?" remarked an impatient sage. Yet despite their persistent questioning, the lonely traveler remained silent. Helpless but resigned, they shifted the topic to others. "Tai Chu Yu and King Yu ventured deep into the Chaos Sea, seeking new worlds. Did you find anything?" A sage inquired of the ancient Tai Chu, whose hair was white as snow and aura was primeval. Tai Chu shook his head faintly. "Nothing was found. The Chaos Sea seems to be truly chaotic. Perhaps it is too vast and our exploration insufficient in both time and intensity. Enough, let us speak no more of this. It is time to activate the array and bless the mortal realm. After this exchange, the sages felt the path ahead remained long. Thus, they concluded their gathering by bestowing blessings upon the world. The sages departed from the temporary space and arrived at the gale layer above the mortal realm. One sage casually tossed out a precious pearl, its clear radiance cascading down to instantly stabilize the violent winds. The lonely traveler and a white-haired white-bearded sage acted simultaneously. Countless intricate and profound talismans and array patterns flowed from their fingers, interlocking and connecting. The talisman array drew upon the boundless stellar power from the void beyond the gale layer, gathering the vast starlight to settle and condense here. Lotus then created matter from the void, transforming the starlight into vast quantities of life essence. Finally, the Tai Chu sage produced a white jade bottle to contain the sea-like medicinal liquid. With a flick of his sleeve, Tai Chu sent the jade bottle into the core of a massive array that had long been prepared to cover the entire mortal realm. The blessing array activated gracefully, drawing out the essence from the bottle. It transformed into a misty spiritual rain, teeming with infinite vitality, showering every corner of the mortal world. Thus, the main phase of the sage's blessing concluded. However, for some unknown reason, the sages had taken to selecting a few fortunate souls during this time of universal prayer to bestow additional small fortunes, and this year was no exception. The 5 sages extended their divine sense. With a single thought, they could survey millions of miles of rivers and mountains, seeking among countless beings those who caught their favor or were destined for fortune. At that moment, the mortal realm was shrouded in a fine rain. From the Great Xia and Great Qian empires to the Eastern Sea Islands, every inhabited place received the blessing. People on the streets, in the wilderness, and in the deserts all reveled in the sage's blessing. In the sage temple of Yunmeng Prefecture, Lin Bai suddenly saw the incense in the large cauldron before the statue ignite, spontaneously, its blue smoke curling straight upward. It has begun. His heart tightened. He quickly closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and murmured softly, "Instructor Lonely, can you hear me? Your disciple prays for a stroke of fortune. 10 or 8 great fortunes would be even better. Any technique, divine weapon, or secret pill will do. I am not picky." While Lin Bai fervently prayed, the lonely traveler's divine sense had already settled over the prefectures surrounding Yunmeng. Through reports from his avatar at the Martial Academy, the lonely traveler knew there were promising talents here. Thus, he deliberately paused his divine sense to bestow a small fortune upon this young prodigy. There you are. Soon the lonely traveler found his target, Lin Bai, who was muttering softly. He also heard Lin Bai's prayer and could not help but chuckle. The little one is too greedy, wanting so many things. Since Lin Bai ranked reasonably high in the Lonely Traveler Seed Project, he pondered what gift would be most suitable for him. Through deduction, the lonely traveler roughly knew what Lin Bai possessed. Very well, I shall grant you a protective talisman to leave a path of retreat lest you become unrepentant in your pride. With a thought, the lonely traveler condensed a shimmering divine talisman imbued with the essence of space. It pierced through layers of spatial barriers and silently descended into the temple below. Having done this, the lonely traveler withdrew his attention. His 100,000-year career as an instructor had taught him the principle of excess is as bad as deficiency. A good sapling needed only occasional watering, or overnurturing would harm its roots. In the temple, Lin Bai, who was still muttering, suddenly felt something appear in his left palm. Before he could look down, the object had merged into the flesh of his palm. Immediately a stream of profound information flooded his mind. Void teleportation talisman. When encountering insurmountable danger, this talisman will randomly teleport its owner to a safe location irresistible by any below the Tao ancestor realm. After digesting this information, Lin Bai froze, then was overwhelmed with ecstasy. I have been chosen. I am rich. The talisman's effect was nearly equivalent to a resurrection artifact. Amidst the joy, a hint of doubt surfaced. Logically, the sage's blessings usually matched the current cultivation level of the blessed one. Was this gift not far too advanced? Forget it, who cares? Maybe Instructor Lonely took a liking to me and gave me something good. It is hard to fathom the minds of sages. Lin Bai quickly dismissed the question. The priority now was to continue praying and see if he could get more. After the sacrificial rites ended, Lin Su noticed Lin Bai's exuberant expression and raised an eyebrow. She had a guess but did not voice it. But Lin Bai could not contain his excitement. He leaned in secretly to share the earth-shattering news with his sister. However, before he could speak, Lin Su subtly used her elbow to nudge him back, looking straight ahead as she chided softly. The ceremony just ended. Be solemn and sit properly. Oh, Lin Bai obediently retreated. To outsiders, it seemed the sister was disciplining her mischievous younger brother, but Lin Bai understood her unspoken message. Do not tell me what you received. As they exited the grand hall with the crowd, they discovered the world outside had transformed. A fine rain enveloped the clusters of palaces and towering mountains. When the raindrops touched the pedestrians' clothes, they did not soak through but directly transformed into pure vitality, seeping into their bodies. There was no standing water on the roads. The rainwater that did not touch people was absorbed by the soil to nourish the land. This spiritual rain blessing would likely last for an entire day. However, to prevent ordinary people from absorbing too much, the rain array emitted laws that limited the amount each person could absorb. On the way home, the raindrops falling on Lin Bai deftly slid off. Even when he reached out to catch them, they no longer merged. Noticing the same for his sister and aunt, he realized their quotas were full. Yet Lin Bai remained composed. Having received the celestial dew, I dare not seek more from the immortals. Though the holiday lingered, the grand festivities of the new year had drawn to a close. Each member of the household had their own affairs to attend to. Lin Weiner and her aunt Wang Qian set off for the Alchemist Exchange Convention in Yunmeng City. Though neither held much fondness for such events, the obligatory social niceties could not be shirked. Uncle Wang Shu had gone to seek a sparring match with a friend, while grandmother Tan Shu busied herself with something mysterious, refusing to divulge her secrets. Even when pressed, she merely offered an enigmatic smile and remained tight-lipped. Lin Bai too had his own mission to journey to the Black Dragon Mountain and seek out the earth-hidden turtle, hoping to subdue it. Ordinarily, earth-hidden turtles were reclusive creatures, seldom stirring from their abodes. Such a collective movement among these beasts could only signify one thing: the time for spawning had come. Lin Bai pondered that the earth-hidden turtles his uncle Wang Shu had encountered on the Black Dragon Mountain were likely a pod arriving to lay their eggs. Where there were eggs, there would surely be hatchlings or unhatched eggs. Lin Bai had no intention of stealing eggs or hatchlings. The reproductive philosophy of demon beasts differed vastly from that of humans. They harbored little emotional attachment to their offspring. This was especially true for turtles like the earth-hidden turtle. After laying their eggs, they would simply depart, leaving the survival of their young to fate. Only the luckiest and most resilient hatchlings would survive. Of course, such utter abandonment was a rarity. Most demon beasts would tend to their young for a period before moving on. Thus Lin Bai need not clash with any adult earth-hidden turtles. He merely had to locate their nesting grounds. This, however, was both the objective and the challenge. Lin Bai's desire to contract an earth-hidden turtle stemmed from its eponymous talent, an exceedingly potent ability. Not only could it shield one from divination and calculation, but it also possessed formidable magnetic field and illusionary effects. It was precisely for this reason that even the 10,000 Beasts Hall of Yunmeng City did not offer such beasts for sale. Otherwise, Lin Bai would not have needed to make a special trip to the Black Dragon Mountain. Lin Bai set foot upon the ancient weathered mountain range. The Black Dragon Mountain was not a solitary peak, but a congregation of many, their ridges stretching far and wide. It was called Black Dragon Mountain due to the legend that it was formed from the flesh of an ancient black dragon after its death. When viewed from afar, the mountain range indeed resembled a prostrate dragon, hence the name. Lin Bai carefully consulted the map Wang Shu had given him, scrutinizing it closely. I should head in a slightly southeast direction. Having confirmed his bearings, Lin Bai advanced at great speed, releasing a faint aura to intimidate the venomous snakes and insects lurking in the grass and trees. Wang Shu had not traveled along the paths beaten by mountain dwellers, so the route was exceedingly winding. Yet for Lin Bai it was as smooth as walking on level ground. Just as he was leaping nimbly from branch to branch like a spiritual ape, a patterned snake, hidden in the foliage, shot towards him. However, before it could make contact, it was repelled by his inner force. With a soft thud, the snake hung limply from a branch, its organs and bones shattered, its life clearly extinguished. In the next instant, a rustling sound came from the undergrowth as numerous insects, drawn by the scent of blood, swarmed to feast on the dying prey. Lin Bai cast a glance at it. Foolish snake. He had already released his aura. For it to still attack was nothing short of mindless stupidity. 8 more major peaks to cross. I should arrive by noon. Lin Bai estimated the distance. He wondered why Wang Shu had ventured so far into such a remote area, but then realized that it was precisely the seclusion that made encountering an earth-hidden turtle possible. Along the way, the occasional foolish little creature would attack Lin Bai, adding a touch of amusement to the monotony of his journey. Almost there, Lin Bai stopped once more to confirm his position. Just then, a faint sound of commotion drifted over on the wind. Someone, and more than one. He focused his hearing, or the sounds drew nearer, a medley of footsteps and shouts. After a moment's thought, Lin Bai swiftly concealed himself in a dense thicket, activating his breath-concealing technique to mask his presence completely. No sooner had he hidden than a figure stumbled out in a somewhat disheveled state. It was a young woman carrying a bundle closely pursued by 3 men with menacing expressions. The leading man shouted at the woman ahead, "Miss, we truly mean no harm. Stop, put down our belongings, and we will cease our pursuit." Zhang Zhuye sneered coldly. "Your belongings? It seems I discovered this first. And would you really let me go if I stopped? We've all been around the block. Don't try to fool me with such tricks." Yang Tian, whose intentions had been seen through, showed no change in expression. He had merely been testing to see if Zhang Zhuye was a naive newcomer to the world. "Brothers, she's an old hand. No need to test further. Anyway, she's poisoned and can't run far. When we catch up, we'll kill her outright to avoid any more of her tricks." A dart was embedded deeply in Zhang Zhuye's left shoulder, a numbing cold spreading from the wound. She knew she had been poisoned. "I can't keep running." For now she could still suppress the toxin with her cultivation, but that might not last much longer. Zhang Zhuye's mind raced. As she ran, her hands moved with extreme stealth, laying down colorless threads. Then she spun around abruptly, her 10 fingers flicking as invisible threads shot toward her pursuers. "Careful. That wench's threads are tricky." Old Fourth was caught by them. These men in black had already suffered from her tactics. One of their comrades had been touched by the threads and turned into a puppet, forcing Yang Tian to kill the controlled man on the spot. Though eerie, the threads were fragile. One of the men opened his mouth and spat a scorching flame burning through the threads, the tongues of fire even licking toward Zhang Zhuye. With her threads burned, Zhang Zhuye staggered and leaned against a tree, appearing at the end of her rope. "The poison's taken effect. Let's go." Yang Tian shouted the charge, but deliberately lagged behind. These men had only just arrived and had no idea how treacherous this woman could be. Yang Tian was certain she still had a trick up her sleeve. As expected, the 2 men in black had barely taken a dozen steps when they triggered the thread trap Zhang Zhuye had laid earlier. With a soft tearing sound, the threads, like living things, tightly bound their ankles. Before they could struggle, the true killing stroke emerged. With twin booming sounds, 2 balls of thunderfire erupted from beneath their feet. They only had time to utter a single scream before being reduced to charred cinders. 3rd brother. 5th brother. It turned out that Zhang Zhuye's overt attack had been a feint. She had secretly set 2 thread traps in the shadows. "Pity. I only had 2 thunderfire balls left." Zhang Zhuye gasped for breath, her consciousness already growing hazy. With a fierce clench of her jaw, she manipulated her threads to pierce several acupoints on her body, using a forbidden technique to temporarily restore her condition. "I can't fall yet. My vengeance remains unfulfilled, my ideals unrealized." Yang Tian saw Zhang Zhuye wavering, seemingly truly exhausted, but he still dared not approach. Suddenly he hit upon a good idea: continue using throwing darts for ranged attacks. No sooner said than done. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of projectiles as numerous hidden weapons flew toward Zhang Zhuye. With sharp cracks, most of the darts were deflected by her protective threads, flying off in all directions. Yang Tian noticed that Zhang Zhuye still had threads guarding her, which only confirmed his suspicion that she had further tricks. "Damn, I knew it was a trap." Yang Tian had his own survival code: safety first, never rush, always play it safe. In all his years as a bandit, rising from the lowest of thugs to the second-in-command, it was this very caution that had kept him alive. The deflected darts flew wildly, embedding themselves in the surrounding woods. Suddenly, one dart flew toward a thicket, only to bounce back with a sharp crack. Both Yang Tian and Zhang Zhuye jolted, their movements freezing. "Someone's there." "Who goes there?" I've been found out." A figure descended from the thicket. Yang Tian focused his gaze and saw a handsome young man in black robes, a blade slung across his back. The one who suddenly appeared was naturally Lin Bai. He had been watching with great interest from behind the bushes when, as luck would have it, a flying dart shot straight toward his face. He instinctively blocked it, and thus he was exposed. Yang Tian's face darkened as he stared at Lin Bai and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you hiding here?" Being questioned like that, it was Lin Bai's turn to be furious. He had kindly yielded the arena for their duel. This bastard should be thankful, yet instead he turned around and bit the hand that fed him, asking who he was in such a tone. "What? Is this Black Dragon Mountain your private property? Do I need to report to you just to be here?" Lin Bai crossed his arms, his tone even more aggressive than the others. "Not only did you delay my journey, but your hidden weapon also came straight for my face. Shouldn't I be the one who's angry?" Lin Bai showed not a hint of fear. His intuition told him that these two were both at the mortal transcendent stage, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Even with those thunderfire hidden weapons, they couldn't possibly break through his defense. To his surprise, after Lin Bai stood his ground, Yang Tian actually backed down. "My apologies, fellow cultivator. My tone was too harsh just now. Please don't take offense. But this is a personal grudge between us, and I ask you not to interfere. Watch yourself next time. Seeing Yang Tian yield, Lin Bai didn't press further. He was in a hurry to find the earth-hidden turtle, and had no time to waste. Please wait. Just as Lin Bai was about to leave, Jiang Zhuiyue opened her mouth to seek help but realized she had nothing to offer as leverage. Seeing this, Yang Tian immediately attacked Jiang Zhuiyue again, giving her no chance to catch her breath. Lin Bai turned a blind eye to this, his steps unceasing. Feuds of the martial world, what were they to him? Seeing this, a bitter self-mocking smile curled on Jiang Zhuiyue's lips. It seems I'm really going to die here today. But soon this trace of dejection was swept from her mind, replaced by a fierce determination. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. Even if my foundation is completely destroyed, as long as I survive there is still hope. And with that thing I can surely make a comeback. Just as the three were about to part ways and return to their own paths, another person's appearance changed the situation. A massive figure like a mountain of flesh crashed down in front of Lin Bai, blocking his path. The newcomer was nearly 3 meters tall with dark skin, a broad waist, and thick arms resembling a round stone roller. On his shoulder rested a giant spiked club, and his demeanor was arrogant. Second brother, who is this person? Yang Tian turned his head, and saw that it was his boss Yang Shang who had arrived. He had been forced to yield by Lin Bai earlier and was harboring resentment. He wanted to slander him and have his boss kill this pretty-faced boy. But then he thought again, afraid of capsizing in the gutter. Yang Tian mentally coached himself, endure. Endure a bit more. Once I break through to the supernatural realm, I won't have to suffer this bullshit anymore. After mentally massaging himself, Yang Tian shouted to his boss. Boss, this person is irrelevant, just a passerby. Let him go. Come and help me kill this bitch. Oh, irrelevant. The big man had clearly heard Yang Tian's words, but in the next moment he made a move that no one anticipated. The heavy spiked club without any warning came crashing down toward Lin Bai's head with a shrill whistle. Whoosh! Yang Shang's strength was considerable, so when the club fell it kicked up quite a cloud of dust and smoke. Yang Shang grinned at the dust. He intensely disliked the look in that pretty-faced boy's eyes. They were calm, devoid of any reverence. Since Yang Shang had advanced to the supernatural realm, it had been a long time since anyone had looked at him like that, let alone a mere ant at the mortal transcendent stage. Although Yang Shang appeared rough on the outside, he was actually shrewd. After confirming that Lin Bai wasn't hiding his cultivation level to play the pig and eat the tiger, he began to indulge his desires freely. Disliking a look was reason enough to kill. That was the true martial world. As the smoke cleared, there was no minced meat as Yang Shang had expected. Lin Bai was still in his original spot, but a layer of black mist surrounded his body for protection. It was this black mist that had blocked the previous attack. Seeing this, Yang Shang's previously arrogant and conceited demeanor immediately tightened. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He felt he might have kicked a steel plate. Hey, why do you have to court death? I really don't like killing people. Lin Bai couldn't understand this person's mentality, but he always believed in the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since the other party intended to take his life, there was nothing more to say. Just kill him and be done with it. Wait, brother, I just... Feeling the icy murderous intent, Yang Shang hurriedly tried to explain. However, Lin Bai gave him no chance. Clang! The heavy and light blade which had been resting on his back was suddenly drawn. The blade light was like a bolt of lightning cleaving straight down. Yang Shang knew that today would not end peacefully. His body began to swell and grow larger in an attempt to block Lin Bai's strike. But in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, all of this was futile. Boom! With a dull thud, Yang Shang, like a ball struck by immense force, flew backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Because Yang Shang's cultivation was at the supernatural realm, he was a bit tougher and more resilient, so Lin Bai's single slash didn't cut him in two. Yang Shang confirmed that he had indeed hit a hard nut. After just receiving one move from his opponent, he felt he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. Yang Shang immediately abandoned any thought of fighting back, instead intending to use the force to escape. But Lin Bai's figure appeared before him again like a ghost. The blade light flashed once more and Yang Shang was sent flying again. Boom! 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 The scene repeated itself. From Jiang Zhuiyue's perspective, a great cultivator at the supernatural realm was being toyed with like a ball, completely unable to fight back. After a few minutes, Lin Bai stopped and shook his head at the big man before him, who had more breath going out than coming in. He had intended to give the man a quick death, but unfortunately this fellow's martial path leaned toward resilience, making him thick-skinned and tough-fleshed. He couldn't cut him open for a while, so he had to use the flat of the blade to shatter his life force. Lin Bai then twisted his blade into Yang Shang's heart and cut off his head to ensure he was truly dead, preventing any chance of a feigned death. Oh right, there's one more. Lin Bai suddenly remembered that Yang Shang wasn't alone. He had a subordinate. Adhering to the principle of doing a good deed thoroughly, he decided to send them to reunite as brothers. To his surprise, when he turned his head, he found the initial black-clad man was nowhere to be seen. Ran away. Frowning, Lin Bai approached the other witness to ask questions. Zhang Zhuiyue looked nervously at this big shot. She forced herself to bear her injuries, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Senior, where is the man who was fighting you? Lin Bai asked directly. Reporting to Senior that man fled the moment he saw you send his leader flying. Oh, so decisive. Lin Bai was somewhat surprised, then asked, and why were they chasing you? Hearing Lin Bai ask this question, Zhang Zhuiyue decisively opened the bundle on her back for him to see. Inside the bundle was a pile of spirit stones, about 200 of them. These stones looked somewhat old, and it was unknown when they had been produced. Lin Bai was a bit taken aback. Just for these? Senior, this junior is willing to swear a great oath on the Tao. It is only these. Senior, with your profound cultivation, may not realize it, but to us minor cultivators these spirit stones are more than enough. Right? Hearing this, Lin Bai suddenly understood. He always got his spirit stones from Lin Su and Wang Qian, plus his cultivation resources were provided by the martial arts hall, so he hadn't realized that 200 spirit stones were quite a lot. Since there was no great treasure, Lin Bai lost interest. He asked for the direction Yang Tian had fled and prepared to eliminate the root of the problem. Which direction did he escape in? Zhang Zhuiyue straightened her body, forcing herself to point the way for Lin Bai. He fled in this direction. Watching Lin Bai's departing figure, Zhang Zhuiyue breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of being in front of a senior who could casually slaughter a supernatural realm cultivator was immense. If I were also this strong, maybe I could avenge my mother. Zhang Zhuiyue sighed as she recalled the scene, then shook her head, dispelling the unrealistic fantasy. After taking an antidote pill, Zhang Zhuiyue looked at the spirit stones before her, her heart pounding with excitement. This was the biggest windfall she had received since she began cultivating. A total of 223 stones. Looking at these stones, she felt that even being chased for them was worth it. On the other side, Yang Tian was running, panting heavily. Yang Tian's expression was one of terror and fear. As he fled, he would occasionally look back, afraid that someone might suddenly appear behind him. The moment he saw his boss Yang Shang being swatted away like a fly by Lin Bai, his years of survival instinct told him that big trouble was brewing, so he chose to flee without hesitation. So far, he shouldn't be able to catch up, right? Yang Tian prayed in his heart, cursing under his breath, trying to dispel his fear this way. It's all that idiot Yang Shang's fault for trying to show off and hitting a steel plate, dragging me into this mess. No, it's still not far enough, I have to keep running. No need to run. A calm voice suddenly sounded beside him. If I don't run, won't that guy catch up? Wait. Yang Tian, who had retorted, instinctively reacted, and saw Lin Bai standing on a tree branch beside him. Please spare me, Gran. Before Yang Tian could finish his plea, his soul fleeing in terror, Lin Bai flicked his finger. An ordinary leaf infused with force shot out like an arrow from a strong bough, instantly exploding the man's head. Calling me grandpa won't help either. Next time look at your boss more carefully. Don't follow such an idiot. Lin Bai shook his head at the corpse below. The man had some street smarts, but his judgment was poor. Damn it, what a mess this is. Lin Bai had just wanted to find an earth-hidden turtle to form a contract, but he had stumbled into this rotten affair. However, not eliminating the root of the problem would leave him uneasy, so he had followed the traces to find the last fish that slipped through the net and give him a swift end. Just as Lin Bai was cursing these troubles, he suddenly felt his head spinning. Who? Lin Bai, suspecting he had fallen prey to some covert scheme, immediately scanned his surroundings with vigilance. No one. No, that's not right. The feeling just now wasn't false. After a full circle, Lin Bai found no enemies, yet he was certain the sensation he had experienced was not illusory. Could it be? A conjecture formed in Lin Bai's mind. He quickly retrieved his map and compared it. Yes, this area was precisely where his uncle Wang Shu had encountered the earth-hidden turtle. Even before encountering these people, he had already been close to his destination. Yang Tian's escape route had led him here, inadvertently guiding Lin Bai to this very spot. The brief dizziness he experienced was not due to an ambush, but rather the natural emanations of the earth-hidden turtle herd. A phantom magnetic force potent enough to distort perception. However, the magnetic field's intensity was insufficient to plunge Lin Bai into an illusion. Instead, his keen physical senses captured it as a mere ripple of strangeness. Realizing this, Lin Bai was overjoyed. Truly, one may search far and wide without finding it, yet obtain it with no effort at all. Indeed, good deeds brought their rewards. Having just sent Yang Tian to reunite with his master in the afterlife, Lin Bai stumbled upon clues to the earth-hidden turtle. Such daily acts of kindness were worth pursuing more often. Amidst his elation, a practical problem arose. Knowing the earth-hidden turtle is nearby, how do I precisely locate its lair? What should I do? Blindly searching was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The area was vast, and random digging would only waste effort. He stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the ordinary trees around him, when a sudden flash of inspiration struck. Since the magnetic field emitted by the earth-hidden turtle couldn't delude him, but still allowed him to sense its anomaly, it meant the closer he got to their nest, the stronger this dizzying sensation would become. That's the plan. Lin Bai made an immediate decision. He closed his eyes, sinking his mind into stillness, and fully activated his intuition, turning himself into a humanoid detector. This intuition, a sixth sense blending a beast's danger awareness with a martial artist's sudden inspiration, proved exceptionally effective in perceiving external threats and anomalies. Even though the magnetic field from the earth-hidden turtles posed no threat, the discordant sense of reality distortion could not escape the scrutiny of his intuition. Not this direction. This feels normal too. Wait, this way. With eyes closed, Lin Bai slowly turned on the spot. Suddenly he sensed a direction that felt profoundly discordant. It was neither a false illusion nor an intense threat, but a subtle sense of misalignment compared to other directions. Lin Bai didn't rush to a conclusion. Instead, he circled once more to ensure his perception was accurate. No mistake, it's this direction. Lin Bai began moving forward along this bearing. During his advance, the sensation was lost several times, but he carefully sensed it again to regain it. After a long while, Lin Bai opened his eyes and gazed at the perfectly ordinary low shrubs before him. This was an utterly unremarkable thicket, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. It's right here. His tone was resolute. Even without relying on intuition, Lin Bai could now perceive the disharmony between this spot and its surroundings. He parted the trees ahead with his hand and stepped into the dense woods. In the next moment, the scenery transformed dramatically. Lin Bai found himself in a muddy bog. Looking closer, he realized there were no shrubs or trees. All were mere illusions. The bog measured several hundred meters in length and width, which should have been easy to spot. Yet Lin Bai had only found it with great difficulty using his intuition, and even when standing right before it, he still couldn't fully see through the surrounding camouflage. The source of all these illusions lay within this very bog. Scattered across the bog were dozens of mottled turtle eggs alongside some already hatched juvenile earth-hidden turtles, their half-buried bodies in the mud, tiny heads peeking out as they curiously and warily observed Lin Bai, the uninvited guest. Lin Bai made a rough estimate. The hatched juveniles and eggs numbered around 100. These juvenile earth-hidden turtles possessed negligible cultivation, but their collective mirage force field formed a natural illusionary array. The power of this illusionary array was not insignificant. Ordinary transcendent realm cultivators would be unable to detect any anomaly or discover the earth-hidden turtles hidden here. Lin Bai had only located them because he had prior knowledge of their presence, and had meticulously searched with his intuition. Hiss! My head is dizzier. He rubbed his temples, knowing this was his Bodhi's ongoing struggle against the powerful magnetic field. I need to hurry and find a suitable contract beast. The phantom magnetic force here is too strong. I shouldn't linger. Lin Bai tapped his forehead to clear his mind lest he fall under its spell. Frowning, he activated the passive detection ability of his Cocoon Break talent to inspect each earth-hidden turtle juvenile. This one won't do. Its base stats are terrible. This one doesn't even have a trait. No good either. This one's decent. I'll mark it for now. If I don't find a better one, this will be my choice. During his inspection, Lin Bai noticed that some eggs were imperceptible to his detection, uncertain whether they were dead or unformed. In truth, with his Cocoon Break talent, Lin Bai didn't need to be so meticulous in choosing a life-bound beast. After all, even the most inferior demon beast could be forged into greatness by this talent. But who would choose a blank card when they could pull a gold one? That would be self-inflicted suffering. The poorer the bloodline, the more resources required to compensate. The detection technique itself consumed little mental energy, but under the interference of the strong magnetic field, its use multiplied the burden on his mind. Lin Bai felt a throbbing pain in his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, afraid of overlooking some hidden king-level individual. After inspecting all detectable juveniles and eggs, Lin Bai finally made his decision. He carefully circled to the eastern edge of the bog. While the other earth-hidden turtles hid away at Lin Bai's approach, the little one he had his eye on lay sprawled on a dry clump of mud, sound asleep. Lin Bai grabbed it and scooped it up. Startled awake by this sudden attack, the little creature turned its head in confusion, its 4 tiny claws instinctively pawing at the air, as if unsure of what was happening. But when Lin Bai came into its line of sight, it froze, a thought forming in its mind. This shape, this face. Is it a human? Will it eat me? The appearance of humans was etched into the bloodline memories of most demon beasts. This little one had that knowledge too, though in those inherited memories humans were rarely portrayed in a positive light. Feeling the juvenile earth-hidden turtle begin to struggle violently, Lin Bai quickly voiced his intentions. Little one, don't be afraid. I'm not here to harm you. I've come to forge a life-bound contract with you. If you're willing, stop struggling. Lin Bai repeated these words several times to ensure the tiny turtle understood him. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, the little creature gradually ceased its struggles, staring wide-eyed at Lin Bai to discern the truth. Lin Bai met its gaze with an open, honest look, allowing it to feel his sincerity. A contract? In the bloodline memories of demon beasts, humans were bad. But human beast tamers were good. This belief was passed down through their bloodline. Upon hearing that, Lin Bai wasn't planning to eat it, but wanted to form a contract. The earth-hidden turtle agreed, without a second thought, ceasing its resistance. Life in the wild was no easy affair. Earth-hidden turtles weren't at the top of the food chain. An adult could at most advance to the transcendent realm. Moreover, their traits, strong defense, potent phantom magnetic force, and aptitude for warding off divination, didn't lend themselves to powerful attacks. In the wild, without high-energy items like elixirs, demon beasts had to fight others of similar rank to obtain enough energy. But contracting with a human beast tamer was different. All those worries became the tamer's burden. This calculation even a newborn turtle could make based on its bloodline instincts. Thus, the little earth-hidden turtle stopped struggling, using its body language to signal its agreement. Seeing that the small earth-hidden turtle had ceased its struggle, Lin Bai felt a surge of joy in his heart. Little one, I'll take that as your agreement, he said, cradling the mud-caked creature in his palm as he carefully retraced his steps out of the mire. The farther he moved from the center, the more the dizzying magnetic pressure subsided. Lin Bai let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that even his thoughts had become markedly clearer. Having escaped the swamp, Lin Bai turned back to look. The bog had blended seamlessly with the surrounding low shrubs, appearing utterly ordinary and exceedingly difficult to detect. But this no longer concerned Lin Bai, for he had already accomplished the objective of his journey. He glanced at the small earth-hidden turtle in his hand, still stained with mud and water. Since being brought out, the little creature had been gazing around, filled with curiosity about the outside world. Little one, I need to find a clean place to wash you, Lin Bai said, noting the turtle looked like a tiny mud ball, its features barely discernible. He leaped onto a tree branch to survey the terrain for any nearby rivers. There's a stream over there. Approaching the stream, Lin Bai did not act rashly. Instead, he first cupped some water and poured it over the turtle's shell to check for any adverse reactions. Finding the little creature quite delighted, even attempting to crawl into the stream, Lin Bai swiftly stopped it with a keen eye. Seeing the tiny thing twist its small body in dissatisfaction, he couldn't help but laugh. Easy there, little one. Let me wash off all this mud first. Lin Bai gently and meticulously rubbed every part of the creature, and only after some time did its true appearance emerge. Being a hatchling, it was only the size of Lin Bai's palm, yet its weight in his hand was surprisingly substantial, heavier than an iron lump of the same volume. This earth-hidden turtle had an earthy yellow exterior, its shell inscribed with mysterious lines resembling the veins of mountains and rivers. The turtle's head resembled that of a grass turtle, appearing somewhat adorable with shiny black eyes and limbs covered in fine scales. The tip of its tail looked like a small hammer. Truly beautiful. I should give you a name, Lin Bai exclaimed in genuine admiration, gently tapping its tiny head with his finger. He fell into deep thought, pondering what name would suit it. Little one, what do you think of the name xuanji? Xian means fine jade, aligning with the earth element that matches your nature. Ji refers to instruments that calculate and countercalculate celestial mechanisms, representing your abilities. It's also a feminine name fitting your gender. In daily life, I'll call you Axian. After analyzing the characters, Lin Bai looked at the little creature with hopeful eyes, expecting some response. Unfortunately, the little one seemed unable to grasp his words, persistently trying to escape his palm and play in the water. Helpless, Lin Bai found a shallow, slow-flowing stone pool and placed it inside, allowing it to freely express its nature. Watching xuanji frolic in the small puddle, he shook his head with a smile. I was too impatient. Its earlier understanding of the contract was likely due to instinct from bloodline inheritance. But the wisdom trait is undeniable. Its intelligence will naturally increase as it grows. With a thought, he summoned the attribute panel he had probed earlier in his mind. Name xuanji, juvenile race, earth hidden, turtle, strength 2. 4 agility 0. 8 constitution 3. 6 spirit 2. 2-level transcendence traits, thick shell, wisdom skills, mirage force field, guizong, earth flow manipulation. Evaluation, an earth-hidden turtle with extraordinary potential. Although xuanji did not possess 3 traits like Moling, the king of its species, these 2 traits were still quite impressive. In fact, there were several earth-hidden turtles in the swamp with 2 traits, but Lin Bai ultimately chose xuanji because its traits best suited his needs. First, the thick shell trait, a defensive attribute, meant xuanji would have extremely high defense in the future, particularly in constitution, perfectly aligning with Lin Bai's shared walk talent. Lin Bai had chosen the earth-hidden turtle primarily for its strong defense. Other abilities were bonuses, with constitution being the key factor. Second, the wisdom trait indicated that xuanji would possess high intelligence and comprehension. Even Moling, a highly intelligent spirit beast, lacked this trait. As for skills, the Mirage Force field emitted magnetic forces that could plunge perceivers into illusions, functioning both passively and actively. Guizhong was a passive skill that reduced presence and prevented celestial calculations. Together, these 2 passives formed its innate talent, Earth Hidden. Earth Hidden was a combined talent skill. The probing technique was too rigid, splitting Earth Hidden into 2 skills, but that was fine. It remained intuitive. As for Earth Flow Manipulation, it was the primary offensive and defensive skill of the Earth-Hidden Turtle, proving highly practical. In summary, the Earth-Hidden Turtle was a versatile spirit beast. Xuanji, gifted among its kind, boasted high 4-dimensional attributes and excellent traits. As Lin Bai analyzed xuanji's potential, the little one seemed tired from play, and instinctively crawled back to the shore, lying motionless on his shoe. Looking at the tiny creature on his shoe, Lin Bai felt both amused and helpless. He picked xuanji up, dried it with his sleeve, and said with feigned exasperation, "You little one, I can't tell if you're foolish or clever." Unexpectedly, xuanji widened its eyes, wearing an innocent expression, as if saying, "I don't understand." Lin Bai looked up at the sky, estimating the time. If he hurried, he could return to Yunmeng City before the curfew closed its gates. "Xian, we're going home. I'll put you in my sleeve. Don't bite me." After settling xuanji, Lin Bai moved, leaping onto a treetop, and transforming into a swift afterimage through the forest, racing toward Yunmeng City. The journey was uneventful, and Lin Bai returned just before the city gates closed. "I still need to buy some things," he said, unwilling to delay, heading straight to the Daxia Treasure Pavilion to select items for contracting xuanji. A bottle of spirit contract liquid costs 20 spirit stones. "Not cheap," he muttered, clutching a small jade bottle as he walked out with a pained expression. When contracting Moling earlier, this item wasn't needed, but xuanji was a solid transcendence realm beast. Without the spirit contract liquid as a guiding medium, the contract's risk and difficulty would greatly increase. Although Lin Bai's Dao inheritance contained the formula for this liquid, the refining process was intricate and took dozens of days. Too slow to address the immediate need. Returning to the small courtyard of Shanshin Hall, Lin Bai first fed xuanji a few pills to nourish its vitality, settled it down, then sat cross-legged to regulate his breath. According to his Dao inheritance, the optimal time to contract an earth-hidden turtle was at dawn. It was only a little past 10 in the evening. Still a long wait. Time flowed in silence as the moon set and stars faded. The sky gradually lightened to a pale white. Lin Bai awoke from meditation precisely on time, his state adjusted to its peak. Seeing xuanji sound asleep beside him, its small claws occasionally twitching, Lin Bai smiled gently and reached out to wake it. Lin Bai took out the spirit contract liquid and began drawing the contract array on xuanji's shell. The array lines flowed faintly glowing. Then, using his Qingzhong blade, he cut a gash in his palm. Bright red blood welled up, and without hesitation he pressed his hand onto the center of the array on xuanji's shell. In the next instant, the array on the shell was fully activated by his blood, autonomously extending and refining like a crimson fishing net, enveloping xuanji's entire body. "With my blood I call upon your true spirit. Now we forge an oath bound by blood. You are my shield, impervious to all spells and divinations. I am your blade, clearing all perils and protecting your well-being. The contract is sealed. From now on we share the vicissitudes, guarding our true essence together. The contract is sealed. United, those who break it shall fall into eternal oblivion." The array seemed to sense his incantation slowly fading as it etched into xuanji's body, beginning the retrieval. Xuanji, stirred by something from the core of its life, grew restless, twisting its body in an attempt to escape, but Lin Bai held it firmly. A sliver of soul essence flew from Lin Bai's sea of consciousness, while the contract array fished out a part of xuanji's soul nature and true spirit, forming a faint yet resilient band of light. This light band was drawn into Lin Bai's sea of consciousness, forming a simple emblem of an earth-hidden turtle there alongside Moling's shadowy screech owl emblem. The sliver of soul essence Lin Bai had separated successfully entered xuanji's body, completing the final crucial connection. Without words, he could convey clear commands to xuanji with a mere thought. Likewise, xuanji's vague thoughts and simple needs were directly understood by Lin Bai. The sense of closeness between them instantly deepened several-fold. "Woo-woo." The little one rubbed against Lin Bai's palm, pitifully expressing its discomfort. Lin Bai with his high spiritual power found parting with a sliver of soul essence somewhat unpleasant. For Xuanji, a newly hatched creature that had given so much, it was far worse. Lin Bai took out various pills his sister had prepared, nourishing vitality, soul-stabilizing and restorative ones, and offered them to Xuanji. Though Xuanji didn't recognize these pills, its keen perception knew they were beneficial and pounced on them directly. Seeing this, a smile crept across Lin Bai's lips. The next contract would have to wait at least 3 months. Though his soul had grown much stronger, some things could not be overextended. Just as Lin Bai sat meditating to recover his state, he suddenly sensed something, and his entire demeanor brightened with excitement. Lin Bai's gaze fixed on a particular direction. In the next moment, a shadow of black and red flashed like lightning, landing right in front of Lin Bai. The visitor was the newly matured Mo Ling. Mo Ling's appearance had not changed much, but its size had increased dramatically each day during the transitional phase from its juvenile form. Its physique was growing larger. At this moment, Mo Ling stood before Lin Bai, already half a meter in length, its wings spread out nearly 2 meters wide, casting a considerable shadow. This was merely the beginning of the growth phase. As the name suggests, this stage is the golden period for the explosive potential of a beast's life, most directly reflected in the increasingly massive body that follows. Within certain limits, living beings tend to grow larger, adhering to the principle that bigger is better, stronger. Gaga. Mo Ling awoke from its drowsy transformation, and upon seeing Lin Bai appeared particularly affectionate and excited. It lowered its already sizable head and nuzzled against Lin Bai. All right, I know you're happy." Lin Bai was pushed back half a step, and with a mix of laughter and tears reached out to embrace its long neck. "Little one, with your current size, I can barely hold you now." Despite saying this, Lin Bai continued to gently pat Mo Ling's back feathers, pondering the need to learn the shrinking technique from the Tao inheritance. The shrinking technique is a method devised by predecessors to deal with the increasingly large spiritual beasts, allowing them to reduce their size to be carried alongside. Of course, the shrinking technique is not a divine ability but merely a technique. If a shrunk beast attacks with full force or is disturbed by external factors, it will revert to its original form. After becoming familiar with its master, Mo Ling seemed to notice the Xuanji on the table, sensing a connection to it. This is because they had both formed a life contract with Lin Bai. Their sea of consciousness and true spirit had been infused with Lin Bai's soul, allowing Mo Ling and Xuanji to perceive each other and even understand each other's words. Seeing that Mo Ling was aware of Xuanji, Lin Bai introduced them. "Little Ling, this is Xuanji, my second contracted beast, which will be your companion from now on." "Companion? No, it's a bad thing that competes with me for the master's affection." Mo Ling emitted a sense of hostility. In the worldview of beast, Xuanji was a challenger. Xuanji on the table felt this hostility, but chose to ignore it, continuing to consume the pills Lin Bai had given. As a clever spiritual beast, Xuanji knew that Mo Ling would not attack it. It was merely warning to establish its own position. Seeing Xuanji's indifferent attitude made Mo Ling even angrier. It flapped its wings, preparing to teach Xuanji a lesson and show it who the boss was. "Hey, calm down." Fortunately, Lin Bai was quick, swiftly grabbing the eager Mo Ling around the waist, skillfully smoothing its neck feathers while earnestly persuading it. "Little Ling, listen to me. You and Xuanji are both my contracted beasts. Now that we have one more Xuanji, I will be even safer. Isn't that a good thing?" Protecting the master's safety. Although Mo Ling understood Lin Bai's strength, this reasoning still persuaded it. After all, the master's safety was paramount. "Gaga." Mo Ling called out a few more times to Xuanji, and Lin Bai understood what it meant. "Newcomer, I am the largest under the master. You should be aware of your position." Xuanji nonchalantly nodded and buried itself back into the pile of pills. Seeing Xuanji nod, Mo Ling thought it had submitted and could not help but feel smug and stand tall. Though Lin Bai felt helpless, he allowed Mo Ling to act this way, as it was not a significant matter. Over time they would adapt and become familiar with each other. Now he only wanted to know how much Mo Ling had grown since entering the maturation phase and how large its size had changed. Name: Mo Ling. Growth phase. Species: Shadowy Owl. Shao. Power 7. 7 Agility 11. 5 Constitution 8. 1 Spirit 8. 3 Level Transformation Extraordinary. Trait: Shadow Affinity. Stealth. Speed. Skills: Shadow Escape, Shadow Perception, Toxicity, Murky Bone Cry. Assessment: Potential stock starting to realize. Keep investing. Mo Ling's 4-dimensional attributes had significantly improved, especially its agility, which had entered the top tier of speed among transformation realm beasts. Though it could not compare to the most elite divine beasts, for a shadowy owl of this bloodline, it had nearly reached its limit, marking the full exertion of its speed trait. In terms of realm, Mo Ling was already at the peak of the transformation realm, its aura fluctuating as it was making a push towards the extraordinary realm. After entering the growth phase, this breakthrough would likely not take long. However, Lin Bai was not considering this matter. He was calculating the limits of the shadowy owl bloodline. At this rate, by the time Mo Ling reaches the end of its growth phase, it will likely stabilize at the peak of the extraordinary realm. Once it fully matures, its combat power should rival that of beings just entering the transcendence realm. This should be the potential limit of the shadowy owl bloodline. Lin Bai's gaze shifted to Xuanji. The bloodline potential of the earth-hidden turtle is similar to that of the shadowy owl. Without opportunity, it would only reach the transcendence realm. But Lin Bai was undeterred because one of his dual talents called Cocoon Breaking allowed him to see the best evolution route for beasts. He was merely consolidating information, preparing for future contingencies. Mo Ling's evolution requirements a strand of Jishu Beast Chi, plus a Yin Spirit Fox Soul Pearl of the Transcendence Realm. Xuanji's evolution requirements a complete Dust Stone and a Transcendence Realm Spirit Beast Core. Naturally, there was no need to elaborate on Mo Ling's evolution resources. Xuanji's were of similar difficulty. The Dust Stone is as ordinary as its name suggests, difficult to find, and as for the Spirit Core of the Transcendence Realm, it goes without saying. Even if Lin Bai sold himself, he could not afford it. Hey, we're still a long way from the Transcendence Realm. Let's take it slow. Lin Bai rubbed his forehead, temporarily casting aside these worries. Right now, just the evolution resources for these two little ones were enough to give Lin Bai a headache. He could hardly imagine the situation after contracting even more beasts. Let's not think about these distressing things. Initiate the cooperation ability. With a thought, the blue spiritual star representing the cooperation talent in his sea of consciousness suddenly shone brightly, and strands of spiritual threads shot out, precisely wrapping around the contract insignia representing Mo Ling and Xuanji. Constitution 43, 6-3, 6, 47, 2, Agility 20, 211, 5, 31, 7. Comfortable. A warm flow surged through Lin Bai's body as he checked the attributes of his constitution and speed. The increase in constitution was relatively slow as Xuanji was still in its juvenile form, but Mo Ling's entry into the growth phase had brought Lin Bai an impressive feedback of 11.5 points in agility, resulting in a qualitative change in his speed and reflexes. This was not merely additive but a geometric growth akin to an ordinary person breaking through from 11 seconds to 10 seconds compared to breaking through from 10 seconds to 9 seconds, which are entirely different challenges. The might of the cooperation talent lies in its ability to conceptually flatten these challenges. The cooperation ability has finally begun to truly exert its power. This capability becomes more terrifying the further we go. Lin Bai clenched his fist, feeling the vitality surging within his body. Agility meant more than just speed, it also encompassed reflexes and more. With a slight shift in thought, he flicked a fallen leaf from the tree beside him upwards. Then with a flash he appeared in front of the courtyard door and instantly returned to his original position, appearing calm and composed. At this moment the leaf he had flicked with the strength of an ordinary person's wrist had only just reached its peak and had not yet begun to descend, leaving Mo Ling and Xuanji beside him utterly stunned. Master is so powerful. I must work even harder to assist him. If the master is this powerful, then I can eat whatever I want in the future. However, these two little creatures had vastly different thoughts. Mo Ling understood it needed to work harder, while Xuanji hoped to relax from now on. After testing his speed, Lin Bai was overjoyed. In the following days Lin Bai became quite idle, as there were no pressing matters left. Even the most urgent task of contracting his beasts had been completed. After his daily training, he would simply amuse Mo Ling and Xuanji. Mo Ling, full of energy, often soared high patrolling its territory, while Xuanji, adhering to its turtle nature, spent most of its time either eating or sleeping, preferring to lie down rather than stand. Although Lin Bai comforted himself with reasons like, Xuanji is still young, and it is a turtle, he couldn't shake off the bad premonition that Xuanji might be a little lazy turtle. However, just this morning a letter arrived in Lin Bai's hands. A maid from the benevolence hall walked lightly to Lin Bai, respectfully presenting him with a letter. Sir, this is a letter from the Wang family. The Wang family? I understand. You may take your leave. Upon hearing the mention of the Wang family, Lin Bai immediately knew who it was from. Opening it, he found it was indeed a letter from Wang Yu. The letter roughly conveyed that Wang Yu was feeling bored, and if Lin Bai had time tomorrow, she wished for him to visit, as she had a surprise to share. Good news. A surprise. The next day Lin Bai arrived at the Wang family's gate for the appointment. He felt it resembled a city wall more than a mansion entrance. Isn't this a bit excessive? Had the structure not borne the plaque of the Divine Grace Wang family, Lin Bai might have thought he arrived at the wrong place. Though not comparable to the walls of a formal county seat, it was far from an ordinary compound wall. After all, what ordinary compound had walls dozens of meters high patrolled by guards? Lin Bai even spotted military installations like arrow towers. But Lin Bai quickly adjusted his mindset. In a world where power resided within the individual, such walls without the support of powerful formations might not even stop someone of his current level, let alone the true greats. It was merely his lack of experience that made this initial sight seem novel. Composing himself, Lin Bai stepped forward and presented his visiting card to the guard at the gate. Upon inspection, the guard's demeanor immediately became more respectful. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will announce your arrival." The guard, seeing Lin Bai's card, dared not delay and hurried back to report. Shortly after, a young maidservant of about 17 or 18 rushed out. Upon seeing Lin Bai, she immediately bowed. "Sir Lin Bai, my lady is already waiting for you in the courtyard. Please follow me." "You are?" "I am Luji, Lady Wang." "Yes, maidservant. She had me wait here for you since morning." "Is that so? Then let us hurry." Just as Lin Bai followed Luji through the Wang family's main gate, a guard named xuanhuan among the attendants rolled his eyes, clutched his stomach, and said to his companion, "Oldly, my stomach aches a bit. Can you cover for me?" Another guard, surnamed Li, replied with impatience, "I swear you're always finding excuses to slack off. Hurry up and get back. If the captain comes, I won't be able to cover for you." "Ah, brother Li, please bear with me. They'll treat you to a drink next time." Zhao Shunan, forced a smile, slipped out of sight around a corner, his pained expression instantly replaced by wild joy as he quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run. "A bunch of fools. Once young Master Wang Yan's task is done, who will be standing guard with you lot?" Zhao Shunan recalled how a few days ago young Master Wang Yan's guard had found him promising a path of cultivation in exchange for reporting the moment Luji received her guest. Zhao Shunan fantasized about his life after obtaining the path of cultivation, as he ran, seeing a bright future beckoning him. Arriving at the courtyard of Wang Yan's guard, Zhao Shunan knocked. A burly man opened the door and asked directly upon seeing him, "Has Luji received the person?" "When?" Zhao Shunan nodded and replied, "Just now. I came immediately after they left." Wang Li confirmed the time and called out into the courtyard, "Han Zhuang, did you hear that? Go notify the young master immediately." Seeing the task completed, Zhao Shunan rubbed his hands together, his face contorted into a fawning smile, and asked cautiously, "Lord Wang Li, what about what you promised me?" Wang Li's gaze swept over Zhao Shunan's face, a faint ambiguous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "The path of cultivation, of course. Follow me." That look made Zhao Shunan's heart tighten inexplicably, but the allure of the path was too great. He gritted his teeth and followed Wang Li into the room. Wang Li took a bamboo slip from a chest and handed it to Zhao Shunan. Upon seeing the luminous characters dancing on the slip, Zhao Shunan's excitement was beyond words. "Take it. My lord, I truly don't know how to repay you. If there is ever anything you need of me, I will go through fire and water for you. No need for if ever." Wang Li's tone was flat. "What? Erg." Just as Zhao Shunan was swearing his loyalty, Wang Li's palm struck and twisted, snapping his neck. The look of ecstasy was still frozen on his face. Wang Li bent down, picked up the bamboo slip of the path he had just granted and taken back, and murmured over the corpse, "Granting you the path of cultivation was young Master Wang Yan's promise, and it has been fulfilled. But as a guard of the Wang family, you dared to sell information about Lady Wang Yu. That is also unforgivable. Die as a ghost who understands why, so you can explain yourself clearly before Lady Yunxi." Wang Li coldly regarded this audacious yet foolish seeker of the Tao. Only after entering the Wang residence did Lin Bai understand what a prestigious family truly meant. It wasn't about opulence, but the completeness of its facilities, resembling a self-sufficient small society. He saw spiritual rice fields, horse pastures, marketplaces, continuous patrols of guards, and even a bustling street of shops and stalls fully stocked with all manner of goods. "Miss Luji, does the Wang family have so many members?" Lin Bai couldn't help but ask. Luji explained with a smile. "Sir Lin Bai, these people are considered of the Wang family but not clan members. Their ancestors had some ties to the Wangs, but the descendants have not been ambitious. Most are no longer recorded in the clan genealogy. However unwilling to remain ordinary, they stay to work in the mansion, hoping to earn merit for cultivation techniques, or even a true path of inheritance." "I see," Lin Bai said, now understanding. It all made sense. "Miss Luji, how much further must we walk?" "We're almost there. Just past that grove of trees ahead." Just as Lin Bai was observing the inner workings of the Wang family, two people suddenly blocked his path, forcing him to stop. A young man and a middle-aged man. The leader was a youth in luxurious robes with an arrogant expression, arms crossed and chin raised, speaking with contempt. "So you're Lin Bai. If you know what's good for you, get lost on your own or you'll suffer a beating." This sudden outburst left Lin Bai bewildered. His mind raced. Who is this guy? Does the Wang family have mental patients too? Aren't lunatics supposed to be locked up? The commotion immediately drew the attention of some nearby Wang family members. Lu Ji clearly recognized the newcomer, her pretty face turning cold, as she stepped forward shielding Lin Bai and said icily, "Young Master Wang Yan, weren't the quotas for the soul-nourishing spring already allocated a few days ago? Why are you causing trouble again now? Why should Wang Yu give away the Wang family's resources to an outsider? Lin Bai's name isn't even in the clan register. He's an outsider." Seeing Wang Yan's loud and unreasonable argument, Lu Ji let out a light laugh. "Then young Master Wang Yan, you should be petitioning your own branch for this, not ours. Besides, didn't young Master Wang Yang also gift his extra quota to a friend? Why didn't I see you go ask him for it? Perhaps you didn't dare." Her final words were light, yet they struck a raw nerve in Wang Yan like a needle. "How dare you, you insolent maid, speak to me like this?" Wang Yan was stung by the truth. Wang Yang, being a prodigy of their own branch, was someone he naturally feared. But unwilling to give up on the soul-nourishing spring opportunity, and unable to win the formal clan tournament, he had to scheme for the extra quotas held by the clan's prodigies. However, all the clan prodigies had rejected him. In his desperation, he could only target the extra quota of Wang Yu, who had the least backing and was currently the weakest. Since Wang Yu was from a different branch, even if she grew stronger, he wouldn't have to fear any retribution. Of course, Wang Yan wasn't completely brainless. Instead of directly forcing Wang Yu to give him the quota, he resorted to bringing people to beg and throwing tantrums. But Wang Yu sternly refused every time, telling him not to entertain any vain hopes. Afterward, Wang Yan devised a crooked plan. Since soft tactics failed with Wang Yu, he would use force. If he could ensure Lin Bai couldn't attend, the problem would be solved. If Lin Bai knew the whole story, he would undoubtedly be speechless. "Damn it, you're resorting to force against me. Isn't this just bullying the weak? Step aside, young Master Wang Yan. Or do you intend to start a fight?" Lu Ji, unconcerned by Wang Yan's insults, was focused on completing her mistress' instructions. "Step aside. Ha! Uncle Zhuang, break his legs and leave your force in the wounds, so he can't recover for a month." Wang Yan sneered, pointing at Lin Bai, and ordered the silent middle-aged man beside him. The man named Han Zhuang sighed, and an aura belonging to the transcendent realm instantly spread, enveloping Lin Bai and Lu Ji. Hearing Wang Yan's words and seeing Han Zhuang actually move, Lu Ji's face turned ugly. "Wang Yan, have you lost your mind? Han Zhuang, are you going to follow your young master's madness?" Han Zhuang sighed again. "My apologies, Miss Lu Ji, but the young master's orders must be carried out." As Wang Yan and Han Zhuang spoke, their gazes were fixed on Lu Ji. As for Lin Bai, he was already regarded as fish on the chopping block, insignificant and easily dealt with. Lu Ji turned to Lin Bai and said, "Sir Lin Bai, I have already alerted Lady Wang Yu through a secret technique. She will arrive shortly. I'll hold off Han Zhuang for a while. You run quickly. Once the lady gets here, they'll be in for it." Lu Ji spoke with little confidence. Han Zhuang was of the transcendent realm, while she was only in the mortal transcending realm. She was likely no match. Just as Lu Ji was about to charge, a steady, powerful hand gently pressed down on her shoulder, stopping her advance. Then a calm voice tinged with slight confusion sounded in her ear. "Run." Lin Bai tilted his head slightly, a perfectly measured expression of confusion on his face, as if he had heard something utterly incomprehensible. "Why should I run?" Lin Bai sensed the aura of Han Zhuang ahead, and his heart remained utterly tranquil. He was nothing more than an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator. Seeing that Lin Bai not only refused to retreat, but stood there with an air of unruffled composure, LVG was so anxious she nearly stomped her foot. "Lord Lin Bai, that Han Zhuang is a genuine transcendent realm cultivator. We cannot fight him, heathen. It would be best to wait until the young lady arrives." Transcendent realm. Is that all there is to it? Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Wang Yan across from him burst into raucous laughter, his tone dripping with contempt. "You bumpkins from the countryside have such narrow horizons. You don't actually think Uncle Zhuang is one of those counterfeit transcendent realm cultivators from outside, do you? Those wastes from beyond aren't even fit to polish his shoes." Han Zhuang shook his head at Lin Bai's arrogant words, thinking to himself, "After all, he's a country boy with too narrow a view. He has high aspirations but low skills, unfit for any real occasion. I wonder how he managed to deceive Miss Wang Yu." "Is that so?" LVG only felt a gust of wind rush past her. The next moment, a muffled, heavy thud rang out. Han Zhuang was sent flying backward, tumbling and rolling several times before coming to a stop, kicking up a cloud of dust. LVG stood frozen in place. Wang Yan's grating laughter also ceased. "Lord Lin Bai, is this strong? You attacked by surprise. Yes, that's it, a sneak attack. You struck while Han Zhuang wasn't ready." Han Zhuang struggled to his feet, wiping away the frothy blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Bai. You are strong. Your speed and strength are on the level of the transcendent realm. But just now I was merely caught off guard. Lin Bai nodded seriously at this, then said to Han Zhuang. You are also very weak, but your physical resilience is not bad. You. Insolent. Hearing Lin Bai's praise, Han Zhuang felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, his hair nearly standing on end. He had never expected that his attempt at a mutual appreciation between warriors would be met with such humiliation from Lin Bai. Seeing that Han Zhuang was angry, Lin Bai looked somewhat puzzled and spoke with a hint of innocence. Is it not the truth? How dare a junior insult me so? Han Zhuang was completely enraged. He let out a furious roar, his Bodis energy erupting as he held nothing back. He transformed into a blur of motion, charging violently at Lin Bai. Very well, then I'll exchange a few more moves with you to make you fully submit. Lin Bai's tone remained indifferent. He neither dodged nor evaded, meeting the attack head-on as he threw a punch. After 3 exchanges of blows, the outcome was beyond doubt. Han Zhuang was once again sent flying backward. This time he fared far worse than before. Midair, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The arm that had clashed with Lin Bai's hung limply, his fist twisted and deformed, the finger bones dislocated and shattered, dripping with gore. He collapsed to the ground, struggling a few times but unable to rise. He could only lift his head, staring at Lin Bai with a gaze mixed with pain and bewilderment. How can your body be so tough? You're only at the mortal refining stage, how can you be this strong? Lin Bai shook his head, not deigning to answer such a foolish question. Among his 4 attributes, his physique was the strongest, and it had become even more formidable after contracting with Xuanji a few days ago. Han Zhuang had completely lost his combat capability. The subtle yet potent force within Lin Bai's strikes would render him unable to wield martial power for half a year. Without high-quality healing pills, he would even be left with lasting sequelae. Lin Bai did not waste time on a mere tool. Instead, he turned his attention to the master of this blade. He slowly shifted his gaze toward Wang Yan, who was now trembling in both legs, his face drained of all color. A gentle smile spread across Lin Bai's face. Young Master Wang Yan, it seems this blade of yours is not very sharp. Oh, by the way, what were you saying just now? Something about breaking my legs, so I can't get out of bed for a month. You, what do you want to do? Lin Bai was amused by Wang Yan's naive and foolish words. What do I want to do? Haven't you heard the saying? It goes like this. Do unto others as they do unto you. Don't you dare. This is the Wang family. Wang Yan wanted to flee, but Lin Bai's aura pinned him to the spot, leaving him unable to move. What he had planned to do to Lin Bai was now about to be done to him. The Wang family. Ha! The mention of it only made Lin Bai want to laugh even more. The commotion from his fight with Han Zhuang had been considerable, yet the patrolling guards seemed to have collectively gone blind and deaf, not a single one coming to investigate. This was the core territory of the Wang family's ancestral grounds, yet not a single true expert stepped forward to stop this farce. Now it was Lin Bai's turn to counter. He was eager to see if any shameless old fossil would jump out to bully the younger generation. Lin Bai's heavy armor had yet to be activated, and the beast-taming warrior inheritance contained a plethora of methods to temporarily boost combat power. Even if someone at the transcendent ascension realm showed up now, Lin Bai was itching to exchange a few blows with them. If someone from the rebirth realm came, even better. He wanted to see just how grand a stage this farce could become. At the very least, Lin Bai still had the Void Transit Talisman gifted by the Lone Wanderer for a strategic retreat, so he had absolutely nothing to fear. It's about to begin. Time is running short. Lin Bai muttered cryptically, a statement that seemed both a warning to the terrified Wang Yan and a message to those hidden in the shadows watching the scene unfold. With that, Lin Bai began to slowly advance toward Wang Yan. His steps were small but rhythmic, each footfall seeming to land squarely on Wang Yan's heart. Terrified by the suspended blade of unknown descent, Wang Yan started begging incessantly. Han Zhuang, lying nearby like a dead dog, wanted to help but could not move. Please spare me. Help, help. Where is the guard? A villain is trying to harm me. Seeing that Lin Bai was utterly unafraid of the Wang family's name, Wang Yan began to scream and shout, calling for help from the Wang clan. Why does he sound like a pig being slaughtered? Lin Bai dug at his ear, not pausing his steady advance. Beside him, LVG's face was a mask of conflict. She took small steps to Lin Bai's side. Lord Lin Bai, perhaps we should wait for Miss Wang Yu to arrive. She can act on your behalf. Otherwise, I fear. Wait for Wang Yu. This little matter is not worth waiting for her. Lin Bai understood LVG's meaning. She did not oppose him retaliating against Wang Yan, but she suggested that Wang Yu do it for him. If Wang Yu acted, even crippling Wang Yan would not raise much objection from the Wang family. But if Lin Bai struck back himself, a bloodline family like the Wangs would not be reasonable. Lin Bai chose to personally return the price Wang Yan had intended to exact on him. This anger had to be vented by his own hand to be satisfying. If it were before obtaining the Void Transit Talisman, Lin Bai might have weighed the pros and cons. But if he hesitated after acquiring it, then what was the point of having it? To be afraid to act for fear of using the insurance would render that insurance worthless. After explaining this, Lin Bai raised his hand to stop LVG's further entreaties, his gaze locking onto Wang Yan once more. He approached, lifted his foot, and delivered a casual kick. Wang Yan tumbled to the ground like a rolling gourd. He scrambled backward on all fours, trying to get away from Lin Bai, all his earlier arrogance gone. "Spare me, please spare me. I won't dare do it again. Where are the guard elders?" Lin Bai shook his head. What a bunch of useless noble brats. He hadn't even said he would kill him, just repaying what Wang Yan had planned to do to him in kind, and the man was already scared out of his wits. Such a weak mentality was rare even among ordinary people, let alone cultivators. Lin Bai's aura grew even more oppressive, pressing down on Wang Yan, rendering him completely immobile. "You wanted to break my legs, so I couldn't get out of bed for a month." Lin Bai looked down at him, repeating Wang Yan's earlier words in a calm tone. Though it was a question, his body did not stop moving. Crack, crack. Two clear, teeth-grinding sounds of bone breaking rang out. "Ah! Ah! It hurts! Help!" Wang Yan's legs were directly stomped and broken by Lin Bai, the flesh, at the point of impact, turning to pulp, nearly severing both limbs entirely. Listening to the piercing screams, Lin Bai maintained his gentle smile and continued. "I am a man of principle. I broke your legs not because you wanted to break mine, but because you came looking for trouble with me. Now this is the price for your intention to break my legs." Then came two more crack sounds. Lin Bai treated Wang Yan's hands in the same manner as his legs. Lin Bai was a very reasonable man, so he explained everything clearly to Wang Yan. "It hurts so much. It itches. Father, save me." Lin Bai had not merely inflicted physical pain. He had channeled his energy using methods from his Tao inheritance. "Shut up. Stop screaming so loudly." Lin Bai furrowed his brow slightly as if greatly annoyed. Then he moved his foot to hover above Wang Yan's head, appearing ready to stomp down. "Madman. You're a madman. You actually want to kill me. How dare you kill me? Do you even know who my father is?" Wang Yan had been wailing in agony, but when he saw Lin Bai's foot rise above his head, radiating pure killing intent, he was scared out of his wits. His screams became even more piercing and shrill. "Who your father is unimportant." Lin Bai's tone remained flat, carrying a terrifying calmness. "What's important is why haven't they come to save you yet?" LVG waited anxiously nearby. "Miss, why aren't you here yet? Lord Lin Bai really seems intent on killing that fool Wang Yan." She was growing very anxious. It had been so long and Wang Yu still hadn't appeared. Just as Lin Bai's foot was about to come down, a voice rang out. "Young friend, please refrain from violence. We are all family. Why must it come to this? Why must it come to this? Do not let outsiders witness our discord." Three figures appeared, and the speaker was an elderly man with a gaunt face clad in an apricot yellow robe. Wang Yan turned his head as if spotting a lifeline. "Elder Wen, how father save me." Lin Bai looked up and saw the three arrivals, the yellow-robed elder Wang Wenhao, a middle-aged man with a pallid beardless face that was now livid, and Wang Yu, who was behind them, giving him a thumbs up. Lin Bai had long sensed their approach, but they chose to remain hidden and watch. Since they opted to stand by, he decided to escalate the drama and see who would break first. Wang Mingfeng, seeing his beloved son's wretched state, could no longer contain his fury and roared at Lin Bai. "You beast! How dare you show such disrespect to a member of the Wang family? Have you forgotten that your own mother hails from the Wang clan? Yenner was merely momentarily foolish, yet you inflict such brutal punishment upon him. Release him at once and offer your apologies." Lin Bai looked at Wang Mingfeng and sighed. "I knew it. Like father, like son. A brainless father raises a brainless son." Suddenly Lin Bai made a move no one anticipated. He raised his foot and stomped heavily. With a thud, a pit appeared beside Wang Yan's head. Flying gravel scraped his cheek and Wang Yan felt his crotch grow warm. He had wet himself in terror. Wang Mingfeng's rebuke was choked back in shock. His face cycled from pale to red to purple, and the finger he pointed trembled violently with extreme rage. Lin Bai's smile remained unchanged, as if that thunderous stomp had not been his doing. "This, uncle. You may not know this, but I've never been able to stand the sound of fools speaking. When a fool talks, I lose control of my actions. Of course, a fool pointing at me is also unacceptable. How dare you, you brat? How dare you? Do you know this is the Wang estate? I swear you won't leave its gates alive. Is that so? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow slightly. I don't believe it. Thud. Ah! This stomp was even closer to Wang Yan's head. Lin Bai had crushed Wang Yan's ear underfoot. Wang Yan was nearly driven mad with fear. This finally silenced Wang Mingfeng completely. He instantly withdrew his pointing finger, realizing that in this state Lin Bai was utterly unhinged. At this moment Wang Wenhao quickly stepped in to mediate. We are all family. No more quarrels. Mingfeng say no more. You should also persuade Lin Bai. Wang Yu, who had been idling in the back, chuckled upon hearing Wang Wenhao's words. Great uncle, you were the ones who stopped me from mediating earlier. Now I can't do anything about it. It turned out that Wang Yu had arrived back when Lin Bai had crippled Han Zhuang, but they had blocked her from intervening. It is great uncle's fault. I never imagined it would end like this. Wang Wenhao sighed, seeing Wang Yu siding with an outsider. He then addressed Wang Mingfeng. I have no other choice. Mingfeng, this time it is your fault. Apologize to Lin Bai. Eighth uncle, is this how you resolve matters? Hearing this, Wang Mingfeng shouted. Wang Wenhao waved his hand helplessly. What else? The rights and wrongs are clear as day. Are we the Wang family an unreasonable bandit den that only protects its own? As a father, apologizing on behalf of your son to the victim is both reasonable and proper. What is wrong with that? Though Wang Wenhao's tone was resigned, a flicker of glee and schadenfreude shone in his eyes. He and Wang Yu belonged to the same branch. Wang Yan's provocation against Lin Bai was a slap in the face to their fourth branch, so he was naturally pleased to see Wang Yan and Wang Mingfeng humiliated. More importantly, he understood exactly what Lin Bai wanted. Nothing more than an attitude. But giving Lin Bai face would cost the Wang family their dignity. To preserve the family's honor, Wang Mingfeng's face had to be sacrificed. I. Wang Mingfeng's expression turned exceedingly ugly. Why had he not come out earlier? Precisely to avoid this very situation. Everyone was using his pride as a stepping stone. He had stayed hidden even when Lin Bai broke Wang Yan's limbs, never expecting Lin Bai to be so ruthless, putting on a show, as if he intended to kill Wang Yan. Wang Yan was his only son. The higher a cultivator's realm, the lower the chances of procreation. Wang Mingfeng would only ever have this one child in his lifetime. He dared not gamble on whether Lin Bai was bluffing. The undisguised killing intent was unmistakably real, and Lin Bai's unflinching demeanor sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. Yet he never expected Wang Wenhao to still choose to betray him to protect the family's face. Even if it is our fault, couldn't we just let it slide? That was Wang Mingfeng's inner thought at that moment. Hearing Wang Wenhao's suggestion and seeing Wang Mingfeng's sour expression, Lin Bai's smile finally grew a touch more genuine. Ah, that's better. I am not an unreasonable person, but being invited to the Wang residence only to suffer such injustice. It truly leaves a bitter taste in my heart. After all, you are all my elders. Having said this, Lin Bai looked at Wang Mingfeng with a half-smile, waiting to see if he would offer up his own dignity as a stepping stone to end this farce. He was curious to see what mattered more, his son's life or his own old face. Caught between Lin Bai and Wang Wenhao's coordinated pressure, Wang Mingfeng's expression darkened further. He knew that without an apology this matter would not end peacefully. Gritting his teeth and shutting his eyes, he bent deeply at the waist. It is my failure in teaching my son that has led to this situation. On behalf of Wang Yan, I apologize to everyone. After he spoke, Lin Bai's expression remained unchanged, his foot still hovering threateningly over Wang Yan's face. Seeing this, Wang Mingfeng panted like an ox but bent once more. The main issue is the trouble caused to young friend Lin Bai. I apologize to him here and am willing to offer compensation. Only when this clear, direct apology was made did Lin Bai act as if he had just noticed it, his face showing exaggerated shock as he hastily spoke. Uncle, why go this far? Brother Yan made a minor mistake. How could I hold a grudge? As he spoke, he seemed to notice Wang Yan beneath his foot and gave him another kick. Brother Yan, how did you end up under my foot, using your head to press against my soul? Seeing Lin Bai's smug demeanor of gaining an advantage while still playing innocent, Wang Mingfeng ground his teeth in fury. Yet he had to swallow this humiliation and rage, summoning guards to clean up the mess. Someone, take Yenner for treatment immediately. The guards who had vanished earlier now appeared swiftly, lifting the unconscious Wang Yan and the severely injured Han Zhuang and departing at speed. Wang Mingfeng tossed a card to Lin Bai and then turned to leave, desperate to flee this place of disgrace. Lin Bai caught the card. It was a bearer savings card from the Daxia Treasure Pavilion with a limit of about 2,000 spirit stones. He muttered under his breath. A son's life is worth only 2,000 spirit stones. I wonder if he's even his real father. That dad. What a bargain. Wang Mingfeng, who was walking away, clearly heard Lin Bai's words. He stumbled, nearly falling, and shot Lin Bai a vicious glare, but could only clench his teeth and leave. In truth, Lin Bai cared little about the spirit stones. What mattered was that Wang Mingfeng had used his own dignity as a stepping stone to end the matter. Yes, Lin Bai had only wanted an attitude. Otherwise, if he was walking peacefully down the road, and a stray dog suddenly bit him, he would have to kick that dog hard, or others might think he was a coward. Moreover, if he did not retaliate twofold for such an affront, his thoughts would not be at ease. He had both cards to play and the moral high ground. If he did not make a proper scene, he might as well give up cultivation and go back to farming. As for the Wang family's dignity, was that his concern? His own face had been trampled. It was the Wang family's duty to defend and explain things to him. As for whether the Wangs would hold a grudge against Lin Bai, that depended on the person. Lin Bai could vouch for his relatives like Wang Xiu and Wang Shi, who would say he did well, even cheering him on. Wang Yu across from him had also shown support through her earlier non-cooperation. They were also part of the Wang family. Why did they not feel offended? As for the others, just passers-by, Lin Bai did not care. At this point, Wang Wenhao stepped forward with a smile, as if the earlier tension had never occurred. Young friend Lin Bai, you act with such decisiveness. I admire that. This matter has been resolved satisfactorily. Do not take it to heart. Lin Bai clasped his hands in return, resuming the courtesy of a junior. Thank you for mediating, elder. I will certainly not dwell on it. After Wang Mingfeng and Wang Yan left, the atmosphere returned to one of harmony, as if nothing had happened. That fool Wang Yan, thinking himself clever, had come to provoke Lin Bai. This not only insulted Lin Bai's dignity, it also insulted Wang Ye's dignity and even the dignity of the fourth branch of the Wang family, because Lin Bai was Wang Ye's invited guest. Thus Wang Wenhao, as a member of the fourth branch, secretly supported Lin Bai. The matter was settled for Lin Bai, but the fourth branch still had scores to settle with the first branch to which Wang Yan belonged. This won't be over until the first branch bleeds. Wang Wenhao chatted with Lin Bai while contemplating how to exact compensation this time. There were plenty of internal intrigues within a great clan, though they remained united against external enemies. However, Lin Bai had exploited a loophole. His mother, Wang Xiu, was a member of the Wang family. This was why the situation between the Wang family and Lin Bai had not turned too ugly. Both sides exercised restraint, offering each other a way out and let the matter pass. As for Wang Yan and Wang Mingfeng, they were the stepping stones. The consequences were of their own making. After the incident was resolved in the heart of the Wang clan's ancestral grounds, a group of the clan's senior experts observed the whole affair through a water mirror. Haha, I bet that kid could pull it off. I was right about him. He even knew how to apply gradual pressure and when to stop. These young people today are no simpletons. A white-robed, white-haired elder leaped up and shouted, his enthusiasm like that of a fan seeing his idol score. A black-robed, one-eyed elder could not bear it and scolded him. Damn woodcarver! Are you even a member of the Wang family? Don't you see your own clansman being beaten by an outsider? Hey Cyclopes, how am I not a Wang? When someone does wrong, can't they be criticized? Oh, I remember. Wang Yan is from your first branch, isn't he? Is this how your branch cultivates our clan's disciples? Is this the caliber of disciples your first branch produces? At these words, many clan elders from the first branch darkened their faces. That was a sweeping insult. And how is Lin Bai an outsider? His mother is recorded in the clan genealogy as a Wang, so he counts as family too. Besides, I see a special look in that little girl Wang Ye's eyes when she watches him. He might become a true Wang in the future. You're twisting words. Enough. Seated in the main seat, an elder with deep nasolabial folds and a commanding presence slowly opened his eyes. The moment he spoke, the quarreling pair fell silent. Issue this decree: order the first branch to rectify its conduct and discipline its members. Wang Yan provoked a guest of clan sequence member Wang Yu an act of misconduct. He shall be punished according to clan rules. Wang Mingfeng failed in teaching his son. Strip him of his current post and assign him to guard the West Mountain Spirit Fields for 30 years to observe his future conduct. The elder's voice was calm but carried undeniable authority. Yes, clan leader. All the clan elders responded in unison. The clan leader had set the tone, but the specifics of the punishment and how much the first branch would have to pay to appease the fourth branch's wrath would still involve much wrangling and negotiation. On the other side, Wang Wenhao finished a brief chat with Lin Bai and was preparing to take his leave. All right, I won't disturb the enjoyment of you two young people any longer. After Wang Wenhao left, Wang Yu jumped to Lin Bai's side. Wang Ye's beautiful eyes darted around, scrutinizing Lin Bai from head to toe, making him feel quite uncomfortable under her gaze. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Wang Yu shook her head, a peculiar light flashing in her eyes. I just felt that you were quite different from usual just now. Are you scared? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow and said, What do I have to be afraid of? You either beat Wang Yan or stand up for me. Besides, you should have hit harder just now. As long as you don't kill him, it's not a big deal. Wang Ye's face flushed as she recalled Lin Bai's violent beating of Wang Yan and his subsequent arrogant demeanor. Wang Yu actually had a preference for such violent scenes. Her unusual feelings for Lin Bai began when they were privately sparring in the martial arts hall with the wind from his punches brushing against her face. Wang Ye's reaction left Lin Bai feeling perplexed. Enjoying violent scenes? Little sister, you are quite a contrast. Looking at Wang Ye's cold, iceberg-like face, he felt excited, thinking it was such a pity for her face and temperament. Fortunately, Wang Yu quickly regained her composure. She cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment and made an effort to steady her voice. What I mean is I need to get to know you again. My previous understanding of you was too superficial. Actually, I don't know why Wang Yan suddenly came looking for trouble. Either Lin Bai sighed as he spoke. Wang Yan appeared like a cliché antagonist in a play, but unfortunately Lin Bai was not the righteous protagonist and directly retaliated in kind. As for the soul-nourishing spring that Wang Yan was shouting about, he remained completely in the dark. Oh, about that let's talk while we walk. Wang Yu explained to Lin Bai why Wang Yan was causing him trouble. This was also related to the family path of the Wang family, which mostly revolved around the path of Qi practitioners. The most important aspect of the Qi practitioner path is the strength of the spirit, and the soul-nourishing spring is a blessed land that can enhance spiritual strength. However, the soul-nourishing spring cannot be used on a large scale for extended periods like the Shenin cave of the Zhong family, and the Wang family cannot afford the maintenance costs of such a blessed land. The soul-nourishing spring only opens once every 5 years with limited slots each time. As a member of the cultivation sequence of the Wang family's fourth branch, Wang Yu not only has access to the soul-nourishing spring herself, but also has 2 additional slots. Wang Yu was prepared to give one of the slots to Lin Bai, but unexpectedly Wang Yan also wanted that slot, and after being rejected by Wang Yu did something foolish like causing trouble for Lin Bai. After hearing Wang Ye's explanation, Lin Bai suddenly understood. He wondered how someone could be foolish enough to act so refreshingly out of the ordinary. It turned out that greed had blinded them. Although the methods were clumsy, at least the motives were not entirely incomprehensible. So the surprise you mentioned in your letter refers to the slot for the soul-nourishing spring. Yes, I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect such an incident to occur. Wang Ye's small face puffed up as she spoke. She had wanted to give Lin Bai a surprise, but it was ruined. Then Wang Yu secretly glanced at Lin Bai, her voice unconsciously dropping a notch tinged with a hint of caution. Lin Bai, do you dislike me because of this? Upon seeing Wang Ye's somewhat lacking confidence, Lin Bai waved his hand and said, Am I that petty? Grievances have their origins and debts have their masters. How could Wang Yan's actions implicate the Wang family, let alone you? This matter is unrelated to you from the start. Lin Bai could still distinguish between collective responsibility and personal responsibility. Moreover, Wang Yu was providing him with such an opportunity. He was grateful for it, as the opportunity to enhance his spirit was something he couldn't even see in the outside world. Seeing that Lin Bai did not blame her, Wang Ye's mood and expression immediately brightened. However, Lin Bai still had a question. Little Yu, can the Wang family's soul-nourishing spring slot be given to outsiders? Although Lin Bai's relationship with the Wang family was intricate, his name was not on the family genealogy, so technically he was an outsider. Of course it can, Wang Yu replied matter-of-factly. This is a privilege granted to the descendants of our family sequence, meant for us to form friendships or cultivate our trusted powers. It's a form of resource investment, Wang Yu explained. I see, Lin Bai nodded, finding her explanation reasonable. When Lin Bai arrived at the front of Wang Ye's courtyard, he was stunned, for it was not a grand estate, but rather an ordinary courtyard with green tiles typical of Yunzhou. It was simple, perhaps even a bit too plain. What's wrong? Are you surprised to see that I don't live in a tall building or a grand estate? Wang Yu teased Lin Bai upon seeing his expression. Aren't you a talented descendant of the Wang family? Why do you live here? Lin Bai didn't think the courtyard was dilapidated, it just seemed unfit for Wang Ye's identity and the resources she could mobilize. Wang Yu did not answer immediately, but reached out to push open the slightly weathered wooden door, leading Lin Bai inside. This was a courtyard of over 200 square meters with a peach blossom tree planted in the front yard and a small vegetable garden. The layout of the house included a main house, a side room, and 2 wing rooms. Next to the vegetable garden were some old farming tools, making the courtyard resemble a typical family residence, rather than the home of a talented descendant from a prominent family. Wang Yu quietly waited for Lin Bai to finish his observations before softly explaining. This is where I lived with my grandmother before I awakened my talent and started my cultivation. She then briefly introduced her background to Lin Bai. Both of Wang Ye's parents were cultivators, and after her birth, they went in pursuit of the Tao, disappearing without a trace. She was raised by her grandmother. Wang Yu spoke calmly and briefly, but Lin Bai was still taken aback. Abandoning a newborn to pursue the Tao. Although this aligned with the world's values that prioritize cultivation, it was against human nature. Hadn't he just seen why Wang Mingfeng recognized his mistake and made reparations? It was simply because he wanted to clean up after his son Wang Yan. Cultivation is about refining the heart, and it was clear that Wang Ye's parents had lost their humanity in their pursuit. "I'm sorry, I had no idea about this," Lin Bai said in apology, prompting a smile from Wang Yu as she casually tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Why apologize? I don't feel any sadness. I always had my grandmother's companionship and love, and she witnessed the emergence of my talent at the last moment. Moreover, the family took good care of us. Although my childhood wasn't wealthy, it certainly wasn't impoverished either." After Wang Yu finished speaking, Lin Bai understood why she lived here. It wasn't that Wang Yu loved this courtyard so much, but because it held her memories with her grandmother. Wang Yu then addressed Lin Bai. "The soul-nourishing spring will only open tomorrow, so it seems you'll have to stay in my little courtyard for the night. Please don't find it shabby." Her words were half playful and half subtly serious. "Then I have to take a good look. Can I stay in the master bedroom?" Lin Bai deliberately stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to scrutinize the house carefully. He did not say anything like "I want mind," but instead indicated to Wang Yu that he wouldn't mind at all by asking which room he would stay in, and he was planning to settle in right away. To be honest, Wang Ye's concerns were completely unnecessary. Lin Bai had been an orphan in his previous life and had experienced all sorts of conditions. In this life, he was not some pampered young master either. Lin Fu as a soldier had a decisive style, and Lin Bai had been involved in tending to the family's spiritual fields. "Of course not. The master bedroom is where I live," Wang Yu replied with a little expression that made Lin Bai want to tease her, even more deliberately putting on a serious face. "Isn't that even better? We can talk by candlelight at night, discussing cultivation and the way of the Tao." Although Lin Bai's expression was very serious, Wang Yu was not new to him and immediately rejected his suggestion. "The master bedroom is mine, the side room is for Lu Ji, and you can only choose from the wing rooms." Wang Ye's small face puffed up again as she realized Lin Bai was teasing her. After a night had passed, Lin Bai followed Wang Yu on the path to the soul-nourishing spring, accompanied by the young maid Lu Ji, for Wang Ye's second quota was designated for her. Lu Ji served as Wang Ye's maid and personal guard, her path being that of the guardian defender, with her cultivation at the peak of the mortal transcending realm. The guardian defender was a cultivation path pursued by many protectors. The guardians swore an oath to their charge, binding their life to the one they protected from that moment forward. Although this path came with numerous restrictions, it also had its merits. If the guardian's talent was inferior to their charges, their cultivation speed would increase dramatically, and the greater the talent of the master, the higher the boost received. Naturally, the more gifted the genius, the more difficult it was to secure a guardian defender for them. Because the master and guard were bound in fortune, casually entering a guardian contract would cause a loss of chi fortune. Thus, even now, Wang Yu only had Lu Ji as her sole guardian defender. As Wang Yu introduced Lu Ji to Lin Bai, he quietly calculated what level of talent enhancement his own guardian defender might receive if paired with his innate spiritual talent. Of course, Lin Bai was merely musing. His path was that of the beast-taming martial artist, which came with an inherent guardian, his life-bound beast. The soul-nourishing spring lay within the Wang clan's territory, and they arrived before long. Under Wang Ye's guidance, Lin Bai came before a cave at the rear mountain of the Wang estate. Looking left and right, he found no sign of any hot spring. Wang Yu chuckled softly at the sight and explained, "The soul-nourishing spring is not a spring but a cave. You'll understand once we enter." The blessed lands of Cloud Dream City were quite peculiar. The Zhong clan's shadowy yin cavern was a mountain, and the Wang clan's soul-nourishing spring was a cave. Names and reality were utterly mismatched. "Miss, there are so many people," Lu Ji exclaimed softly. Before the cave stood not just the three of them, but other Wang clan disciples waiting, totaling nearly 100 individuals. These Wang clan members were all young, in their early 20s or 30s, and among them were some of Lin Bai's classmates from the martial academy, such as Wang Xiao. When Lin Bai entered, those who knew of yesterday's events cast curious glances his way, wondering how a cultivator at the mortal transcending realm had managed to overpower Han Zhuang of the transcendent realm. "So that's Lin Bai. He looks like he's just started training. I wonder how he beat Han Zhuang. Han wasn't a pushover in the transcendent realm." "No idea, but I heard he defeated Han in just a few moves." "That impressive. Truly, the gap between us and geniuses is wider than the gap between dogs and humans." Yet despite their curiosity, the Wang clan members parted a path, allowing Wang Yu as the clan's heir to stand at the forefront. Walking through the crowd, Lin Bai felt an odd sensation, as if he were on a red carpet under everyone's gaze. See, your fame has spread, the clan members are all curious about you. Wang Yu leaned close to Lin Bai, a smile playing on her lips as she teased him softly. Enough, enough. Lin Bai had initially expected to be ostracized or even provoked by the Wang clan for defeating one of their own, but this half-praising, half-staring reception left him feeling rather awkward. This was a misunderstanding on Lin Bai's part. If Wang Yan could conceive and execute the foolish plan to ambush Lin Bai, it revealed his character. Wang Yan was not well regarded in the clan to begin with, and his cowardly behavior, when faced with danger the previous day, had only deepened the contempt others felt for him. Moreover, since Wang Yan hadn't died, they considered it a minor matter. At the very front of the crowd stood four imposing young figures, 3 men and 1 woman, the genius heirs of the Wang clan's other branches, each with 2 attendants behind them. Wang Yu walked straight to the reserved spot, and Lin Bai, following her lead, stood to her right, while Lu Ji stood to her left. The others acknowledged Wang Ye's arrival with a mere nod, yet their gazes frequently drifted toward Lin Bai behind her. These looks held not hostility but battle intent. As the leading figures of the Wang clan's generation, every one of them was fiercely combative. However, they were not acquainted with Lin Bai, and with the imminent entry into the soul-nourishing spring, priorities dictated that they simply gave him a brief once-over. After about half a stick of incense, 2 spirited elders of the Wang clan appeared before the cave. One elder spoke first. Listen up, young ones. Once you enter the soul-nourishing spring, absorb with all your might. Take in as much as you can. This will determine the foundation of your divine soul in the future, so heed my words. The opening of the soul-nourishing spring is a rare opportunity. If you fail to seize it today, you will surely regret it. With that, both elders slapped the cave entrance simultaneously. The void at the mouth began to ripple, forming countless spatial folds that gradually coalesced into a spatial vortex. It turned out the cave had both an outer and an inner layer, with the soul-nourishing spring hidden within the inner space. Lin Bai tightened his grip on the token Wang Yu had given him, the pass to the spring. In the next moment, the spatial vortex at the cave mouth erupted with immense suction, first drawing in the genius heirs and their attendants at the front, then slowly pulling in the remaining people. Upon being drawn in, Lin Bai found himself in a stone chamber with Wang Yu and Lu Ji beside him. This spatial transfer was terribly dizzying. How do we use the soul-nourishing spring? Lin Bai shook his head to clear his mind. He had never experienced such a disorienting teleportation array at the Martial Academy. They stood in a stone chamber of about 20 square meters with smooth walls, no doors or windows, and only a few luminous stones embedded in the ceiling, casting a soft glow. Look here, Wang Yu pointed to the stone wall. The energy of the soul-nourishing spring isn't water but a special mist released through these walls. Absorbing the mist nourishes the divine soul and solidifies one's potential foundation. Though it was her first visit, she had already learned the secrets from the clan elders. As Wang Yu explained to Lin Bai, a wisp of white mist began to seep from the walls like smoke and haze. It's starting. Focus on absorbing, Wang Yu said, recognizing the mist as the beginning of their opportunity. After reminding Lin Bai and Lu Ji, she sat down cross-legged to absorb the mist. Lin Bai and Lu Ji wasted no time and imitated her absorption method. The white mist permeated the stone walls in increasing amounts, gradually thickening like morning fog. Lin Bai sat cross-legged in the dense mist, absorbing it through his pores. As he began absorbing the soul-nourishing mist, Lin Bai felt a cool, refreshing sensation in his mind. The soul particles in his sea of consciousness multiplied, and even their circulation speed increased significantly. With a thought, his attribute panel materialized. Spirit 23. 5 rising. Lin Bai checked his status and confirmed that his spiritual power was indeed increasing. It was no illusion. A faint smile spread across his face. I wonder what this mist is, but it's truly a fine thing. Just a little absorption and my spiritual power is already rising. I won't hold back then. Initially, Lin Bai had been cautious, afraid of any adverse reactions, so he hadn't dared to absorb freely. Now that he was certain it was beneficial, he relaxed. He gradually increased the intensity of his absorption, and the spirit value on the panel began to jump joyfully. Still, he held back some effort and remained vigilant, wary of causing too much disturbance to Wang Yu and Lu Ji beside him. Since Wang Yu had kindly shared this opportunity with him, he couldn't be ungrateful. But soon Lin Bai noticed an anomaly. Even after increasing his absorption speed, the concentration of white mist in the chamber remained undiminished. He closely observed the stone walls and discovered that the rate at which mist seeped from them had also accelerated. Experimentally, he quickened his absorption again, and the walls released even more mist. Could it be that the mist seeping from the walls isn't fixed? Does it need to maintain a certain concentration within the room? Lin Bai had initially assumed the mist in the chamber was limited, which was why he had held back. But this new discovery overturned that assumption. If that's the case, a gleam of fierce determination appeared in Lin Bai's eyes. He activated his innate talent of 129,600 spiritual nodes. In truth, Lin Bai was unaware that the soul-nourishing spring for the family's lineage prodigies differed from that of ordinary members. Ordinary clan members, upon entering the soul-nourishing spring, were allotted a limited quantity of the nourishing white mist. Once absorbed, it was gone. However, for the lineage prodigies, the white mist was limitless. Moreover, the Wang family's high-ranking members, fearing that the prodigies might struggle to absorb the mist, had set a minimum concentration threshold. Whenever the room's mist density fell below this limit, more nourishing white mist would be released into the chamber for their absorption. In other words, for ordinary Wang clan members, the opportunity of the soul-nourishing spring was fixed, whereas for the lineage prodigies, the greater their talent, the more they could absorb. Although Lin Bai was unaware of this mechanism, he had formed a similar conjecture after observing the changes in the stone wall. He gradually increased his absorption rate. The white mist was drawn together into a dense fog mass enveloping Lin Bai's body. As Lin Bai's absorption speed surged, the amount of white mist in the room plummeted sharply. Simultaneously, the drop in mist density triggered the room's minimum concentration threshold mechanism. More white mist emerged from the stone wall, no longer seeping but gushing forth in torrents. Witnessing this, Lin Bai finally relaxed, unleashing his full absorption speed and devoting himself entirely to absorbing the nourishing white mist. Meanwhile, outside, Wang clan patriarch Wang Yonghuai arrived at the soul-nourishing spring control center. The two Wang clan elders who had activated the spring were also there, tossing various rare medicinal herbs seldom seen in the outside world into the central pool to generate the nourishing white mist continuously. The most conspicuous feature of the control center was the central pool, 100 meters in length and width, from which vast amounts of nourishing white mist drifted. The essence of the soul-nourishing spring was that this pool absorbed celestial spiritual herbs and then released the nourishing white mist into the space below for absorption. Wang Yonghuai spoke, asking a question. How goes it? Are there any issues? Wang Xuanhuan and Wang Xijing, upon hearing Wang Yonghui's query, replied. Patriarch, the fixed quotas of nourishing mist for the ordinary youths have been distributed. As for the lineage prodigies, their mist supply has been steady without anomaly. Good. Wang Yonghuai, hearing that the spring's opening was proceeding normally, felt relieved. The most promising and vibrant members of the clan were the young, and the clan's legacy depended on them to carry on. Thus, every time the soul-nourishing spring was opened, Wang Yonghuai as patriarch would come to observe. How is the absorption among the lineage prodigies? Wang Xuanhuan replied. Wang Yang of the main branch is doing well. His cultivation chamber absorbs 30% more nourishing mist than the other prodigies. The rest are around the average for past prodigies. I see. It seems the quality of this generation's prodigies is decent. We need not worry about a lack of successors, ha ha ha. Upon learning that the average level of this generation's lineage seeds was above par, and recalling the situations of the Lu and Li families among the three great clans of Yunmeng City, Wang Yonghuai was overjoyed. The Lu family was embroiled in violent internal strife due to a transition between the main and branch lines. Wang Yonghuai even speculated that if the Ghost Lu family's main house in the prefecture did not intervene, the Yunmeng Lu family might tear itself apart through conflict and perish. At this thought, Wang Yonghuai felt grateful that the system left by the ancestors was relatively equitable without instituting a system where the direct lineage would enslave and sell off the branch lineage upon transcendence. As for the Li family, based on gathered intelligence, there were no notable geniuses. Moreover, according to information exchanged with the main house in the prefecture, the foundation of the Fire Spirit Li family, the Fire Spirit Cauldron, seemed to have encountered problems. Although the Wang family had not produced an unprecedented genius either compared to the two old friends, the Wang family was flourishing. I must not become complacent. The Zhong family is also rising and their momentum is growing stronger. Who knows when they might obtain the title of Heaven's Mandate? Wang Yonghuai reminded himself inwardly. Just as Wang Yonghuai was about to leave, an anomaly suddenly occurred. The core pool of the soul-nourishing spring began to boil. Vast quantities of nourishing white mist started to vanish, and the medicinal herbs in the pool rapidly dissolved, converting into mist. Seeing this, the expressions of the three present turned ashen. What is happening? The soul-nourishing spring was not a formation but a sovereign-level artifact. It had been discovered by the Wang family's ancestor by chance and kept secret ever since. Outsiders at most guessed that the spring's blessed land was a formation, never imagining it to be such a treasure. This was also the foundation of the Yunmeng Wang family's standing, their true heritage. Why were the Wang family's talented disciples superior in magical combat to their peers from other families? It was because they had been to the soul-nourishing spring, granting them an advantage in spiritual power and a deeper foundation of the soul. Fortunately, Wang Yonghuai observed carefully and discovered that the core of the soul-nourishing spring was undamaged. It was merely that a prodigy's chamber was absorbing the nourishing mist excessively. To maintain the mist concentration in that room, the core pool was operating at maximum power to generate more mist. The core is fine. It's just that the consumption of nourishing mist is too high, so the core is consuming herbs to produce mist and maintain normal levels. Knowing that the core pool was unharmed, the three present breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest fear was damage to the core. A sovereign artifact once broken would be beyond the Yunmeng Wang family's ability to repair, and they dared not let outsiders know. Moreover, if the Yunmeng Wang family were to announce they possessed a sovereign artifact, the main house in the prefecture would soon come to borrow it. But if it were merely a matter of excessive nourishing mist consumption, that was trivial. The Wang family's wealth could bear the extra cost of medicinal herbs. Moreover, such a phenomenon of massive mist consumption and replenishment indicated that someone was frantically absorbing the mist to solidify their foundation. This was a good thing. Realizing this, Wang Yonghui's face lit up with joy, and he shouted to the two elders, "Quickly! Hurry and add more herbs. Our Wang family has produced a Qilin child." Reminded by Wang Yonghuai, Wang Xiyuan and Wang Xijing also caught on. Seeing that the medicinal herbs in the core pool were rapidly dissolving and nearly depleted, they swiftly tossed in more herbs, allowing the pool to continue generating nourishing white mist. As he added the herbs, Wang Xiyuan remarked curiously, "Sister, take a look for me. Which of our Wang family's prodigies has been hiding so deeply? I never saw such talent from them before." Beside him, Wang Xijing carefully sensed the direction of the mist outflow through the array patterns that transmitted the vapor. "It's the cultivation chamber of the fourth branch's prodigy." The fourth branch. That must be little Wang Yu, right? As I recall, her spiritual talent is just over 3,000 and her soul strength is about on par with someone who has just entered the transcendent realm. Wang Xiyuan was somewhat puzzled. As an elder of the Wang family, he had the information on the lineage prodigies stored in his mind. Wang Yonghuai was equally perplexed. Could it be that Wang Ye's physique had a special affinity for absorbing the nourishing mist, making her naturally suited for it? "Patriarch, could something be wrong? Why don't you use the mystic water mirror to take a look?" It was Wang Xijing who remained composed and offered a suggestion. The true core of this soul-nourishing spring was the pool here. The stone-walled chambers outside were merely a cover, serving only the array functions of transmitting mist and feeding back concentration data. As the array's builders, the Wang family naturally had the authority to inspect the interior. Hearing Wang Xijing's words, Wang Yonghuai thought it reasonable, so he summoned his treasure to investigate. A rhomboid mirror appeared in his hand, and he tossed it into the air, where it instantly enlarged. The fourth branch prodigy's cultivation chamber in the soul-nourishing spring. There it is. The mirror revealed the scene in Lin Bai's room. The three present peered intently. In this fourth branch prodigy's cultivation chamber, a vortex of mist had formed, pulling all the white mist in the room inward. To maintain the mist concentration, the stone wall array activated at full power, channeling a continuous stream of white mist from the central pool to sustain the density here. This even caused the stone wall to exude not just mist but a highly concentrated, nourishing essence. Upon seeping out, this essence instantly turned into mist, which was drawn into the vortex and gathered for the central figure to absorb. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Xiyuan instinctively relaxed. It seems nothing is wrong. It's just someone absorbing a large amount of nourishing mist. However, Wang Yonghuai and Wang Xijing furrowed their brows. "Brother, take a closer look at who is at the center of the vortex. Who else could it be?" "Little Wang Yu, of course," Wang Xiyuan said nonchalantly, but as he squinted to identify the person in the room, he was startled. "Who is this young man? Lin Bai? Isn't he